I just lightly swiped my medical insurance card. After passing through the tens of meters thick vibrating steel door, it opened automatically. The onlookers in hats were all stunned. Damn, you still claim you're not a thief, the world's top lockpicker might not even match your skills. But the reason we called you here is to have you open this one. As he spoke, a laptop was placed on the table. Looking at the heavily encrypted password lock, I hesitated for a moment. The expert team on the side couldn't help but chuckle. Different trades are as different as heaven and earth. Even if you invite a skilled locksmith, he may not be able to open this. Amidst the curious looks of the crowd, Captain Lee Auntie asked me in a slightly guilty tone, "Can you open this?" I just smiled faintly and replied, "It'll cost extra." The reason I confidently took on this task is because I have a special ability to open any lock in the world. Although this skill is more suited for thieves, as a dignified time traveler, engaging in such activities would be beneath me. Hence, I thought of making money by opening locks for others. However, the locksmithing business requires experience. When customers see my young and handsome face, they naturally feel a sense of distrust. Luckily, I soon received my first client, a lady who called me. She anxiously paced by the stairs, while next to her, an old locksmith squatted down, trying various screwdrivers from his toolbox. "Locksmith, can you do it or not? If not, let this young locksmith give it a try." The old man glanced impatiently. "Why rush? This place is too complicated. I need to think it through." Seeing the situation, I leaned into the aunt and said, 500. "If you agree, I can open it right away." The aunt's eyes lit up at my words. Although the price I quoted was much higher, she seemed to have some hidden concerns. After just a few seconds of thought, she decisively agreed. The nearby master also chimed in, "You're not following the rules. Moreover, this place is very complex. You didn't even look and you dared to take on." In the midst of his speech, I took out my bus card from my clothes, swiped it along the door crack, and with a click, the heavy door successfully opened. It only took 2 seconds in total, leaving the master dumbfounded. After so many years of wandering the world, he had never heard of such a person. The more professional someone is, the more they understand the abilities I display. This is not just ordinary skill, but the talent to unlock anywhere and go wherever I please, unstoppable by anyone. Witnessing my strength, the old man was deeply impressed, but the aunt beside him became anxious. Simply opening it like this seemed to insult his intelligence. How could he ask for 500 yuan? 500 yuan per second, this is too aggressive. As she spoke, the aunt took out 50 yuan from her bag and threw it to me. "This is all I have. Take it or leave it." Then the aunt tried to enter the door. But how could I let this untrustworthy person have his way? I waved my hand and closed the door that had just been opened. The aunt snorted coldly, imitating me, took out her bus card and forcefully swiped it along the door crack. With a click, her bus card broke into 2 pieces. The already angry aunt not only held on to me and prevented me from leaving, but also implicated the driver, who was left behind. Seeing the aunt's unrelenting attitude, I coldly smirked and raised the price to 1,000 yuan, which made her tremble with anger. Just then, a burly man in a tank top came upstairs and asked the aunt, "Is it not open yet?" Aunt Xiaomei seemed to have found a life-saving straw as she threw herself into the man's arms. "Brother Long, I've been wronged. This guy bullied me." The burly man named Brother Long's face instantly turned fierce, clenching his fists ready to defend the aunt. However, he glanced at the camera on me, and the anger that had just risen subsided. He turned back to the aunt and inquired about the ins and outs of the situation. It was said that the trouble caused by his 500 yuan led to this. Brother Long swiftly slapped the aunt, knocking her to the ground. "What are you causing trouble for?" he said, then he smiled apologetically at me, handing me 1,000 yuan, hoping I could help him open the door again. As I took the money, I sensed something was off about him. There seemed to be some secret he was deliberately hiding, but fortunately, with my lockpicking skills, it seemed I could even unlock his emotional barriers. Quietly reciting "open" in my mind, I then unlocked the lock in Big Brother's mind. It turned out that this couple were human traffickers, and this room was used to store their victims. No wonder they were so anxious throughout the whole ordeal. I appeared calm as I prepared to pick the lock, subtly hinting to the old man to contact Uncle Hat, as the locksmith industry requires registration, so the master had Uncle Hat's contact information long ago. After tapping on my phone a few times, someone quickly started heading this way, while I lingered on the side. This door was purposely bought by them to prevent the bound individuals from escaping, so it's not something an ordinary person can open, which is why I didn't raise any suspicions with the big guy. As time passed bit by bit, Uncle Hat finally arrived, and Dragon Brother immediately prepared for a desperate situation. In the blink of an eye, he kicked the master aside, pulled me over as a hostage, warning everyone not to come closer, threatening to break their necks if they did. Seeing the critical situation, Uncle Hat and the others all drew their weapons, surrounding us. "Drop your weapons, don't make the wrong move." Tension rose between both sides, but as a hostage, Dragon Brother showed no fear. There's a saying in the underworld, in society, it's Dragon Brother, fierce but not talkative. He had long considered the possibility of being caught one day. At this moment, his arm was tightly locked around my neck. Not to mention a young guy like me, even if a boxing champion came, being locked in this way would render one immobile. But as the word lock flashed through my mind, I seemed to gain the ability to break free from restraints. It turns out a lock on the throat is still a lock. In my mind, I silently repeated, then with a swift move, I successfully escaped from beside Dragon Brother, leaving him utterly puzzled as to how I managed it. Is this kid even human? Before he could even consider this question, he was already subdued by the rushing Uncle Hat. Apart from Dragon Brother, the most shocking thing was Lee Dui, who was in charge of this operation. He has always been one of the best in the team, excelling in combat and apprehension. The skill displayed in breaking free just now was extraordinary. What is this kid's identity? If he could be recruited into the police force with these skills, he would surely excel. As we were heading back to make a record with everyone, I chatted with Lee Dui on the way. When he found out that I was just a novice locksmith, a hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes. Regarding the technique of breaking free from the chokehold, I simply mentioned that it's a type of lockpicking, and I have a special talent for lockpicking. Although this explanation sounds absurd, the facts are right in front of us, and Lee Dui convinced himself to believe it. Soon, we arrived at the station. Because I helped capture Dragon Brother, I was rewarded with 20,000 yuan, much more than what I earned from locksmithing. I then asked Lee Dui if there was anything similar he needed help with, and after some thought, he mentioned a long-standing issue troubling the station. Several months ago, they found a computer in a gang's hideout, which likely contains an important list related to the entire black market chain. If we can access this list, we can uproot this organization completely, benefiting the country and the people. It would be a great achievement. For me, this would be a remarkable feat, but the other party is not foolish. They heavily encrypted the computer. Once an error is attempted, everything in the computer will be automatically destroyed. All efforts and sacrifices will be in vain. Therefore, the Bureau invited top information security experts from all over the country to hold a meeting overnight, but now, after several months, there has been no progress. If we continue to delay, cracking it will only become increasingly difficult. At this point, he looked at me, then shook his head. Failure seems to be mocking oneself. How foolish the previous idea was. Do we really want to pin our hopes on a locksmith we just met? This is a password, not a physical lock. How can we burden someone else with attempting it? If it fails, are we going to make this young man bear the consequences? After careful consideration, Captain Lee said, although I've told you so much, in reality, this is not something your locksmiths can assist with. Take the reward and go back. But I expressed that I could give it a try. Captain Lee, who was disappointed just now, instantly doubted if he misheard. You can even open this lock. It's so unbelievable. Captain Lee's voice was loud enough for everyone to hear, with the expert team being the first to break through their defenses. I don't know who came up with the idea of bringing in a locksmith to intervene in this project. It's simply an insult to us. We were invited from afar, yet there is no trust in us. Who are they trying to impress by bringing in a locksmith to attempt this? The experts who are already troubled by this difficult problem. At this moment, it feels like I've found an outlet for emotions, with all the dissatisfaction being thrown at me, filled with various professional terms. They ask if I understand, and I can only go over to soothe their emotions. When I reach the laptop, my hands start randomly typing on the keyboard. It looks like random typing. When shown to a few experts, they smile, finding it hard to suppress. While everyone doubts, I remain calm, speeding up my hands. But what's the use of this mess of typing? I see that 10 minutes have passed. Alright, Li Ju, let him give up. At least before complete failure, I can still try to help. A computer expert speaks up. Li Ju breaks out in a cold sweat, hesitating, just as I finish speaking. The experts notice the changes on the computer, causing them to start doubting their skills. Though it seems like random typing, the encrypted protection is pierced through like paper, getting cracked one by one. At this moment, the onlooker computer experts finally lose their composure. It's impossible. They couldn't crack the protection, yet I did. Is it going to happen? Shortly after, a beep sounds, but I pay no attention, standing up directly. The next moment, the encryption unlocks. At this moment, everyone present is left stunned, feeling like their eyes are popping out. I succeeded by learning on the spot. The experts look on in disbelief. Officer Lee turns excitedly to Chief Lee, tremblingly asking, Chief, did you see that? I didn't say anything unnecessary. Director Lee took a deep breath, and I pressed down on my trembling arm. How did you know the exact number of digits in the password? The experts approached to question intensely, unable to believe it. They were like a helpless fortress in front of me, defenseless. It's just like unlocking. As long as you find the right position, push in forcefully, shake a few times, and it's done. The experts were stunned. It's really impressive what a small cow can do. I stood up, looked at Director Lee, and said, I did say I'd give you a discount last time. You've really opened up to 8,000. Director Lee hugged me and said, don't worry, you won't be shortchanged. You've helped them a lot. Have you had dinner? Stay and eat something. After I collect the money, I bid farewell to Director Lee and the others, then head back home. After I unlocked the encrypted list for the police station, a memory seemed to surface in my mind. In that memory, a man smiled at me and said, your skills. It's a shame not to become a locksmith. How about opening a bank safe next time? This can be the end. Startled when I came to my senses, the next morning, after getting ready, I was still trying to recall the man in my memory who spoke to me. Unable to remember, I decided to take things as they come. Stepping out of the bathroom, I remembered that today I needed to go to the community to care for lonely elderly people. I hopped on my beloved electric scooter and headed to the destination. In the neighborhood, you can see anti-fraud information everywhere, such as someone being scammed out of tens of thousands, or an elderly person's bank card being stolen. Lonely elderly people are the prime targets of fraudsters, especially rampant in Sanjiang. There are at least tens of thousands of cases every year. Being a vulnerable group, elderly people living alone with money but not much mental acuity are even more attractive to criminals. Moreover, these scammers are highly skilled, making it difficult even for the police to track them down. As I spoke, I heard a crying sound, and looking around, I saw not far away an old lady sitting on the ground, crying in pain. Why is heaven so cruel? I naturally couldn't ignore it, so I immediately went forward to help up the elderly lady with white hair. Seeing her in tattered clothes and seemingly not well off, I asked the old lady what had happened. The old lady looked at me, crying, and said, my bank account inexplicably lost 30,000 yuan. 30,000 yuan is a lifeline for this old lady. Before losing the money, what did you do? The old lady said, a stranger called me, and I answered. I could guess with my toes that this was another scam. It's despicable to target this poor old lady and deceive her of her money. Just report it to the police. It's useless to try to track them down. I snapped my tongue. These scammers have been too arrogant. It's time to crack down on them. Ding detected. The host's demand automatically activated the ultimate skill, Scam Master. Old lady, can I borrow your phone? The old lady trusted me and handed me her phone. At this moment, I focused on the screen, a strange number, and accompanying text messages. It was as expected. Then I dialed the number, and on the other end, in a dim small room, the scamming group was reviewing their tactics. A flamboyant man is on stage sharing his case, where he pretended to be an elderly lady overcoming scams. The group of new scammers below listened attentively, but the content was dull and boring, sounding like everyday chatter. With this feeling, I could also succeed, but just as the call was about to end, the flamboyant man suddenly turned to the elderly lady and asked, could you please give me a 5-star rating? It's important for my work, please, the flamboyant man pleaded earnestly, even his tone was imploring. It's not easy for me either. The elderly lady nodded and agreed with a smile, then clicked on the link in the text message. She gave the flamboyant man a 5-star rating, and the audience paid no attention. But in the next moment, everyone was shocked to discover that after the 5-star rating was given, the flamboyant man's account was credited with 30,000. What's going on? What happened? How did he get 30,000 just like that? This is clearly real. The regular webpage link was fine too, so how did this happen during the widespread confusion? The flamboyant man revealed a cunning smile and said, the 5-star rating interface is indeed real, but it hides some viruses. Coupled with presbyopia, he never actually sent any money. The newcomers were amazed, completely won over by the flamboyant man's superb skills. Rest assured, everyone, we are professionals, the flamboyant man laughed loudly. As long as we dare to be the first, no one dares to be the second. The newcomers were enthusiastic, feeling they had chosen the right person this time. Just as the atmosphere heated up, an untimely phone call interrupted. Upon closer inspection, it turns out to be that old lady, and the flashy man smiles broadly. Today is a day of incredible luck. Some are rushing to be scammed. Watch closely, I'll show them what a master can do next. The newcomers are extremely excited, looking forward to meeting you. The flashy man instantly switches back to being a friendly customer service representative, his tone becoming very gentle. This acting skills could outshine many young idols. Hello, my grandmother and you had a very congenial conversation just now. He decided to purchase their product, but my grandmother doesn't really use credit cards. I'll use mine for you. The flashy man doesn't mind, nods in agreement, and then the real show begins. Make sure to give me a 5-star review, could you? It's related to my job. After hearing this, I smiled and said, no problem, you've been through a lot. I'd been waiting for this. Thank you. Don't be polite. We exchanged words of thanks. After hanging up the phone, I picked up my phone and showed it to the old lady, smiling as I asked, Grandma, is this your money? With swollen eyes from crying, the old lady leaned in for a closer look and found her 30,000 yuan. This is mine? The old lady asked in confusion. I nodded and said, yes, it's yours. The scammers took it just now. The old lady took the phone, tears of joy streaming down her face. My money really came back. Young man, you're amazing. This is my life-saving money. Thank you for helping me get it back, the old lady said gratefully. How can I repay you? How about I send you a big red envelope? The old lady continued. I smiled and shook my head, pointing to the volunteer badge, saying, this is my job for today. And in the future, you should be more careful. When you receive calls from strangers, it's best to be cautious. I reminded the old lady. At this moment, a brilliant ray of sunlight shone directly on my back. I was illuminated, shining brightly. I flashed a confident smile, while the cocky man was still showing off his achievements to the newcomers. What do you think? I told you I'm a professional. The cocky man chuckled, hands on hips. In another 3 seconds, that fool's money will all be mine, the cocky man said confidently. The newcomers cheered, ding dong, transferred 30,000. With looks of surprise. Shouldn't it have been credited? The newcomers looked puzzled. Ding, transferred 100,000. The cocky man's expression froze suddenly. Unbelievable. A scammer, got scammed. The outrageous cocky man said in astonishment. Ding dong, credited with 100,000, the old lady was taken aback. Young man, why do I have an extra 100,000? The old lady asked in confusion. Oh no, I accidentally scammed all the money from that scammer. I almost choked, thinking, serves him right. Don't worry, this is dirty money. I'll hand it over to the police station later. I said each word in my mind, emphasizing that I won't be corrupt. With utmost seriousness, my survival instinct kicked in. After handing over the 100,000 to the police station, I continued with my task for the day, caring for the lonely elderly. Why does the system always give me these creepy skills? I'm afraid that one day if I go to the police station for a chat, I won't come back. Thinking about this, I've decided to do more good deeds. The next one to be decided is you, Mr. Lee. At this moment, at another scam nest, a few old hands are helping the cocky man review. This guy is amazing. It's giving me goosebumps. Not to mention being a master, scamming tens of thousands or thousands is the bare minimum. But just now, my move really left them dumbfounded. Not only did I recover the victim's 30,000, but I also took all the money from the scammer. You go and reason with them right away. What am I supposed to do? That's all my current assets. Otherwise, we'll report it to the police, the cocky man said helplessly. You've been fooled, they scammers go to report the case and get scammed. Aren't you making a scene? This matter can only be resolved by themselves. Whether you say it or not, you're really embarrassing. You let the target get scammed out of money. The cocky man is regretting it. I didn't know that guy was so capable. Our group is quite mysterious. Be careful with them, a few people chuckled. Do you think we're like you? Don't let me catch this kid, or I'll scam him until he's left with nothing. Mr. Lee, you've been scammed 120,000. What about Mr. Wang? 300,000 for Auntie Yu. Why don't you come back later? I'm surrounded by uncles and aunties, all of them are victims of scammers. After Grandma's publicity, they all came. It was settled in no time. Mr. Lee, 300,000 has been credited. Look, I'm giving Mr. Lee back his phone. Uncle Lee was moved to tears when he saw the 300,000 yuan back in his hands. He was so grateful that he almost knelt down to thank me. This is the money I was going to use to buy a house for my son. Thank you, my child. I chased him for a full 3 years. When I finally caught him, I helped him up and said, speak up, uncle. If you want to thank someone, thank the heavens. Seeing the injustice, they called me over to help uphold justice for them. The young man said, actually, I have a daughter who is still unmarried. This won't do. Who would give away their daughter? The young man is handsome and kind-hearted. Jokingly, the aunt said, if I were 10 years younger, I would marry you directly. Everyone burst into laughter. I blushed, unable to compare to uncle and aunt. After a while, all the money from uncle and aunt would be returned. In half an hour, I scammed the scammers out of 2 million yuan. At the same time, I also found out that these scammers seem to belong to the same group. I wonder what expressions they have now. It must be quite a sight. Damn, the scamming group is unbelievable. They surrendered, and now I've lost my money. Damn, he's so strong. Several of my brothers fell for it. When did Sanjiang produce such an amazing person? I suspect they are from the same industry. It's hard to deal with them. Go find the boss quickly. The newcomers looked at these seasoned scammers and ran away in tears. They call this professionalism? Inside the office, the leader of the scamming group slammed the table and looked at the arrogant man and others. At this moment, their faces showed worry. They were no longer as arrogant as before. Not only did they lose the money they scammed, but they were also deceived themselves. The boss, embarrassed and furious, scolds the incompetent bunch. Wait and see my balance in 10 minutes. The scam group, even the boss is dumbfounded. Guys, our startup capital of a whole 1 million has been swindled. The leader immediately faints. The guys are in a panic and wail. Now they are left with nothing. The Sanjiang police station, Officer Lee and others have been tracking the scam group. These people are very cunning. In the Sanjiang area, he is already the mastermind of scams, causing the other party to escape every time. This scam group is becoming more arrogant, committing crimes almost daily, causing headaches for Officer Lee and others. But today is a departure from the norm. No cases have occurred. The sun rises in the west, yet today is unexpectedly quiet. Maybe planning something big, who knows? Officer Lee is also very puzzled. Based on his understanding, these people cannot be this quiet. At this moment a comrade knocks on the door and walks in. I say to Officer Lee that I am here to hand over the dirty money. Officer Lee is puzzled. Didn't we just hand it over? Not long ago, I handed over all the money I scammed to the police station. This comrade is speechless. Just now, he scammed the scammers out of another sum of money, leaving the officers present in shock. A whopping 1 million, everyone gasps in disbelief, doubting if they misheard. Could it be they've drained the scammers dry? It's too outrageous. If I were to scam people, you wouldn't believe it. If it weren't checked, with no criminal record left behind, they wouldn't let me back into society. The police officer chuckled and said, "Here comes my buddy again," causing me to spit out my tea with a twitch at the corner of my mouth. If you say that, others might think I'm a repeat offender. I'm actually a model citizen. Alright, you can leave now. Officer Lee, upon hearing about my glorious deeds, should reward me handsomely. Should I not even hesitate to sign? Officer Lee, with a look of horror, solemnly said, "We at the Sanjiang police station already knew about it and have signed it for you. I can't believe I have to wait for a visit from you. I was just doing a good deed. How did it turn sour? You're always at the police station." Skipping all the formalities, an unexpected person appeared. Wang Jinghua. He recognized me and Officer Lee, and immediately walked towards us. Officer Lee was surprised to see Captain Wang. Why is he here? When such a big incident occurs, I have to come over. You're quite audacious, aren't you? It's as if I'm the fraudster here. By the way, have you checked his background? I was furious, ready to expose everything. This Captain Wang is too overbearing. I only scammed a few million. Is that such a big deal? I was ready to teach him a lesson. Also, check on the overdue matter. Remember, last time he broke both legs during your arrest, and he's still in the hospital. I immediately became honest. Actually, I can also tolerate it. Can't blame others. After all, it was my own deceitful tactics. Anyone would be scared if they saw that. Luckily, Captain Wang knows I'm a good person. How could that be? I awkwardly joked just now. Since you're here, let me treat you to a meal as a token of appreciation for helping the elderly today. When I heard about the treat, I readily agreed. Let's go then. Just as we left the police station after finishing up, at the entrance, 3 of them were blocked by a group of thugs. Officer Lee and Captain Wang were shocked to see corrupt cops at the police station. This guy is a genius. Upon hearing this, the scammers panicked and quickly explained that they came to surrender from another territory. Officer Lee carefully examined one person, suddenly shocked, and said, "It's you, the head of the scam group." He had been pursuing this person for almost half a year and knew him like the back of his hand. But their group was doing well, so why surrender all of a sudden? The leader cried and said, "Sir, you don't know, we were scammed of all our money, and the younger brothers ran away. Still heavily in debt, many people were after them, and some couldn't protect themselves. Could it end tragically?" Officer Lee felt his scalp tingle. I mentioned how honest they seemed today, only to find out they were scammed. Who could have pushed a scam group to such a desperate situation? Wait, why does this sound so familiar? Could it be that, just as the scammers were in tears? I stepped forward and asked, "Have you been scammed of 1 million? As soon as these words were spoken, the leader and a few old hands looked bewildered. Before they even spoke, "How did you know?" I chuckled and said, "It's simple, because I'm the one who scammed your money." The leader of the fraud and a few old hands said, "Damn, it turns out it's you, this damn colorful guy. I reported this guy is definitely not clean, even the fraudsters were deceived, he's definitely not a good person." With a click, everyone had a pair of silver bracelets. "I don't know if he's clean, but you're definitely not clean. You guys have been arrested, and Officer Lee is getting closer to you one by one." Shocking the Sanjiang police station, a fraud group that had been helpless for 2 years, but Chen Zhe managed to bring them down in just one day. He even turned himself in, which caused a sensation online. Pay attention to this man named Chen Zhe. The fraud group was heavily in debt because of being scammed. They had no choice but to collectively turn themselves in. After everyone in the police station heard it, the way they looked at me changed. "Comrade Chen Zhe, thank you for helping us capture the fraud group." Director Lee personally shook my hand, tears of gratitude streaming down this young man since he came. The criminals were caught one by one, and in the end, the police station rewarded me generously. I was completely satisfied. I never expected that a simple good deed would bring such a great reward. As they say, good deeds are rewarded, and evil deeds are punished. Before long, the video of the fraud group turning themselves in at the police station entrance surfaced. After having dinner with Officer Lee and Officer Wang, I returned home feeling relaxed. But as soon as I got home, I was surprised. I found a crowd gathered at my door, clearly here for me. "Chen Zhe is so handsome, you are my fan." "Pfft, I'm your idol." "No, I'm your fan." Seeing the enthusiastic crowd, I was especially moved. What's going on here? But I quickly realized, it's because my anti-scam tactics went viral online. Never in my life did I expect to be treated like a big star, fans coming up to me asking for autographs. I was caught off guard for a moment, never prepared to give out my own autograph, so I just handed out blank cards. Seeing the blank cards, fans were speechless. "You know, because of you, many scam forces in Sanjiang withdrew overnight." I couldn't figure out the reason. Fans chuckled, "They're afraid of you." After a while, I finally got rid of the fans, went upstairs to my home. Just as I turned on the TV to relax, the news anchor was reporting on something for the elderly. Engaging in a battle of wits with scammers, unafraid of danger, overnight ensuring peace in Sanjiang City. Combined with the emotional news anchor, goodness, anyone unaware would think I sacrificed myself for the country. I was so shocked I almost spat blood. Embarrassed, I turned off the TV angrily. Who the heck wrote this script? Despite the embarrassment, I still felt proud. Being featured on Sanjiang's largest news TV station was truly an honor. Sanjiang TV personally reporting, "It's like a dream come true. We need to be careful recently, these evil forces might retaliate. As they say, a tall tree catches the wind and easily attracts bad people. With such a big media promotion, I hope I won't attract any trouble." Downstairs in the community, 2 sneaky thieves avoided the surveillance. Arriving at the place where the electric bikes are parked, my beloved little electric donkey big brother is right here. That's how I saw that guy riding, with a sneaky look and a cold smile. The next morning after it was stolen, I got up early, went downstairs, and prepared to go to a temple near Sanjiang to get some gas. As soon as I went downstairs, I found that my beloved little electric donkey was missing. Where's my little electric donkey? It was here yesterday, how come it's gone today? What goes around comes around. If I've been retaliated against, is there no justice left? I went to the monitoring room, never thought the thief who stole my little electric donkey was quite clever, deliberately avoiding the surveillance near the community, didn't capture them at all. This young thief probably has a big background. I guess I won't be able to chase it back. Listen to Uncle's advice, the waters here are deep, you can't handle it. Let me tell you sincerely, the thieves near Sanjiang are notoriously fierce, they've caused fatalities before. I can't stand this, I raised my eyebrows and smirked. Luckily, I had foresight and installed a tracker on my little electric donkey a long time ago. There's always someone better, but it's still me. I took out my phone and opened the tracking app. On the map, a small red dot is passing through a main street, then turning into a small alley. According to the software tracking, my electric scooter arrived at the inconspicuous alley where the red dot disappeared. Most people wouldn't notice this alley. After walking for about 10 minutes, I saw a dilapidated house sealed with a notice. My electric scooter was parked at the entrance. I have to say, these cunning thieves are truly meticulous. There's even private surveillance near the house. Why would a regular house need so much surveillance? It's definitely the thieves monitoring the surroundings to detect any suspicious activity. I need to escape immediately. It ruins my plan to find their hideout, inform the police directly, and capture them all. But now, even if I call the police, by the time Officer Lee and the others arrive, they will have already fled. There might even be lookouts nearby, making it difficult for the police to act. Unless we detain these cunning thieves and immobilize them, Just then, I noticed a few shifty characters entering and leaving the house. I could hear their laughter from afar. Ah, that Chenzhe must be furious now. Letting him be so arrogant and dare to make headlines, thinking they can bully us. Scammers are all wimps, unlike us who are tough. What are so many thieves doing here? I sense something fishy. If I don't go to hell, who will? I have no choice. An idea popped into my head. I disguised myself and secretly infiltrated the thieves group. Unnoticed by anyone, today is a big day for me. I patted a thief on the shoulder and asked with a smile. That thief proudly said, "That's right, today in Sanjiang, we will finally determine the Thief King." I was surprised by the selection of the Thief King. Officer Lee had explained to me before. The Thief King is like the strongest thief elected by the thieves, responsible for leading everyone, considered the top leader. Does that mean all the thieves have to gather here? Isn't it dangerous? But now it's impossible to leave, so I can only take it step by step. As my thoughts were in disarray, a fierce big man stopped me and said, "You look unfamiliar." The man I had spoken to before said, "The ones who come out to speak are all our own brothers." Then, I entered the thieves' den. The inside was very spacious, somewhat like a rural courtyard, at least 100 square meters, and somewhat makeshift. It looked dimly lit, indeed suitable for thieves to hold meetings, and quite a few people had already gathered. There were at least 70 to 80 thieves. I twitched my eyelid and exclaimed, "Wow, I just wanted to catch one petty thief, but ended up poking a hornet's nest." I was among the thieves, looking calm. Up ahead, some men were frisking people, strictly prohibiting any electronic devices from being brought in. Very strict to prevent any mole inside. Luckily, I was smart and narrowly escaped disaster. If caught, they would have taken my life directly. The man chuckled and said, "Buddy, it will be a while before the selection of the Thief King. Do you want to come with me?" I didn't refuse. At this moment, I couldn't be alone, so I followed him to the thieves' entertainment area. Playing cards, mahjong, and even poker, not to mention how diverse it is. At this moment in the Sanjiang police station, Chenzhe unexpectedly encountered a thief's retaliation, indicating negligence on their part. Officer Lee's expression drastically changed, becoming flustered. If it were just one or two petty thieves, it wouldn't be a big deal, but if it's a group of them, it's dangerous. "Chenzhe, please don't get into trouble." Immediately, the Sanjiang police station dispatched over 10 police cars to search the entire city. I played cards nervously, as at this moment, the crowd in the yard had doubled, exceeding 200 people. I didn't know if I could compete for the title of Thief King. I want to catch all these people in one go. If successful, I can't even imagine. Suddenly, the ding-dong detected the host's intention to select the Thief King, automatically activating the full-level skill of interrogation. With a whoosh, I felt my hands inexplicably lighter. I have a different feeling. Oh no, I might actually become the Thief King. I sense some inexplicable changes happening to me. As long as I want, there's nothing I can't steal. Let's get started. Several veteran-level thieves stood on the stage and shouted. In the next hour, whoever steals the most valuable item will be crowned this year's Thief King of Sanjiang. I didn't expect the competition to be this straightforward. Xiao Yang chuckled and said, "Even your own belongings count, and you can even steal from others." He then pointed to a man with a small beard and said, "Did you see that guy with the small beard? He's a top candidate for this year's Thief King." I heard he slipped a Cloud Explore phone into the crowd's bags, estimated to be worth millions. Even if I were to steal it, you might wonder, but that's impossible. People like them can only hope to be small-time thieves. I understand. Only a few are truly qualified to compete for the Thief King title. Most are just tagging along for the fun. Elite, that's what I'm up against. Don't even mention things like the Cloud Exploring Hand or the Golden Finger. If Goldie crosses paths with me, Chenzhe, you guys are in for some bad luck. Competition is about to begin. The little thieves scatter in all directions. Yet, I remain in place. Xiao Yang is puzzled. Bro, even if you can't become the Thief King, you can't give up on yourself. Acting dumb, my true intention is simple. After an hour, when everyone returns loaded, I will clean them out in one fell swoop. In order to compete for the Thief King title, these guys will definitely bring out all their assets. Since it's all stolen goods, stealing them won't make me feel guilty. By then, these thieves working hard are just helping me dress for the occasion. Wise as I am, I burst into laughter. Xiao Yang is puzzled. Is this kid's brain okay? An hour quickly passes, and I wait for the little thieves to return loaded with bags big and small. Some even directly use urea bags to carry gold bars. In the crowd, a fat man carrying a large sum of cash immediately caught my attention. This bag probably holds hundreds of thousands. I casually walk over, steal it, and then accidentally bump into his shoulder. "Sorry, watch where you're going," he roars. but he doesn't realize that his bag has mysteriously ended up in my hands. Afterwards, I continue to roam through the crowd, my hands almost ready to take off. Even high-definition cameras can't capture it. By the end, stealing became a piece of cake. My smirk is harder to suppress than an AK. Almost everyone is gathered, time is up. Several elder-level thieves step forward, beginning to count heads. After finishing, they start having the thieves display their loot. But in the next second, a thief shouts in terror, "Oh crap, how come I'm empty-handed? Who the hell stole from me? This is outrageous. They didn't even leave my urine bag. Who's gone mad?" What shocks the thieves even more is that this popular contestant, Cloud Han Li Hua, didn't escape either. Li Hua looks at the empty bag, his mind blank. After 10 years, he got stolen for the first time. Even the renowned Cloud Han Li Hua fell victim. At that moment, an elder sees the loot I'm displaying, utterly surprised. Where did this guy get so much loot? Wasn't he standing still the whole time? Let me speak up, let's start counting. The elders start counting quietly. Xiao Yang approaches him, thinking I gave up. Shaking the pieces of jade in my hand, I exclaim, "You stole this much?" Hee. Xiao Yang proudly raises his head, waiting to show off. "This is my stash, not much, just around 2 to 300,000. Even folding 2 to 300,000 is no small feat. I haven't run in over 10 years, it's nothing." I say, "You're impressive." Xiao Yang becomes even prouder. I don't ask for much, just one less treasure. I smile and say, "You'll definitely make it. Old Li will arrange something for you, Long Dao won't have any issues." In no time, the elders finish counting, largely because many people's loot has been stolen. As for the outcome, it turned out to be a crushing victory beyond expectations. The elders' faces looked strange. This time's Thief King truly exceeded imagination. Judging by the elders' expressions, it must have been the cloud exploration hand this time. Little Yang smiled and said, "This time, he brought out treasures worth nearly 1 million. This amount, in previous Thief King elections, would have ranked in the top 3. I spoke up. "It's not certain." This was a thief speaking. "Why don't you go up, brother Hua?" Li Hua looked embarrassed, and the young thieves were puzzled. Until the elder spoke of Li Hua, whose loot was all stolen, automatically eliminating him. This time, there is someone else for the Thief King's throne. What? Little Yang, upon hearing this, was struck as if by lightning, looking incredulously at the elders on the stage. Most thieves were in an uproar. The cloud exploration hand was stolen? What a joke! Who could be so twisted? Placed in previous Thief King elections, they were quite explosive figures. Little Yang thought that with Brother Hua's skills, the Thief King's throne was a sure thing. To secure a minor treasure, they even paid a hefty sum. But there was someone else in the end. Everyone was very curious about who this remarkable person was. The elders didn't keep it a secret and called for the Thief King. The next moment, I walked onto the stage under the stunned gaze of Little Lamb, looking down on all the loot of the gang of thieves, totaling 5 million, more than 4 million. Everyone present was shocked. "Did you rob a bank? This is inhuman. How did he do it?" Some questioned. Of course, no previous Thief King has reached this level. I spoke up. "It's simple. I'm the one who stole your loot. It's you. I'm not as skilled as you. I'm willing to follow you." Everyone was shocked. Even Hua Gu was impressed. There was nothing more to say. All the young thieves submitted. Little Lamb opened his mouth wide, his eyes almost popping out. He stared blankly at me on the stage, his heart shaken. Their new Thief King is worth over 4 million, breaking all previous records, truly the strongest Thief King. The crowd's eyes were filled with excitement. That was the highest honor. I never thought I would actually become the Thief King. My skills are somewhat extraordinary. An ordinary person like me actually became the Thief King. It's unbelievable. I ignored the noisy crowd and said, "As the Thief King, I will definitely lead everyone on the right path." The young thieves were impressed by my skills and cheered. I smirked inwardly. Unfortunately, the end of this path leads to prison. Little Lamb happily approached, saying, "This is my buddy." I cursed silently. "Why didn't you say it earlier? You're the boss." The elders celebrated and asked the Thief King to say a few words. I stepped forward and said, "Since you want me to speak, then I will speak. I promise that everyone will live a good life from now on, with no worries about food and sleep, and someone will take care of them." Everyone was thrilled to hear that. This luxurious lifestyle is amazing. I laughed and announced that to celebrate, all the brothers will take the day off today. We won't return until we're drunk. Then everyone started feasting in the courtyard. I was worried about getting drinks, but these rascals had already prepared them. And it's high-proof liquor, they drink without a sound, nothing to them. The annual Thief King election is like their new year, with secret guards in place. However, they never expected the traitor to be their own Thief King. I shouted, who can finish a bottle of liquor, I'll give them 10,000, 2 bottles 20,000. But if anyone leaves early, they lose the money. It's their money anyway, so I'm not worried. I fear some might leave and ruin the whole plan. Sure enough, when I said that, the thieves went wild, earning 10,000, the elders were in shock. This move really won over their hearts. They couldn't help but admire. They chose the right person. Meanwhile, in the Sanjiang district, Officer Lee was leading a group of colleagues searching the streets. I even set up a special task force for this, but it took half a day. Yet, we didn't find a single trace of anyone. Sanjiang is so vast, when will we find them? It's like finding a needle in a haystack. Officer Lee is worried, thinking if there's a good solution. It's hard to imagine, in the courtyard with over 200 thieves, I, a passerby, am like a lamb to the slaughter, in danger every minute. I must be in agony right now. Although he knows my grappling skills are formidable, facing over 100 people, just 3 to 5 could easily pin me down. At this moment, I see the yard filled with lying bandits, yet I stand alone. My alcohol tolerance is impressive, taking down over 200 people single-handedly. This guy's got guts. It's about time to wrap things up. I get up and walk out of the yard, and by chance, I come across those two who stole my beloved electric scooter. Thieves pay their respects to the bandit king. As soon as they see me, they kneel down, showing immense respect. I heard you stole an electric scooter yesterday. That's right, Bandit King. The owner of this electric scooter is that arrogant lackey lately. We need to deflate his ego a bit, or he'll think he's invincible. Good, you came. Let me teach you a move. The two are startled, and the slender Bandit King is instantly delighted, walking up without any guard. This move is amazing. It's called the moment I go up. It's a grappling move. The two bandits let out cries of pain, falling to the ground. Have you learned? I look at the two foaming at the mouth on the ground and say with a smile. After dealing with these two assassins, I take out a stolen cell phone and call Officer Lee directly. The moment the call connects, Officer Lee is still puzzled. The next second, my voice comes through, it's originally for you. Officer Lee instantly perks up, coming back to life. Shenzai, you're okay. Don't worry, if you're in trouble, I'm fine too. Where are you now? I looked around and sent our location directly to them. Hurry over, and remember to bring more people. Officer Lee said solemnly, I know there are over 200 people. It seems like a fierce battle is about to happen, so they specifically mobilized the SWAT team. I mentioned wearing more silver bracelets. I managed to knock down over 200 people. They are all fast asleep now. Damn, Officer Lee cursed. Is it true? You single-handedly dealt with over 200 thugs. Inside the car, the SWAT team members who heard the conversation were stunned. They looked at each other in shock. Are you really SWAT, or are they SWAT? This is too incredible. Find a safe place and wait for us. Officer Lee hung up the phone, then immediately called the Sanjiang police station. He asked what was going on and requested more cars. Director Lee was puzzled. How many do you need? Will 10 police cars be enough? Can we ask for military vehicles to supplement? Li Ju widened her eyes. Military vehicles, you guys have stirred up a hornet's nest. Officer Lee said that Chen Zai caught over 200 thieves. What does over 200 even mean? No one knows who caught whom. Li Ju broke out in a cold sweat. One person catching over 200 thieves, even pigs would run, right? How is it possible that not a single one of the over 200 thieves ran away? Officer Lee was anxious. I can understand. At first, I didn't believe it either. Director, I'll go take a photo for you first. Director Lee hesitated for a moment, then finally gave the order. I'll have nearby comrades go support you first. After all, it's very difficult to mobilize a large truck. If it ends up being fruitless, they will be held accountable by the higher-ups. Once we confirm there are indeed so many criminals, there will still be time to mobilize the trucks. Is this plan reliable or not? Even though it's Chen Zai. But catching over 200 thieves is too unrealistic. Officer Lee grinned and said, I told you, this kid is capable. Although I don't know how he did it, it's not surprising when it's him. Don't forget, he's the man who forced the largest fraud group in Sanjiang to surrender voluntarily. To catch the criminals together, perhaps only the criminal investigation team leader can compete with him. Officer Lee and the others arrived at the location I sent them. Ahead, there is a small alley. According to the intelligence, the thieves' hideout is in this alley, which is also under surveillance. These thieves are really cunning. Some of the rookies are increasingly feeling that my claim of catching over 200 thieves is exaggerated. Not only them, but other teams who came to support have also arrived one after another. Officer Lee, Officer Zhao, and several squad leaders meet. It's said to be inside. Let's go in and see for ourselves. Several captains lead their team members into the alley. Not far away, I spotted Officer Lee and went up to greet him with a smile. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, with a click, Officer Zhao acted swiftly, immediately restraining me, catching one. I was speechless. I'm one of them. Officer Zhao and the others were suspicious of me being one of them, but luckily Officer Lee stepped forward and said, "This one is an insider. Officer Zhao, you've got the wrong person. Quickly go and release him." In the next second, in front of the police officers, my hands held by the silver bracelet were casually twisted a few times. Rubbing the silver bracelet, everyone present was amazed, watching as I played with the silver bracelet in my hand, extremely shocked, opening the silver bracelet in an instant. How did he do it? I forgot to introduce, he is also a master locksmith. Officer Lee felt embarrassed, while Officer Zhao and others stared blankly at me. I ignored all of that, holding the silver bracelet. I first put it on the two thieves who stole my electric scooter. Coincidentally, the two unconscious thieves woke up, looking at their arms in confusion. I chuckled and said, "It's getting cold, so I'll give you a bracelet to keep warm." With this theatrical disguise, I revealed my true identity. The two thieves, shocked in their dying state, sat up in disbelief. Isn't this karma for stealing my electric scooter? As I snapped my fingers, the two thieves saw the alley crowded with police officers coming out. Their eyes stared fixedly at them, and to make matters worse, there were even armed special police officers. The two of them were scared witless. Taking away these two is just the appetizer. Officer Lee looked at me and said, "Where's the real main course?" "It's behind the door." The officers stared at the door, behind which there are really over 200 thieves. "Shenzhe, you better not lie to us, or I won't let you get away with it." Officer Zhao glared at me fiercely, not believing this guy's words. Taking the lead, I pushed open the door, and with a glance at Officer Zhao, he took a sharp breath. Officer Lee and the others also gasped in unison. My hair stood on end, covered in goosebumps. The yard was full of thieves, all fast asleep, completely hidden from view, witnessing such a shocking scene for the first time. Even Officer Lee, who believed in me, struggled to contain his shock when he saw all these thieves sprawled on the ground. This could be considered the most spectacular arrest in the history of the Sanjiang police station. Officer Zhao looked in shock at the 200-plus thieves. Then he looked at me, calm as ever, his expression changed, and he warmly reached out to shake my hand. He kindly said to Xiao Chun, "I admit Zhao spoke a bit loudly just now." Officer Lee and the others were speechless. "Where did your rebelliousness go? What are you staring at? With so many people leaning on each other, can you finish the exam?" This remark left the captains at a loss. We used to hope for more criminals, but now, they are actually distressed because there are too many. When they wake up from their laughter, these thieves won't wake up, they are completely out, sleeping like logs. Reporting the discovery of stolen money here, worth over 4 million, the captains clicked their tongues. Officer Lee looked at me excitedly. "You did it," I said with a smile, showcasing my skills a bit. "What a skill." Officer Lee took a photo of the scene. "Wow, so many people that the camera can't fit them all in. This unexpected fortune, you better seize it." Officer Lee joked. Meanwhile, Li Ju at the Sanjiang police station was restless upon receiving the news. When Li Ju's lips trembled upon seeing the photo, "Xiao Chen, you are my savior," waving his hand to the truck. The crowd on the street surged, with several large trucks. If it were normal, they wouldn't pay attention. But this time is different. What are they transporting on the truck is not construction materials, but people. There are police cars. Could it be criminals? The citizens shuddered, criminals being transported in a large truck. At the unfortunate moment, a police officer stepped out to maintain order. "Please make way, we are transporting criminals." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd on the street exploded. Crossing the Sanjiang River, inside the municipal government office, the mayor paced back and forth. His face filled with worry. Last year their Sanjiang police station's performance hit rock bottom. Who knows how many colleagues ridiculed them. Especially next door. Didn't they catch a top-level wanted criminal? That guy comes over every day to brag on the phone. Has he forgotten that Sanjiang was the top police station in the country 10 years ago? The mayor, helpless, what use is his temper? This year, Sanjiang is probably still at the bottom. Many police stations are talking about them. The 10-year bend of Sanjiang's back is finally going to break. Do we really have no talent in the Sanjiang police station, just at this moment? The secretary rushed in urgently, without even knocking, and went straight into the office. "Mayor, quick, turn on the TV, there's big news. Can't you see I'm angry?" The secretary smiled and said, "That's why you should watch it. Maybe. Watching it will calm you down." The mayor was skeptical. Is it real? He rushed to turn on the TV. Just as he turned it on, the news about the Sanjiang police station was being reported. Around 6 p.m. today, the Sanjiang police station raided a den of thieves, arrested a total of 212 people, including 3 A-level wanted criminals, 50 B-level wanted criminals. The mayor watched as the screen showed a large truck transporting a group of thieves wearing silver bracelets. The whole truck couldn't fit them all in. His pupils contracted sharply. All of these are thieves? Yes. Caught by the Sanjiang police station? Yes, yes. He was so excited that he staggered, almost falling, but the secretary caught him in time. His body still couldn't stop trembling. Over 200, even if they were just thieves. But the quantity was overwhelming. The mayor was dumbfounded. He watched it several times before confirming that it was real. Overjoyed. Mayor. The secretary was surprised. Was he this happy? Director Lee. Amazing. How come we didn't notice before? The mayor asked. The secretary hesitated. Actually, it wasn't the police who caught these thieves. Huh? The mayor was stunned. The secretary continued. It was a citizen named Wang Chen who caught them. Boom, the words hit the mayor's mind like waves. So many thieves. Caught by a citizen? Although it was reliable information confirmed by the secretary, the mayor still felt conflicted hearing it. It seemed impossible. But it was the truth. Perhaps. This was what they called a master among men. At the same time, on the Sanjiang TV news, the news spread rapidly. The Rongxin police station. Director Tian had just finished watching the report. His head was buzzing incessantly. Damn it! Is this a police drama or a sci-fi movie? The Sanjiang police station. Caught over 200 thieves? Damn it! Even with 200 pigs, not one could have escaped. Now what? Sanjiang is soaring overnight. Director Tian was so angry he punched the wall. Many police stations were in chaos. XIN high. Director Wang was so scared he fell off his chair. Over 200 thieves? His face froze, as if someone had pressed the pause button, and he remained motionless for a long time. Only then did he react. Then, he burst out, damn it, it was too unbelievable. Nationwide, police stations, never expected. Sanjiang, which used to rank last, suddenly had a big wave. Scared the hell out of everyone. When they learned that it was a citizen named Wang Chen who caught these thieves for the Sanjiang police station, each police station director directly posted on their respective police station websites. Director Rongxin Tian, at Shaowang, come home more often when you have time. Rongxin is your true home. Director Xin Hai Wang, at Shaowang, Wang we are family. Come see Uncle Wang when you have time. Uncle Wang misses you. Director Yu Beiyu, at Shaowang, watched your live broadcast, a hero among the youth. Whenever you're free, let's collaborate, catch a few wanted criminals casually. Director Wu Du Wu, at Shaowang, the Wudu police station will always have a place for you, waiting for you. This wave, on the internet, exploded. The entire dragon country was searching. Who is Wang Chen? How could he have alarmed so many big shots in the police world? Just woke up. Who is Wang Chen? My grandparents keep asking me. No, who is this person, so amazing? I heard he's from Sanjiang. Sanjiang residents are proud of him. Newcomer in Wudu, is he famous in Sanjiang? He's on fire, still recording shows. It is said that he has become the thief king and wiped out all the scoundrels in one fell swoop. Damn, even a script couldn't come up with something this exciting. Exactly, at first, he just wanted to retrieve his little electric donkey, but ended up poking the thieves' nest. Before that, he was the one who decrypted it. What the heck, each story is more unbelievable than the last. Is he a good guy? Joke, my brother, in life he's known as T-brother, can't go a day without having tea at the police station, or he feels uncomfortable all over. Ha, the one upstairs is undoubtedly a diehard fan. Live stream is up. Let's go check it out. This time I invested 5 million, just to trend as number 1, not too difficult, right? Kai looked at her assistant. The assistant smiled and said, there's good news. One bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Kai, good news. We're trending at number 1. Ha, I knew the heavens wouldn't let down the wealthy. Kai was excited. Who the hell is Wang Chen? How can he be compared to him? Right. What's the bad news? Assistant, it only lasted 3 seconds. Kai, WTF? Who knew that Wang Chen would suddenly swoop in and effortlessly take your first place? The assistant was also upset. But, at least the money wasn't wasted. We're at second place, right? Ding. Trending at second place #surprise. Police chiefs extend olive branches to Wang Chen. Isn't there still a third place? Ding. Trending at third place #over 200 thieves, all the work of one person? At least, we're in the top 10. A few minutes later. Kai, we've dropped out of the top 10. The assistant instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it. He could endure the previous hot searches about Wang Chen. He lost a little electric donkey in the 10th hot search. Can he really surpass Kai Kai? Kai Kai can't even compete with a little electric donkey? Put. Kai Kai was so angry she spat blood. Damn you, Wang Chen. Sanjiang Police Station. Brother, the tea is Longjing. The seats are genuine leather. Look, what else do you need? Officer Lee looked at Wang Chen. Wang Chen. Damn it. Why? In the end, am I still here for tea? And he found out that he's trending again. What's going on? He just wants to keep a low profile. Ahem. No way, you were chosen as the new Thief King. Even at this moment, the officers still couldn't believe it. Wang Chen, a civilian, actually became the Thief King of Sanjiang, with so many thieves. Plus, for the Thief King, the little thieves even put out all their savings. His luck was truly off the charts. Sanjiang Police Station probably deserves a collective first-class merit. This would have been unimaginable before. What a pity you're not a cop, otherwise, you might have become the youngest police chief in history. Police chief. The cameraman's hands were shaking. That's definitely a station chief. Wang Chen had no thoughts, he said. Is it over? Right now. I just want to go find my beloved little electric donkey. Officer Lee was speechless. Does this guy know what being a police chief means? I give up on you. But I have to tell you something bad. Your little electric donkey was completely wrecked by those two scoundrels. Can't ride it anymore. Wang Chen felt bad. He had only just gotten it a few days ago. Live stream. Can't watch the player ride his little electric donkey anymore. Hilarious, giving away a beloved vehicle. No worries, worst case, just buy a new little electric donkey. However, just then, Wang Chen's live broadcast room. A noble VIP account jumped out, driving a cool and awesome dragon special effect into the live broadcast room. Miss of Tianxia Group enters the live broadcast room. Heard your little electric donkey is gone? I'll transfer you 3 million. Buy a car to support you for a few days, instantly. 300 Douyin no. 1 gifts were sent. Each Douyin no. 1 gift costs 10,000. It was like setting off fireworks. It just didn't stop. It was so intense that the gifts directly flooded the live broadcast room screen. Not a single word of the barrage could be seen. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, netizens collectively exploded. 3 million? Talk is cheap. In the live broadcast room, netizens were envious to the point of drooling on their screens. Damn, a rich lady. 3 million, you say to support for a few days? Who the hell buys a car for 3 million? Actually, I also lost a little electric donkey. Upstairs, do you have handsome players? Pa, Wang Chen, I look down on you. If you have the ability, give me half. The cameraman told Wang Chen about what happened in the live broadcast room. Tianxia Group? Wang Chen remembered, wasn't this the kidnapped young lady from the Tianxia Group? Unexpectedly, she was also watching his live broadcast. Transfer 3 million to him to buy a new car? Knowing that the other party was grateful for saving her life last time. But there was a strange feeling of being kept by a rich lady like a gigolo. Wang Chen couldn't just freeload. He spoke to the camera. Miss, right. I'll take the money. As a return gift, I'll treat you to a meal. Netizens were speechless. Would she look up to you? Miss of Tianxia Group, no problem, unexpectedly. Instant reply. Damn. Many netizens were completely caught off guard. They were so envious. Wang Chen looked at Officer Lee, smiling. I'll be leaving now. I have a date with a beautiful lady. Officer Lee, take care. See you tomorrow. Just as Wang Chen walked out the door, he almost stumbled. What does see you tomorrow mean? It's making me nervous. Look, I'll have to avoid drinking tea in the future. The next day, Sanjiang, a small food stall somewhere. Wang Chen got off the car. The cameraman also wanted to get off but was stopped by him. Brother Wang, what's up? Feeling distant. Wang Chen, the live broadcast room is temporarily closed. Netizens were not happy. Protest. What's up? I still owe you that money. Wow, paid content? But actually, Wang Chen did this to ensure the privacy of the young lady from the group, not to do anything bad. Closing the live broadcast room. This shop was not crowded. Wang Chen found a seat, then waited. Before long, a luxury car stopped at the entrance of the shop. Then, a tall, over 1.7 meters, supermodel-like figure, exceptionally beautiful woman got out of the car. A pair of beautiful legs instantly attracted the gaze of countless men. Even the restaurant owner who was cooking forgot about the dishes, mesmerized. Even Wang Chen himself couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. However, looking is one thing, Everyone knew. Women of this caliber wouldn't even look at them. Jiang Qing sat directly across from Wang Chen. "You're the Miss of Tianxia Group?" Wang Chen smiled at her. Jiang Qing was also sizing him up. With a melodious voice, she said, "Thank you for saving me last time. It was just a coincidence. What would you like to eat?" Unexpectedly, Jiang Qing said coldly, "No, I'm not very hungry." "Oh my. So cold?" Wang Chen was a bit nervous. In his previous life, he had never had a girlfriend, let alone how to chat with girls. On the other side, at a nearby table, a man was also secretly watching this side. He snorted coldly. "Is this the Wang Chen everyone's talking about?" As the jewel in the crown of the Tianxia Group, Miss is considered the unattainable love interest of numerous wealthy heirs. Many rich second-generation individuals are even willing to offer their family fortunes. However, Miss herself has no interest in men whatsoever. Countless rejections have led to the CEO almost believing his daughter is a lily. Day by day, he worries. "You, a mere Wang Chen, besides gratitude, how could you catch Mrs. I?" Just when Wang Chen didn't know how to break through this cold atmosphere. Ding! Detected host suddenly becoming socially anxious, activating ultimate skill, master of romance. Suddenly, Wang Chen's aura changed, his eyes becoming incredibly deep, as if he could see through people's hearts. He noticed that Jiang Qing, who claimed not to be hungry, appeared like an aloof beauty but glanced intentionally or unintentionally at a chestnut shop nearby. "I heard the chestnuts here are good. I'll go buy some to try." Wang Chen naturally brought up this topic, and sure enough, Jiang Qing's gaze shifted slightly at the mention of chestnuts. Rising, he walked towards the chestnut shop. "Boss, 2 portions of chestnuts, 1 sweet, 1 salty." The boss eagerly replied, "All right." Immediately, 2 fragrant portions of chestnuts were stir-fried, packed, and handed to Wang Chen. Carrying the 2 bags of chestnuts back, he sat down. He pretended to have made a mistake and said, "I accidentally bought an extra portion. Have it, I can't finish it myself. It cost over $30, what a waste." Wang Chen chuckled. His eyes curved like crescent moons. The boss's wife remarked, "Don't say that, this young man is quite handsome." The boss was puzzled. Seemingly humorous words, yet they allowed Jiang Qing to eat her favorite chestnuts openly. In the next moment, the ice-cold beauty's lips slightly curled upwards, appearing hesitant as she said, "Wasting food is shameful." With that, she picked up the bag of sweet chestnuts. This scene shocked the man. "What? Miss is actually eating chestnuts? How is that possible? It must be an illusion." Watching Jiang Qing eat, Wang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, finally breaking the awkward atmosphere. Then, halfway through eating, he deliberately said, "Strange, my bag of chestnuts tastes a bit odd." Jiang Qing asked, "Really? Try it." The two naturally leaned in. Jiang Qing tied up her hair, lowered her head, and slowly took out a chestnut from Wang Chen's bag, putting it in her mouth. "It's a bit salty. The ones at Wanlong are better." Wang Chen's eyes lit up as he said, "You know that place too? Last time I went, the boss shortchanged me a few pieces." Jiang Qing became interested. Exactly, that boss is sometimes forgetful. In their conversation, she didn't realize that she had shown a rare smile in front of Wang Chen. Gradually, the atmosphere between them became harmonious. Sometimes, Wang Chen unintentionally hit upon topics that interested Jiang Qing, and they chatted enthusiastically. Just 10 minutes later, Wang Chen had completely melted the ice-cold beauty before him. Even Jiang Qing herself was surprised at how much she could talk to this man. Growing up, besides her father, he was the only one left. It seemed that this man had a kind of charm that fascinated her. At this moment, watching Wang Chen and Jiang Qing chatting and laughing, the men around them were left dumbfounded. Unbelievable. Damn, this guy isn't a goblin. He's a hero. I'm full. Want to take a walk? I heard the river view here is nice, Wang Chen casually suggested. Jiang Qing nodded. The two of them then left in full view of everyone. The men watched the lady chatting and laughing with Wang Chen. What just happened? Is she still there, miss? Who is this Wang Chen, walking by the river? Originally not one to smile often, Jiang Qing would occasionally show a smile. She was much more interesting than those second-generation rich kids who only knew how to boast all day long. However, as the saying goes, happy times are always short-lived. Unknowingly, she had reached a crossroads. Not far away, Jiang Qing's luxurious sedan that she arrived in was parked. "It's time for you to go back, miss." The man who had been following and protecting Miss Jiang Qing stood by the car, staring warily at Wang Chen, and spoke up. Jiang Qing nodded, but her pair of beautiful legs didn't move an inch. Feeling a little lost, Jiang Qing wished so much that she could chat with him a little longer. It was only their first meeting, yet she was already somewhat infatuated with the feeling of being with Wang Chen. Even she was puzzled as to why she felt this way. In the past, even if it was a handsome and wealthy man, she couldn't be bothered to give him a second glance. "I'm leaving." Jiang Chang waved to Wang Chen. Just like that, she left him standing there, dumbfounded. Unfortunately, this time they parted ways, and there might not be another chance to meet. Just as Wang Chen was feeling sentimental and turning to leave, Jiang Qing, who had taken a few steps forward, suddenly turned around and walked towards him. "Wait!" Wang Chen heard the familiar voice behind him. He stopped in his tracks, turned to look at Jiang Qing. On the street, many passers-by stopped out of curiosity, looking at the beautiful Jiang Qing. They saw the beautiful woman holding a bag of uneaten chestnuts, approaching a young man. Under the streetlight, Jiang Qing looked even more beautiful, her peach blossom eyes cold yet with a hint of tenderness, captivating the man. "What's wrong?" Even the tough guy Wang Chen, who had recently caught over 200 thieves, felt at a loss in the face of such a beauty. His breathing became rapid. He never expected Jiang Qing to turn back and come to him. The next moment, she reached out her delicate hand and held Wang Chen's hand. "I tasted your chestnut earlier, now you taste mine, it's sweet." "Damn!" The bodyguard was stunned, his jaw dropping. The photographer following behind was struck as if by lightning. They were holding hands? And it was the girl who took the initiative. "Damn, that's impressive." Wang Chen looked at the chestnut in his hand and said with a smile, "It must be very sweet." Jiang Qing smiled, feeling a bit embarrassed. She glanced at Wang Chen sneakily. Cold yet teasingly, she said, "Can I come to your place often?" "Wang Chen? Bodyguard? Netizens? Get off the car. This isn't a kindergarten bus. What the heck, just roll over my face." They've only known each other for less than an hour, right? He's got the group's young lady in his palm, damn. Bro, write a book, I'll be the first to buy it. Damn, I've only heard of vixens being female, never heard of a male vixen. Jiang Qing realized that her words could be misunderstood. She corrected herself, "I meant to come and hang out with you." Oh, Wang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. "No problem. Next time you come, just send me a message." "There's a next time?" "Bodyguard, young man, you're a legend. A true legend. Watch me let you live until next time." By this time, Jiang Qing really got into the car. As the sedan drove away, the photographer emerged from the bushes and approached Wang Chen. "Bro, how did you do it?" "Wang Chen. This thing it depends on talent." Inside the studio, the experts were blinded by the scene. "Damn, this kid must have fooled many girls." "Captain Wang, I think giving him a 10-day punishment is not excessive. Why not just execute him?" Wu my friend has really let her guard down. Wang Jinghua, speechless. Isn't it just high emotional intelligence? What's the big deal? Professor N, after these few times, what do you think is the true identity of contestant Wang Chen? Professor N, silent. To be honest, he can't see through Wang Chen's mind now. Whenever he is sure of this profession, he will always show you another amazing skill. How should I put it? The current situation of contestant Wang Chen is very complicated. I felt troubled for the first time observing people, as if I couldn't see his true side. Everyone sighed. Even the famous Professor N is powerless? However, I have still found a major clue. Oh, everyone looked at him. Even Teen Wang became curious. What is it? Whether it's picking locks or stealing, it all requires the use of hands. Hands, everyone carefully recalled. Indeed. A gleam of light appeared in Wang's eyes. He nodded, agreeing with Professor N, and said, "That's right, if these are not his true identity, but he has achieved this level, he needs a very precise pair of hands. In other words, his profession demands very high standards from opponents." "I'll go to the restroom," Wang Chen said, heading towards a public restroom on the roadside. Upon entering, he found only one empty stall left. Just as he was about to open it, he was suddenly pushed open by a young man in a hurry. "Sorry, I couldn't hold it anymore." The young man held his buttocks. Obviously, he was almost home. Wang Chen decided to forgive him and voluntarily gave up the remaining empty stall for him. "You're a good person." Saying that, the man was about to touch Wang Chen's hand that had touched his buttocks. "That's not necessary." Wang Chen quickly dodged, escaping a disaster. The man felt embarrassed, smiled, and handed over something wrapped in a cloth to Wang Chen. "Brother, good deeds bring good rewards. I'm giving this to you. I'm afraid it will be stolen if I leave it on the ground." Wang Chen, "Brother, I'll be honest with you. I used to be a thief." 10 minutes later, Wang Chen held the cloth-wrapped object, looking disheartened. "This young man won't fall into a pit, will he?" Just then, outside the door, an old man ran in cursing. He looked at Wang Chen. Seeing the object in his arms, his face darkened. He grabbed his hand immediately. "Let's go." Everyone is waiting. Wang Chen? What's going on? Do I know you? I have to say. The old man's grip was really strong. In just a few moves, he pulled Wang Chen into the car. Drive! The old man patted the driver. The driver started the car. Vroom vroom vroom, the car left immediately. Sir, you've mistaken me for someone else. Wang Chen was speechless. Sit properly, young man, stop making a fuss. This strength. Save it for when you're mourning later. Mourning? Damn! On the other side, the photographer waiting for Wang Chen was puzzled. Strange. Why hasn't he come out yet? Sir, lend me your phone for a moment. The old man took out his phone. Wang Chen took it, logged into his live broadcast room number. Instantly, a large number of netizens flooded in. Bro, where did you go? The production team is desperately looking for you. Everyone was anxious. Wang Chen cried and said, Brothers, I was taken away by a few old men to mourn. Right now. We're already at the entrance of the village, so I won't go back for now. Since he's already here, might as well make some extra money. As soon as this was said, the netizens in the live broadcast room were shocked. The contestant was taken away by old men just to mourn? What kind of melodramatic script is this? I can't keep up with this, my brain is about to explode. Too bad, can't see the contestant go for tea. On the other side, the production team was also speechless. This contestant is truly amazing. They can work alone now. At the village entrance. Damn it. Why aren't they here yet? Master Wang paced back and forth. At that moment, from the opposite side, a Swana player from the Zhao family, their competitors, approached and said, What do you say, old Wang? How about letting the Zhao family take the lead this time? Master Wang was immediately angered. Don't get cocky, I've invited a skilled Swana master. The two sides were like water and fire, incompatible. And today, a wealthy villager in the village was preparing a funeral and invited both groups to compete. Whoever was more skilled would take the lead. As a result, the Zhao family unexpectedly brought in a very skilled Swana master, surpassing them. This made Master Wang anxious, so he quickly sought outside help. At that moment, Wang Chen was walking with the old man. The old man smiled and said, Master, I've brought someone for you. However, when Master Wang saw Wang Chen, he was dumbfounded. Who is he? The old man? Isn't he the Swana master I invited? Master Wang was speechless, holding his head and cursing these confused old men for not even being able to recognize people. No! The old men were stunned. They had brought the wrong person. What do we do now? Master Wang sighed. It seemed that the Wang family had no choice but to give up. Wang Chen stepped forward, smiling, Since I'm here, let me give it a try. Is this guy serious? Young man, just you? At that moment, the Swana expert from the Zhao family overheard their conversation and came over to mock them. When did your Wang family fall so low? To actually invite a young man? Can he even play? The Wang family fell silent. Just now, Wang Chen had made it clear that he was forcibly brought here as a passerby, so he definitely couldn't play the Swana. Seeing this, the Zhao family became smug. Wang Chen stepped forward and said, Zhao master, you can criticize my character, but you can't say I'm incompetent. Let me warm up first. Then, he took out the Swana and brought it close to his mouth. Ding! Host detected the need to play the Swana, activating ultimate skill, Swana God. The Swana expert from the Zhao family pointed at Wang Chen. Look at him, acting all high and mighty. A heart-wrenching Swana sound erupted like a tidal wave. In an instant, several old men knelt down with a thud, their faces filled with sorrow. Wu my dear, why did you leave so soon? Dad, I didn't take care of you properly. I regret it, Mom. The old men couldn't hold back their tears. Tears flowed freely on the spot. For some reason, listening to this Swana music inexplicably stirred up their emotions. And then, it spread to more people. In no time, the entire village entrance was filled with loud wails, deafening cries. Oh my goodness! What made Master Wang's scalp tingle was the Swana expert from the Zhao family. At that moment, he too knelt down, weeping bitterly. What in the world? He widened his eyes, looking at Wang Chen playing the Swana. His heart was shaken. Damn! This Swana is too incredible. With just one sound, the whole village was in tears. Wang Chen, how was that? The next moment, in the live broadcast room, it exploded. Countless netizens, shedding tears, commented, Damn, you're really good? It's so moving, I can't stop crying. Can't hold back at all. Such a professional. My grandpa said this is the real deal. In less than 10 years, there hasn't been this kind of charm. Although it's very sad, seeing the contestant makes me want to laugh. What should I do? In the studio, the experts choked up. A moment later, they sobbed. Professor An's eyes were red and moist. No, He can still play the Swana? Wang Zhenghua shed tears like a crocodile and said, "It's not right. It's poisonous." The director was in tears, washing his face with them. The whole production team was in tears. If you were to ask them what they were crying about, they probably wouldn't even know themselves. So down to earth. It's almost reaching the underworld. The big boss let his people out of the ancestral hall. Unbelievable. Who is playing the Swana so well? The sound even reached inside the house. Men, women, young, and old, all burst into tears. Even professional mourners wouldn't cry like this. It was all genuine emotion. Mr. Yi was stunned by the sight. Is this how dignified and respected he is? Meanwhile, at the village entrance, everyone pondered. If playing the Swana had different levels, then Wang Chen was undoubtedly fit to be an emperor. Before long, Master Wang, whose eyes were almost dried up from crying, tried to persuade Wang Chen to stop. The more he played, the more enthusiastic he became. "Playing the Swana is quite fun," Wang Chen said as he put down the instrument. How did he not notice this before? The original owner really gave him a big surprise. As the sound of the Swana faded, it was strange that everyone who was previously in tears inexplicably stopped crying. "Young man, impressive. Even I can't play the Swana with such flavor." The Swana master from the Zhao family was full of admiration. "Master Wang, I believe now, where did you find this master?" Master Wang felt embarrassed. To tell the truth, actually, he was a passerby we accidentally brought here. But unexpectedly, this guy, who played the Swana, was even better than a teacher with 10 years of experience. It was a lucky strike. What? The members of the Zhao family were all shocked. Such a talented person, and you just randomly found him. Damn, life is unfair. At that moment, Mr. Yi, who had learned the truth, walked out of the hall upon hearing the news. When he arrived, he saw the Zhao family and the Wang family. Immediately, he asked, "Which group is playing the Swana?" "It's us," Master Wang said with a smile. Mr. Yi nodded. "It's you. Fantastic." The members of the Wang family were ecstatic. They never expected that Wang Chen's casual playing would make them win. "Young man, you are amazing. After this, you will follow the masters. After it's done, I'll give you 3,000. Wang Chen smiled and said, "Deal." "Wang Chen, there's one more thing. Will you provide meals?" Everyone. Master Wang laughed heartily. "Sure. Great. I'll go now." Wang Chen picked up the Swana and followed the masters of the other groups into the hall. Somewhere unknown, he changed into a different outfit. Don't mention it. When netizens saw him, he really looked like a Swana master. Is the contestant a professional Swana player? He looks so much like one. It's so professional that it seems unreal. Wang Chen happily followed over a dozen masters into the hall. Out of caution, he handed his phone to the old man and put on a miniature camera. Inside the hall. Wow! It was as huge as a damn estate. Wang Chen, wow, truly a boss. The family business is massive. Dealing in tea leaves. How does he make so much money? Damn, is this a hall or a park? It's outrageous. How much does he earn in a year? I'm in the tea industry myself, and honestly, this is beyond belief. It's great. I wish I could live here. Hey, guy upstairs, do you have to lie down to enter? Damn, no, forget it. Ah, that's hilarious. Netizens were amazed. At that moment, backstage of the show, the director had a headache. This was the first time they had a show featuring a funeral. But the netizens just love this. Can you believe it? Director, we won't get banned, right? Director, can't say for sure. But the popularity in the live stream is skyrocketing. It's irresistible. Let's continue. What could possibly go wrong in this place? The assistant breaks out in a cold sweat. Director, don't jinx it. On the other end, at the Sanjiang police station, everyone is interrogating a group of young thieves. The young thieves are crying their hearts out. Little did they know, the thief king they chose was actually a mole. The so-called good days turned out to lead to prison. Damn! After a while, Chief, we got the information. A police officer sets down his knuckle duster and kindly says, "As soon as I entered, he confessed, what a nice guy. You brat, did you secretly watch the interrogation videos of Senior Wang Han again?" Officer Lee is speechless. The rookie awkwardly smiles. "Let's not talk about that. We found that many people have been in contact with someone called Snake Lord. This person is the source of the drugs in Sanjiang. This time, we might be able to catch them." Officer Lee's eyes light up. "Great. Call the Special Police Brigade. Let's go." "Yes. Ahem. This time it's a big deal, we must put in all our effort." Headmaster Wang looks at the newly joined Wang Chen with particular seriousness. "Especially you, Xiao Wang. Bring out your best piece." However, he finds Wang Chen lost in thought. Wang Chen? Wang Chen snaps out of it and nods. Amazing performance, right? I understand. Leave it to me. Headmaster Wang instructs before going to set up the scene. Wang Chen surveys the surroundings, his brows furrowed. Ding! Activate skill, crime radar. Strange. Why do I have a feeling that there's a criminal here? But with people coming and going, it's impossible to pinpoint who it is. Although he doesn't know why, he knows this feeling is right. Just like last time when they caught the kidnapper. In order not to alert the suspect, Wang Chen decides to first finish the funeral. After all, the deceased comes first. As for the music selection, the other party seems to enjoy funerals, so he chooses some cheerful tunes. Before long, everyone is in their positions. Inside the hall, all the mourners have taken their seats. Those who are supposed to be crying are really getting into character. They are just waiting for the swana to start playing before they burst into tears. Headmaster Wang raises his hand, signaling Wang Chen to start playing. In the next moment, Wang Chen starts playing the swana. However, this time the tune is different from before. It changes from sorrowful to cheerful. The group is stunned. What kind of tune is this? How come we've never heard it before? But they have already witnessed Wang Chen's talent and don't question him. The cheerful music makes everyone smile. The tune Wang Chen plays is Carrying the Bridal Sedan, instantly bringing joy. Everyone is satisfied. However, as the music plays on, someone notices a problem. The professional mourners can't seem to cry anymore. The mourners are all confused. Isn't this a funeral? How did it turn into a wedding? Downstage, Boss Yi remains unfazed, but inside, he's panicking. Damn it. I don't know anything about music. Is this tune good or not? Regardless, the atmosphere is set. He stands up and exclaims, "Great! Everyone? Are you serious? God, your grandma is right next to you. Grandma, subway, old man, cell phone. JPG. What's going on? Are you trying to get your grandpa a young wife from the underworld?" This scene, captured by the online viewers in the live stream room, originally prepared to cry. As a result, couldn't stop laughing. Explosive effect. Oh my, lifting the bridal sedan is being played here, only the contestants can pull it off. Wang Gu, you're killing me with laughter. I can't hold it in, that was good. Too awesome, I'm losing my mind. Wang Chen played with enthusiasm. Fortunately, the class leader reminded him in time. Only then did he realize. It's someone else's funeral. You're playing a wedding tune. How would the deceased feel? Immediately, he adjusted the tune style. This finally satisfied everyone. During the banquet. Come on, Master Wang, let me serve you a dish. Boss Yi smiled as he served Wang Chen, truly giving him face. However, faced with a table full of delicacies, Wang Chen simply said thanks. Then he stood up and went straight to the chef's table, eating stewed dishes and steamed buns with them. A bite of steamed bun. A bite of pickles. This is the best. Wang Chen ate and laughed. Seeing this, Boss Yi and others were speechless. Just this? And enjoying it so much? But the online audience was increasingly fond of it. Down to earth. I love it. I'm getting hungry just watching. Delicacies? Even dogs wouldn't eat that. I thought Wang Gu was hot and would start showing off, but now I realize I was wrong. Brothers, let's spread positivity. Class leader Wang was puzzled. Young man, those are delicacies that most people can't enjoy. Boss Yi appreciates you, that's why he invited you over. You don't understand this. It's only enjoyable when shared with everyone. Hearing this, the old men were relieved and burst into laughter. Damn it! Inside the studio, Kai almost angrily threw his phone. Wang Chen is trending again. It just doesn't stop. Playing the swana now? He immediately posted on his own account. Who still plays the swana these days? True trendsetters play the piano. Accompanied by a world-famous piano piece. Instantly raising the bar higher than Wang Chen's swana. After posting, Kai smirked. Now he's one step ahead of Wang Chen. I don't believe it. How can the old-fashioned swana compete with the piano? Soon, there was a reaction online. My brother at home is right, the swana is outdated. Tacky, don't know why that Wang Chen keeps playing it. Just a bunch of otaku amusing themselves, clearly not living a high-quality life. Birds of a feather flock together, my brother is truly outstanding. Swana, can't compare to the piano? Wang Chen held his bowl, looking at the barrage in the live stream. Alright, you've successfully provoked me. The live stream was flooded with a large number of hired commentators. They began to criticize Wang Chen. Unable to bear it, Wang Chen spoke up. Since they dare to say that the swana of Longwei can't compete with a foreign piano? Some people have been kneeling for too long. Fine. I'll show you what real art is. Suddenly, he put down his chopsticks. Looking at the people at the table, he said, "Boss Yi, I have another piece here. Let me play it for everyone." Many people became interested. "What piece is it?" "100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix." The online audience was excited. "Although it's my first time hearing it, it should be exciting. But, the Swana is indeed quite old-fashioned, right? Damn, if you're so capable, let your brother come, he can't even play." Haha, a bunch of country bumpkins, feeling proud. Paying homage to the Phoenix, but it doesn't sound famous at all. How can it compare to world-famous piano pieces? The taste of these people, how can it compare to my brother's? On the other side, at the Music Academy. This Wang Chen is right. In a music class, the professor of Swana called all the students over. Together. Watch the live broadcast. "Teacher, what's good to listen to on the Swana?" "This thing is usually used for funerals, it carries some bad luck." A young man with yellow hair was speechless. "This Wang Chen, why is he competing with big stars? Just endure it, all will be calm. No matter how good the Swana sounds, it can't compare to the piano." Everyone burst into laughter, showing agreement. Many professional Swana students felt stifled. The professor heard the conversation. He looked at the students. He spoke, "I hope that after listening to the piece, you can still laugh." The students chuckled. "What piece?" They looked. "Oh my god, the 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix." Explosive. The production team. "Oh no, why did we clash with Kai Kai?" The director had a headache. "This guy, can't afford to mess with." However, now, there was no turning back. Both sides were on the brink of conflict. The battle began. The 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix. Sounds familiar. The director stared at the live screen. Along with the experts in the studio, they listened together. Wang Chen walked onto the stage. He adjusted the Swana. Not only that, when the other elders in the group heard about the incident, immediately, they expressed their willingness to help him. "Young man, don't worry, with us here, you'll be the main C," the old man said with a smile. Over a dozen masters, eagerly waiting. For how many years? This was the first time. Their blood boiled with excitement. This was it. The pinnacle of the Swana. The 100 Birds Paying Homage to the Phoenix. This piece, hardly anyone dared to attempt it. They couldn't bring out that kind of charm. But, Wang Chen was different. His appearance made everyone feel that playing this piece was also possible. If successful, then they would together establish a new history of the Swana with Wang Chen. How could they not be excited? Boss Yi tapped his leg and said, "After this piece, we'll call it a day. I have important matters to attend to later." People in the audience also focused on the stage, eagerly anticipating. Wang Chen took a deep breath. Then, the first note sounded, ethereal and melodious. The scene exploded instantly. "Oh my god, goosebumps. Exactly the same. Got it." Then, more and more bird sounds followed. The beautiful melody, deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts, colliding with their souls. At this moment, everyone simultaneously envisioned a scene. In the scene, deep in the mountains, countless birds emerged. There were cuckoos, swallows, larks, soaring in the sky. They chirped, heading towards a distant place, to meet an old man. He was the one who raised them. Every morning, the old man would bring them food. In windy or rainy weather, he would let them hide inside the house, sheltering them from the wind and rain. On scorching summer days, they would cool off under the tree with the old man. They were endlessly happy. However, one day, the old man didn't come to find them. He no longer sheltered them from the elements. He no longer played with them joyfully. The birds only found the lifeless body of the old man. So, they all came to mourn him and to sing for him. Oh my god! Inside the classroom, the young man with yellow hair stood up, unable to believe it. The other students were the same. In just a few seconds, they had a whole new understanding of the Swana. This artistic conception was too profound. The hustle and bustle outside no longer mattered. Truly, divine music. "Professor, I want to learn the Swana." In the end, tears streamed down the young man's face as he knelt before the professor. On the streets, in the city, countless citizens watching the live broadcast shed tears, and they unexpectedly noticed that the windowsills were already filled with birds, all facing Wang Chen. Inside the studio, the experts even don't go to see other contestants. Just immerse yourself in this piece of music. Team Wang, all stunned. Inside the office, Kai Kai panicked. Can this be played by a Swana? Impossible. I don't believe it. It's just a Swana, the piano is mainstream. I am the trend. Chirping birds, the sound of birds brought everyone in the hall back to reality. Everyone was stunned. At some point, in the hall, countless birds flew in, like, escorting the deceased. The scene. Exquisite. At this moment, they realized, themselves, were filled with tears. And, everyone, felt awe towards this piece of music. It was awe for the deceased, although Boss Yi didn't feel it. But just by attracting countless birds, he would be a fool. Everyone knew. This piece of music was extraordinary. The next moment, his grandmother, and other relatives, actually, directly, knelt in front of Wang Chen on stage. What's this for? Boss Yi was puzzled. Uncle San beside him spoke up. When the 100 birds bow to the phoenix, only a person of high virtue and prestige is worthy. Just the word bow is enough to prove the weight of this piece of music. That's the treatment of an emperor. Boss Yi was shocked. His arms tightly grasped his thighs. Emperor? This piece of music, it's so amazing. In the live broadcast room, instantly boiling, like blowing the horn of victory, crying, this piece of music is divine. It's explosive, directly explosive. Damn, I declare, the Swana is the king. Even Jesus coming wouldn't help. Piano? Not even worth mentioning. Who was shouting just now? Come out, why aren't you shouting now? This is speaking with strength. Can't resist, I have to record it, listen to it every day. So, the Swana is so powerful, I want my son to learn it in the future too. Sublimated, at this moment, Wang Chen elevated the Swana. This wave. Wang Chen. Directly soaring. What piano? What Western instruments? All kneeling before the Swana. On stage, Wang Chen finally finished playing the piece, feeling relieved. However, just as he opened his eyes, he found everyone staring at him intently. Everyone present, their voices trembling. Art, ah, this is true art. The old men, tears in their eyes. Is this real? In their lifetime, they actually witnessed 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Even if they die now, they have no regrets. Soon, Wang Chen's 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix was recorded by netizens and posted on the internet platform. Instantly, it caused a tremendous response. The hot search, once again dominated by Wang Chen. This is a true master. I knelt down as soon as I came in. A poem, 9/6 flipped. Music Academy. Professors. No one knows how many times they've listened. Still, not tired of it. Masterpiece. I would call him the greatest Swana master in the Dragon Kingdom. The students nodded. Not a single one questioned. After all, who the hell plays a Swana? Can attract the singing of 100 birds. This realm. I'm afraid no one can match. Professor, quick. Contact the director of the program team. I invite Wang Chen to come to our music academy. Assistant, but the student slots are already full. The professor looked at her incredulously. Students? I want him to come as a professor. Assistant? Students? Damn. Explosive. Thank you, master. An old lady, with many relatives, thanked Wang Chen. What virtues and abilities do they have to enjoy this piece? 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. TSK. Boss Wang, you're really lucky. This young brother is too amazing. Boss Wang broke out in a cold sweat. I'm afraid you've used up all your luck in this lifetime. Before long, at the funeral, as it neared its end, Boss Wang held the money, extremely happy. Mr. Yi, out of respect for Wang Chen, even gave them an extra 100,000. A whole 100,000. Master Wang, you're amazing. How come I've never heard of you before? Such a talented Swana master. This shouldn't be. Holding 3,000. Wang Chen spoke up. Actually, today is my first time playing. Live stream viewers? What the hell? Did a person just say that? Are you free the day after tomorrow? We have another gig, we'll pay you more. Boss Wang seized the opportunity. How could he miss out on this big shot? Boss Wang, don't be greedy. Young brother, my Zhao family will pay double. Humph. My Li family will join in the fun too. Why not come to my Li family? We have a bunch of beauties waiting on you. Boss Wang was dumbfounded. Goodness. Several groups, all trying to recruit him. Watching, several bosses were red-faced from their heated arguments over him. Wang Chen gave a gentle smile. Then, he packed up and prepared to leave. Young brother. Wang Chen turned around. He saw Mr. Yi, the wealthy boss. This man, dripping with wealth, smiled and said, "My grandfather values his reputation the most. If you play 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix for him, I'll be very grateful." With that, he snapped his fingers. Behind him, a seductive woman in a cheongsam walked out, handing over a thick, outrageously generous red envelope. "Mr. Yi said, please accept it. Give me, Yi, some face." Wang Chen glanced at the red envelope, then at Mr. Yi. "Boss, you're generous." Just as he was about to take it, suddenly, at that moment, sirens sounded outside. Everyone was shocked. Why were there sirens? Wang Chen was stunned. "Mr. Yi, you're really something. The police are here." Mr. Yi stiffened. His eyes revealed a hint of fear, but quickly composed himself. However, Wang Chen, sharp as ever, caught on to this. Indeed, his instincts were right. Police sirens. The sirens grew louder. In the live stream, viewers were completely baffled. Then, madness ensued. Woohoo takeoff! Daily segment is here. Here it comes. Newcomer, what's going on? Nothing, it's just tea time. Laughing so hard, the sadness from earlier is gone in an instant. Predicting, the contestant won't escape. Ha, upstairs, you're hilarious, so the police are only after my brother Juan, ha? Who says they're not? Officer Lee, open up. Wang Chen, time for tea. The viewers enjoyed the spectacle. The barrage of comments became increasingly absurd. But the people involved were truly feeling uncomfortable. Wang Chen's face darkened. Damn, he had just said he wouldn't go for tea again. And now, they were coming to him? What's worse, at this moment, he actually felt happy about the police coming to his door. Outside, police cars orderly parked. Officer Zhao, leading the way once again. Is this it? Behind him, the police were fully armed. Based on the tip-off, the Snake Lord is hiding in this village. And not far away, the inner courtyard caught their attention. Officer Lee said, "Let's go." Before long, Officer Lee saw Wang Chen. The two locked eyes. "Officer Lee, good evening. What are you doing here?" Officer Lee was bewildered. "Wow, trying to catch a drug dealer, and I run into you. You rascal. Are you born with a criminal physique? Where to? What's going on?" "Everyone, we suspect that the wanted criminal Snake Lord is illegally producing drugs here. Please cooperate with our investigation." Drugs? The crowd was shocked and terrified. It's actually happening in their village. Netizens? Oh my god, it's getting serious. Drugs are involved now. This contestant's luck, no one can beat it. Exciting, breaking news. Will the contestant be arrested? Scary. Officer Zhao smiled. He greeted Wang Chen and then turned to Mr. Yi and others. "Stop the nonsense. Behave yourselves and let us search." "Mr. Yi, we will cooperate." The crowd, helpless, had to stop the funeral and cooperate with the police investigation. Wang Chen was also searched, but by a female officer. After the search, her face turned red. "Why are you blushing like a teapot?" Shortly after, Officer Zhao puzzled. "Strange, nothing here." The place was searched thoroughly but no drugs were found. Report, no underground passages or anything. No suspicious individuals either. All law-abiding citizens. What's going on? Hearing the report, Officer Lee frowned. They hadn't leaked any information beforehand. The other party couldn't have evacuated in such a short time. They should still be here. "Mr. Yi, it seems to be a misunderstanding. Officers, we are law-abiding citizens. We wouldn't do anything illegal." Saying this, he gestured for Officer Lee and the others to leave. Just then, unnoticed by anyone, Wang Chen swiftly grabbed Mr. Yi from behind. Everyone was stunned. "Mr. Yi, why are you arresting me?" "Because you are a criminal." "A criminal?" Words are wind, laughable. "I'll let it go this time because of the song you played for my father earlier. Release me quickly." Wang Chen didn't let go. Instead, he said to Officer Lee, "Officer Lee, if I'm not mistaken, the place where the drugs are being made is right under that coffin." As soon as he said this, Mr. Yi was shocked. Under the coffin? Officer Lee and the others looked at the coffin on the stage. Damn! This place hadn't been checked. Because the deceased was respected, even the police didn't dare to touch the coffin recklessly, so they subconsciously ruled out this place. Wang Chen, Officer Lee. I checked earlier. There are signs of the coffin being moved. However, in normal procedures, there would be no need to move the coffin. So, in this situation, it can only mean that the coffin moved on its own. In other words, there is someone hidden under the coffin. Before he finished speaking, Wang Chen noticed several burly men beside Officer Lee. Their expressions suddenly changed. Obviously, they were about to attack. Be careful, there might be someone attacking from behind, Wang Chen warned in time. In an instant, the police reacted. Officer Zhao didn't hesitate and took the lead, firing the first shot upwards. I dare anyone to move. Bang! The gunshot made the onlookers tremble in fear, some even fainted on the spot. Master Wang covered his head and crouched down. Drunk. How could there be a gunfight in the middle of a funeral? If he had known, he wouldn't have taken this job even if he was paid to. This money. It's damn hard to earn. The burly men were quickly apprehended. Mr. Yi sighed, feeling powerless. Mr. Yi, offended you, Officer Li said and led the men up to the stage. In front of them lay a large coffin lying horizontally. As he looked closely, Officer Li saw nail marks on the edge of the coffin. Creak, the coffin door was opened by several police officers. Wang Chen stepped forward to inspect, shocking everyone. The coffin. It's hollow. Just a decoration. Below, there's a hidden world. A passage? Wang Chen was astonished. What's even more unbelievable is, no one expected, beneath the coffin, a passage leading to a large room. Inside, a large expanse of leaves, cocaine, heroin, all kinds of drugs. And at this moment, the elderly old man put down the vial in his hand, turned around bewildered, and looked at the numerous police officers. Police? Wang Chen? Netizens? What the heck? What kind of plot is this? So, Mr. Ye's leaf refers to actual leaves. Such a floral sea. Unbelievable, isn't that the old master? He's not dead? Day in and day out mourning outside, drug manufacturing inside, you really have it all. Relatives, give me back my tears. Officer Li and the others were also witnessing such a thing for the first time. Moments later, the old man was apprehended. On his back, 2 large flower snake tattoos. It was confirmed. He is the drug smuggling kingpin of Sanjiang, Snake Lord. And Mr. Yi is his white glove, responsible for smuggling. Then, faking his death, hiding to secretly manufacture drugs. Truly, a seamless plan. Admirable. Netizens exclaimed. The Breaking Bad of Dragon Country. The elderly man embarking on a new venture, leaving Wang Chen speechless. Young man, you play the Swana quite well, praised Snake Lord endlessly. So, it was because he listened to Wang Chen's tune that he missed the escape time. Wang Chen, so you mean, it's all thanks to me? Officer Li, that's right. But as the person involved, you also need to come with us. Wang Chen? Damn, another tea session? Netizens burst into laughter. You can dodge the first day of the month, but not the 15th. I'm just a Swana player, there's no need for this, sir. It has nothing to do with this case. Pure coincidence. However, Officer Li shook his head, his gaze firm. Your Swana isn't yours, is it? With these words, Wang Chen was stunned. Only then did he realize, the Swana seems to belong to someone else. Damn, am I really this unlucky? Tea is ready for you, it's getting late. Come on, Xiaohai, take him back. Is this for real? Come on, sir, I just helped you catch a drug lord. Wang Chen was about to cry. He didn't mean to steal the Swana. Officer Li smirked, tit for tat, right? You old rascal. Very cunning. Netizens watching him almost cry found it amusing. Look, even my virtual pet is in tears. Player, appoint him. Damn, I almost forgot about the Swana incident. One word, damn. Who the hell brought this disaster upon us? Before leaving, it was one thing for Snake Lord and Mr. Yi to be arrested. But why? Was even Master Wang taken away? I heard his Swana was stolen. In no time. In the police car. You can pick locks too? Theft? You even fooled the fraudsters. The handcuffed Snake Lord looked at Wang Chen beside him in horror. You're even more cunning than me. Young man, how did we not notice your talent before? But, why are you also handcuffed? Wang Chen. This one. He's quite witty. The flower Snake Lord, and he remained silent for a long time. Suddenly, out of the blue, he said, young man, are you really a good person? Defenses breached. I feel wronged. Officer Li looked at Wang Chen through the rearview mirror, seeing the look of grievance on his face. He burst into laughter. This guy. It's a shame he's not a cop. Brother Wang. Think about it. Out here in the middle of nowhere, can't catch a ride, why not take the police car home, save money, isn't that great? The photographer in the passenger seat spoke up. Wang Chen pondered for a moment. Well, that does make me feel better. Netizens burst into laughter. A real man can adapt to any situation, right? The production team. The director watched as contestant Wang Chen went to have tea again. He almost fainted. Damn it. We're filming a show. Not Sending you to the police station every day. Also, what the hell? Every other day. A new profession pops up. Your profession. There are too many. Anyway, as long as your popularity rises. But it's not over yet. Soon. Online. A documentary came out. Epic documentary, The Legend of Contestant Wang Chen. 5-star critic MacArthur presents for you. Netizens? Director? Damn it. A documentary. It's out. At this moment. Inside the police station. Wang Chen is sipping tea. The photographer is scrolling through his phone. Suddenly, he discovered this documentary. Immediately, he pulled Wang Chen to watch it together. Give him a chance to pick a lock. He can make every place feel like home. An activity caring for the elderly, he can trick scammers into surrendering. Give him a chance to mourn. He can catch a drug lord for you. Exactly. T-brother, with just a slight move, he reaches the limit. Put. Wang Chen spurted out a mouthful of tea. Damn it. Who's the genius behind this video? I promise. I'll leave him intact. Netizens. Can't hold it in. Definitely true fans. Haha, that's so right. When it comes to tea drinking, who can beat my brother Wang? Hilarious, rubbing salt in the wound. You're so bad I love it. Who is this blogger? Such talent. Wang Chen, ruthless indeed. Honestly, the contestants' limits can still be pushed further. Pfft, why not just live in the police station? However, this is just the beginning. The camera shifts. He is the popular contestant of Guess the Profession, Wang Chen. Other contestants, experts only need 3 seconds to see through. But with our T-brother, it takes just 3 seconds to break through the experts. The renowned psychology professor once said, I've always had it easy, but when Wang Chen appeared, I knew my career might be coming to an end. Captain Wang from the Criminal Investigation Department said, if he had been at the police station before, there would be no place for him. Netizens burst into laughter. Unbelievable. Explosive effect. Especially, paired with Captain Wang's serious picture, they couldn't control their laughter. There are pictures too. Damn, this blogger is a genius? Enough said, promotion must promote. Sanjiang Police Station, you better catch this massive traffic, the climax is coming up. The video continues. Kidnappers, scammers, drug lords, as long as you want. There's nothing my brother Wang can't catch. You think he's a cop? Actually, he's filming a show. You think he's filming a show? Actually, he's intensifying the show. Netizens say, in all trades, there's brother Wang. He can pick locks like no other. He can fight like no other. He can talk like no other. That's Wang Chen for you. Oh my goodness. Wang Chen took a sharp breath. Shocked. He didn't know. He had so much in him. Who would have thought? A maxed out human? The live stream. It's buzzing. Whoa, could it be fabricated by the production team's official website? Seriously suspicious, it's too detailed. Honestly, is this even human? Outrageous. Wang Chen and the cameraman were dumbfounded. At this moment, the climax finally arrived. A grandpa wearing a military cap and sunglasses appeared. Regarding this, 5 Elements critic MacArthur said, if there's T-brother in season 3, I'd rather break my own legs than go to battle against T-brother. The epic documentary of T-brother continues to air for you. The video ended. The live broadcast room fell silent for a few seconds. Then, it erupted. Great show, well done. Feels good. Damn, it's still airing. Could there be another episode? Wang Chen? Send a lawyer's letter. Haha, from now on, who needs to watch the Spring Festival Gala, just come here. Rocket. But this one's for the blogger, Bro666. The cameraman gave some likes to the video. 1 vote from you, 1 from me. Tomorrow, Wang will debut. Wang Chen. Forget it. Let's not bother. Not long after, the guy who lost the Swana came to the station, explained everything, and returned the Swana to its rightful owner. The matter came to an end. Officer Lee, thank you for your help in capturing Snake Lord this time. You're welcome. We're all family. With these words, everyone at the police station couldn't hold back. What a family member. Leaving the police station and returning home, Wang Chen took a shower and went to bed. Today, playing the Swana tired him out. The next day, Wang Chen and the cameraman woke up on time. After breakfast, they took a taxi to the 4S store in the center of Sanjiang City, planning to buy a commuter car with the 3 million Jiang Qin gave him. In no time, they arrived at the entrance of the 4S store. After getting off the car, they entered the showroom. There were many people looking at cars, and the sales ladies were busy. Naturally, no one paid attention to the shabby-looking Wang Chen, until a lady in an OL uniform walked over with a smile. Aren't you Wang Chen? Wang Chen? Do you know me? I've seen many of your videos, and the group is full of your fans. Are you here to buy a car? Wang Chen, yes. If you'd like, I can show you around? Of course, that would be great. With a beautiful lady guiding him, it was quite enjoyable. In the live broadcast room, netizens were envious. Damn, showing me this early in the morning? Blue Thin brothers aren't afraid of hardship, they're afraid of brothers driving Land Rovers. +1, +2. Wang Chen chuckled. He. This time, it was the netizens' turn to break down. Following the salesperson, they went all the way. Finally, he stopped in front of a luxurious sports car. So cool. You should know, a sports car is every man's favorite. In his past life, he was timid and didn't even have the courage to step in here. But now, holding a huge sum of money, he was confident. However, he wasn't the only one eyeing this car. There was also a young couple. Wang Chen glanced at them. Han Xiao joked with a smile, he's looking at you, Nini. The woman in a fan-shaped skirt sneered, a bumpkin, his clothes must be from a street stall. The 4S store is so pathetic now, letting such people in. He's looking at sports cars, I bet he can't even afford the tires. Such a poor guy should just honestly ride his broken electric scooter. Why come here and make a scene? Thinking of this, she looked at Han Xiao. A handsome and wealthy second generation like Han Xiao, she should cherish him. Where else could she find such a good man? Han Xiao, I really like this car. Is that so? Since my darling likes it, let's buy this one. However, when inquiring about the sale, the man was informed that he needed to pay a down payment of 1 million. He was stunned. Is this car so expensive? Although he was a second-generation rich, he was just a small-time player, and he couldn't come up with 1 million in one go. Sorry, sir. This is the latest model, and our store requires a down payment of 1 million first. Nonsense. My boyfriend is your VIP guest, and this is your attitude? Get your store manager out here. The woman scolded angrily. Her voice was like a shrew's. Immediately, both sides started arguing. Just then, Wang Chen walked out and said, you two don't need to argue anymore, this car already belongs to me. What? The young couple were surprised, but then they burst into laughter. The woman said, there are all kinds of people in this world. You can't afford this car even if you work your whole life. Don't delay us from buying a car. Salesperson, kick him out. She was ready to fight. After hearing this, Wang Chen frowned. Exactly. Can you come up with 1 million as a down payment? Han sneered. Obviously, both of them thought Wang Chen was ignorant. They thought, who are you to buy this car? They thought Wang Chen wouldn't dare to retort, and the young couple became even more arrogant. However, Wang Chen didn't need to intervene at all. At that moment, the manager walked over and, upon seeing Wang Chen being insulted by the young couple, furrowed his brows and said coldly, Mr. Wang is our esteemed VIP guest, and just now, he has already paid a down payment of 1 million. So, please watch your language. Otherwise, I don't mind having security escort you out. The manager was furious, staring at the two of them. They were intimidated. He actually came up with 1 million? The woman still felt superior and said, it's impossible. How can a person who wears clothes worth only a few dollars be willing to spend 1 million on a car? I think he could afford a tricycle. The manager, the salesgirl, and others couldn't believe it. Netizens were even more outraged. There are all kinds of people in this world. Laughing to death, who do they think they are? Damn it, dogs can't speak the truth. Why bother with such people? Wang Chen walked out and said to the young couple, if you're so capable, why don't you come up with 1 million? They couldn't produce the money. It was all a show. Can I spoil you? The young couple were speechless. Han, he's bullying me. I want this car. Han remained indifferent, looking embarrassed. He couldn't come up with the money. Otherwise, he wouldn't be comparing himself to Wang Chen. The main reason was that he didn't want to lose face. Seeing this, the woman was stunned. Han said, I'm sorry, Nini. How about we choose another car? Ha ha, the photographer chuckled. The poser meets reality. Ha ha ha, the woman must be furious. The woman was grinding her teeth. She felt like she was about to explode, especially being humiliated by Wang Chen, the loser she despised the most. It was burning hot. Mr. Wang, shall we go sign the contract? Wang Chen couldn't be bothered. To him, these two were like stray dogs on the roadside. Kick them once, and they'll behave. Would you like to test drive? Of course. Later, Wang Chen drove directly, showing off in front of the young couple. Occasionally, he would say, it's really cool. This moment made the young couple's faces red with embarrassment. Their pride was being ruthlessly crushed. Humph, what's there to show off about? Just bring out 1 million, the remaining 1 million plus, he might even need to take out a loan, pretending to be a big shot. The woman complained. I'll pay in full directly, Wang Chen spoke up. The manager was puzzled. He knew Wang Chen might have been provoked by the other party. At this moment, he couldn't act recklessly, paying in full. It's over 2 million, enough for a house. So, he was still thinking of giving Wang Chen a way out. Never did he expect. Wang Chen saw through his thoughts and said, "I'll pay now." The woman was shocked. Does he really have that much money? The manager was uneasy, holding the card, swiping the POS machine. The next moment, payment successful. Everyone was stunned. The young couple even lost their last bit of dignity. "Congratulations, Mr. Wang, for joining our luxury car family." The manager was ecstatic. It turns out, the other party was just pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Holding all the documents, Wang Chen took the photographer brother, got into the luxury car, and left the 4S store. Han Xiao got a mouthful of exhaust. Uncomfortable, watching Wang Chen driving away in a luxurious car, looking pleased. The woman felt complicated. Finally, gritting her teeth, she actually followed them out. "Nini, get lost. I must have been blind to fall for you. Who's Han Xiao?" "Nonsense. Han Xiao?" The viewers in the live broadcast room laughed. "Hey, Batman, come quick, there's a Joker here." "Wow, didn't get the car, but got a green hat for free. Han Xiao won't be able to sleep tonight." Manager: "Dude, your hair is quite green, huh?" Around them, everyone couldn't hold back their laughter. Han Xiao directly put on a mask of pain. Never expected to become a joke himself, especially remembering his barking at Wang Chen just now. He was truly a clown seeking attention. Han Xiao didn't dare to stay any longer. Crying, he ran away. The woman chased out of the 4S store. She shouted, "Wang Xiao, wait for me." The photographer brother? Damn, now they're calling him Wang Xiao too. This woman, just scolded a moment ago, now she's actively looking for Wang Go? Really shameless. The woman smiled. "Just now, you were secretly watching me. You actually have some interest in me, right? Or, take me for a ride?" Wang Chen? Viewers? Production team? Who gave her the courage? Wang Chen was speechless. 3 major illusions in life. He likes me. Originally, ignoring would have been the best humiliation, but never expected the other party to be shameless to this extent. "Miss, I thought that Han Xiao was enough to disgust me, but I didn't expect you to be even more disgusting than him." Implicitly, who gave you the courage? Get lost. The woman was flustered. She had always been pursued by losers, subconsciously thinking that losers liked her type. "You." She was trembling with anger. Wang Chen showed a disdainful look, driving his luxury car, speeding away, leaving the woman with a mouthful of exhaust, tears streaming down her face. Regarding this, the viewers expressed relief. Inside the studio, the experts were discussing, because the second round of guessing has arrived. Wang's team looked at Professor N. The two of them discussed for a long time. Finally, Professor N wrote down his guess. Forensic doctor. The viewers were shocked. A forensic doctor? This makes sense, because the forensic doctor relies on hands, which coincides with Wang Chen's previous performance. There's a high possibility. Indeed, so far, the skills displayed by the contestants are all related to hands. Are they going to the morgue to verify? Damn, this will be the first show of its kind. As expected, the netizens were not disappointed. This time, Wang Chen would follow the program team's arrangement and head to the morgue. On the other end, Wang Chen received a message. This time, the experts predicted that his true identity was a forensic doctor. Although he didn't understand the experts' thinking, Wang Chen was eager to retrieve the memories of the original owner, so he had no reason to refuse. "Where are we going?" "It seems to be a medical university," the cameraman spoke up. Sanjiang Medical University. It was considered the best local medical university in Sanjiang. "What are we going to do there?" "You'll find out when we get there." Wang Chen was curious. Driving his luxury car towards the medical university, they soon arrived at the university gate. Guided by the contact person arranged by the program team, the two successfully entered the university. "Before we can proceed with the verification, we need to get something." "Something?" Wang Chen was puzzled. "What?" The medical student just smiled and didn't respond. As they walked deeper, the surroundings grew darker. They even faintly smelled the scent of formaldehyde. The three stopped, looking at the building in front of them. The cameraman shivered. "Isn't this a place to store bodies?" Wang Chen. Damn. The program team was getting more and more eerie. Inside the corridor, there was no trace of sunlight. Walking there, one could only feel a chill down their spine. The netizens were also shocked to see this scene. It's really eerie here. Damn, is this the morgue we're visiting? This place is like a haunted house. Where's the high-energy guy? Scary. The group entered the hall. As soon as they stepped in, Wang Chen was startled. In the dimly lit window ahead, an old man with a pale face was staring at him intently. Sir, the medical student approached and exchanged a few words. The old man turned to look at Wang Chen, then smirked. This smile terrified the viewers in the live broadcast. Hiss, this smile is so creepy. Is the program team selling Wang Chen? Honestly, organs can fetch a good price. Wang, Sub, don't worry, sister-in-law is here to take care of you. Wang Chen was speechless. The viewers had quite the imagination, even thinking about selling his organs. However, if someone stole a body from this place, they might not even notice. Follow me, the medical student said. Don't worry. Nothing will happen to you. Wang Chen and the others breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, the medical student's words sent shivers down their spines. Of course, if nothing unexpected happens. The cameraman was nervous. It's really hard to make money these days. Wang Chen had already stepped forward, so he had no choice but to follow. As they got closer, they found it even more eerie and terrifying inside. Occasionally, the lights would flicker or go out completely. This feels like watching a horror movie. I heard this place has heavy negative energy and accidents are common. Guys, I'm going offline for a bit. The medical student led them into an underground passage. A blast of cold air hit them, making them shiver as if they had turned into corpses. At the same time, accompanied by the sound of a door opening, Wang Chen saw a pitch-black room with a strong smell of formaldehyde. Let me give you a preventive injection first. Once you go in, don't get scared, the medical student smirked. Wang Chen and the cameraman became even more nervous. Soon, the medical student entered first, found the switch, and clicked it on. The room lit up, and at that moment, the viewers in the live broadcast saw the scene inside the room. In an instant, goosebumps covered his whole body. He was scared half to death. Inside the room, there were bodies soaking in the water. So many bodies. Is the production team for real? Let me take a look. Cold sweat poured down. Who can endure this? Ugh, the cameraman knelt down directly, then vomited. In the huge pool, bodies floated on the surface. In the backstage of the production team, even the director was shocked. He said to find a professional place. But this place is too professional. Quickly, the crew members were asked to pixelate these bodies. I don't know. Will the contestants faint directly? However, contrary to everyone's expectations, even the medical students were stunned. Wang Chen, after seeing these bodies, remained indifferent. He even approached them, observing the bodies up close. Ding! Detected bodies, automatically activating full-level skill, Super Coroner. Subconsciously, Wang Chen put on white gloves. Using a net, he lifted the arm of a body and touched it. Nodding, he said seriously, this body's arm is not bad. Medical student? Netizens? Cameraman? Watching Wang Chen fearlessly handling the bodies, the medical student's eyelids twitched. This script is wrong. Shouldn't you faint from fear? Aren't you afraid? The medical student looked at Wang Chen's calm face. Wang Chen, it's okay. It's just dead people, nothing to be afraid of. His words were casual. However, Wang Chen knew himself. The reason he wasn't afraid was that the original owner's body seemed to have long been accustomed to bodies. He even recalled some fragmented memories. Scenes flashed before him. The original owner had even dissected creatures' bodies scarier than these. Hearing this, the medical student and the cameraman were shocked. So, what do we do next? Wang Chen looked at the medical student. Medical student, according to the production team's arrangement, next, you need to dissect these bodies yourself. The bodies were all donated by relatives voluntarily, so no need to worry about legality. Livestream viewers, this is intense. Exciting. Damn, the immersion is real. I'm sweating nervously. The production team is hardcore, either getting banned or on the way to being banned. Wang Chen nodded. Then, he put on protective gear without a word and started to lift the bodies directly. His proficiency made the medical student feel inferior just by watching. So fast. And what's more, as he lifted, he even whistled. Too awesome. The medical student doubted, was this guy really here for the first time? At the same time, in the studio, the production team invited a professor with graying hair and glasses. He was the professional coroner hired by the Sanjiang Police Department. Professor, what do you think? The professor spoke. His movements in lifting the bodies are very skilled. Doesn't seem like his first time. Moreover, his hands are very well maintained. When cleaning, he even thoroughly cleans under his nails. Obviously, this is the habit of a coroner. because they need agile fingers and pay special attention to maintenance. The probability of him being a coroner is high. Captain Wang and Professor Ren were delighted. It seems that this time they might just figure it out. In the scene, the medical student, fearing Wang Chen might mishandle the bodies, was about to introduce him to how to dissect them. Unexpectedly, Wang Chen directly picked up a knife, aimed at a male body, without any hesitation, plunged it in. Then, he turned it and pulled it out. Instantly, blood sprayed out. Wang Chen took a step back, as if he had anticipated this moment. Calmly, he carefully cradled the man's heart in his hands and placed it on the nearby plate. Just a few seconds passed. The medical student's mouth fell open, frozen in place, eyes nearly popping out in shock. The room fell silent at that moment. In the live stream chat, viewers were just starting to react, planning to spam 666, but Wang Chen was already targeting the next body without hesitation. Swiftly and cleanly, he removed the organs from the body, the whole process flowing effortlessly like clouds in water. In just 1 minute, one body, and each time only specific organs were taken, leaving the rest undamaged. Such a showstopper. Strange, it's supposed to be an autopsy, but why does it feel like art? Exactly, there's a sense of beauty? This technique, it's definitely forensic. But the thing is, even forensic experts aren't this fast. The medical students are dumbfounded. The barrage of comments flooded the live stream room. Unlike before, this time Wang Chen truly amazed the viewers. The medical students were already dumbfounded. What was that? Our professors never taught us this. Damn, why does it feel like these years of studying were for nothing? He's not a forensic expert? This skill, even if you told me he's a professor of forensic medicine, I'd believe it. Just then, the medical students thought of something. One of them spoke up, Player Wang Chen, do you mind having spectators? Wang Chen put down the knife. I don't mind. Before long, the medical students rushed in. Hearing about a remarkable figure, they were highly anticipating. Senior, where is that professor? It's him. Next, pay attention and learn well. The senior pointed at Wang Chen. This statement left the students bewildered. Are you saying, this person who looks the same age as us is going to teach us anatomy? The students turned their gaze towards Wang Chen. Is he up for it? The senior said, I can't be bothered to explain, you'll see for yourselves. My dissection might be a bit different. If you can't handle it, you can go to the corner and vomit. In the corner, the cameraman had been holding a trash can, vomiting for who knows how long. Don't worry. We've been through a semester, we've seen it all. The students were confident. There's no way they would vomit. Wang Chen nodded. That's good. He approached a body, not rushing to dissect it. With a simple glance, he said, this body. Male. Aged between 32 and 35, with a flat chest, likely hit by a heavy object causing a sunken chest. As for the time of death, judging from the lividity and the blackness of the nails, it should be around 2 months ago. He then looked at the senior. Am I right? The senior was in charge of managing the bodies here and naturally knew all the details. He found that Wang Chen's statements matched perfectly. All correct. The students were speechless. Damn, he's got something special. Wang Chen smiled. The only intact organ in this body is the kidney. So, my task is to remove the organs from this body, commonly known as kidneying. The live stream chat exclaimed at the sight. Wang Chen held the surgical knife, bent down, and with a simple stroke, the surface skin tissue of the body's kidney area opened up like unbuttoning a shirt, spreading out to the sides. Not a drop of blood seeped out. Perfect. The surrounding medical students were in awe. Wang Chen's movements were textbook-level perfection. No joke. Just that one stroke was enough to keep them studying for half a day. While removing the kidney, Wang Chen deliberately slowed down the pace for the medical students, massaging his waist while explaining to them. This area is the kidney, commonly known as the waist, deeply loved by the people of Myanmar. Students? Netizens? Photographer? Goodness gracious, he really dares to say that. He knows about live streaming. Before long, the medical students finally realized something was off. Compared to a typical dissection, Wang Chen's dissection was more thorough, especially when Wang Chen peeled off the skin of the person like peeling a fruit. This scene completely overwhelmed the medical students. Several of them started vomiting on the spot. Is this dissecting a human body or dismembering an animal? It's too twisted. Please blur it. Thank you, Wang Chen reminded. Netizens were in tears. At this point, he still cared about that. I mean it. Blurred the faces of these medical students. Just then, these medical students were all vomiting uncontrollably, looking extremely unsightly. Ugh. I just have an upset stomach. Ugh. Who said I vomited? Ugh. Netizens couldn't help but laugh. The university students, known for their stubbornness, were being censored by the production team. In the backstage, the director instructed someone to censor the scene, only to find out that even the crew members were vomiting. A crew member who had just finished vomiting approached to censor the scene but then saw Wang Chen holding a colorful intestine and facing the camera. Unable to hold it in, he vomited again. The director was speechless. "It's just censoring, why is this happening? Let me do it." The next moment, the director also collapsed on the ground, vomiting continuously. Ugh, the backstage was filled with the stench of vomit. In the live broadcast room, netizens were watching while vomiting. "Brothers, did I enter the wrong live stream? Why is it all about intestines? Ugh, dude, I'm having dinner right now. Feeling sick, censor it quickly. I bet even the censors are vomiting. Hilarious." Inside the room, the medical students felt like they were about to vomit out their bile. "I told you. You would vomit, but you didn't listen." Wang Chen put down the knife, shaking his head with a smile. "Boss, we admit defeat." The medical students lowered their heads. Compared to the anatomy class last semester, this was simply terrifying. He is so terrifying. His knowledge of human anatomy is probably not inferior to that of a professor. Damn, the professor is nothing compared to him when it comes to dissection. I only admire Wang. In the studio, the forensic professor marveled, "This contestant's dissection is no less than mine." He was certain. Contestant Wang Chen is indeed a forensic expert. Wang's team and Professor Ren were also convinced. There was no escaping this technique. Next, the production team mobilized resources to investigate at the Sanjiang police station. Every forensic expert is required to register at the police station, so if Wang Chen is indeed a forensic expert, there should be a record of him there. However, the results revealed that Wang Chen's name was not among the registered forensic experts at the police station. Even in the National Forensic Archives, his name was nowhere to be found. The experts never expected this outcome. In other words, contestant Wang Chen has once again successfully deceived us. Wang's team and Professor inside, they couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. At the same time, everyone was shocked. If he is not a forensic expert, where did he learn such professional dissection skills that even surpass those of a forensic expert? This guy has so many hobbies. It's hard to imagine this is not even his profession? Can't figure it out. Darn it, I can't figure it out. Well, the contestant isn't crazy, we are going crazy. Professor Ren, although player Wang Chen has demonstrated superb anatomical skills to us, unfortunately, this is not his true identity. I believe. Not only me and the team, but other experts are also starting to feel confused. The experts nodded. Too difficult. However, don't be discouraged. As long as we keep observing, I believe we will eventually figure it out. Wang encouraged everyone. This result, netizens exclaimed in satisfaction. So wonderful. Who would believe it? Such amazing anatomical skills, and it turns out Wang Chen deliberately disguised them. Awesome, invincible. Damn, real or fake, isn't he a forensic expert? As a forensic expert, I feel inferior after seeing this. Are you saying he's pretending? Even actors don't go this far. The autopsy of all the bodies was completed. The students eagerly looked at Wang Chen. Please spare us, Wang Chen. That's enough. Let's end it here. In an instant, all the medical students ran away in a hurry, all heading to the restroom. These kids, they are still young. Wang Chen smiled. Senior, you look younger than me, right? The results from the production team are out. The cameraman said weakly. How is it? Wang Chen asked. Congratulations, Wang, you've survived again. Tisk tsk, you really acted well, even I was fooled by you. Wang Chen was stunned. I survived again? How is that possible? Cameraman? Netizens? Experts? What the hell? Feeling so uncomfortable. Shouldn't this be a reason to be happy? What kind of thinking is this? After a while, since that's the case, let's go back. Wang Chen was about to take off his protective suit, leave the medical university. But, just then, knock knock, the door was knocked. The three inside the room paused, turned to look. At some point, the eerie old man from the window was standing at the door, pushing a cart with a body covered in a white sheet. The three were startled. Sir, do you need something? The senior asked tremblingly. The old man looked at Wang Chen. I witnessed the whole process just now. I have a favor to ask of you. Can you sew up a body? Wang Chen looked at the old man. After a moment, he nodded. I can. That's good then. Here is a body, disfigured by fire. The family has been hoping we can mend his body, so he can leave decently. Sewing up a body? WTF? The senior had no idea about this other body. And, is there really someone who can sew up a body? Even with today's advanced technology, it seems impossible. How could a person do it? In the live broadcast room, hearing the old man's words, everyone was shocked. Sewing up a body? Can this be broadcasted? Really intense. Wait, I need to change my pants. I don't know how many times I've peed today, thank you so much, Wang Chen. Ha ha ha. In the future, anyone with a weak bladder, just watch the player's live broadcast, guaranteed to help. The popularity in the live broadcast room kept rising. It was almost approaching 1 million. It's evident how curious everyone was. Are you really going to do it? The cameraman was anxious. One dared to ask. One truly agreed. This is a skill that even machines find difficult to achieve. A slight mistake could lead to failure. If there are too many failures, this deceased person may never regain their original appearance. Wang Chen naturally understood. However, his consciousness told him he could do it, so he dared to agree to the old man's request. After all, doing more good deeds couldn't be wrong. Then I'll start. Wang Chen walked to the side of the corpse, lowered his head, lifted the white cloth. The charred skin, the jumbled flesh and blood. Every detail was horrifying. Fortunately, the production team had blurred the image, or else the live broadcast would have been shut down in the next second. The young photographer beside him, who had been calm, now felt a surge of nausea. He skillfully adjusted the camera and then ran to a corner to vomit. Even the senior student who had been indifferent just now was visibly fearful at this moment. Gulp! Wang Chen felt a bit nervous. He stared at the corpse, and before his eyes, fragments of memories appeared. In the scene, his hands were stained with blood, tearing apart a body with bare hands. Wang Chen's gaze wandered and then refocused. He came back to his senses, feeling a wave of turmoil in his heart. The original owner had killed someone with these hands? He was astonished. Soon, he calmed down, took a pair of tweezers, and began to piece together the blurry flesh and blood on the corpse meticulously. The trembling photographer watching on the side wished he could abandon the camera and run away. The medical students were extremely shocked. This had gone beyond the scope of anatomy. From the back, chest, arms, one by one, the skin from different parts was torn open and reassembled. Quick reactions were needed in between. Wang Chen's hands were as fast as shadows, even the camera couldn't capture his precise movements. Until the ragged corpse slowly transformed into a complete person. Only then did Wang Chen put down the scalpel. But it wasn't over yet. This was just the assembly. The reassembled skin was full of cracks, ready to split again at any moment. Wang Chen looked at the medical student. Give me a needle and thread. I'm going to start sewing the corpse. In the live broadcast room, the audience listening to the sound of needle and thread sewing the body felt their hair stand on end. Damn, can't watch anymore. It's outrageous to sew up a corpse with needle and thread. Wang, I might have offended you before. Please accept my apology. +1. +2. Anyone who watched was afraid. The medical student replied, some are, and ran out to get the needle and thread for sewing up the corpse. Wang Chen picked up the needle and thread, then directly pierced the skin and flesh of the corpse, sewing it up stitch by stitch. Until around 8 o'clock at night, Wang Chen finally stopped. He had achieved what even machines couldn't do. Puff! At Sanjian Hospital, the head of the dermatology department sprayed out a mouthful of water. At this moment, he didn't care about his wet clothes. He stared wide-eyed at Wang Chen on the screen, feeling a chill running down his spine. Was this guy even human? Corpse assembly technique? This was a long-standing challenge in the medical field. And Wang Chen had effortlessly broken through this challenge. This was enough to drive the doctors crazy. By the way, why was such a person appearing on a show? Why wasn't he working with them instead? The head contacted the hospital director, who then contacted the mayor, leaving the mayor dumbfounded on the spot. Wang Chen again? Last time he caught over 200 thieves, and now he's breaking through a medical technology barrier? When did Sanjian produce such a remarkable figure? Why hadn't they known about him before? Meanwhile, outside, the family members who received the news had just arrived at the morgue. A middle-aged woman with white hair, not very old, walked into the morgue. When she saw her son on the stretcher, intact and clear-faced, her tears couldn't be stopped. Her son had burned himself to death due to stress, leaving her feeling guilty. Finally, at this moment, she breathed a sigh of relief. Her own son, able to leave this world with dignity. She turned to Wang Chen. Doctor, I will never forget your great kindness in my lifetime. The woman knelt down, bowing repeatedly to Wang Chen. Several people sighed. The heartache of parents is universal. This mother who lost her son must be more pained than anyone else. Auntie, please rise, there are some things I need to tell you about your son. Wang Chen performed some preservation procedures on the body. Then he washed his hands. After completing all this, he walked out of the morgue with the middle-aged woman. The young photographer watched him chat with the deceased's mother for a few moments. The expression on the middle-aged woman's face grew increasingly solemn. Sometimes, she even showed a look of shock. However, they were a bit far apart, and their conversation was somewhat indistinct. Finally, after much contemplation, the middle-aged woman nodded. "Doctor, I feel I must seek justice for my son." "Very well. Leave it to me." Wang Chen turned and entered the morgue. He looked at the young photographer. "Call the police." "Why? There is something wrong with this body." The old man was taken aback. "Something wrong? Wasn't the stitching successful?" "I mean, there is something wrong with the cause of death." "Shocking." Everyone turned to Wang Chen. "He was burned to death, that's for sure," the old man spoke up. Wang Chen shook his head. The fire was just a cover-up. What truly caused his death was a stab wound to the chest. At that moment, the medical student and the old man realized. They were instantly horrified. "That's right," Wang Chen said, "this is a murder case." Just now, during the process of stitching up the body, he unexpectedly discovered a horrific wound hidden beneath the charred skin tissue. It was a fatal wound. However, it was so severely covered by the burn marks that a regular forensic examiner wouldn't have noticed it. Perhaps the arson was intentional by the killer. This case was not simple. In the studio, Captain Wang suddenly stood up, unable to believe it. "Are you kidding me?" From a routine autopsy, Wang Chen had uncovered such a major case. Wherever he went, trouble seemed to follow. Truly a born trouble magnet. But, the body has been left for so long, the wound probably can't be identified, the killer can't be found, the old man said. "Wang Chen, wrong. The body has already told me everything. You said you know who killed him?" The netizens, witnessing the unveiling of a major case, were suddenly unsettled. Born trouble magnet, who else? Damn, a murder? How does the contestant know? Damn, solving a case through an autopsy? Police? Who could have imagined that a shocking twist would suddenly unfold, and that too, right before the audience's eyes? This show was truly remarkable. Three Rivers Police Station. Officer Lee looked tense. What? A murder case? Just as he arrived at the police station, before he could even settle in, a murder case was reported. Xing, I got it. Immediately, he led the team to the scene. Before long, at the medical university, in the morgue, Officer Lee looked bewildered at Wang Chen. Why are you here? His heart skipped a beat. It was fine the last time, but this time, don't tell me you're here for part-time autopsies? Wang Chen stepped out. While performing the autopsy, I discovered a fatal stab wound, suspecting the deceased was murdered, not a suicide. Upon hearing the word autopsy, Officer Lee exclaimed, "You mean, you're still performing autopsies on bodies?" "That's right." Senior brother walked out excitedly and said, "Teacher Wang Chen, not only is he very skilled, he is already on par with forensic professors. If possible, our professor hopes he can come to us as a part-time teacher." Officer Lee? Suddenly, he broke out in a cold sweat. This guy, is he human? What is it that he doesn't know? Where's the body? Inside. Wang Chen led the officers inside. In the room, under the light, a complete male corpse lay on the bed. The skin was clear. Very perfect. Officer Lee blinked. According to the records, the deceased was named Zhang Yi, male, 32 years old, and the cause of death was suicide by setting fire at home. The skin was burned long ago. Where? It was as exquisite as it is now. He looked up, glancing at Wang Chen. His heart felt numb. This is beyond the scope of forensic medicine, right? Wang Chen, puzzled. Why does Officer Lee look at him as if he's looking at a murderer? Information on the deceased. Officer Lee looked at his subordinate behind him. A police officer came out with information and said, Zhang He, 2 months ago, he had a dispute with the boss at work, then his girlfriend was revealed to be cheating. Under the dual pressure, he finally collapsed and committed suicide by setting fire at home. Later, the forensic pathologist found no signs of foul play, and the family had no intention of further investigation, so the police station closed the case early. After listening, Officer Lee nodded. Lost his job. Girlfriend cheated. Working outside. Living alone all year round. No family to accompany him. Officer Lee said, logically, this is a suicide case. However, he bent down. With Wang Chen's almost miraculous skills, the body of Zhang He was restored to its original state. There was actually a knife wound on the chest. Is this the suspicious point you mentioned? Wang Chen nodded. This wound is the fatal one. But, if he committed suicide, could he have stabbed himself? Officer Lee said. According to the information, Zhang He had a history of self-harm. So, in that situation, it is very likely that he harmed himself with a knife. Netizens also found Officer Li's analysis convincing. It seems you were overthinking. Officer Li looked at Wang Chen. However, Wang Chen just said a sentence. Instantly, overturned all of Officer Li's speculations. The knife wound was caused by a medical scalpel. What? A medical scalpel? Hearing this, Officer Li was stunned. Then, he frowned. Generally speaking, Zhang He, a common person, would not have access to a medical scalpel. Also, if he really wanted to commit suicide, he should choose a larger and sharper tool, instead of this small surgical scalpel. Are you sure? Wang Chen walked to the body, picked up a medical scalpel, along the blade, down. It matched perfectly. And, besides this knife wound, I also found a suspicious point. Saying that, he lifted the deceased's finger. With the scalpel, he lifted his nail. From inside, he actually picked out a little white powder. When they saw this white powder, the police officers couldn't sit still anymore. Each one looked terrified. White powder. For them, who had just arrested Snake Lord not long ago, this was too familiar. Wang Chen placed this bit of powder on blotting paper and showed it to everyone. Yes, there is some white powder residue in the deceased's nail seam. It should be residue from when the perpetrator struggled with him. With that said, Officer Li also understood. The deceased was murdered. In the live broadcast room, netizens exclaimed in amazement. How do you know so much? Officer Li was puzzled. Wang Chen smiled. If I say that based on the condition of the body, I can tell that the person who killed him was a woman, and they struggled for about 10 minutes, this woman should have been under the influence of drugs. In a state of confusion, she took out a surgical knife when Zhang He was off guard and stabbed him to death. Afterwards, this woman accidentally killed someone, deeply regretted it, but was afraid of going to jail, so she used her knowledge to burn the body beyond recognition to conceal the stab wounds. In the end, the forensic doctor indeed did not discover it, allowing her to narrowly escape. Wang Chen looked at Zhang He's body, speaking to himself, and at this moment, the whole room fell silent, except for his deductions. It seemed as if, before everyone's eyes, scenes were unfolding, a quarrel between a man and a woman. The woman, just high on drugs, burning with anger, took out a surgical knife. From behind, several stabs killed the man. There is only one truth. The culprit is his girlfriend. However, this is just my speculation, for your consideration. The senior student and the photography guy were utterly shocked. Upon hearing this, Officer Li finally couldn't hold back. You call this speculation? Analyzing a corpse to the point of deducing the crime process, even down to the exact time the culprit has been found for them. Who the hell is the police here? In the live broadcast room, netizens were dumbfounded. Oh no, who's the real police now? The culprit has been found? Damn, it's you, Grim Reaper elementary school student. Is it all true or all fake? Is it really this exaggerated? Wang Chen, my task is done. Next, it's up to you now. Officer Li, since we're here, let's go back together. Wang Chen? Officer Li smiled brightly. The netizens laughed and cried. It's time for the usual tea. Wang Chen panicked. You can't just drink any tea. Sir, this time, I didn't do anything. I didn't break any laws. Don't mess with me, bro. Officer Li chuckled. Just kidding. This matter, leave it to us. Officer Li and the others returned to the police station. Immediately, they had Zhang He's girlfriend brought in. They found out that this girlfriend of his was actually a nurse. It matched Wang Chen's mention of the surgical knife. Inside the interrogation room, Officer Li and Officer Zhao, who were waiting, were dumbfounded. No way. Could it be that Wang Chen, this kid, actually guessed it right? Officer Li, Zhang He's girlfriend is here. At the next moment, a calm woman pushed open the door and walked in, facing the two officers. She remained very composed. She was confident that she had executed her plan flawlessly. Officer Li and Officer Zhao looked at this woman. The woman was dressed warmly, very calm. We're here today to understand some things. Officer Li probed first. You were Zhang He's girlfriend before? The woman nodded. We were together for about 2.5 years. I heard you were cheating on him. That's not true. It's all rumors. We were very much in love. After he committed suicide, I've been feeling down. I even quit my job. As the woman spoke, she couldn't control wiping away her tears. Throughout the interrogation process, Officers Lee and Zhao observed the woman's micro-expressions. But to their surprise, the woman showed no signs of suspicion. She answered smoothly throughout. Officer Lee put away the documents. Casually said, "Old Zhao, I heard that Zhang Yi's body was stitched up, and a suspicious spot was found? Is that so?" The two of them looked at the woman. The woman looked a bit nervous. "Officer, I have something else to do. If there's nothing else, I'd like to leave." Officer Lee smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. We found some white powder on him. Do you have any idea?" The woman hesitated for a moment. She said, "He works at a KTV, the kind of shady place where he must have come into contact with unsavory people." "Possibly. It was those people who led him to suicide." Officer Lee frowned. "It's a waste she's not pursuing an acting career. She'd make a great actress. What about yourself?" "I don't do drugs." "I don't believe you. We can test you now." Officer Lee continued to probe her, asking questions. "On the day of the incident, did you go to his house?" "I did. We had a big fight. He said he couldn't go on living, hit me, and threw me out. The hospital still has my injury report." Officer Zhao's face turned grim, signaling Officer Lee. The two of them temporarily stopped the interrogation, leaving the room to talk at the door. "Old Lee, this woman is not simple. From what she's saying, there's no evidence linking her to the murder. Moreover, we tested her and found no traces of drugs in her blood. Could it be that you guys got it wrong?" Officer Lee lit a cigarette and said in a deep voice, "Zhang He died several months ago. If she's the murderer, she had plenty of time to detox." Old Zhao, look at her expression, too calm. "That's suspicious. Normally, a suspect like this woman would be frightened. But this Chen Xiao seemed to have anticipated everything. What should we do?" "We can only detain her for 24 hours. Once the time is up, we'll have to let her go. Then it will be difficult to detain her again. Unless she confesses," Officer Zhao casually remarked. But it sparked an idea in Officer Lee's mind. "You're right. Why didn't I think of that?" Inside the interrogation room, the woman saw Officers Lee and Zhao return. She smirked. These two police officers probably couldn't find any evidence against her. "Officer, Zhang He was my boyfriend. I was also saddened by his death. But life goes on. I've forgotten about him. There's nothing for me here. I'll leave." Little did she know. In the next moment, bang! Chen Xiao was taken aback. Officer Zhao, in a different demeanor, slammed a stack of documents on the table. "You killed someone, and you still want to escape? Murder?" The woman was shocked. "Stop pretending. The evidence is right here." Officer Zhao slapped the files and narrated, "It wasn't Zhang He who was using drugs, it was you. He brought you to the room to persuade you, but you couldn't resist the addiction. You argued. The white powder was what he took from you. Later, filled with resentment and confusion, you took a medical scalpel stolen from the hospital and stabbed your boyfriend Zhang He to death. Then you set the fire, making it look like a suicide. You killed Zhang He." Officer Zhao, naturally fierce-looking, made the bad guys tremble at the sight of him, not to mention the woman at this moment. Her eyes widened uncontrollably, trembling all over. It wasn't because she was afraid of Officer Zhao, but because what Officer Zhao said was all true. Every word of it. It was as if she had witnessed her own murder process. But how could that be possible? "No, you're lying." At that moment, Officer Lee, playing the good cop, stepped out and took the woman to a corner. In a low voice, he said, "Ms. Chen Xiao, I advise you to think carefully. If you confess and it was an accidental killing, you might get a lighter sentence. But if we catch you red-handed, maybe it's the death penalty. Think about it. Why did we just go out?" At the words, Chen Xiao lost her previous calmness. She looked panicked, terrified to the extreme. One sentence, death penalty, directly shattered her defenses. Finally, choking, she said, "Officer. Woo-woo, I didn't mean to. I really didn't mean to." Officer Lee nodded, then turned to look at Lao Zhao, giving him a thumbs up. "Done." Phew! Officer Zhao breathed a sigh of relief, the older, the wiser indeed. "Lao Li, impressive. When did you become a detective? You guessed the crime scene exactly." Seeing Lao Zhao's admiring gaze, Officer Lee felt a little smug. He chuckled, "Ha ha ha, actually, it wasn't me." "What do you mean?" "All of this was told to me by Wang Chen." Officer Zhao was stunned. "Damn, this kid has clairvoyance now? Solving cases too?" Before long, Ms. Chen Xiao confessed directly and received a reduced sentence. It turned out she did have an affair, got involved with a shady character, and developed a drug addiction. She wore thick clothes to hide needle marks. Later, her boyfriend found out, which led to his breakdown and job loss. But she deeply loved Zhang He. She still hoped to guide him back on the right path, persuading him to quit drugs. Coincidentally, that day, she had just taken drugs with the shady character and even took a surgical knife with her. In a fit of rage, she accidentally stabbed her beloved boyfriend to death. Officers Lee and Zhao fell silent. Damn it! You beast! Woo-woo officer. I truly regret my actions. I'm sorry, Zhang He. Officer Lee, did you also start the fire? Yes. I contacted my current boyfriend, he suggested destroying the evidence, so I set the fire. TSK. The fire was indeed set by someone else, to cover up the body. Officer Lee took a sharp breath. Wang Chen got everything right. Where is that shady character now? The woman started crying hysterically. I don't know. He's a lunatic. I dare not disobey him, he's in the underworld, and he's killed before. Those who provoke him will die. Officers Li and Zhao exchanged worried glances. There's another accomplice. Is that him? Sanjiang. At the intersection. Inside a van, several masked thugs looked at the leader with yellow hair. Sporting a snake tattoo, his eyes were fierce. They gazed at a middle-aged woman walking ahead. It's her. Zhang He's mother. That old hag dared to report my woman to the police. I killed her son, I can kill her too. Boss. There's a young man with her. Damn. They're both tied up. He's out of luck. Suddenly, the van rushed out. Then, the door opened. A group of burly men. They forcibly took Zhang Lan and the aunt who was escorting her back home, along with Wang Chen, into the van. Without looking back, they sped away. Not far away, in a luxury car. A photographer who witnessed everything was dumbfounded. Netizens? Production team? Something's wrong. Zhang Lan and Wang Chen were kidnapped. Who are you people? Zhang Lan screamed. A thug knocked her out with a single blow. Zhang Lan fell to the ground, blood streaming from her head. Then, the thugs turned to Wang Chen. Kid, I advise you to behave, know your place. They tied him up. Wang Chen was shocked. He never expected someone would dare to kidnap in broad daylight. Real danger. Boss. What's next? The henchmen looked at their leader. A burly man with a snake tattoo on his neck pulled out a packet of white powder, took a couple of sniffs, his eyes turning red as he spoke. Chop off one of their fingers, wrap it up, and send it to the police station. Warn them, if they don't release my woman, I'll chop off Zhang He's mother and this guy. Woman. Zhang He's mother. Wang Chen listened and immediately understood. These guys. They must be the accomplices who killed Zhang He. A henchman, smirking, pulled out a small knife, approached. Zhang Lan lifted her palm, the blade tracing over each finger. Which one should I chop off? Beast. Wang Chen did not hesitate. Taking advantage of the thug's distraction, he unleashed his lockpicking skills. In a second, he untied the ropes binding him. Then, he didn't lunge at the henchman with the knife. Instead, he lunged at the driver. Ding. Host detected throwing a punch, automatically activating top-level skill, infinite strength. Bang. A tremendously heavy punch struck the driver's face. The impact caved in his face directly. Blood sprayed from his mouth. He slumped over the steering wheel. Ergo, Huang Mao and the others were stunned by Wang Chen's sudden punch. Initially, they all stood frozen in place. Before they could react, the car went out of control. Damn it! Everyone panicked, but it was too late. It crashed into a fence. Damn it! Huang Mao crawled out of the car, his face contorted with rage, wishing he could tear Wang Chen apart. But at that moment, they heard sirens approaching from behind. It turned out, Officer Lee, who was at the other end, received the message from the cameraman. He immediately mobilized surveillance and followed suit, watching the police car getting closer. As long as the Green Hills last, there'll be no shortage of firewood. Let's go! Huang Mao made a quick decision. Taking the two unharmed henchmen with him, they climbed over the fence and ran towards the forest on the roadside. Big brother, someone's chasing us. What? Huang Mao glanced back, nearly scaring him half to death. The person was Wang Chen. He was seen charging towards them at an incredible speed. Don't worry, he can't catch up to us. Before the sentence was finished, one henchman was suddenly knocked down with a punch. Huang Mao, WTF? Are you the Flash or what? So fast. He caught up to them. Their expressions changed drastically. Watching the other henchman being knocked down, he couldn't hold back anymore. Directly, he reached for the submachine gun at his waist. He's got a gun. Wang Chen made a quick stop, hastily dodging towards the bushes on the side. Although he was skilled, but not enough to withstand bullets. Anyway, Officer Lee and his team had arrived. He just needed to delay them. Huang Mao gritted his teeth. This kid reacts really fast. However, high on drugs, he didn't care, raising the gun and firing wildly into the bushes. Sparks flew. Bang bang bang. Bullets instantly turned the bushes into a sieve. Ha ha ha. Coward, weren't you bold just now? Huang Mao laughed heartily. The madman. Watching from his hiding spot, Wang Chen looked at Huang Mao firing wildly. If he could only disarm him. Ding. Host's need detected, automatically activating top-level skill, marksman. Whoosh in Wang Chen's mind. Suddenly, some unfamiliar memories surfaced. In the scene, he could blow up a person's head with a stone. Snapping out of the memory, Wang Chen couldn't help but gasp in shock. Too powerful. The original host's skill. He crouched down, picked up a stone, aiming, timing it right. Gunshots rang out fiercely. But the next moment, all that could be heard was Huang Mao's wailing. Because, with the dual skills of infinite strength and marksmanship, the thrown stone possessed a power no less than that of a bullet. Precise, it hit the hand of yellow hair holding the gun, with tremendous force that even severed several of his fingers directly. My hand. Yellow hair fell to the ground, howling in agony. Wang Chen heard the wails and knew he had succeeded. Turning his head, he froze in shock. The palm of yellow hair was dripping with blood, flesh mangled. Wang Chen gasped in disbelief at the outrageous power of the stone he had thrown. Not far away, two lackeys were wide-eyed in disbelief. Is that guy a superhuman? Stones? Bullets? Damn, they were lucky they didn't resist Wang Chen. Suddenly, the two of them felt a hint of relief. Seeing yellow hair powerless, Wang Chen rushed out, swiftly approaching him, and swiftly subdued him, pinning him to the ground. Meanwhile, near the van, Officer Li and others found Zhang Lan lying unconscious on the ground, unharmed, along with several other thugs. Gunshots came from the woods. It must be Yellow Hair and his gang, Officer Zhao said. Officer Li felt his scalp tingle. These guys still have guns. This is bad. He immediately thought that Wang Chen might be chasing them. Instantly, worry filled his heart. Wang Chen. Danger. Lao Zhao, let's go save them. Officer Zhao reacted, his face pale, and immediately followed Officer Li with his men. Damn it. That kid Wang Chen better not get into trouble. Otherwise, Director Li will scold them to death. The group moved faster than usual, following the trail in pursuit. Behind them, the cameraman followed closely. When they heard the sound of gunfire, the viewers in the live broadcast room were instantly frightened. It must be Wang Chen catching up, that's why they're shooting. Oh no, something's going to happen. Woo Wang Gu, don't die on my phone. He won't, the contestant won't die. In the studio, the experts and the director were all on edge, praying for the contestant. Let me go. Yellow Hair struggled. Damn, how did this guy do it? A single stone could blow his hand away. Wang Chen slapped him hard, scolding, not only are you on drugs, but you're also carrying a gun. You punk, you're asking for it. Let me tell you, even if I shoot you dead here, it's considered self-defense, got it? What? Yellow Hair was terrified. Are you serious? You too, if you don't want to die, come over here and squat down. The two lackeys didn't dare to resist, obediently squatting down and holding their heads. Tie yourselves up. Wang Chen threw them a rope. The three of them tearfully bound themselves. Were you guys acting tough just now? Wang Chen smiled at them. The three trembled in fear. What are you going to do? Before long, let go of Wang Chen. If you dare, come at us. Officer Li and the others rushed over, ready to fight to the death. However, when they saw Wang Chen unharmed, holding a gun, and the three criminals tied up on the ground, hands on their heads, two with bruises, and one with a mangled hand in agony, they were shocked. They saw the criminals crying and clinging to the police officer's legs. Officer, I surrender, take me away quickly, this guy is too terrifying. The criminals begged for mercy. And how did the gun end up in your hands? The police officers watched the scene, feeling like their CPUs were overheating. Officer Li, you arrived just in time. If you had come any later, it would have been a disaster, Wang Chen said, holding the submachine gun he had confiscated, stepping forward to speak. The police officers were on edge. It could have been worse. You almost executed the suspect on the spot, right? That's outrageous. In the live stream, netizens went crazy. Ha ha ha, seriously funny. Suspect, I was really scared at that moment. 3 against 1, and you still managed to seize the person with a gun? Who's the real bandit here? The other side. But shots were fired. How dare you go in? Officer Li rubbed his temples. You're really daring, kid. There's a gun. You're really gutsy. Wang Chen laughed. Well, I actually threw a stone to knock off his gun before going in. Damn. Sounds easy. But when everyone looked at Huang Mao's bloody hand, their shock was evident. Damn. Alright. You're amazing. Although this time was close, it was still dangerous. But in the future, don't do this again. Officer Li punched Wang Chen's chest. You're just a civilian. Why risk your life like that? Brother Wang, are you hurt? Tired? Have some water. Here, let me support you, the newcomers. Showing concern. Laughing and scolding Officer Li and Officer Zhao. These little rookies. Trying to curry favor. After all, as long as it's related to Wang Chen, the police can almost effortlessly solve the case. Don't get too cocky. The big shot, huh? You've been arrested, kid. Huang Mao shed tears. Along with a few henchmen, he was taken away by the police. Wang Chen initially thought of escaping, but in the end, he couldn't avoid a chat with the police. I knew it would end up like this. Wang Chen grumbled as the police jokingly escorted him into the car. The police force regrouped, taking the criminals back into custody. However, to everyone's surprise, the Sanjiang police station, for the first time ever, ran out of holding cells. Unbelievable. Even Chief Li couldn't believe it. When did their police station have such a scene? Because some of the over 200 thieves Wang Chen caught last time were still detained there. They had to temporarily detain Huang Mao in the office. Zhang Lan is fine. Chen Xiao has confessed to her and Huang Mao's involvement in Zhang He's murder. For this, I have to thank you. Without your speculation, we wouldn't have caught Chen Xiao, Officer Li said with a smile. Wang Chen took a sip of tea. The familiar taste. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. Well said. The cameraman took a close-up shot. Netizens praised him as handsome. Officer Li agreed, finding Wang Chen more pleasing to the eye. Thanks to him this time, the Sanjiang police station traced back and arrested a small gang behind Huang Mao. In total, over 20 people. They also seized 3 handguns, along with their previous achievements. Unexpectedly, this year, the fastest completion of police targets nationwide was not in the capital Yanjing, but in Sanjiang. So, the police station staff were extremely happy today. They couldn't stop laughing. Wang Chen, let me tell you something. Please go ahead. Actually, my daughter is still single. Put. Wang Chen sprayed tea on the other person's face. Officer Li, looks like it's better to forget about it. Sanjiang police station exceeded the target in advance. Instantly, triggered reactions from police stations across the country. Sanjiang police station, everyone, will take the lead. Honored police station, damn, Laoli, are you cheating? Fuchuan police station? Magic City police station, is this for real? Sanjiang is faster than the capital Yanjing. When everyone found out, it was because of Wang Chen again. The next moment, in the group chat, the police chief didn't care about his reputation anymore, crazily praising Chief Li, and threatened, gun in hand, going to Sanjiang to capture Wang Chen. Hilarious. Ha ha ha. They're getting anxious. These old folks are getting anxious. Li Ju watched as the group of old buddies in the room cursed loudly. One of them said, they're coming to 3 Rivers to snatch people. When will these people be able to break through our defenses? Unexpectedly, I also have my day of glory. After finishing his tea, Wang Chen left the police station and returned home. Just a few minutes later, the phone of the production team started ringing off the hook. Several television stations wanted to interview Wang Chen. However, the director asked Wang Chen, who didn't like fame, so he had to politely decline all of them. At that moment, Wang Chen was lying on his bed, drinking his favorite soda. What's so good about being famous? The one who stands out gets shot first. M3. But if I keep catching criminals like this, it won't end well if I don't become a cop, Wang Chen muttered irritably. He only hoped that next time, he wouldn't encounter any criminals. If he caught the attention of the country, it wouldn't be a matter of whether he wanted to do it or not. I still prefer being a slacker, Wang Chen thought, feeling comfortable as he went to take a shower. Then, happily eating potato chips, he started watching an anime. When he saw the moment when Fei Yangyang was rejected by Mei Yangyang, Wang Chen shook his head. One should not be like Fei Yangyang. The netizens couldn't hold back. Bro, stop cursing. What's wrong with Fei Yangyang? He hasn't earned the right to be a lapdog for Mei Yangyang yet. Exactly, what's wrong with Fei Yangyang? I'm enjoying it. That's right, the chase is always exciting. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Wang Chen got up. Who is it? Walking to the door and opening it, he was surprised to see the butler who he had met before with Jiang Qing. The well-dressed butler was very polite and greeted him. Then he said, "Hello, Mr. Wang Chen, we meet again. Is there something you need? Are you free tomorrow?" The butler asked. "I'm straight. The butler said, Miss Jiang asked me to ask you. Ever since Wang Chen awakened the master of love skills of the original owner, he somewhat understood the metaphor in that sentence. I'm free. Very well. Don't be nervous, our miss just wants to go out with you, stroll around, have a meal, watch a movie. Wang Chen? Isn't this a date? The butler was taken aback. In the live broadcast room, the netizens were stunned. It was quiet, extremely quiet. The butler realized, that's right. Isn't this a date? Damn it. Miss, are you confused? Wang Chen said, please go back and tell Miss Jiang that I can accompany her to go out, just like good friends. Upon hearing his response, the butler breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for agreeing. I'll come to pick you up tomorrow. The butler left, feeling increasingly strange, but unable to pinpoint why. In the live broadcast room, the netizens' minds were blown. Damn, I feel so uncomfortable. Sob bro, I don't want to be Fei Yang anymore. Is this what a master looks like? Bro, start a class, I'll pay for it. Seeing a contestant being asked out by a beauty, I'm really caught off guard. That night, countless Fei Yangs hesitated, turned back, and saw the light. The production team, director, staff, the singles were hit hard. 1 DUI. We were supposed to guess the contestants' professions, not watch them fall in love, right? Professor An was embarrassed. That's not right. In the luxurious villa, a beautiful woman walked into Zhang Qing's room and lazily lay on her lap. She smiled and said, tomorrow, I'll go shopping with Mom. I heard there are a few nice dresses out. I'm going out with someone tomorrow. Beautiful woman, a man? Alright, do you have someone in your heart? Zhang Qing blushed. Don't misunderstand. We're just friends. We're just friends. The beautiful woman was speechless. In the beginning, when I got together with your dad, I said the same thing to your grandpa. I've been willful since I was young. Mom, we've only met once. Hearing this, the beautiful woman widened her beautiful eyes. Goodness gracious. The other party turned out to be a fox spirit in love. Jiang Jiang, the water is deep here. Shall Mom test the waters for you first? Zhang Qing blushed. She ushered the playful beautiful woman out of her room. She turned around and looked at her wardrobe. What should I wear tomorrow? The next day, around 5 o'clock, as agreed, the butler came to pick up Wang Chen. With the other party's consent, the photographer also got into the car. Is this okay? Wang Chen, it's not a date, so what's there to be afraid of? Butler, exactly. How could our miss possibly be interested in you? In the live broadcast room, netizens were looking forward to it. Although it's not a date, who wouldn't like the scene of a handsome man and a beautiful woman playing together? Before long, Wang Chen got out of the car. He saw Zhang Qing, who had been waiting for a long time. She was tall with outstanding looks. Beneath her short skirt were snow-white legs wrapped in black stockings. She looked even more beautiful than last time. Here, where there were already many people, seeing Zhang Qing standing at the intersection made many male university students unable to move. They were enchanted. If it weren't for the bodyguards protecting Zhang Qing in secret, there might have been a bunch of men approaching her earlier. Zhang Qing held her bag and obediently waited for Wang Chen. You're here so early. Wang Chen, dressed casually for once, looked quite handsome after grooming. Zhang Qing looked him up and down, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She said, I can hardly recognize you. Wang Chen? Netizens burst into laughter. Can't believe it, my brother Wang used to be so sloppy. Critical hit 99.99. Wang Chen, is this praising me or scolding me? Wang Chen pouted. I recognized you at a glance. Is that so? Zhang Qing tied up her hair, a hint of joy in her voice. Although she rationalized that it was just a casual remark, she couldn't help but feel happy inside. In the studio, if the previous contestant Wang Chen was humorous, adding his current looks, he will be a knockout. Wang's team. Who the hell are you? Director, this is the emotional expert we invited. Known as the Grand Master. Perhaps he can judge his emotional experiences from Wang Chen's words and understand him as a person. Professor An, you're just here for the show's effect, right? That's also part of the reason. At this moment, Wang Chen was strolling with Zhang Qing. You look very beautiful today. Take a closer look. You're quite tall. In a casual manner, he gestured above her head. Zhang Qing smiled and said, I'm over 1.7 meters tall. Oh my god. The goddess is smiling. Strange, when I said this, my girlfriend thought I was teasing her and chased me to hit me. +1. In the studio, the emotional expert marveled. This is a master. Casual but sincere, making the girl not feel insincere. This often has the best effect. He must be an expert. Wang's team was speechless. How does this help? Could it be that his true identity is a scumbag? I heard there's a lantern festival today, very lively, want to go see it? Wang Chen became even more at ease. Pointing to the ancient street ahead, he asked. Jiang Cheng nodded. She also wanted to eat chestnuts. At home, her parents didn't allow her to eat these. So, this time, she sneaked out to indulge herself. Everywhere, she looked for a snack stall. Wang Chen and Jiang Cheng were chatting and laughing. The men around them were full of envy in their eyes. I heard you can dissect bodies too? Jiang Cheng also watched his live stream and talked to Wang Chen about interesting topics. Wang Chen followed her words, explaining unknown knowledge to her, making Jiang Cheng look at him with new eyes. And from time to time, Wang Chen would bring up some daily life topics, always keeping the conversation going without becoming monotonous. If they kept talking about one topic or it became too monotonous, it would make the lady feel bored. This scene dumbfounded the online viewers. Learning. What did you learn? In the next life, I must become a man like Brother Wang. The premise is you have to be handsome, fellow tribesmen. Stop watching, it's time to go back to the cave. With the blessing of the love guru, Wang Chen didn't even need to think. Naturally, he could respond fluently. Your chestnuts. Such a loving couple, chatting for so long. The boss handed them chestnuts. This sentence instantly occupied Jiang Cheng's mind. Her face turned crimson. The boss realized he misspoke and misunderstood, quickly leaving the scene. Ahem. These chestnuts smell so good, what do you think? She looked awkwardly at Wang Chen. Wang Chen nodded, burying himself in eating chestnuts. The two fell into a silent, ambiguous atmosphere. The Lantern Festival is about to begin. Wang Chen looked at the rising fireworks. So beautiful. Jiang Cheng was also mesmerized. Before long, they started talking again. In the bustling street, the two moved through the crowd. Nearby were various shops and game stalls, attracting passers-by. The most common were ring toss and shooting games. The online viewers couldn't resist wanting to play. However, those with experience knew these were just tricks by the merchants who targeted your wallet. There's a shooting game. It's my first time seeing this. Jiang Cheng walked to a stall, which was selling large balloons and toy guns. This gun is different from the one I use for hunting. Jiang Cheng touched it. Hunting? Yes, my family has a hunting ground. Wang Chen? Online viewers? A hunting ground? Damn. Miss, perhaps the most suffering you've experienced in your life is the pain of wearing Valentino, right? Such a lively girl, how about it? Want to try? The boss came out. How do you play? Jiang Cheng asked. 5 shots, 10 yuan. That's simple. Jiang Cheng paid directly. 1 round. Seeing this, the boss smiled knowingly. All right. Before long, Jiang Cheng, confident in her shooting skills, took her turn. But, she missed every shot. Jiang Cheng frowned. What's going on? Beside her, the boss chuckled. Silly girl, do you think we set up this stall to lose money? It's all a trick. The online viewers recognized the familiar taste and started commenting. This is a scam, don't fall for it, young lady. It's all a big con. You can't hit anything at all. Last time, I was scammed out of over 200 here. Exactly, the boss kept calling me handsome. I was enchanted. Jiang Cheng tried several times but didn't hit once. Though not too disheartened, there was definitely some disappointment. Let me try. Just then, Wang Chen took off his coat. He stepped forward, took the toy gun from Jiang Cheng's hand, and looked at the boss. Of course, it's good. The boss laughed. Another god of wealth has arrived. Netizens see Wang Chen taking the bait. They exclaim in confusion. Contestant, pure is so unlucky. This thing is even more disgusting than gambling. At least gambling can make you earn some money. Here comes another money giver. Listen to my advice. The water here is deep. You can't handle it, the boss sneered. In fact, despite the close distance, he is not stupid. He had tampered with the toy gun long ago. No matter how you aim, the bullet shot out will tilt and deviate from the trajectory. Basically, you can't hit the prize. Even if customers complain, they will only say, young man, you can't aim properly, blame me? At this point, most customers can only swallow their anger. So what if you're cheated? You still have to play. How could Wang Chen not know the boss's intentions? After paying, he looked at Jiang Cheng and asked, which one do you like? Jiang Cheng glanced around, pondered, and then pointed to a toy bear, saying, I want that one. Okay, I'll shoot it down for you. Yo, the boss chuckled. He even rigged it for you. You'll cry later. Netizens couldn't bear to watch. However, just as the boss chuckled, Wang Chen's eyes instantly turned cold. He raised the toy gun with one hand, swung his arm, and the bullet shot out in a mysterious trajectory. Bang! Then, on the counter, a cute toy bear was hit and fell to the ground. Netizens? The boss was stunned. Damn! Hit on the first shot? Not bad, young man, the boss said with a smile. He was not flustered. There will always be one or two lucky ones. Moreover, the toy bear he hit was the cheapest prize. Next, he couldn't hit a single shot. The boss still made a profit. As for the expensive prizes, the boss placed them at the highest position. Even if you aim accurately, the bullet won't reach there. The boss was overjoyed at his tearful profit. Suddenly, bang! He heard another sound. He turned his head and was immediately dumbfounded. His eyes were about to pop out. Unbelievably, Wang Chen hit a prize worth 50 yuan with one shot. Damn! What's going on with the contestant? He hit it? His luck is off the charts. Contestant, you're not at a loss this time. Brother, you shoot so fast? Upstairs, something's not right with you. Wang Chen looked at the boss. Boss, I'm really lucky, aren't I? Yes. The boss smiled in agreement. However, his smile was forced, and you could even see his mouth twitching uncontrollably. It hurts. Humph. Things don't happen 3 times. The boss refused to believe it. You kid, can it be that you'll hit the next shot too? Snap. He hit it. Wang Chen, wow, worth 100 yuan. The boss gasped in shock. Damn, boss, your gun is pretty good, huh? Wang Chen said casually. It seems like hitting the prize is a piece of cake for him. The boss's voice trembled with tears, and he said shakily, young man, are you a special forces soldier? Wang Chen was speechless. I'm just an ordinary passerby. The live broadcast exploded. This is not just luck, right? How did he do it? It's rigged. No one expected that it would turn out like this. Wang Chen wasn't cheated. Instead, the boss was. Seeing Wang Chen, who was like a sharpshooter hitting every target, the boss couldn't sit still. He approached and said with a smile, young man, wait for me. No problem. Wang Chen had an invincible look of indifference. After a while, the boss sneered. This time, he simply raised all the prizes higher. It seemed impossible to hit them. How could you possibly hit them? In response, Wang Chen let his skills do the talking. Bang! 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 All hits. The boss? Damn it! Is this kid sent by the heavens to clean me out? In the live broadcast room, netizens were at a loss. The player is amazing. Damn, is he a sharpshooter? So cool bro, as a guy, I moved just watching. Bro, you're so accurate. Everyone, hold back a bit. Wang bro, I can warm your bed for you. Holy crap, the player has definitely shot before. In the studio, Team Wang was shocked. Quick scope? A move even professional snipers find difficult. This guy has definitely practiced shooting. But the issue is, this level of skill takes at least 7 to 8 years. Who the hell spends so many years practicing shooting for no reason? This guy. What's his identity? The boss. Took a big loss today. He grumbled, kid, I still need to eat, can't you let me keep my job? He decided to come clean. Jiang Cheng stepped forward, holding a teddy bear, and said, boss, this isn't fair of you. But your boyfriend is way out of line. How am I supposed to set up here in the future? The boss seemed reluctant to give out the prizes. What? You want to back out now? Jiang Cheng was getting angry. Just as she was about to call the bodyguards, Wang Chen stopped her and said with a smile, boss, like I said, I just got lucky. Lucky? Hitting the mark every single time. Who are you trying to fool? The boss played dumb. The previous shots don't count. Netizens? This guy is shameless. Watching the boss act stubbornly, Wang Chen said helplessly, how about this, I'll close my eyes and shoot, okay? If I hit, give me the prize. If not, forget it. What? Blindfolded shooting? Netizens were shocked. Even the boss was taken aback. Kid, are you kidding me? Immediately, a smile spread across his face. Alright, you said it. Before long, Wang Chen was blindfolded. He couldn't see a thing in front of him. Seemingly afraid of him, the boss even spun him around in place, disorienting him. Come on, kid, shoot away. The boss chuckled. Wang Chen was speechless. This boss really has a small heart. But spilled water cannot be gathered up again. He took a deep breath, feeling a bit nervous. At that moment, Jiang Cheng leaned in, whispering quietly in his ear, you can do it. For some reason, Wang Chen's ears turned red instantly. Then, the boss and the curious onlookers witnessed a scene they would never forget. Wang Chen turned around. His arm whipped out like a whip. The bullet shot out at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Then, bang, 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 the sound of prizes dropping one after another. The bullets, imbued with limitless force, ricocheted among the prizes. Each and every prize was hit. Until the highest point, the most expensive prize was sent flying. In an instant, the boss was dumbfounded. The onlookers were dumbfounded. The netizens were dumbfounded. The production team was frozen. For a moment, everyone fell into silence. After a while, applause erupted on the scene. Is my eyesight failing me? Unbelievable. This shot, it's the shot of the summer. Bullets can even curve? Can the experts come out and explain? Experts say they can't even do this move. The barrage of comments flew, watching the array of prizes being hit by a single shot. The stall owner was so scared that his soul almost flew away. You're not a special forces soldier. Well, boss, you're not thinking of playing dumb, are you? Wang Chen said with a smile. Onlookers in the crowd started to cheer. One must be honest in life. Do you still want to survive on this street? With no other choice, the boss couldn't save face and had to compromise with Wang Chen. He reluctantly said, I'm just unlucky. Take these prizes with you. The boss, tears in his eyes, handed all the prizes to Wang Chen. The stall was gone. Wang Chen said, thank you, I'll come play here again next time. The boss, who hadn't gone far, almost spat blood. What the hell? There's a next time? You want me to lose everything I have? Who's this young man? So amazing, could he be a special police officer? Seems like just an ordinary person. Ordinary person? Are ordinary people this extraordinary nowadays? You're really skilled. Zhang Qing looked at Wang Chen and spoke. It was the first time she had seen a man with such amazing marksmanship. She became even more curious about Wang Chen. I'll teach you next time. It's a deal then. Zhang Qing smiled. However, the stall owners on the street were all familiar with each other. It didn't take long for Wang Chen to become famous, but unfortunately, it was on a blacklist. All the stalls had him marked, prohibiting Wang Chen from entering. This amused netizens. Wang Chen himself felt speechless. Can't he handle it? The Lantern Festival began, and everyone rushed to join the festivities, making the place crowded, especially with mischievous children running around and bumping into people. Zhang Qing was in such a crowded place for the first time. She seemed like a startled kitten, becoming alert. Give me your hand. At that moment, Wang Chen naturally held her fair hand and said, it's crowded here. Netizens wondered if this was too forward, but to their surprise, Zhang Qing didn't resist and let Wang Chen hold her hand. She blushed slightly, her voice no longer as cold as before, but rather shy. Okay. The two walked hand in hand, making many men clench their teeth in jealousy. When they met the envious, resentful, and inferior gazes of the men around them, Wang Chen finally understood why men liked to conquer goddesses. It felt so good. Of course, Wang Chen knew his boundaries. He knew their relationship hadn't reached that stage yet. The Lantern Festival in Sanjian was always lively, with various fireworks lighting up the sky, mesmerizing the crowd. After watching for a while, Zhang Qing said she wanted to walk in a less crowded place. Wang Chen then led her to a quieter area along the river by the sea. The cool sea breeze made them both feel comfortable. Walking by the river at night, Zhang Qing held a teddy bear toy. For some reason, she wasn't as happy with the branded bags that her pursuers had sent her before. Indeed, when a woman is interested in a man, she will be happy with whatever he gives her. You don't come here often? No. I mostly follow my father to learn about managing the group, so I rarely have my own leisure time. She also carried a heavy burden on her shoulders. Rich people also have their troubles. After pondering for a moment, Wang Chen suddenly said, how about going to the beach? Zhang Qing was taken aback. It was something she had never dared to think about before. Then, like a shy kitten, she asked, is it okay? Wang Chen looked at the photographer behind him and the bodyguards in the shadows, raised his fist the size of a sandbag, and waved it. Of course, it's okay. That's what I said. Originally, he should have escorted the young lady back. However, the butler, seeing how happy the young lady had never been before, stopped the angry bodyguards and tactfully led them and the photographer away from the two. The bodyguards gritted their teeth. Damn it. Get him. Let's go. Today, you are not some rich girl or the future heir of a conglomerate. You are just Zhang Qing, a young girl who has just come of age. Wang Chen held Zhang Qing's hand, leading her. She came to the beach. I'm not ready yet, Zhang Qing said, squeezing Wang Chen's hand even tighter. Sensing it, their fingers intertwined. Joy surged in Wang Chen's heart like never before. Before long, on the beach, two sets of footprints were left behind. The two of them played around casually, enjoying the beautiful moment. This scene made everyone watching exclaim how wonderful it was. Wow, it's like watching a romantic drama. Showing an anti-smile so sweet, you two should get together soon. Zhang Qing's blushing feet stepped on the sandy beach, looking at the sparkling sea. So beautiful. Yes, the two smiled at each other. Naturally, they laughed. But soon, they fell silent again. By now, they had walked too far, even leaving the photographer behind. The bodyguards were also lost. Sanjiang Police Station. Officer Lee was handling the case of Huang Mao and others. The previous kidnapping case. The selection of the Thief King. And now this. The suspects were all armed. This made the officers smell something fishy. Coincidence? No. Officer Lee and the others speculated that behind these criminals, there was a huge dark force, providing weapons to the criminals. This was a disaster for Sanjiang. Lao Li, how's it going? Have you found out the source of the weapons? Officer Lee looked at Officer Zhao. Officer Zhao nodded. That Huang Mao said he bought them from an intermediary. That intermediary. I caught him. He confessed, he was working for an organization called the 5 Union. 5 Union. Officer Lee was shocked, unable to hide the fear in his eyes. At this moment, only 2 people. Wang Chen. Jiang Qing tucked her hair behind her ear. She gazed into Wang Chen's eyes. It seemed like she was waiting for something. Seeing her like this, Wang Chen became nervous. Should he make a move? Go for it. She's already waiting. Little angel Wang Chen encouraged himself. What's there to fear? Just go for it. However, another demon Wang Chen appeared in his mind, sneering, don't forget, the original owner's identity is in danger. Are you not afraid of causing trouble for her by being together? By the seaside, waves rolled in. Like Wang Chen's current mood, the distance between them was getting closer. Close enough, they could almost hear each other's quickening heartbeats. As the saying goes, handsome guys have girlfriends, smooth talkers have girlfriends, only cowards don't have girlfriends. Wang Chen looked at Jiang Qing's soft and tender lips. Unable to control himself, he leaned in, closer to her lips. It would be his first kiss. Jiang Qing tensed up, her breathing becoming heavier. She tightly held her skirt with both hands, closed her eyes, but did not resist. They were about to kiss. But, in the next second, Wang Chen stopped. Ding! Detecting murderous intent, activating skill, murderous intent perception, enemy, 1, then. He instinctively looked in a certain direction. In the dense forest, under the flickering roadside light, a figure stood there mysteriously, gazing over with interest. It was unclear when she appeared, wearing a tight night suit, with a slender figure. Between her fair palms, she toyed with a sharp, chilling spike. At her feet lay several bodyguards responsible for protecting Jiang Qing. At this moment, without exception, they all lay lifeless at her feet, silent, like a grim reaper. The woman raised the spike, licking the bloodstains on the blade. Continuing, the sharp blade pointed towards Wang Chen not far away. In the next moment, the woman disappeared into the darkness. But Wang Chen knew it was just a diversion. The woman had not left but was swiftly closing in on them. Once the fight started, it would inevitably involve Jiang Qing beside him. Thinking of this, Wang Chen made a quick decision. Without a word, he ran towards the other end of the small forest. Knowing the female assassin's target was him, she would follow. The female assassin naturally understood his intentions. However, this was a perfect opportunity for an assassination. So, she followed Wang Chen's lead, ignoring Jiang Qing who was still waiting for a kiss. Suddenly, she leaped out of the darkness, raised the long knife in her hand, and aimed a slash at the back of Wang Chen's neck. Ding! Host detected danger, automatically activated full-level skill, master of body techniques. At a critical moment, Wang Chen performed an incredible dodge. He actually evaded it. The female assassin's strike cut deeply into a thick tree stump, leaving a terrifying gap. Wang Chen's heart skipped a beat. This woman was definitely not ordinary. Ordinary people didn't have such strength. Fortunately, although the opponent's physical fitness was strong, it was not beyond his own. This eased Wang Chen's fear somewhat. However, the danger was still present. The female assassin, missing her strike, was not discouraged. Instead, she looked at Wang Chen with amusement, like a spider eyeing its prey caught in a web. Wang Chen's death was only a matter of time. I heard you caught over 200 thieves. No wonder you're so skilled, the woman said with a smile. Wang Chen, beauty. I have no grudge against you, why bother? Haha, in the adult world, it's all about interests. Little brother, I don't dislike you, you're even my type. But unfortunately, you're blocking the path of my boss, so you must die. The female assassin teased. As soon as she finished speaking, a flying knife appeared in front of Wang Chen's face. The speed was astonishing. Wang Chen dodged to the side. Damn it! Li Xuanwan's flying knives are out. Who the hell wants to kill him? To resort to such a formidable character? For a moment, Wang Chen couldn't figure it out. However, the opponent didn't give him a chance to think. Wave after wave of attacks, each aimed directly at vital points. Are you only good at dodging? Be a man. Let me land a blow. Wang Chen was speechless. What nonsense! He clenched his fist. Could he only dodge? If only he could immobilize this woman. Ding! Host desires to immobilize the target. Automatically activates full level skill. Sunflower acupoint technique. Wang Chen's body paused. In his mind, unfamiliar memories surfaced. Die! The female assassin was ruthless, seizing the opportunity to launch a devastating strike. Fast as a shadow. But the next moment, she was horrified to find that Wang Chen was one step faster than her. Swish! Wang Chen delivered a flying kick, sending the knife in the woman's hand flying. The female assassin paled in shock. Following that was a scream. Wang Chen's hands, like a pair of pliers, thrust into her ribs on both sides with force. A fatal move. Waist-grabbing acupoint technique. Ah! The female assassin felt like her waist was about to burst. She gritted her teeth. Bastard. You're dead. Just as she was about to grab Wang Chen, before she could make a move, her body seemed to lose all strength, and she collapsed on the ground as if drained of energy. What's happening? The female assassin was bewildered. Her body seemed to be frozen. Wang Chen sneered, taking advantage of her weakness. He aimed to end her life, straddling her, clasping her hands in the opposite direction, pinning her down, rendering the female assassin unable to move. Crack! A slap landed on the woman's round buttocks. Don't move! Unless you want to spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. The female assassin felt both embarrassed and angry. How dare he slap her buttocks? No man had ever treated her like this before. Who are you exactly? Familiar with human anatomy. Immense strength. Capable of immobilizing people. Just a passerby. How could he possess all these skills? I should be the one asking you that, shouldn't I? Wang Chen slapped her buttocks again. The woman pouted, her eyes flashing a hint of disarray. Who sent you? Wang Chen pressed. The female assassin felt unlucky. She never expected that after all these years, today she would be defeated by a mere passerby. Give up. I won't tell you anything. You pervert. Wang Chen retorted, calling me a pervert? You were the one trying to kill me. That's why. The woman fell silent. You shouldn't meddle in others' affairs. Wang Chen was done talking to the woman. He took action directly. You dare, you pervert. Wang Chen searched the woman's pockets. There must be some clues there. However, in the dark night with limited visibility, Wang Chen accidentally touched something soft and round. Female assassin? Wang Chen, ahem. Just feeling around. What's wrong? No big deal. Give it back to me. The female assassin was furious but helpless. Before long, Wang Chen searched around and found a generic mobile phone, 2 small knives hidden on her calves, a spike hidden in the tip of her shoe, and a hammer wrapped around her chest. Wang Chen gasped in shock. Human weapons? This was beyond belief. If he hadn't shamelessly searched her body, who knows, the woman might have suddenly attacked him with hidden weapons. The female assassin, feeling hot all over from being searched, said, Wang Chen, this won't work. I have people above me. They will come soon. By then, you will undoubtedly die. Why don't you let me go now, and I won't kill you this time. What do you say? This statement made Wang Chen chuckle, laughing as if there's no one behind me. You have influence too? The female assassin was stunned and extremely surprised. Then she saw Wang Chen holding her phone, dialing 110. Hello? Officer Lee, come over, I've caught a female assassin. Okay. After hanging up, Wang Chen said, tell me, is my influence significant? The female assassin was dumbfounded. What a move! As soon as she heard police, the once defiant female assassin panicked. If she went in, it would be over. She pleaded, don't do this. I was just messing with you earlier. Young man, what do you think of me? How about we go to the bushes over there and play some poker? I promise to let you walk out comfortably. Wang Chen. Seduction? Do you think I'll fall for it? What do you take me for? Wang Chen grumbled as he lifted the immobilized female assassin and walked into the nearby bushes. Female assassin? She was too shocked to speak. Strange. Where did they go? In who likes to play with pretty boys, probably still chasing that Wang Chen, let's follow. Okay. The two men exchanged a glance and then rushed ahead, disappearing from sight. Before long, Wang Chen slowly emerged, carrying the unconscious female assassin. Just now, he sensed the approaching murderous intent of the two individuals, so he led the female assassin into the bushes to avoid alerting them. After a while, the sound of sirens was heard once again. Wang Chen looked at Officer Lee, and Officer Lee looked back at him. The two fell into silence. Good lad. Where were you? Things went south. Truly a born criminal. So terrifying. This time, even assassins emerged. Upon learning that the other party had accomplices, the police immediately sealed off the area. However, after searching around, they still couldn't catch the suspects. Looks like they got away. Report, we found some unconscious individuals. The police found the unconscious butler and others. Shortly after, Jiang Cheng hurried over to check on their injuries. After confirming that everyone was fine, she turned to Wang Chen. You're not hurt, are you? I'm fine. What about the criminal? I subdued him. Jiang Cheng nodded, relieved to hear he was unharmed. Then, she remembered the unfinished matter from earlier. Lowering her head, she hesitated. About earlier. After all, that was technically her first kiss, even though it didn't succeed. However, their relationship had changed because of it, and it was undeniable. How about we make it up next time? Wang Chen said earnestly. Blushing, Jiang Cheng replied in a nearly inaudible voice, okay. You promised. They laughed and chatted a bit more. Jiang Cheng was very satisfied with Wang Chen's performance that day. If there was any flaw, it was that kiss. But she was a proper lady. How could she take the initiative? So she could only hint at Wang Chen indirectly. To take care of the injured butler and others, she bid farewell to Wang Chen and got into the ambulance to leave the scene. This scene was all seen by Officer Li. She's a good girl. You better cherish her. Patting Wang Chen's shoulder, he implied, in this day and age, if a rich lady who's good-looking and has money fancies you, you better enjoy it secretly. That's what I'm telling you, lad. Although that's true, today it seems you can't escape the fate of drinking tea. Sanjiang Police Station. The photographer sized up Wang Chen. You scared me. Are you okay? I'm fine. I can drink 5 cups of tea in one go. A young comrade shot a resentful look at Wang Chen. Damn, I told you to drink tea, not to drink like this. How many cups of Longjing is this already? Director Li might cry when he comes back. Wang Chen chuckled. He had figured it out too. Since struggling was futile, he might as well lie back and enjoy it. Players still alive. Phew, thought you were a goner. What on earth happened? If they're drinking tea, it can't be anything good. Netizens saw Wang Chen again. They were both delighted and worried about his dangerous situation. The production team sighed as they watched the recovered screen. The director also breathed a sigh of relief. What exactly happened? Wang team, I heard that a female assassin targeted Wang Chen. Assassin? Damn, that's terrifying. Professor An was nervous and said, could it be an old enemy before the memory loss? Who would attract an assassin as a profession? The experts speculated. Could it be Wang Chen's true identity is a secret agent? I think he's probably a hidden billionaire in the country. Various speculations emerged for a while. Online, Wang Chen's identity became even more mysterious. Secret agent? Wang Chen looked at the netizens' new round of speculation. Almost fainted. It's really outrageous how outrageous his mother is. Outrageous. Home at last. Zhao, the police officer who was taking a statement from Wang Chen, said cheerfully, Xiao Wang. Uncle is curious about something. Wang Chen, we're all family, why be shy? Good, straightforward. Then I'll get straight to the point. Officer Zhao asked seriously, you know martial arts, right? Wang Chen, what martial arts? Don't talk nonsense. Officer Zhao was speechless. Why are you getting excited? I'm not. Live stream room. Netizens laughed. He's getting anxious, he's definitely upset. There must be something going on. Martial arts, isn't that just talk? Exactly, who still practices that stuff? Only kids would be fooled. Officer Zhao was puzzled. If Wang Chen didn't know martial arts, how did a passerby manage to render a terrifying female assassin, armed with at least 18 knives, unable to move? And he himself emerged unscathed. This was even more unbelievable. All right, I just casually asked, you don't know martial arts, right? However, just then, as the two were recording their statements, a scream came from behind. Quick! Stop him! What? Officer Zhao and Wang Chen looked up together. They saw, not far from them, at the corner, a middle-aged man, wild-eyed, wielding a butcher's knife. His eyes bloodshot, he crazily roared, I'll kill you. And less than 10 meters away from him, a policewoman was yawning as she walked out of the data room. The two were on a collision course. This scene terrified all the police present because, as expected, in just a few seconds, at most, the out-of-control criminal would use the knife. One stab. To kill the policewoman right in front of him. The outcome was self-evident. Oh no! Old Zhao was the first to rush forward without regard for his safety. He went barehanded to rescue the policewoman. But at that moment, it was simply too late. No one could make it in time. In the studio. Captain Wang, even if you rush up, there's no guarantee you can take the knife away from the criminal. Damn it! Regardless, that young policewoman was either going to die or get injured. Ha ha ha, The out-of-control butcher had already raised the knife high, looking fiercely at the policewoman who was frozen in place by fear. In the live stream room, netizens watched the scene. Run away. It's no use, the distance is too close. What to do? Where did this butcher get the knife from? I can't bear to watch the next scene. What about a gun? Maybe shooting could still work. Bro, 7 steps away, bullets are fast, but within 7 steps, the knife is faster. No one wanted to see that scene. The faces of the surrounding police officers turned pale. Officer Zhao even closed his eyes, afraid to witness what would happen next. Suddenly, just as the out-of-control butcher raised the butcher knife towards the policewoman, Wang Chen, having finished his tea, picked up the empty teacup in his hand. In the next instant, he used his infinite strength to perform the sunflower acupoint touching hand. The teacup shot out like a bullet. Bang! It fiercely hit a crucial acupoint on the butcher. The teacup then exploded, fragments blinding the butcher's eyes. He let out a howl of pain. Startled, his body froze in a strange position. The butcher's knife stopped just an inch above the terrified policewoman's head. Unable to move even a fraction further, the policewoman trembled all over, unable to believe it. She survived? After all this, Wang Chen looked towards. Beside him, the young comrade spoke up. Comrade, can I offer you a few more cups of tea? Is that too much? The young comrade witnessed everything. He had long been gaping in shock. At that moment, in the presence of all the police officers, including Officer Zhao, and even the netizens in the live broadcast room, everyone was dumbfounded. Wang Chen threw a teacup, hitting the criminal. Then, the butcher was immobilized? Acupoint manipulation? Is that for real? Why isn't the butcher moving? Player, you better give an explanation. Chang Wei, you said you didn't know martial arts. You even know acupoint manipulation. Don't go overboard. Player, investigate. He really knows martial arts. The netizens were shocked by this scene, especially since Wang Chen didn't even get up. He effortlessly stopped the butcher and saved the female police officer. So cool. Watching the butcher being immobilized by acupoint manipulation, Officer Zhao quickly led his team up. Using silver handcuffs, they restrained him. Are you okay? The female officer, who had almost died, trembled and nodded tearfully. I'm fine. Officer Zhao and the other officers breathed a sigh of relief. They were all shaken, realizing that if it weren't for Wang Chen, there would have been a major incident at the police station. What's all the commotion about? What happened? Officer Li heard the commotion and hurried over. He saw the butcher subdued on the ground, eyes bloodshot, holding a cleaver. And beside him, old Zhao was comforting the startled female officer. Suddenly, it dawned on him. How did this person get in? Officer Li inquired. However, he noticed that the other officers were all focused on one person at the moment, Wang Chen, the one drinking tea. Why were they all looking at Wang Chen? Were they all out of their minds? Officer Li approached one of the officers, ready to reprimand him, but the officer explained what had just happened. Acupoint manipulation? Are you kidding me? Are we shooting a movie here? It's true, sir. He just casually threw the teacup, hit that guy, and then he couldn't move. Officer Li still couldn't believe it. But no matter what, it was Wang Chen who had saved the day. He walked towards Wang Chen and said, "Thank you for helping that comrade. If it weren't for you, she might have." The thought made Officer Li feel guilty. How would he explain to her parents if something had happened to the female officer? It was nothing. I'll leave now. Wang Chen stood up and left the police station with the cameraman. As for the silver fox, he was left in the hands of the police officers. Shortly after Wang Chen left, Officer Li still couldn't believe what old Zhao and the others had said. But he was curious. In his spare time, he personally went to the police station's monitoring room and replayed the footage. Then, he witnessed Wang Chen throwing the teacup, hitting the butcher, and the moment the butcher was immobilized. Wow, he's a master. Even the monitoring officers couldn't help but gasp in shock. Officer Li was stunned for a long time before coming to his senses. Acupoint manipulation really existed. And to think, he had said, "You don't know martial arts." He even used acupoint manipulation. What's next? Suddenly, he found himself anticipating something. No, why am I curious? On the way home, Wang Chen looked at the cameraman beside him. The cameraman didn't say anything, but his expression said it all. Wang Chen felt embarrassed. Cough cough. Actually, it was just good luck. A blind cat ran into a dead mouse. Photographer guy, yes. I'm serious. Yes. Wang Chen, brother, can you teach me? Wang Chen, teach what? I don't know any martial arts. The photographer guy had a look on his face as if saying, "Are you taking me for a fool?" Looking at him, that expression of the guy. In the live broadcast room, The netizens couldn't hold back. Who understands? He's acting even though it's so obvious. Wang, give up the struggle. Everyone understands. Alright, let's give him some face and pretend we don't know. Ha ha ha, hilarious. Bro, why not open a martial arts school and make money? Cough, I have a brother who wants to learn this move. +1. +2. Wang Chen was convinced. Now it's settled. Everyone knows he knows martial arts. These days won't be peaceful anymore. Indeed, as he expected. Does he not know the nature of his brothers? Soon, the video of Wang Chan's acupoint technique was recorded in the live broadcast room and quickly spread online. Initially, everyone thought it was edited to deceive children. The production team has no shame, they'll do anything for views. Acupoint technique, why not fly to the sky? That butcher looks like an old actor, acting while I thought it was real. This Wang Chen is up to his tricks again. Just a publicity stunt, for trending. In the studio, Kai, who was psychologically affected by Wang Chen, seized the opportunity. Crazy output. What acupoint technique? This is definitely a scam. Quickly, using her alternate account. Setting the tone. Whoever believes is truly foolish, thinking other viewers lack intelligence. This Wang Chen, maybe, even the previous trending topics were all just hype. Kai, ha ha ha, infuriating you. However, happiness lasted only 3 seconds. The Sanjiang police station personally came forward to testify for Wang Chen. They even included the surveillance playback of Wang Chen gallantly saving the female police officer at that time. After watching, the netizens were stunned. This is unbelievable. Even if it's a publicity stunt, can't the police station fake it? The police even released the surveillance footage. Can it be fake? So, the video is real. Damn, worship the master. My voice was a bit loud just now. Becoming a fan. Brother, so cool. The internet exploded, spreading rapidly. Before long, Wang Chen snatched the top trending spot from Kai. This is ridiculous. Who can do acupoint techniques? The production team. The director returned from the restroom. Just as he entered, something big happened. Director. The crew members rushed in a panic. Wang Chen, hearing this, the director immediately understood. Xing, I see. Got arrested again? Speechless. Going to the police station every now and then. It's almost becoming a regular show. Saying that, the director was about to send crew members to fetch him. But, just a few steps in, the crew member added, he saved a female police officer. The video is going viral all over the internet. What? Acupoint technique? Have you watched too many martial arts films? The staff felt helpless. Might as well. Showed the director the video directly. The director was shocked at first sight. Damn. Wang Chen, are you for real? Moreover, the video had only been released for about 10 minutes. And it already had 1 million likes. Online. This video was going crazy. The director's hand holding the phone was trembling. Too intense. Go quickly. Staff, go where? Check if he has a criminal record. It's best to ask the military for that, the director said. He was truly scared. Upon learning that he was causing a stir online again, Wang Chen decided to come clean. That's right. I have martial arts skills. So what? I haven't broken any laws. Damn. Back at home, Wang Chen freshened up. He was planning to have a good night's sleep. However, unexpectedly, the landline in the living room suddenly rang. Wang Chen was puzzled. Who still calls on a landline these days? He picked up the phone and answered, "Hello? Who is this?" After a moment, a cold voice came from the other end. "Silver Fox has greeted you, right, Mr. Wang?" Suddenly, Wang Chen sat up, his expression changing. "Who are you?" Wang Chen asked. "Who we are doesn't matter. Now, you have 2 choices. Choice 1. Obey our orders, don't say anything, don't ask anything, our people will come to pick you up in 10 minutes. Choice 2. Reject our proposal, and the next second, we will detonate the bomb placed in your room, killing you and the photographer." Wang Chen broke out in a cold sweat. They had placed a bomb here? Mr. Wang, you have 10 seconds to decide. 10, 9. They didn't care about Wang Chen at all, starting the countdown directly. Wang Chen was nervous, scanning around, trying to find the bomb. But obviously, they wouldn't let him find it. Time's up. What's your choice? Wang Chen sighed. He couldn't let innocent people get involved because of him, and he wasn't sure he could escape the bomb's range in 1 second. For now, he could only compromise. I choose the first one. A wise choice. After saying that, the other party hung up. At that moment, the photographer finished showering and came out wrapped in a towel. They had just agreed to go out for a nice meal. However, as soon as he stepped out, the door was knocked. Opening it, he found several people in police uniforms, with one smiling and asking, "Is Wang Chen here? We need to see him." The photographer? He already knew what was happening. No way. Just back and now off for tea again. Seriously, addicted to tea now? Wang Chen looked at the sarcastic-looking man and understood that he was here to take him away in disguise. Keeping calm, he said, "That's me." The man looked at him. "Come with us. I'll go too." "You don't need to," the man said coldly, looking at the photographer. Wang Chen noticed the man's hand reaching for a baton at his waist. Frowning, Wang Chen stopped the photographer and said, "You stay here and watch over things. Officer Lee needs me for something. I'll be back soon." "Okay, Wang, come back early," the photographer said worriedly. The men didn't linger and forcefully put silver handcuffs on Wang Chen, leading him out of the residential building. They got into a black van. Once inside, the men disguised as police officers revealed their sinister faces. "Damn it! What, Officer Lee, you're using code words, huh?" The sarcastic man raised his fist and struck Wang Chen hard in the abdomen. Wang Chen looked up coldly at him. The man smirked and hit him a few more times. "Dare to glare at me? Drive." The group discarded their police uniforms and drove away from the neighborhood. Before long, in a foul-smelling room, Wang Chen had his blindfold removed by several men and was thrown inside. In the room, a figure in a suit sat on a chair. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and had a refined demeanor. However, his hands were stained with blood, casually shaking a rusty pair of pliers. "Second in command. The person is here." The delicate man stood up, walked to Wang Chen lying on the ground, towering over him, and said, "Hello, Mr. Wang, we meet officially now. I am He Xiao, the second in command of the Five Union Society. Welcome to your arrival." Wang Chen glared fiercely at these people, finally locking eyes with the man in the suit and said, "What the hell is this Five Union Society? Do I have any grudges with you guys? They shouldn't be enemies of the original owner, or they would have come knocking long ago. Grudges and such are just a show. I say there are, so there are," the man sneered. In an instant, he grabbed Wang Chen's hair and solemnly said, "You have recently helped the police catch many criminals. These criminals are long-term clients of our Five Union Society. Without them, we wouldn't make any money. Whoever blocks the path of our Five Union Society, we kill them," the man said. Signaling to the other henchmen, everyone understood. They closed the door first. Then, one by one, they picked up their weapons, eyeing Wang Chen on the ground with amusement. Their eyes were fierce. Five Union Society. Sanjiang Police Station. Officer Lee finally obtained this crucial information from Silver Fox's mouth. Silver Fox leaned back in his chair, smiling. "I can only tell you this much." Officer Lee broke out in a cold sweat. "So, the one targeting Wang Chen is the Five Union Society. Sanjiang Underground. The first organization involved in smuggling, drug trafficking, theft, murder, fraud." Recalling carefully, it perfectly matched the criminals Wang Chen had previously arrested. Oh no! Although Silver Fox slipped up. But, with his understanding of the Five Union Society, they would definitely not let it go easily. "Quick, come with me." Immediately, Officer Lee rushed out of the interrogation room, called a few colleagues, and drove quickly to where Wang Chen currently lived. The crowds surrounded him. Wang Chen raised an eyebrow. "What? You want to kill me? These people, they really have no regard for law and order. Stop all of you." Just then, a rebuke sounded. A middle-aged man with a terrifying scar on his face, dressed in a crisp white suit, walked into the room. Instantly, everyone holding weapons stopped. The man in the suit stood up, bowed, and said, "Boss." "Boss?" Wang Chen looked at this man. He was the head of this organization? And beside this man, he was surprised to find another person. Xiao Yang. He was a thief he had met during the last Thief King selection. He looked at Wang Chen with resentment. It turned out that during the previous raid on the thieves' den, he had to go to the bathroom urgently and sneaked away. As a result, when he returned, he saw all the brothers in the yard being arrested by the police. He managed to escape unscathed. Afterward, he used his intermediary to find the organization behind the Sanjiang Thieves' Den, the Five Union Society. He praised Wang Chen, saying that this guy was a born thief king. The Five Union Society didn't believe it at first, but when they heard about his deeds, each cadre gasped in shock. They bluntly said, "This guy was born to be a criminal." Finally, the leader decided to recruit Wang Chen as talent. Of course, the second-in-command disagreed, believing that such a dangerous person should be eliminated as soon as possible. So, without the leader's permission, they first sent Silver Fox to assassinate him. When they found out about the failure, they immediately came up with a plan. Using a bomb. To threaten him, they tied Wang Chen here, planning to kill him without the leader's knowledge. Second in command. You have some nerve. Scarface looked at him. The man in the suit was sweating profusely. He dared not look up to meet his gaze. Are you Wang Chen? My name is Lu Tianba, the current president of the Five Unions Association. Scarface chuckled, helping Wang Chen up. Seemingly warm-hearted, but actually, there was a hidden agenda behind his smile. I like to get straight to the point. You will work for our Five Unions Association from now on. Since you caught Snake Lord, you conveniently take his place. How about it? I sincerely invite you. You won't. Not giving me face? What a face! Wang Chen looked coldly. If he didn't agree, he would be killed. It was simply forcing someone onto the road to banditry. He seemed eager to try. The surrounding thugs, with red eyes, stared at him intently. After a moment, Wang Chen adjusted his breathing. This force was powerful, even dominating in Sanjiang. What did that imply? Perhaps there was a high-ranking figure supporting this boss from behind. Since he was already here, he might as well take the opportunity to expose this big shot. Moreover, these people didn't know that he had a trick up his sleeve. Thinking of this, Wang Chen pretended to be relieved and said with a smile, I have no choice. I want to survive, so I will work for you. With a positive response, Scarface was ecstatic. In the end, he was just afraid. However, with this guy, the Five Unions Association would surely rise. Then, he looked at his second in command. What are you waiting for? Let him go. Wait. The second in command suddenly spoke. Boss, we shouldn't let our guard down. This guy might just be temporarily surrendering. Why not hand him over to me first to verify if he genuinely wants to join us? Wang Chen. Damn it. You're too meddlesome. A cunning guy. Scarface nodded. That makes sense. It's up to you. Just don't overdo it. Understood, the second in command replied respectfully. Then Scarface had to go meet someone and temporarily left. The room fell silent. The second in command wiped his glasses and said, find an innocent person and make him kill. This way, we will be in the same boat. Wang Chen remained silent. If he killed an innocent person, he would never be able to wash away the guilt. What's wrong? Are you scared? The second in command said coldly. The thugs around him suddenly closed in. Wang Chen gritted his teeth. Fine. I agree. He was being watched by bodyguards as he left the detention room. At this moment, at the same time, Officer Lee hurriedly brought people to the residential area arranged for Wang Chen by the program team. After greeting the security guard, he learned that before him, a group of people dressed as police officers had also come. Now, he was even more anxious. Shortly after, he arrived at the door of Wang Chen's residence with his team. He knocked. However, the person who opened the door was not Wang Chen but a bewildered cameraman. Officer Lee, why are you here? Lee didn't bother with small talk and asked directly, where is Wang Chen? He was taken away by your people, right? Talking about this, the cameraman was annoyed by the rude attitude of those people. Impossible. A police officer spoke up. We didn't send anyone to take Wang Chen away. What? The cameraman was shocked. If it wasn't the police, then who were those people? Lee sighed. We're too late. Those police officers were actually members of the Five Unions Association pretending to be cops. They came to kidnap Wang Chen, the contestant. The people present were in an uproar. Damn. Dark forces kidnapping. Cameraman? Lee, you guys, search inside. Let's see what we find. Got it. Soon. A professional police officer ran out in fear and exclaimed, Chief, we found a bomb here. Those bastards. Officer Lee was both shocked and scared. Indeed. They used this to make Wang Chen compromise. Officer Lee. You must save Wang Ge, the panicked photographer said. Officer Lee replied, of course. It's our duty. Before being taken away. Did Wang Chen tell you anything? Based on his understanding of Wang Chen, this guy couldn't be manipulated so easily. He must have done something. I don't remember what he said, the photographer said anxiously. However, he seemed to remember something. I've got it. Although the live feed was cut off at the time, the recording was still on. It was his habit. Officer Lee and the others were overjoyed. Bring it here quickly. The photographer brought the camera over, placed it in front of Officer Lee, then turned it on, finding the recording from earlier. Click. Play. We need to talk to him. In the footage, several members of the Five Union entered the room. Then, there was a conversation with Wang Chen. The police carefully examined the clues but found nothing. Nothing strange. Just a normal conversation. Damn, is this where the trail ends? Just as everyone was feeling dejected, bang. Officer Lee slammed the table. Excitedly, he exclaimed, I found it. Everyone was puzzled. He told the photographer, rewind a bit. The photographer didn't understand but complied. Stop. That's it, zoom in. Zoom in again. Before long, everyone saw it. In the enlarged image, it was noticeable that while Wang Chen was talking to the members of the Five Union, his hand on his thigh was tapping at a tiny frequency. This is. Exactly. Officer Lee said, it's Morse code. Damn. Everyone was shocked. Unbelievable. Who could have noticed this? Wang Chen was clever. Good job. I knew you'd stir things up. Get me some paper and a pen, Officer Lee said with a smile. Wang Chen must have left some crucial information using Morse code. A few minutes later, Wang Chen's Morse code was deciphered. The gist of it was, there's a GPS locator installed in the micro camera hole on me, you can find me through this. Officer Lee stood up abruptly and looked at the photographer. The photographer was thrilled and said, the micro camera hole was customized by our production team. We installed a GPS locator for the guest's safety. Excellent. Officer Lee hadn't expected this, thanks to Wang Chen. What was originally a passive situation turned into a favorable one. This was the mark of a true master. How do we access the location? Only the production teams backstage can do that, the photographer said. Anyang Sanatorium? Officer Lee learned from the show's director where Wang Chen was currently located. He couldn't help but show a drastic change in expression. Not only him, but even the other officers were quite surprised. What's wrong with that place? The photographer asked in confusion. Officer Lee explained, this sanatorium is specifically for retired officials from Sanjiang to recuperate. Among them, there are also some high-ranking individuals. Speaking of this, Officer Lee suddenly realized something. A chilling thought crossed his mind. The Five Union might be hiding there. Inside, it was full of retired officials with connections and resources. If these people were being used by the Five Union, the consequences would be unimaginable. Perhaps the butcher who caused chaos in the police station earlier was a signal from them. Who is the director of this sanatorium? Officer Lee asked. After checking the information, a police officer spoke up. He is a man named Lu Tianba, who made his fortune in real estate and later founded this sanatorium. Lu Tianba. Officer Lee looked tense. If he remembered correctly, this Lu Tianba should be the head of the Sanjiang Lu Group, and not only that, his uncle was a high-ranking official with significant power in Sanjiang. Therefore, Lu Tianba was not very friendly towards them, the criminal police. No wonder we can never catch any evidence against the Five Union. Officer Lee gritted his teeth. These people had such influential backgrounds that they could control everything in Sanjiang. It would be a miracle if the police could find any evidence against them. Some passionate newcomers spoke up. Why wait? Let's just bring the SWAT team and arrest them. No. Without evidence, even if we go, we will be kicked out. Officer Lee spoke. He then picked up the phone and called the bureau chief, informing him of the situation. After finishing the call, he looked at the police officers and said, the chief has given orders. Let's go scout first. Collect evidence against them. Yes. As for the photographer, Officer Lee asked him to stay and try not to spread the news to avoid alerting the enemy. This would not be good for Wang Chen either. Soon, according to the location provided by the program team, Officer Lee and his team disguised themselves as ordinary people driving regular vehicles and arrived at a rural area. Remember, we are here for consultation services. The newcomers nodded. Experience counts. Understood. Officer Lee stopped the car, then led the team out, planning to walk into the nursing home. Surrounded by mountains, there is only one road that the car can pass through. As long as we make a little effort, not to mention catching them, getting in will be a problem. Officer Lee and his team were amazed. What are you doing here? At that moment, a man walked out, dressed in a white uniform. Officer Lee said, we have an appointment to come and inquire about the elderly care services here. The man looked Officer Lee and the others up and down. Do you? The newcomers gulped nervously. Oh no. Would they be found out? Just then, Officer Lee calmly handed over some money and said, my dad is not well, we can't wait, brother, money is not a problem. After taking the money, the man in the white uniform smiled. Come in. The police officers breathed a sigh of relief. They had passed through smoothly. Officer Lee, I wonder how Wang Chen is doing. Black Cat. Open up Zone 2. The second in command spoke to a burly man standing at the door. The burly man, holding a gun, coldly eyed Wang Chen. Black Cat, a fugitive, worked for loan sharks due to debts, then killed 5 companions over uneven profit sharing, joined our Five Union, and now works here as a security guard. He introduced to Wang Chen. Such a ruthless person. Just a security guard? Wang Chen's face darkened. This place. It must be terrifying. Black Cat opened a door. The group entered. Wang Chen asked, "Where are you taking me?" Although he had said he would join them, for some reason, Wang Chen felt that the second-in-command had ill intentions towards him, full of hostility. "Shut up. We're almost there." The second-in-command smiled. Without much thought, Wang Chen followed him into Zone 2. After walking for a while, they arrived at a strange place. A man in a suit and glasses stopped and turned to Wang Chen, saying, "This is it. Walk in, kill a person, and I will believe you truly want to join our union." Wang Chen asked, "Just me? Do I have to help you kill someone?" Several thugs laughed mockingly at Wang Chen. "Don't waste time. If you don't go in now, I'll treat you as a troublemaker," threatened the man in a suit and glasses. "I got it." Wang Chen took a deep breath. Alone, he entered that area. No matter what the other party intended to do, he was ready to face it. With his criminal skills, why should he be afraid? Upon entering the area, Wang Chen realized it was more like a prison cell. Walls surrounded him, thick enough that bullets wouldn't penetrate. Something's not right. Wang Chen sensed the issue. This place was clearly designed to prevent his escape. However, when he realized this, it was already too late. Boom! After Wang Chen entered, a heavy sound echoed, and he turned in horror to see a solid iron gate dropping, blocking his only way out. Now, he was truly a caged bird, completely sealed off. Wang Chen looked at the surveillance and shouted, "What do you mean by this?" Outside, the second-in-command watching inside sneered. Just now, his men found a suspicious individual at the door. Although the surveillance footage was blurry, the second-in-command, U2, had climbed to his position thanks to his intelligence-gathering skills. Soon, he identified the disguised officer Li. As Wang Chen was captured, the police quietly approached. It was obvious that Wang Chen was behind it all. "I knew it. This kid has ill intentions," U2 smirked. Since the boss valued talent and refrained from acting, it was up to him to kill. For the organization's sake, there was no room for mercy. "Second-in-command, 30 fugitives are ready. I leave it to you. I'll deal with those rats that sneaked in," U2 said, picking up an AK from the side and heading out, shouting to his men, "Follow me." "Yes." A group of armed thugs responded. The second-in-command sneered. "Police? Ha, kill them all. Let them see who the real king of Sanjiang is." Wang Chen looked at the surveillance and realized there was no response. He knew he had been exposed. This second-in-command is not simple. Wang Chen felt a bit flustered. However, for some reason, he immediately calmed down, his body showing no signs of panic. What has the original owner's body been through? Can it endure this? Wang Chen calmly scanned his surroundings. To escape from here, the only way out was through the iron gate that had just fallen. There was a keyhole above it. He was delighted, but before he could rejoice for long, a scene unfolded that made his scalp tingle. Boom! The iron gate shook, followed by a rush of footsteps. Soon, a group of fierce thugs burst in from behind the gate, armed with knives, iron rods, and meteor hammers. They were determined to kill him. "Ha, trying to escape? You don't stand a chance." The thugs sneered. 30 fugitives against one passerby. They had no idea how they could lose. "Kill him." The thugs surged forward madly. 30 people swarmed towards him. An ordinary person would likely be overwhelmed, but Wang Chen instinctively fought back. This stunned the thugs. "Damn, he dared to charge at us?" Bang! Wang Chen rushed towards a person, striking his head hard with his elbow. Then, with his legs, he kicked away the 2 or 3 people behind him. Of course, Wang Chen wasn't foolish. Despite his skills, he knew he couldn't take on multiple opponents with just his fists, so he kicked those few people away for a reason. He noticed that behind this group of thugs, there was a man standing still, watching everything. One-eyed dragon. On his way here, Wang Chen was told by the people around the second-in-command that besides the boss, the most powerful in the 5 unions is the 6 cadres. Each one is ruthless, leading a team. His memory was good, so he remembered the facial features of the 6 cadres. Among them, one cadre, nicknamed One-Eyed Dragon, had a feature of wearing an eye patch, just like the man in front of him. Without hesitation, he rushed over. One-Eyed Dragon looked at the several little brothers who couldn't get up, his scalp tingling. Wang Chen's kick was almost full force. Just one hit. The 4 men were powerless. Looking again, he was horrified to find Wang Chen charging towards him. This kid is a monster. Damn it. Get out of the way, I'll shoot him dead. One-Eyed Dragon no longer dared to be arrogant, so he had his little brothers disperse and took out his gun himself. While aiming at Wang Chen, he said, "I don't believe you're faster than my gun." Sanatorium. This is our medical area, where we have the latest medical facilities to ensure the best service for family members. A pretty young lady, smiling, leading Officer Li and others deeper inside. Head. Something's not right. Officer Lee nodded, discreetly glancing to the sides. At some point, the staff at the sanatorium started increasing gradually, and it seemed like they were all silently watching them. Ah, my stomach hurts, maybe I ate something bad earlier, sorry, can we go to the restroom? Officer Lee spoke up. The young lady stopped, looking nervous, saying it's okay, but she made a subtle move to press the walkie-talkie button behind her, which couldn't escape the sharp-eyed Officer Lee. Without a second thought, the other party was signaling, "Go!" As soon as this was said, the plainclothes police officer's expressions changed drastically. Officer Lee stopped pretending, took out his gun from behind, and shot at a 5 Unions member who was about to draw his gun. Bang! Right on target, hitting the opponent's arm as he was reaching for his gun. The gun fell to the ground. At that moment, both sides knew exactly what was happening. Kill them! The corridor instantly turned into a fierce gunfight. The 5 Unions had too many people. Officer Lee and his team couldn't hold on for long, so they rushed to the restroom. These lunatics, lawless, they actually wanted to silence them. Officer Lee, did you manage to call Chief Lee? One person shook his head bitterly. No, the 5 Unions have blocked the signals here, we can't make any calls out. The group felt a chill. The other party lured them in, then wanted to silence them. What do we do now? Bang bang bang. Gunshots continued. The enemy's firepower was too strong. Officer Lee took a deep breath. At the brink of life and death, he said, "Everyone, we only have one choice. Hold on until Chief Lee's team arrives." Sanjiang Police Station. Chief Lee, it's been an hour. Wang Zhenguo put on his bulletproof vest, armed himself, spoke up, "They're probably in trouble." Chief Lee nodded. Officer Lee had told him before that if they didn't return, send a team immediately. Take the SWAT team with you. Remember, catch them red-handed. Captain Wang saluted, saying, "I will ensure the mission is completed." Soon after, Captain Wang Zhenguo led the SWAT team, rushing to the sanatorium. TV program crew. Backstage, after losing contact with Wang Chen, his live broadcast room was temporarily closed. Online, it caused quite a stir. Everyone was wondering where Wang Chen had gone. Without Wang Chen, naturally, there was no interest in watching the program. Production team, surprised to find out half of the audience was missing. It shows how important Wang Chen is to this show. Wang Chen, please be safe. The director was anxious. He even made a special trip to Lingbao Temple, praying for Wang Chen's safety and well-being with a string of Buddhist beads, sitting here chanting for a while. Just then, Professor N walked in with a figure. Director, Professor N, why aren't you waiting in the studio? Professor N, he's here to see you. The director looked over. To his surprise, it was the doctor who was in charge of Wang Chen's illness at the beginning of the show. Why is he here? Is there something wrong? Dr. Wang spoke up. There is something I forgot to tell you before. It's about contestant Wang Chen. Very important. About Wang Chen? The director asked. What is it? Dr. Wang said very seriously, don't let him see blood. If he sees blood, something bad will happen. Bang! One-Eyed Long was famous for his marksmanship. In the 5 Unions, he was known as the top gunman. So, when he fired, it was very fast. However, Wang Chen reacted promptly, performing agile movements. The bullet did not hit a vital spot, but it grazed his shoulder, shedding a lot of blood. Wang Chen was thrown back by the bullet. He fell heavily to the ground. Is he dead? The henchman looked at Wang Chen lying motionless on the ground. One-Eyed Long lowered his gun. The shot just now seems to have been dodged. What are you standing there for? Go finish him off. One-Eyed Long was anxious. This kid must not be left alive. The henchmen understood. Immediately, they surrounded him, raised their weapons, ready to kill Wang Chen. At this moment, after seeing blood, Wang Chen recalled some unfamiliar memory fragments. Are you sure you want to retire? Yes. I had no choice before. Now, I just want to be a good person. A good person? How can you be a good person after killing so many people? The memory ended. Wang Chen lost consciousness, closing his eyes. But soon, he opened his eyes again. However, his original black pupils turned into lifeless gray pupils. Without any emotion, swish, Wang Chen suddenly stood up, stood firmly on his feet, startling the henchmen. What's going on? Wasn't he shot by a bullet? He can still stand up? Wang Chen sneered. Damn! The cadre One-Eyed Long saw the smile on the other's face and instantly got goosebumps. That was the fear of encountering a more terrifying criminal. This guy seems to have changed. The next moment, Wang Chen moved so fast, it was impossible to catch with the naked eye. On the other side, in the VIP room, Lu Tianba was sitting on the sofa chatting and drinking with a man. Beside them, several old people were tied to wheelchairs, with vacant eyes, obviously having their hands and feet tied. The second in command paced back and forth. He picked up the walkie-talkie. "Viper, how's it going on your end?" "Don't worry. 2 police officers on the other side have been injured and are out of action. They've been cornered, and will be dealt with soon." The second in command, Yu Som, breathed a sigh of relief, showing a cold smile. "This is the fate of those who oppose our 5 unions." Then, he turned to One-Eyed Long and said, "One-Eyed Long, how's it going on your end?" However, this time, there was no response. The second in command, Yu was taken aback. One-Eyed Long? He became nervous. Suddenly, in the next instant, a gunshot sounded from the walkie-talkie. Followed by the heart-wrenching scream of One-Eyed Long. Yu was suddenly shocked. Trembling, he shouted, "One-Eyed Dragon, One-Eyed Dragon." Second in command Yu shouted for a long time, but the One-Eyed Dragon did not respond. He knew something had happened. "Damn it! Crow, take some men to check the situation." On the other end, the cadre Crow swiftly led a group of men to the area where the One-Eyed Dragon was located. Bang! Suddenly, a henchman was shot in the shoulder and fell to the ground, howling in pain. Where did the shot come from? Crow was horrified. The sound of the gunshot seemed very distant, making it impossible to determine the shooter's position. At least, the shot was fired several miles away. But, how could someone hit a target accurately from that distance? Is this still human? Just then, Crow spotted a familiar figure. It was the cadre One-Eyed Dragon. At that moment, the One-Eyed Dragon lay motionless on the ground. Crow was shocked. "Second in command, I found the One-Eyed Dragon." Yu asked, "How is he?" With the henchman's cover, Crow approached the One-Eyed Dragon and saw that his only eye had been shot out, blood dripping everywhere. Hiss, so ruthless. He shook the One-Eyed Dragon a few times, but he remained motionless. Carefully, Crow reached out and placed his hand near the One-Eyed Dragon's nose. No breath. He was dead. Crow was shocked. The One-Eyed Dragon had been taken out. Head. There's a figure approaching us. Yu was anxious. After Crow left, there was still no news. Damn it. Just then, the walkie-talkie finally crackled to life. Second in command. We are under attack. Attack? Second in command Yu? You guys, dozens of desperados, were attacked by one person? What a joke. Capture Wang Chen for me. Damn it, we can't locate the enemy, he's like a ghost. What should we do? Second in command, our bullets are running out. Hearing Crow's almost desperate tone, second in command Yu felt a headache coming on. He said, "Don't split up, you have more people, as long as you stick together, Wang Chen can't do anything to you." Currently, the One-Eyed Dragon's forces should have been wiped out, and the team led by the cadre Crow sent to deal with Wang Chen probably couldn't handle him, although they had more people. But if the enemy was launching sneak attacks from the shadows, no matter how careful they were, they couldn't find Wang Chen's location. Disgusting. Yu cursed. On the other end. Another henchman fell to the ground. Crow was hit by several bullets. That Wang Chen wasn't aiming to kill him, just to make him bleed out, to die from exhaustion. What was even more terrifying was, they still couldn't locate his position. And this guy could pinpoint Crow and the others' positions based on their voices. Then, engage in combat and take them out one by one. Boss, what kind of monster are we fighting against? Crow wrapped his bloody left arm. Stop talking nonsense. He may be powerful, but he's just a man, not a god. Puff. Before he could finish speaking, the henchman stared in shock. Directly at Crow's forehead, where a dagger was embedded. You son of a B***tch. Crow's eyes filled with despair, and he fell to the ground, unable to get up. The walkie-talkie in his hand fell to the ground. Communication was cut off. The henchmen, without their cadre, suddenly panicked. In an instant, gunfire flashed. Blood splattered. Before long, the corridor fell silent, except for a figure slowly walking out. Wang Chen calmly retrieved his dagger from Crow's head, his dark eyes scanning the area. He walked forward quickly, but there was not a sound of footsteps. If Silver Fox were here, she would be astonished because Wang Chen's movements were those of a top-tier assassin. Exiting Area 2, heading towards the sanatorium, the corridor area. In assassin mode, Wang Chen heard a sound and pinpointed the locations of several figures. The enemies were still conversing. Wang Chen slowed his pace, becoming more cautious as he approached slowly. In his field of vision, he saw several people hiding behind the wall. They were about 4 to 5 meters away from each other. The enemies were well hidden, in a position suitable for an ambush. Unfortunately, they were unaware that Wang Chen had already spotted them. I heard that guy is very powerful. 2 officers went in, but there was no response. Who cares, we'll ambush him here. As long as he comes, he's dead. By the way, who is this Wang Chen? I guess he's a super spy from the Dragon Nation military. Could he be the king of soldiers? The group was gossiping, unaware that Wang Chen, like the god of death, had already charged towards them. The next moment, the group saw Wang Chen pounce on them, leaving them dumbfounded. Wang Chen grabbed a knife, stabbed one person's hand holding a gun, kicked him away, then grabbed another person by the collar. The last person froze, then was shot in the legs by Wang Chen. The assailants had not expected their plan to backfire. Who are you? Wang Chen coldly punched the person, knocking him out, then picked up the gun in the person's hand. Examining it closely, it was an old-fashioned M416, a bit rusty at the muzzle, but better than a pistol. Equipped, Wang Chen did not linger but moved forward again, like a killing god, bloodbathing the hospital. Every time he encountered someone, he took them out. When his bullets ran out, he simply discarded the gun, grabbed the enemy's weapon, and fired back. The members of the 5 Union had never seen such skill. They exclaimed, unreasonable. Wang Chen continued on this killing spree, leaving no member of the 5 Union standing in his wake. In the restroom area, Officer Lee, I've written my will. Officer Lee bandaged himself up. They were at their last resort. Instead of waiting to die, they decided to take out a few more criminals before they went. Officer Lee, I'm young. Let me go first. Get lost, it's not your turn yet. Stay behind me. If I die, then you can shoot. Li Yao, covered in wounds, took a deep breath. Everyone's eyes were red. The police were always prepared for this moment. Officer Lee roared and charged out of the restroom. But the next moment, he froze in place. His comrades behind him also stood still. The 5 Union members who had surrounded them earlier were now all lying on the ground, unable to get up. Captain Lee, how did they fall? Officer Lee, who did this? In the VIP room, Lu Tianba was frustrated. Why hadn't a single officer arrived? You two, why haven't they come yet? You two entered, put down the walkie-talkie, looking flustered. Boss, they probably won't make it. What do you mean? Lu Tianba sat up abruptly, puzzled. At this critical moment, you two had nothing to hide. He revealed that Wang Chen had single-handedly taken out all the officers and was now charging towards them. He told Lu Tianba everything in detail. After listening, Lu Tianba stared blankly at you two, his teeth clenched in anger. This is a disaster. You've messed up my big plan. Lu Tianba was so angry he felt like spitting blood. This guy was more trouble than he was worth. Boss, that Wang Chen is just a small-time thug. I was just being proactive. I didn't expect him to be as strong as a military king. But don't worry, the VIP room is equipped with multiple high-tech electronic locks, made of special metal materials I imported from Europe. No keys. It's impossible to open this big door at all. Even with external force, not even a bomb can blast it open. Lu Tianba breathed a sigh of relief. We can't delay any longer. Let's slip out from the back door. According to the intelligence, the Sanjiang police station's brigade is on their way. If caught, it would be all over. The thought of it made second-in-command you two furious. If it weren't for Wang Chen, those few police officers would have been buried alive by them long ago. There would be no need to escape. Where's Mr. K? Silver Fox took him and left first. Good. Let's go too. Just as they were about to move, suddenly, click. Lu Tianba and you two were stunned. They turned around to see their backs chilled instantly. They saw a figure using a piece of wire, approaching the lock, casually twisting it, and with a click, the first lock was opened. Then the second, the third. A few seconds later, the high-tech door that not even a bomb could blast open was unlocked. Lu Tianba and you two watched in disbelief as Wang Chen walked in. Their faces were filled with incredulity. Lu Tianba and you two couldn't believe that Wang Chen had walked in so effortlessly. You two's face turned pale. He stared fearfully at Wang Chen approaching step by step. Don't come any closer. I have explosives on me. If you don't want to die, step back. You two was also ruthless, actually tying explosives to himself as a last resort. However, his little trick couldn't scare Wang Chen at this moment. Wang Chen raised his hand and fired a shot. Swiftly, a shot. It blew up you two's hand holding the lighter. You two gasped in cold air. Bang, 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 madman. Lu Tianba watched as Wang Chen disabled second-in-command, leaving him unable to get up. He said to Wang Chen, I give up, you're not a cop, why risk your life? Let me go. I'll give you money, status, women? Wang Chen remained unmoved, his expression cold. Lu Tianba had been in Sanjiang for so many years, but this was the first time he encountered someone like Wang Chen, who completely disregarded reason. What the hell are you after, boss? Just then, several voices came from outside the door, and Wang Chen felt a strong sense of danger. He quickly retreated to find cover. Sure enough, rat-a-tat-tat, the next second, a person with a heavy machine gun directly sprayed bullets at Wang Chen's original position. It turned out to be the scattered henchmen outside rushing in upon hearing the commotion. The powerful firepower suppressed Wang Chen from coming out. Seeing this, Lu Tianba was ecstatic. He quickly helped up the disabled second-in-command and said, "With this firepower, I don't believe you can come out and catch me." With that, he took second-in-command U2 and ran towards the secret passage. At this moment, Wang Chen leaned against an overturned sofa, extremely calm. In his mind, ways to quickly kill the enemy automatically surfaced. It could be said that at this moment, besides slaughter, Wang Chen was more terrifying than anyone in his killer mode. Counting silently to 3. The enemies were just about to get stuck. As they were about to reload, Wang Chen suddenly jumped out, raised his gun before stabilizing his body, and fired several shots at the enemies. After the gunshots, these enemies fell one after another. Lu Tianba? Damn! After killing the last resistance, Wang Chen swiftly reloaded and without hesitation, aimed a shot at Lu Tianba who was running desperately. A shot hit him in the chest. Lu Tianba fell to the ground with U2. Damn you! This guy! He wanted to kill him directly. Ignoring the incapacitated Lu Tianba and U2, Wang Chen turned and walked into a VIP room. Inside, there were over a dozen retired officials lying there, looking dazed. Several doctors, upon seeing Wang Chen barging in, were instantly shocked and pale. Regarding Wang Chen, covered in the blood of his enemies, these doctors didn't dare to move. Before long, they were also driven out. Wang Chen bound these people one by one. Then, he walked up to Lu Tianba, whose face had turned pale, looked at him, and said coldly, "Lu Tianba. Assassin's List. Rank 235. Bounty, 52,120,000. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianba smiled bitterly, devoid of the dominance he once held over the Three Rivers, only defeat remained. So, you and Silver Fox are on the same side. You win, Wang Chen. Wang Chen spoke, there are 120 innocent lives on your hands. Your death is not regrettable. Among them are children, elderly. It's a sight too gruesome to bear. Lu Tianba said, you knew all this, you've had your eye on me for a while, haven't you? I never expected it. You are the one who hid the deepest, manipulating everyone. As death approached, Lu Tianba seemed to recall the past, murmuring to himself, initially, I founded the Five Union to help the impoverished people at the bottom. I naively believed that as long as I had a strong fist and upheld loyalty, everything could be resolved. Cough. Lu Tianba coughed, but he persisted, but later, a tyrant targeted my woman, his uncle was a big shot. He abused his power, insulted my beloved woman day and night, while I was locked outside like a dog. One day, my woman couldn't take it anymore and accidentally killed him. The result? The court ruled it as involuntary manslaughter, sentenced my woman to life imprisonment. The tyrant's uncle bribed people, spreading rumors that my woman seduced him willingly. That's when I realized, power is more formidable than fists. Lu Tianba sneered. I sought out Lu Hong, killed for him, became his godson, gained power, and avenged my woman. Ha ha ha. Gratifying. This world is about big fish eating small fish, you have to admit it. Wang Chen, you have no idea how powerful the forces behind me are. I'm curious, how big of a fire will my people start when they find out you killed me? Lu Tianba laughed. Wang Chen looked at him, nodded, and said, are you done talking? You can go die now. Wang Chen shot Lu Tianba in the forehead. Lu Tianba died with his eyes open, falling to the ground. Boss. You two wept bitterly. The Five Union ended. Wang Chen dropped his weapon and mechanically said, target eliminated. Mission complete. Offline. Then, he closed his eyes, lost consciousness, and fell to the ground. On the other side, Li, the police officer, and others who came out of the restroom quickly joined Wang's team and swiftly suppressed the remnants of the Five Union. During this time, some family members of the cadres who were still in the dark ran out angrily to accuse them. Who gave you the right to arrest people? Do you know where you are? I'll sue you. Faced with the reprimands, Wang's team displayed their power. He scolded, these are all members of the Five Union. If you shelter them, I have reason to suspect you are accomplices and will detain you all. If you have any conscience left, don't obstruct our work, otherwise, I'll arrest one for every word spoken. Upon hearing this, those family members dared not act rashly. Captain Li, how did these Five Union members fall? Wang Zhenghua was curious. With so many members, many of them armed, Li and the police officers had no chance. When asked, Li and the others looked puzzled. To be honest, we don't know. The team led by Wang showed an incredulous expression. If it wasn't the police who took down the enemies, then who did? Could it be a third-party force? Just then, a special police officer stepped forward and said, "Wang, we've found a VIP lounge. Let's go." A few minutes later, Wang and Officer Li led their team into the VIP lounge and discovered the deceased leader of the 5 Union Association, Liu Tianba, and the unconscious second-in-command, Yu Tu, among others. Arrest them all. Yes. The group detained these criminals and, through the doctors, found evidence of the 5 Union Association's crimes. This time, they had caught them red-handed. Officer Li also found Wang Chen lying on the ground. His suspended heart finally relaxed. This kid is really lucky. He managed to escape a disaster. 2 hours later, the police withdrew and returned to the Sanjiang police station. In the interrogation room, Wang and Li began questioning the prisoners. This case was significant. Even Director Li personally attended to listen in. Who is this third-party force? According to their speculation, it was a third-party force that took down the 5 Union Association. Moreover, this force was above the 5 Union Association. Members of the 5 Union Association were puzzled. What third-party force? One of them honestly said, there was no force, just one person on the other side. What? Wang and Li couldn't hide their confusion. One person took down your entire 5 Union Association? Even Director Li couldn't help but tremble slightly. He hurriedly asked, "Who is this person?" After interrogating each member of the 5 Union Association, all fingers pointed to one person, Wang Chen. Wang, Li, and Director Li walked out. Director Li's eyelids kept twitching. Wang Chen, alone, destroyed the 5 Union Association? Unbelievable. So, he also took out Liu Tianba? Officer Li shuddered. Who would have thought that the underground emperor of Sanjiang would be taken out by a passerby in such a confused manner? As they walked out of the hall, they saw Wang Chen sitting and drinking tea. Director Li. Everyone stood up. Yes. Director Li nodded, then he crossed over to Wang Chen in the corner. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Originally, he thought Wang Chen capturing over 200 thieves single-handedly was already incredible. But today, Wang Chen once again exceeded Director Li's expectations. Being a hostage, going to the enemy's headquarters, almost becoming a gang member, and then not only escaping but also taking out dozens of armed fugitives. He even casually eliminated Sanjiang's top death row inmate, Liu Tianba, and directly wiped out the 5 Union Association. What was even more unbelievable was, the person involved didn't even remember doing all this. This was beyond belief. Director Li, if Wang Chen were a police officer, how much credit would he get this time? Officer Li curiously asked in a low voice. How much credit? Director Li replied, it's like you, a rookie cop, accidentally wiping out the biggest gang in the area and killing their leader. No kidding, I'd give him my rank directly. Officer Li was shocked, his mouth wide open. Damn. He had spent decades working his way up from the grassroots to his current position as a team leader. But Wang Chen, in just one day, could easily become a police superintendent. How? Was this guy so extraordinary? Thankfully, he wasn't a cop. Otherwise, in a couple of months, he might have to bow and salute when meeting him. Officer Li sighed, hoping this wouldn't come true. Director Li. Second-in-command Yu Tu has woken up. A police officer rushed out. Yu Tu was tied to a chair, feeling desolate. The boss was dead, and he had no intention of continuing to live. Yu Tu. The 5 unions are no more, there's no need to hide anymore. Tell us, who did you meet on behalf of the 5 unions today? Captain Wang asked. Yu Tu looked at them, disheartened. The person we met on behalf of the 5 unions today was. Li and others were eagerly waiting, hoping to expose the real big shot behind the scenes. Suddenly, Yu Tu's pupils constricted. Then, he started coughing violently, spraying blood all over the table, a terrifying sight. What's going on? Damn it. In Hu, that bastard, actually poisoned me. Yu Tu's teeth clenched in anger. But soon, the poison spread throughout his body. In an instant, he was poisoned to death. Yu Tu. Officer Li rushed forward to check, only to find that he had passed away. Damn it. Without a second thought, he was silenced by the people behind the 5 unions. Are the 5 unions just pawns? Report this matter secretly first, don't spread it, to avoid any mishaps. Also, don't reveal it to Wang Chen, I'm afraid he'll be targeted again, Li said to the other 2. Currently, only the 3 of them knew that Wang Chen had killed Liu Tianba, destroying the 5 unions. If this information leaked, the underworld bosses who had connections with Liu Tianba would come after Wang Chen. Understood. Li. Before long, the cameraman and the production team received news and hurried to the police station. "Brother Wang, how come you're completely fine?" The cameraman looked him up and down, finding that Wang Chen was unharmed. "Wang Chen, what nonsense! Do I have to be missing limbs to prove something?" "Don't worry, when I woke up, the police had already arrived and wiped out the 5 unions." As for what happened during the time he was unconscious, Wang Chen couldn't remember at all. The director breathed a sigh of relief. Smiling, he said, "It said that you even assisted the police in capturing one of their officials. You've saved face for our production team. Just now, even the mayor called to inquire about your condition." That's the mayor of Sanjiang. On the side, Officer Li walked out speechless. If they knew that this guy single-handedly wiped out the 5 unions, not to mention the mayor, even those in the capital would personally call to express their concern. "You rascal! Thinking of becoming a gangster?" Wang Chen laughed brightly. "It's just to collaborate with you from the inside." "Sweet talk," Officer Li said to him. "Thank you for your assistance this time. Without you, we might not have found the hiding place of the 5 unions. The police station has decided to award you a certificate. Just a formality." Wang Chen didn't mind. "No problem. I can leave now." At this moment, the director looked at Officer Li with a smile and asked, "Will Captain Wang be back?" "Officer Li, Captain Wang is temporarily leaving the show. He has something to attend to." After completing the record, Wang Chen followed the director and others out of the police station. Watching Wang Chen leave, upstairs, at the window, Wang Zhenghua frowned. "Li, just now, I met with the chief physician who was in charge of treating Wang Chen before. He told me that once Wang Chen accidentally saw blood, he single-handedly subdued 10 male nurses. But he himself doesn't remember what happened." Li, standing beside him, found it strange. "Does he have a split personality?" "Captain Wang, no, the doctor said it's a manifestation of an extreme reaction. This is related to Wang Chen's true identity. To be honest, I'm more afraid of Wang Chen now than the 5 unions and the people behind them." In a few days, Wang Chen arrived at the award ceremony as scheduled. It was also being broadcast live. Anyway, the other party had not prohibited it. "Wow, long time no see, I've missed the contestants so much." "Contestant, you're not planning to travel behind our backs, are you? Just a few days and the contestant looks even more handsome. Here comes the man. Ha, haven't you seen the news? The contestant was kidnapped. But my brother Wang turned the tables and helped the police locate the hideout, successfully wiping them out." "That's awesome. Honestly, ordinary people can't do what Wang Chen did. I even doubt if my brother Wang is human." "I heard the contestant is coming to receive an award today. Will the mayor show up?" "How is that possible? If the chief of the Sanjiang Police Department comes, we should be grateful enough." Netizens joked. Wang Chen knew. He was just going to receive a Good Citizen award. He planned to go in, receive it, and leave. However, when Wang Chen pushed open the door, he suddenly froze. He saw the hall filled with police officers. They looked serious, their gazes all on him. For some reason, there was a strange sense of envy in their eyes. What puzzled Wang Chen even more was, the front row was filled with a row of men in white coats. Judging by their shoulder insignias, they were at least from the provincial department. Not only that, the mayor and other high-ranking officials were also present. This lineup was beyond belief. In the live broadcast, netizens were stunned. Some even preferred to believe that Wang Chen had walked into the wrong place. But, the next moment, their illusions were shattered. Wang Chen was escorted to his seat, and he was placed in the freaking center. "Is this where I'm supposed to sit?" The cameraman basked in Wang Chen's glory, sitting next to the row of men in white coats. He was shaking uncontrollably. "Don't be nervous," Wang Chen said. But when the cameraman looked at him, he noticed that the guy's lips were also trembling slightly. "What the heck? Aren't you nervous too? Is this real, the contestant sitting in the center? Those are the big shots in white coats. What did the contestant do? Oh my god, even the mayor can only sit in the back row. This is outrageous." Netizens felt like the scene before them was too surreal. If it were ordinary citizens, it could be explained as a lively event. But who would bring in the big boss in white coats to liven things up? For a moment, netizens were curious about what Wang Chen had done. The commendation ceremony is officially beginning. First of all, congratulations to the Sanjiang Police Department, the first to meet the standards. As the words fell, Wang Chen noticed that not far away, Officer Li and others stood up one after another, and amidst the envious gazes of representatives from other police stations, they walked up to the stage in a grand manner. The spokesperson continued, "The Sanjiang Police Department has performed exceptionally well recently. With the help of citizen Wang Chen, they captured a kidnapping couple, a fraud group, a thief group, and finally, with his assistance yesterday, they captured the largest criminal organization in Sanjiang, the Five Union Association. Our province has decided to award all comrades of the Sanjiang Police Department with a first-class merit. Below, all the police officers were shocked. But their shock was not for Sanjiang, it was for Wang Chen. Because he was involved in every single case. Is this guy a radar? Encountering criminals every day? The number of criminals he encountered in these few days surpassed what other police stations encountered in years. A collective first-class merit? One person leading the entire police station to success. Many representatives from other police stations were speechless. Not to mention a first-class merit, even a collective third-class merit was rarely awarded to many police stations. In the live broadcast, netizens were laughing uncontrollably. I didn't know, I thought Wang Chen was a cop. Others do TV shows to make money, my brother Wang does TV shows to catch criminals. Can't stop laughing. Wang Chen, and you said you're not a cop. Upon hearing that Sanjiang was awarded a collective first-class merit, the members of the Sanjiang Police Department were astonished. You see, so far, only 3 police stations have received this honor. It just goes to show how prestigious it is. Drinking water and not forgetting the person who dug the well. Officer Li and others were deeply grateful to Wang Chen. Everyone understood clearly in their hearts that this first-class merit was truly achieved by Wang Chen alone, who had fought for them in Sanjiang. Without him, Sanjiang probably wouldn't even have the qualifications to sit with other police stations here. It would have been impossible for them to stand out among the formidable police stations, surpassing all others and winning the collective first-class merit. No exaggeration, this achievement could be boasted about in Sanjiang for a lifetime. In the operation to eliminate the Five Union, Officer Li Xia and several other police officers performed exceptionally well, receiving individual third-class merits. Among them, Comrade Li Xia and Citizen Wang Chen cooperated inside and outside, successfully exposing the Five Union, and Officer Li Xia was awarded the second-class merit individually. Comrade Wang Chen is awarded the Outstanding Citizen Award. Officer Li's mouth was harder to shut than an AK. Second-class merit. For him, this second-class merit was more important than 10 years of hard work. He never expected that he would be able to receive a second-class merit in front of so many outstanding police officers today. Officer Li felt like today was a dream. The people from the Sanjiang police station went on stage, received their awards, and took photos with the mayor. Then, Officer Li and Wang Chen went on stage to receive their awards individually. However, when Wang Chen went on stage, a scene that made the police officer's eyes widen in surprise unfolded. The first row, including Director Li, stood up, and astonishingly, they went on stage to present an award to Wang Chen and took a photo with him personally. Mayor, it seems there's no space left. Should we wait to take a photo with Wang Chen later? The mayor nodded, stepped down from the stage. Damn! What's going on? The mayor has to wait for the next round? Countless police officers witnessed such a scene for the first time. At that moment, on stage, the white-clothed big shots were smiling and taking photos with Wang Chen. Wang Chen was placed in the middle, looking like a recently arrested criminal to the onlookers. What's with this pose? It makes our Wang go look so silly. Oh my goodness, I've been a police officer for over 10 years, and a big shot in white is giving me an award. I can die without regrets now. This world has truly gone mad. Are you sure the contestant is receiving the Outstanding Citizen Award? Why does it feel more prestigious than a first-class merit? Clearly, it was just an encouragement award, but the award ceremony's grandeur was much higher than Officer Li, who received an individual second-class merit beside him. Old Li, good lad. Encountering such a talented individual, the leaders from the provincial department smiled. After receiving Director Li's report, the big shots from the provincial department were so excited that they couldn't even eat, rushing over overnight just to catch a glimpse of Wang Chen. This time, he didn't just give face to your Sanjiang police station, our entire province is basking in his glory. Director Li had never been so happy. After bending his back for 10 years, at this moment, he finally stood up straight. Leaders, please don't overpraise. Soon, warm applause filled the room. Wang Chen was bewildered. In fact, he himself didn't know that, according to police standards, his achievements were enough to receive an individual first-class merit, 2 second-class merits, and 2 third-class merits. What's more, all of this was accomplished within a month. In the entire police force, this was considered quite explosive. The photographer watched as Wang Chen was surrounded by a group of white-clothed big shots. Besides being amazed, he was still amazed. This damn! Just by participating in a program, he effortlessly obtained honors that many police officers could only dream of in their lifetime. Citizen Wang Chen, thank you for your assistance to the police. We hope you continue to excel. Remember your original intentions and keep being an outstanding police officer. Wang Chen? Police officers? Netizens? The white-clothed big shot was so excited that his mouth was trembling. He quickly corrected, no, it's an outstanding citizen. Netizens exclaimed, realizing that the truth was finally revealed. Director Lee smiled and said, strike while the iron is hot, why don't you come to the police station and give it a try? The men in white nodded in agreement. Sounds good. Wang Chen was speechless. No way. I really didn't think about becoming a police officer. The meeting ended. The men in white continued to engage Wang Chen. There was no way out. His deeds made the men in white all want to call him a big shot. They wanted to transfer him to other police stations. They were envious. This is unbelievable. With Wang Chen around, the Sanjiang police station would achieve a collective first-class merit just by following him. Damn it. I can do it too. If it weren't for the fact that Wang Chen is not one of them, would you Sanjiang have a chance at this? Let's go. Lao Wang, don't look, he's not yours. Directors of various police stations sighed. They took a few steps and looked back reluctantly at Wang Chen. Finally, they left. Director Li accompanied Wang Chen to bid farewell to the men in white. The more the men in white looked at him, the more satisfied they became. After chatting for a while, the big shots left. Director Li went to see them off. Wang Chen and the photographer walked out of the venue. He was puzzled. Why would a citizen award attract so many men in white? Could it be because I'm handsome? The photographer was speechless. This guy doesn't appreciate his luck. They hadn't walked far when suddenly a delivery guy saw him and hurried over. He said, "Are you Wang Chen?" Wang Chen replied, "Yes. I've been waiting for you, this is a delivery for you." A delivery? Wang Chen was puzzled. He didn't remember sending or expecting any deliveries. The delivery guy was in a hurry to move on to the next delivery. He quickly handed the package to Wang Chen, who signed for it before the delivery guy left. Wang Chen held the package, feeling confused. The label showed it was a package from a stranger. Could it be a bomb? Wang Chen shook it a few times. After making sure it was safe, he opened the package. Inside, he found two items. Wang Chen widened his eyes. This is. Inside the package were only two things, a cell phone and a key. Wang Chen took out the phone from the package and stared at it in astonishment. Brother Wang, are your fans sending you gifts now? The photographer envied. However, why does this phone look a bit old-fashioned? The next moment, Wang Chen said something shocking. This seems to be my phone. The photographer and the online users were puzzled. What? Damn, the contestant's phone? Doesn't that mean we can find out the contestant's true identity? So exciting. It must be someone who knows the contestant sending it after watching the show. Wang Chen remembered, this was indeed the original owner's phone. And inside the phone, there might be information about the original owner's true identity. Before long, at the Sanjiang police station, Officer Li approached Wang Chen, handed him a cup of Longjing tea he loved, and said, "We've checked, the sender's information is fake, the other party seems to be concealing their identity." The implication was that this person could not be determined as a friend or foe. Wang Chen frowned. Who could this person be? As for the other key, we are searching for it, and we believe we will have results soon. When the time comes, we will inform you. Wang Chen said, "Thank you, Officer Li." Officer Li smiled and said, "It's nothing, today we at the Sanjiang police station all owe you a lot." This is nothing at all. After a while, technicians from the police station came out, returned the phone to Wang Chen, and said, "We've checked, there is no malicious software installed on the phone." Hearing this, Wang Chen's worries disappeared. He took the phone. "Officer Li, I'll go back now." Officer Li asked, "Won't you come celebrate with us?" "No, I just want to know the information inside the phone now." The others understood. After all, Wang Chen appeared on the show to retrieve his memories. And now, he was about to achieve this goal. He didn't care about anything else. Wang Chen left the police station with the cameraman, driving back to his residential area. In a private room somewhere, Mr. K sat on the sofa while Silver Fox wiped his blood-stained hands. "Is it done?" Mr. K asked. Silver Fox nodded. Soon after, a figure walked in from outside. "You finally came, Mr. K said as he looked towards the newcomer from the shadows. The person wiped away sweat and knelt in front of Mr. K instead of sitting beside him. His voice trembled. "Mr. K, I made a mistake this time. Putting you in danger," Silver Fox sneered. "If I hadn't rescued Mr. K, you would be dead by now." The man trembled in fear. Mr. K pressed down the blade handed by Silver Fox, looked coldly at the kneeling man, and said, "I'm not angry about being involved with the Five Union, but about Lu Tianba's death, which made Sanjiang lose its voice. How can we do business now?" The man started sweating profusely. "Damn it! He had said before that Liu Tianbai and you two were just small-time thugs, not capable enough. But they were actually caught. We had you infiltrate the police force and help you rise to power precisely for such unexpected situations, Mr. K sighed. Fox Face. You disappoint me. The man with the code name Fox Face gritted his teeth. He didn't want to die. Give me another chance. Mr. K's lips curled up. Fine. The next moment, he threw a photo at the man's feet and said, the 5 Union failed because of this man. The kneeling man picked up the photo, his eyes widening. It's him. Wang Chen. Mr. K was surprised. You know him? Yes. He's well known in the police force. I received internal information that even the higher-ups have a file on him. Anyone with a file established wasn't ordinary. Mr. K. I'll find some people to cause trouble for him. In the residential area, Wang Chen charged his phone and turned it on. The screen displayed a password lock, but that couldn't stump him, the master of unlocking. 10 minutes later, click. The password lock was unlocked. Wang Chen was delighted, but upon entering the phone screen, he froze. The cameraman curiously leaned over and also froze. On the original owner's phone screen, besides the system's default apps, there was nothing else. Unbelievable, even my grandpa's phone isn't this shabby. Is this really a human's phone? Wangu, are you using it as a brick? Could it have been reset? Wang Chen looked at the barrage of comments. He really started to suspect that his phone had been reset. This was definitely not a phone that a person could use. He searched everywhere but found nothing. Grass is a plant. Wang Chen cursed. He had thought that getting the original owner's phone would be a pleasant surprise, but he never expected it to be like this. On the other end, the director breathed a sigh of relief. If the truth came out now, and Wang Chen left the show, who would watch their program? What a pity, the experts sighed. They had thought they could be free. Just as Wang Chen thought the phone was just a decoration, he suddenly noticed a small dot at the bottom of the screen in the phone book. His pupils constricted. This meant someone had called the original owner before. Call the original owner. It means they know the original owner. So, as long as he calls back, he can learn everything about the original owner from the other party. It's really a case of when there's a will, there's a way. Wang Chen felt invigorated once again. He clicked in and saw a phone number with only a few digits. Strange. Why are there only a few digits? Have you never seen this before? Well-traveled netizens also expressed that they had never seen such a short phone number. Curious, Wang Chen urged the contestant to call back. He immediately dialed the phone number. Ring ring ring. However, after 3 minutes passed, Wang Chen said, wait a little longer. Another 10 minutes went by. The other party still didn't pick up. Can't get through? Maybe they're busy, the cameraman said. Wang Chen nodded. Alright then, let's wait a bit longer. 30 minutes later. Wang Chen couldn't understand why the other party was so busy. They weren't even answering the phone. He gave up. Just as he was about to hang up, suddenly, there was a loud bang. The window in the room was violently shattered with great force. At the same time, the door was forcefully pushed open. Several fully armed personnel with guns rushed in. The leader even held a shield that could withstand explosions. And it didn't end there. Several figures descended from the broken window. Through the blasted opening, they entered directly by breaking the window. After rolling to the ground, they immediately aimed at the two people inside the room, Wang Chen and the cameraman. They were covered in countless red dots. Wang Chen? Cameraman? Everything happened too quickly. It had only been a minute. The netizens in the live broadcast room were stunned by this scene. Cameraman, guns, damn, so many guns. So many people. The whole room was filled with people. What the hell? Terrorists? This thought crossed Wang Chen's mind. In a moment of astonishment and surprise, a figure walked out. The captain of the Jialong Special Forces Team 2 sternly looked at Wang Chen. Pointing his gun at the phone in Wang Chen's hand, he asked, "Is this phone yours?" Wang Chen looked around at the heavily equipped personnel in the room and the man inquiring about the original owner's phone. He speculated that these people had come for his phone. Well, so, not answering the phone all this time was because they were busy planning to rob my house. I mean, strictly speaking, this phone isn't mine. Do you believe that? However, the phone screen displayed Wang Chen's selfie. Team 2 Captain. Do you take me for a fool? Hands up. Wang Chen and the cameraman raised their hands in fear. Captain. Detected a live broadcasting device. Turn it off. Yes. The Team 2 captain looked at Wang Chen and said, take him away. Two Special Forces team members approached cautiously, handcuffed Wang Chen, and escorted him away as if arresting a criminal. Retreat. The fully armed personnel, along with Wang Chen, disappeared by climbing up the rope from the window. The cameraman left behind stared blankly at the scene. His mind was a blank slate. The live broadcast was suddenly cut off. The netizens were all in an uproar. Are all these people here to capture the contestant? What exactly does the contestant do? I told you, the contestant is a spy, there's no escaping now. 666 Long live King Wang. This is outrageous. On the other end, the production team was in chaos. Call the police. At the Sanjiang police station, Chief Li looked at the man in front of him, breaking out in a cold sweat. A man in a sharp suit, facing Director Li, spoke as if giving orders to a subordinate. Our people will be back soon. We need an escort vehicle, preferably something sturdy. Director Li didn't hesitate for a moment. Understood. This scene shocked the police officers watching from behind. Who is this man? How can he command the director of the police station? What position does he hold? When Director Li returned, Officer Li curiously asked, which department are they from? In the next moment, Director Li only said 2 words, but it sent shivers down everyone's spine. National Security. Officer Li shuddered. National Security. What does that mean? Every case they handle could threaten the entire country. Why would such a high-ranking official come to their small town of Sanjiang? I heard they are here to arrest someone, Director Li said. Officer Li's scalp tingled. Just to arrest someone? National Security coming all the way here for this? When Director Li and Officer Li handed over the escort vehicle to National Security, they saw the target being escorted by the Special Forces. When Director Li saw Wang Chen, he couldn't believe his eyes. Xiao Li. Am I seeing things? Or does that person look like Wang Chen? Officer Li was dumbfounded. Director, is it possible that he is Wang Chen? What? The person they are arresting? Without Wang Chen, there would be no Sanjiang police station today. Director Li gathered his courage and said to the responsible man, Sir, there must be some misunderstanding. He is a good kid. Wang Chen had helped arrest many criminals in Sanjiang but had never been involved in any crime himself. The man turned around and said coldly, We are just following orders. And according to our intelligence, he is not as innocent as you think. On the contrary, he is extremely dangerous. That's why we came here specifically. After hearing this, Director Li's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, from the way Wang Chen single-handedly took down the 5 unions, he was no ordinary person. Director Li, I advise you not to get involved in this matter. Even the provincial department can't control us. Director Li, feeling helpless, could only watch as the national security officers, with Wang Chen in tow, left Sanjiang. In the capital city. Inside the national security interrogation room, several special forces members stood guard around Wang Chen, not to protect him, but to prevent him from doing anything. Sitting across from Wang Chen was a stern national security officer. Introduce yourself, I'm Su Jie. I'm sure you know which department we are from. Wang Chen nodded. The highest security department in Longwa, National Security. Let's not waste time. I hope you will cooperate with us. Despite the man's words, Wang Chen sensed his lack of confidence. Is he afraid of me? Wang Chen said, No, he's afraid of the original owner. Su Jie appeared calm on the surface, but internally, he was in a panic. Although he was newly appointed, he had seen the previous owner's files on this phone, which left him horrified. Even international terrorist organizations would pale in comparison to this man. And now, this man was sitting right in front of him. He wasn't fearless, he was just deceiving himself. Taking a deep breath, Su Jie asked, We want to know, since the last mission, where have you been and what have you been up to? Mr. Wang Chen. Wang Chen was taken aback. Mission? Am I working for national security? Su Jie was puzzled, thinking he was joking. I pulled him over roughly on my side. Apologizing, I said, We didn't mean to treat you like this. It's just that you are too dangerous. I have seen your information. You have been a mercenary abroad, and even organized your own troops. Wang Chen? What troops? Troops, not many people, just a few hundred. Wang Chen was scared cold. Damn, the original owner was also a mercenary? And damn, a troop of over 200 people? Although being a mercenary abroad is not illegal in this parallel world. But, you have to have strength. In this case, Wang Chen realized. He immediately asked, So, my true identity is a mercenary? He was expecting Su Jie could give him an answer. But the next second, Su Jie shook his head. That's just one of your side jobs. Wang Chen was stunned, mouth wide open. You mean, the original owner was a mercenary, just one of the side jobs of the original owner? Damn, unbelievable. He felt like kneeling down to this extraordinary person. Apart from being a mercenary, you also spent some time with the American SEALs. Wang Chen trembled. I trained there too? No. You went there as an instructor. Wang Chen's mouth twitched. At that time, the SEALs even invited you to be the commander, but you politely declined because you didn't want to be restricted. Su Jie flipped through the information. He said, "What I admire the most is, the Pentagon was broken into and half of the building was blown up. Everyone thought it was the work of some terrorist organization, but no one expected it was actually done by you alone. Wang Chen, why did you blow up the Pentagon? The reason is, one of the big leaders in the Pentagon tried to breach the security of the Dragon Kingdom, but somehow hacked into your computer, causing your computer to crash. You got angry and bought a plane ticket, went to the Pentagon overnight, and blew it up directly." Hearing this, Wang Chen couldn't help but shudder. Blowing up the highest security place, just because a computer crashed? He trembled. What a ruthless person. No wonder. The national security says he's very dangerous. Su Jie looked at the other person. It was strange. Why did he feel like he was hearing this for the first time? Isn't this something he did himself? So, what was the last mission I took? Wang Chen curiously asked. According to the other's words, the original owner disappeared after taking the last mission. It is estimated it was this mission that led to the original owner's death, thus leading to his own crossing into this body. In any case, the content of the final mission is very important. He must know. At this, Su Jie's face instantly became serious. It seemed what he was about to say next made even the national security take it seriously. Your last mission was. Su Jie was about to speak, but just as he uttered the first word, a sudden knock on the door interrupted everything. Su Jie turned around. He found out he was called out by his superiors. "Wait for me." Su Jie got up, leaving a few special forces members behind, pushed the door and left. Watching the other leave, Wang Chen felt disappointed. He was so close, he could have learned a crucial piece of information. After that, he waited alone in the interrogation room for a long time. It was too boring. He started playing with the handcuffs in his hands. The special forces members beside him, watching the handcuffs swinging in Wang Chen's hands, were startled. His left hand was already on the trigger, ready to fire at any moment. How did you open it? This was the handcuff improved by their national security. Much more powerful than the police stations. But in front of the other party, isn't it no different from a toy? Calm down, everyone. Wang Chen smiled at himself. I just want to ask, when can I leave? At the words, a few special forces team members were speechless. Are you serious? Don't you know what you did before? No alibi. You probably can't leave. National security. We won't let a dangerous person go. A special forces team member spoke up. Although Wang Chen had worked as a white glove for national security for a while, he later went missing. Who knows? Over the years, has he become a spy for another country? Wang Chen was speechless. He wanted to explain but felt it unnecessary. Besides, he hadn't done anything wrong now. He continued to remain silent. After a while, Su Jie, who was finally allowed to leave, returned to the interrogation room. At this moment, he looked at Wang Chen with a complex expression. After he sat down, he said, "Sorry. Based on your current situation, the higher-ups have decided not to tell you the final mission for now. Wang Chen, it seems they found out about my amnesia. Can I leave now?" Su Jie sighed. "You can leave." What? The few special forces team members couldn't believe it. This was a dangerous individual. The condition is under our close surveillance, Su Jie added. The implication was that in the days to come, Wang Chen could continue to host his show but would be secretly monitored by national security. It was also a probation period for him. Surveillance? Wang Chen felt annoyed for a moment, then calmly said, "A clear conscience fears no accusation. It's up to you. I, Wang Chen, am now a model citizen. Everyone." What? 5 criminal stars? The second team leader of the Dragon Special Forces found Su Jie and asked, "You just let that Wang Chen go? Since when did our national security become so lenient?" Su Jie, this guy has amnesia. Amnesia? The second team leader was incredulous. How dramatic. Yes, he doesn't remember anything that happened before, and recently, he has performed exceptionally well in Sanjiang, helping us eliminate the 5 Union. And he has lured Mr. K and others out. Instead of detaining him, the higher-ups decided to let him stay in Sanjiang as bait. The second team leader finally understood. So, national security is using Wang Chen as bait. If we can really catch that organization. The second team leader was excited. Longhua. At least for the next 10 years, there won't be any more threats. This was why national security had been trying to root out that organization. And Mr. K was a member of it. The 5 Union was his white glove. As a result, by chance, Wang Chen found traces of the organization. But, Su Jia, I'm curious about one thing. Did Wang Chen complete the last mission before he lost his memory? Su Jia remained silent for a moment, his expression serious, before saying, "This is not something you need to know. Just follow orders." Even the Dragon Special Forces didn't have the qualifications? The man was shocked. What was Wang Chen's final mission after all? He was taken away in the morning and returned in the afternoon. Sanjiang. At the entrance of the residential area, Wang Chen was casually thrown out of the car. Then, the national security personnel disappeared. What the heck? You're just dropping me off here? Wang Chen was speechless. At this moment, the crew members of the show saw Wang Chen walking towards them from the entrance. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? He was taken in the morning and now he's back? Brother Wang. A cameraman ran over, tears streaming down his face. I thought I'd never see you again. Get up. Before the incident, you were the fastest to run. What are you standing there for? Keep going. The director gestured. The production team restarted the live broadcast. When netizens saw Wang Chen unharmed, the barrage instantly increased. Just watching his show almost scared me to death. Bro, seriously, let's turn ourselves in, bothering the police every day. You really worried me. Damn, I thought it was scripted? It's real. Of course, Wang Ji always plays for real. He really dares to go to the police station for something. Everyone was puzzled. How come he's out again? Wang Chen, be polite. Please rest assured, audience, this is just a small incident. Wang Chen was taken away not because of wrongdoing. Definitely not. Wang Chen spoke up. Netizens? Oh, right. The contestant did nothing wrong. Pfft. Ha ha, is there no silver here? The production team fell into silence. The more you explain, the more it makes you seem guilty. Wang Chen, I'm telling the truth. In fact, the national security people secretly approached the production team and had them explain like this, to avoid unnecessary trouble. The director, for the sake of the show, unconditionally agreed to the demands of national security. However, he was even more curious about Wang Chen's true identity, to actually make national security get involved. Before long, Li from the Sanjiang police station and others also received a call from Wang Chen. After confirming he was unharmed, everyone felt relieved. They advised Wang Chen to stay out of trouble in the future. Wang Chen? Furious. No, I really didn't do anything wrong. Life temporarily returned to a peaceful state. Experts speculated about Wang Chen's identity. Wang Chen also used them to search for the original owner's memories. And during these days, he also had time to reflect on past memory fragments. These memories, he hadn't properly organized. Before long, Wang Chen found a major clue. That is, in different memory fragments, there was a man talking to the original owner. Unfortunately, there are too few memory fragments. I can't remember the man's appearance at all. Wang Chen lamented. Finally, he came up with a solution. That is, to awaken more memories through stimulation. Maybe then he could see the man's appearance clearly. For this, he had to use the original owner's skills. On the other side, in the studio, after Wang Dui left for something, the production team, to make up for the loss of strength, temporarily dispatched a private detective of expert level to investigate. But their expertise. Netizens were excited about this. Contestant Wang Chen welcomed a strong opponent. Also at this time, the production team introduced a new round of professional guessing segment. Curious what answer the expert will give this time. Wang Chen is too hard to guess. He's been arrested by the police several times. Definitely not simple. Heard a master detective is here. Maybe there's a show. Inside the studio, the experts were discussing in low voices. In fact, they had no clue at all, from being taken away by people similar to special forces before. It was clear. Wang Chen was not simple. His identity couldn't be guessed with ordinary thinking. Special forces. One expert wrote down his answer. Outlandish. But what was even more outlandish was, everyone strangely found it very reasonable? Oh no, we're not normal either. Before long, Professor N also wrote down his answer. Others followed suit. Professor N. Professor Li, is everyone done writing? The director asked. Then next, let's reveal the experts' answers. 3, 2, 1. Accompanied by tense background music. Netizens, sit up straight. Stare at the screen intently. As soon as the words fell, the experts began to flip over boards with answers written on them. The camera focused on Professor N. Wait. Professor Li, wait. Many experts gave up. Netizens? What's going on? Slacking off? But at this moment, the detective unexpectedly gave an answer. Mortician. Netizens looked at this eerie profession. What kind of job is this? It's the one who does makeup for the dead. Damn, for the dead? Exciting. This thing is not something ordinary people dare to do, it has to be said. This answer made netizens discuss wildly, caused a huge stir. Even the people from the show's production team present were shocked. Professor N was curious. He asked, "Why do you think Wang Chen's identity is a mortician?" The production team immediately turned the camera to Detective Zhao Yun. Detective Zhao smiled and said, "I've seen his previous performances. I noticed he has a familiarity with corpses. That left an impression on me." Professor N nodded. "There's some truth to it. Truly a detective. His eyes are sharp. This detective has something." Exactly, why else would a contestant be so familiar with human anatomy? It's getting interesting. Could it be that he's going to the funeral parlor? Wang Chen looked at Detective Zhao. His heart trembled. Because this Detective Zhao guessed correctly. And he was indeed trying to recover some fragments of memories from the original owner by coming into contact with corpses. Unexpectedly, his thoughts coincided with this detective's. It could be considered a help to himself. Beside him, the cameraman hung up the phone. Then, he spoke to Wang Chen. "Brother Wang, everything has been arranged by the production team. Later, we can go over." Wang Chen nodded. In the past, at this point, netizens would always say, "Waiting to have tea. +1. It's open, let's buy and sell." Wang Chen looked at the barrage. He knew, no matter what, every time, he would be invited to have tea. Although, he's not a criminal. But, he's always teased by these netizens. Enough is enough. I can't take it anymore. This tea. I'm not drinking it. This time I'm just going to do odd jobs at the funeral parlor. Nothing will happen. Wang Chen encouraged himself. Come on. I will definitely break free from the tea curse. In a certain mountainous area in Sanjiang, the production team's nanny car stopped at the entrance of a funeral parlor. At this moment, inside the live broadcast room, netizens looked at the sign of the funeral parlor, took a sharp breath. Damn, it's for real. Popularity soared. Our show is all about reality. Now, Wang Chen's live broadcast room. The number of online viewers started at over 100,000. On various live streaming platforms, it was at the top. The reception staff of the funeral parlor had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Wang Chen, who had made a name for himself in Sanjiang, they smiled. It took quite an effort to invite him. Production team. Welcome, I'm the manager of the funeral parlor, you can call me Xiaogu. Wang Chen shook hands with Xiaogu and said, "Today, I am a member of the funeral parlor. Please take care of me." Definitely. The group entered the funeral parlor. Suddenly, a chill hit them. It has to be said. This place, still somewhat frightening. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Xiaogu led Wang Chen to familiarize himself with the funeral parlor, then took him to a room. This is our work table. The camera panned over. Netizens saw. Morning, collecting corpses, preparing. Evening, burning bones, making paper figures. Late at night, making paper figures? This is too eerie. The background music has changed. Can the production team make it a bit more lively? Wow, I can't help but exclaim wow. Even if you give me more money, I can't spend it without my life. A full man doesn't know the hunger of a starving man. Give me 500 a day, not to mention making paper figures, even if it's a female ghost, I'll tidy them up for you. Dude, you're really fierce. What's preparing? It's putting makeup on dead people. Can this be aired? Wang Chen casually picked up a book on the table. Encyclopedia of Paper Figures, ding. Host detected the desire to make paper figures, automatically activate top-level skill, Paper Figure Master, woo, instantly. A large amount of bizarre knowledge flooded Wang Chen's mind. And he felt that his hands seemed to have become more delicate and soft. The original host. Can't be. Still making paper figures? Xiaogu was introducing. Generally speaking, there are 4 situations in our industry where we cannot make paper figures for the deceased. The first is pregnant women. Then there are quarrelsome women. Colleagues are not allowed. Wang Chen suddenly interjected. Lastly, those who died during Qingming festival cannot be made. Xiaogu was surprised. He looked at Wang Chen in amazement. His scalp tingled. This was something only insiders knew. Ordinary people wouldn't know at all. Have you studied this? Wang Chen, just a little bit. Maybe, just a tiny bit. Well, it's getting late, and we are about to make paper figures. Would contestant Wang Chen like to join us? Xiaogu asked. Unexpectedly, Wang Chen nodded. Actually, I really want to make paper figures. The cameraman? Netizens? Who understands? Staying up late in the middle of the night. Going to make paper figures. On the other side, in the studio, Professor An's mouth twitched. This guy just had to pick the most difficult one. No one else. Before long, everyone arrived at a room. Just as they reached the door, they saw two vivid paper figures, a boy and a girl, with hollow eyes, obviously not yet finished products. And at that moment, inside, the mortuary master was making paper figures. Seeing Wang Chen and the others come in, he looked at Xiaogu in confusion and asked, "Who is this?" "Wang Chen. He's here to experience the profession at our mortuary." "Experience the profession at the mortuary? Is he out of his mind? By the way, why don't you turn on the lights, Master?" Wang Chen was puzzled. "Master Su, don't you think this creates a better atmosphere?" "Master, you really made me laugh. You're quite humorous. Master, aren't you afraid at all? This master is good at creating program effects." "Enough said, let's all bow to the master." Hiss, Wang Chen admired. "He's a tough one." However, when Master Su watched Wang Chen live making paper figures, hiss, "I can't believe it. Live making paper figures? Young man, you're even more daring than me. But, can this young man really make paper figures?" Master Su doubted. Is he doing it for views? Gimmicks? But, the next moment, his eyes widened, full of disbelief. Wang Chen sat down, naturally picked up a stack of white paper, and in no time, folded a lifelike white butterfly. Master Su's eyelids twitched. A master's work shows itself. Oh my! The cameraman looked at the white paper butterfly, his heart pounding. It was indistinguishable from real. As if there was a real butterfly perched on Wang Chen's fingertip. In the live broadcast, Wang Chen showed off his skills, amazing the viewers. "No, you're really good at this, bro? Such a beautiful butterfly." Everyone, did you see the expression on Master Su's face? He was clearly amazed by Brother Wang. It seems like he's seeing this kind of paper art for the first time. Master Su and Xiaogu exchanged glances. The astonishment in their eyes was evident. Master Su looked at Wang Chen, getting excited. "Can you fold people?" This skill was something he had never heard of before, as if a new door had been opened. After hearing this, Wang Chen smiled and said, "Yes. Then let me show you a trick. Watch closely. Learn well." Netizens laughed until they cried. Who in their right mind would want to learn this? Wang Chen picked up a new piece of paper art and began folding a paper person. He held the brush carefully, dipped it in ink, and started outlining the facial features and body. Unconsciously, everyone present was watching Wang Chen, especially Master Su. His face changed drastically because, in his eyes, this paper person was becoming more and more real. It seemed like a living person was about to be born under Wang Chen's brush, which scared him pale. He quickly stepped forward to stop Wang Chen from adding the finishing touch, saying, "Stop. This can't go on." Master Su was sweating profusely. He had never seen such a lifelike paper person in his life. As the saying goes, a paper person should never be too real. It's a big taboo. However, usually, no one had Wang Chen's level of skill, so they didn't pay much attention. But this time, when he looked at the eerie smile on Wang Chen's paper person, he was truly afraid. Wang Chen was stopped, and he realized he had gotten carried away earlier. At this moment, this scene was captured by the live streaming audience, and they were all shocked. This paper person is too eerie. Master Su did the right thing by stopping him. Who understands? I feel like my wardrobe is moving. I'm not watching anymore. Hiss, feeling chills down my spine. Wow, I'm so scared that I wet myself. Damn it. Let's call it a day. I'm really scared. Bro, you're almost at the gates of hell. Turn back while you can. What's so good about paper art? Exactly, not even dogs look at it. +1. On the other side, the production team's director took a sharp breath. He looked at the paper person Wang Chen had made. He was going to have nightmares tonight. Is this paper person really this lifelike? The experts were speechless. Professor An said, this skill, even Master Su might not be able to achieve. Wang Chen. I can't figure him out more and more. Detective Zhao nodded. I've never encountered such a formidable opponent before. Scared to death. The cameraman couldn't even look at that paper person. This program is going to be shut down. Wang Chen also felt that the paper person he made was too creepy. In order to prevent the live stream from being shut down, he had Xiaogu dispose of it. Then he started making another one. When the netizens thought he was going to create another scary paper person, to everyone's surprise, this time, Wang Chen actually made a paper person with a hot body, curvaceous figure, and a single-word poem. Fuge. Master Su? Xiao Gu? Cameraman? Netizens? Oh my god. He can do this too? Master Su no longer felt the fear he had before and stepped forward, dumbfounded, to look at this paper person. Seeing the beautiful face of the female paper person, he exclaimed, "Unbelievable. Damn. A path I never imagined. What a huge surprise. This is mind-blowing. Bro, I was wrong earlier, paper art is amazing. Woof woof bro, I want it selling? I'll pay double. Ahem, my brother just passed away, and his biggest dream was to have a paper woman to accompany him. Everyone, I have a bold idea." "No, you don't even think about it." The photographer guy looked at the paper woman. He couldn't help but swallow nervously. "This is a paper person. I think you're really hungry." Wang Chen was furious. "Does it have a name?" Master Su asked. "This is my first work. Let's call it Teacher Sanshang." Alright, so this is how we're playing. Netizens, you guys have taken it too far. Good lad, you have potential. Master Su praised with a nosebleed. In no time, in the room, there were over 10 different kinds of teachers swaying their bodies, placed in front of several guys, making the boys' blood boil with excitement. It's an exact replica of real people. Invincible. Teacher Kong, Teacher Long, Brother Wang. I didn't expect you to be one of us too. You've been watching a lot, huh? The photographer guy smirked. Wang Chen blushed. Ahem. In his previous life, he was just in his early 20s, full of youthful vigor. It's normal, just a tiny bit of peaking. Master. Teach me, master. I want to learn. Master Su shed tears of emotion, directly kowtowing to Wang Chen. My main goal is to learn a craft. The others were speechless. Couldn't tell. Master Su, you are hungry too. In the studio, there was a burst of goose-like laughter. The director couldn't hold it in. Wow. You were supposed to make a paper person. You made a bunch of teachers. Awesome. What's even more outrageous is, many doll manufacturers in the live broadcast room jumped out to protest. Their reasons were even more absurd. Wang Chen was illegally suppressing the industry. Hilarious, truly talented people stand out in any field. This move, the show's effect is explosive. Inside the studio, looking at the lecherous expressions on the faces of a group of male experts. He men. A female expert sneered. Professor and coughed. Ahem. Too small-minded, Xiaohong. What we admire is the art of paper sculpture. Exactly. Look at the lifelike details, the slender waist, and the full and realistic curves, every expression and smile. They all make me admire the greatness of art. Female expert. All just excuses. However, could it be that Wang Chen is actually a mortician? To reach this level, it shouldn't be just an act, right? After all, even the masters want to be his students. The experts nodded. It seems. This time, it's stable. Detective Zhao propped his chin, staring at the screen for a long time, murmuring, will it really go smoothly like this? Are all these teachers for us? Little Gu couldn't believe it. Wang Chen. Then who else would keep these things at home? What's next? What else needs to be done? Little Gu was overjoyed. Upon hearing that, after a moment of thought, he said, next, it's time to do the makeup for the deceased. The photographer guy's heart skipped a beat. Here it comes. The most airy project. Doing makeup for the dead. Just the thought of it is frightening. Following Little Gu, Wang Chen and the group went up to the second floor. Ha! Suddenly, the photographer guy stopped in his tracks. He sniffed. Strange. It smells like something burning? But as he looked around, everything seemed normal. And Master Su was downstairs as well. The photographer guy didn't think much of it, turned around, and followed Wang Chen to the second floor morgue. The group arrived on the second floor. Walking along the corridor, everyone stopped outside a room. Before even entering, they could smell the stench of death. Administrator Little Gu was about to step forward. He took the key and opened the door. Creak, the door gradually opened. In the live broadcast room, millions of online viewers were extremely nervous. The barrage below was filled with comments. High energy alert! High energy alert! High energy alert! Damn, is this show for real? I can't take it, I'm out. Brothers, don't be afraid. At this moment, a brave man pulled his feet back under the blanket. Evil spirits, leave quickly. A crack in the door opened. The cameraman exclaimed, the door is open. He held onto Wang Chen's arm tightly, scared. Wang Chen was also a bit nervous. You say, if I don't draw well, will the corpse jump up and hit me? The cameraman? Xiao Gu? Online viewers? What kind of thought process is this? The big door opened. Inside, Terrifying scenes emerged one after another. Under the dim light, all there were coffins. Hiss. Alright, no need to change pants this time, I'll just go take a shower. Is this where people stay? Where's that strong guy from before? Come out. This can't be real, right? Please, tell me this is all fake. The cameraman looked at all these coffins, feeling dizzy. He had never seen so many coffins in his life. His face instantly turned pale. Brother Wang. I'm not leaving, I'll stay here. Xiaogu spoke up. The other rooms are being renovated recently, so the coffins were moved here temporarily. Don't worry. It's all psychological fear. That's what they said. But anyone, seeing this scene, would feel a chill. So, he glanced at Wang Chen sneakily, wanting to see if fear would show on his face. However, he was overthinking. Wang Chen remained as calm as ever, unfazed. At this moment, a masked woman walked out. She was the mortician responsible for restoring the appearance of the deceased. MS. Wang. This is Wang Chen, here to experience being a mortician. The woman nodded coldly. Don't mind it. Staying here for long, if you don't go crazy, that's already good. Xiaogu explained. Wang Chen nodded in understanding. Follow me. The woman led Wang Chen to a coffin. Inside, there lay a female corpse with a sunken face and distorted features, completely unrecognizable. The production team had to censor it. She said, I'm currently restoring the appearance of this deceased. Her situation is quite special. Jumped off a building. Wang Chen interrupted. Hearing Wang Chen's words, Wang Lu looked up in surprise, glanced at him, and asked, Are you a forensic expert? No, just know a little. Wang Chen smiled. Wang Lu continued, Due to the face hitting the ground, this girl's face suffered severe sinking and distortion. Usually, it's difficult to restore it to its original state. I don't think it's difficult. As soon as he said this, Wang Lu's good impression of him diminished significantly. She thought Wang Chen didn't understand the art of restoring appearances at all. Saying this was just to gain popularity. She couldn't help but feel a bit disgusted by the disrespect towards the deceased in the show. She said, Could it be that you can do this too? To be honest, just a little. Wang Chen smiled. Wang Lu? Wondering in her heart, is he really so confident? She felt like giving these popular stars a reality check. Smiling, she said, Then why don't Mr. Wang Chen show us what he's got? Wang Chen, no problem. In the next moment, he swiftly put on protective gear and gloves, took the tools for restoring appearances from Wang Lu, and began the process. In no time, the scars on the girl's face disappeared. Her face was no longer sunken, and her features were restored to their original state. A delicate woman's face appeared. Then, Wang Chen skillfully picked up the specially made pigments, dipped them, and then applied them to the dead person's face, covering the spots one by one. He drew eyebrows for the woman, painted her lips red. A few minutes later, everyone watched as a beautiful woman lay in the coffin, her eyes slightly closed, her pale face, now blushing. Even a faint smile hung on the corner of her mouth. It seemed as if she had come back to life. Hiss, the moment Wang Chen stopped working, the room fell silent. Only the sound of cold breaths. Wang Lu stared blankly at the woman in the coffin. She seemed mesmerized. A corpse? No. This was almost indistinguishable from a living person. In the live broadcast room, there was an explosion. Bro, have your hands been blessed? Incredible craftsmanship, truly amazing, so beautiful. Damn, even if the body sits up in the next second, I wouldn't find it strange. Now, I understand what lifelike truly means. Hiss, amazing. My grandpa asked why this girl is lying in a coffin as if sleeping. How do I explain to him that she's a corpse? Bro, can I book you for my makeup after I die too? Actually, a corpse isn't that bad. There's a pervert here. Inside the studio, experts marveled at the deceased person restored by Wang Chen. As a doctor, contestant Wang Chen has impressed me with his skills. You're not right. The medical professor explained, I mean his practical skills are very strong. I think he's more of a doctor, rather than a mortician. Professor An spoke up, but there's a high possibility that contestant Wang Chen is a mortician. Just then, as everyone debated, Detective Zhao took a few puffs of his cigarette and said, Let's boldly assume something. Assume? What if he's both? What does that mean? Professor An and the other experts looked at him, not understanding the meaning of his words. Detective Zhao explained, What if there's a profession that can simultaneously fulfill the skills of a doctor and a mortician? With this statement, everyone was shocked. You're all too conservative, trapped in a dead zone of thinking. Contestant Wang Chen's profession may not be one of the common professions we encounter in life. There are some special professions that can utilize skills from other professions. Detective Zhao stared at everyone and said seriously, for example, King De Fu. After a while, the people in the room finally recovered. Wang Lu looked at Wang Chen and said, "Do you call this just a little skill?" She had once specialized in the Sakura National Academy, where she had encountered many skilled morticians. But no matter how skilled they were, a dead person was still a dead person, fundamentally different from a living one. It was impossible to completely restore them to their pre-death state. But what was happening now? The deceased looked as if she had come back to life. Wang Lu picked up a photo of the girl when she was alive. It was identical. This skill, perhaps, could hardly be matched internationally. Just as the others were bewildered by Wang Chen, a photographer outside suddenly smelled smoke. He pushed the door open and looked outside. His face instantly changed. He recoiled and shouted at Wang Chen and the others, "It's on fire outside." "On fire? How is that possible? We have sprinklers." Manager Gu chuckled and opened the door to look outside. The next moment, his body couldn't stop trembling. Damn! It was really on fire. And the hallway was already engulfed in flames. The spreading fire surged towards their second floor like a python. How did it catch fire? Wang Lu was puzzled. Now is not the time to discuss this. We need to rest and figure out how to escape. Wang Chen spoke up. Gu, the manager, was anxious. This is bad. The urns are all on the first floor. And Master Wang is downstairs too. What's even scarier is, if the main door on the first floor is burnt by the fire, then their only way out will be blocked. Everyone will die here. What are you standing there for? Let's escape. The fire is all around us. A sudden scene startled the online viewers. This is serious, it could cost lives. Oh no! Call for help. At Sanjiang Police Station, Officer Li was casually browsing Wang Chen's livestream. Everything was fine until he saw the funeral parlor on fire. Fire itself isn't the scariest part, it's the toxic fumes in the smoke. Cover your noses. Wang Lu handed out a few towels to Wang Chen and the others. Inhaling too much smoke can make us lose consciousness and suffocate to death. The cameraman gasped in shock. What do we do now? The fire outside is too intense. We can't get out. Just then, Wang Chen looked at the stunned manager Gu and asked, "Didn't you mention a sprinkler system? Why hasn't it activated?" "How would I know? This is unbelievable." Gu said, "It's maintained regularly. How could it fail?" "For now, we can only wait for the fire truck to arrive," Manager Gu Yang said. The cameraman felt a glimmer of hope. But the next moment, Wang Lu poured cold water on them, saying, "Wait for rescue? I've dealt with fire before, and with this intensity, even if the fire truck comes in a few minutes, it will only be to collect our bodies." Before she finished speaking, a loud bang, the raging fire burnt a beam, causing a crossbeam above to collapse, narrowly missing the cameraman. "It's over." The cameraman burst into tears. While the three were feeling despondent, Wang Chen stood up and said, "Gu Yong, as the manager, don't we have an emergency exit here?" Gu Yong was taken aback but nodded, "Yes, we do. But with the fire this intense, whether we can go down or not is a problem. Even if we go down, our emergency exit is locked. How will you open it without a key?" It seemed futile, but when he heard this, Wang Chen said, "I can pick the lock." The online viewers were not pleased. "Are you kidding? This is suicide. Contestant, don't be impulsive, let's stay calm. Damn it, going there means death, don't go." "But if the contestant can pick the lock, if he doesn't go, we'll all die in the fire." "Upstairs, are you seriously not going? This is ridiculous. The contestant is also a person, don't you have a conscience?" The viewers argued. Although there were some moralists, most were rational, thinking Wang Chen didn't need to risk his life by entering the fire. The cameraman hesitated. He knew he had no right to force Wang Chen to save him. "Brother Wang, everyone fears death, don't go." In the end, he gave up on letting Wang Chen risk his life. Wang Lu also nodded. Manager Gu remained silent, clearly wanting Wang Chen to go to the first floor. Wang Chen clenched his fists. He couldn't die here. Even if it was for himself, he had to go down. "Let's do this." Covering his mouth and nose, he took a step forward. Bang! The already damaged door was kicked open. Then, he plunged into the fire. Behind him, the three were speechless. Wang Chen rushed out of the room. He noticed that the fire on the second floor hadn't spread entirely yet. However, the first floor seemed to have collapsed. Thick smoke billowed. If he went in, he would likely suffocate from the toxic fumes. Ding! Host detected difficulty breathing, automatically activates ultimate skill, Master Diver. Wang Chen's pupils constricted. He suddenly felt that his chest had expanded significantly. It seemed that as long as he wanted, even holding his breath for 20 minutes would be no problem. Although Wang Chen didn't know what was happening, he speculated that another skill of the original host had been triggered. Moreover, it was just in time. Without hesitation, he held his breath, bent down, dodged the smoke above, and ran madly towards the first floor along the corridor. Before long, he actually managed to break through the layers of thick smoke. At this moment, the first floor door was already burnt and impassable. The only way out was through the emergency exit. Following the instructions of the administrator Gu Yong, Wang Chen dodged the fire while heading towards the emergency exit. Found it! At the corner ahead, there was a green mark above. It was indeed the emergency exit. Wang Chen quickened his pace and arrived at the emergency exit. The thick fire door was tightly closed. Bang! 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 There was a knocking sound from outside the door. It was the hurried firefighters. However, due to the locked door, they couldn't get in. Damn it! Been hacking at it for a while. It's useless. A firefighter with an axe tried to break in but to no avail. What to do? The fire is getting fiercer. The people inside won't last long. The firefighters were at a loss when suddenly, Wang Chen's voice came from inside the door. Don't move. I can unlock it. Let me do it. Hearing this, the firefighters were anxious. It's useless. We've tried. The components inside the door are damaged. Unlocking it is very difficult. Inside, Wang Chen was running out of breath. It had to work. He picked up a piece of metal wire from the ground and a sharp iron needle, inserted it into the keyhole, wrapped the wire around the needle, and with a sudden forceful push, click, the needle broke, but the door also opened. Bang! Wang Chen kicked open the door, startling the firefighters outside. They stared at the soot-covered Wang Chen in amazement. Opened? Kid, who are you? So impressive. Wang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness for the powerful skill of the original host. Go save people quickly. The firefighters supported him and noticed that Wang Chen's eyes were already bloodshot. They couldn't help but feel a chill. How long had this guy been in the smoke? They handed Wang Chen over to the medical staff. The firefighters quickly geared up and rushed into the fire to extinguish it. With the brave efforts of the firefighters and the high-pressure water jets, the terrifying fire was gradually extinguished. They successfully rescued the people inside. Thanks to Wang Chen's extreme actions, if they had been a few minutes slower, the 3 photographers on the second floor and the bodies in the coffins would have perished in the flames. They were carried out of the fire scene. Woo woo! Wang Gu, you are my hero. The photographers hugged Wang Chen excitedly. It was no exaggeration to say that Wang Chen had saved their lives. In the live broadcast room, viewers were overjoyed. Wang Gu, you are amazing. Who else can compare? My whole family is watching and kneeling down. At this moment, the firefighters were panting, their faces covered in soot. That kind of fire was simply unbearable for anyone. Dad! My dad isn't here. Suddenly, Wang Lu, who had been rescued, looked anxious. Because among the rescued people, she didn't see her father. Ma'am, calm down, where is your father? On the first floor. The first floor? It's impossible, we've searched everywhere and didn't see him, the firefighters sighed. And even if we find him now, he might. Wang Lu had always been rational. But at this moment, when it involved her own family, she broke down, clutching the firefighters' clothes tightly. Please, she pleaded. Save my father. The firefighters were in a dilemma, unsure of how to make her let go. Wang Chen stepped forward and said, when I escaped just now, I heard shouting, maybe it was Mr. Wang. If that's the case, then he's still alive. But how do we find him? The firefighters were distressed. Since the person was still alive, they had to find a way to save him. Ding! Host detected a desire to find someone, activating top-level skill, tracking mark 1 just as requested. Suddenly, in Wang Chen's vision, the entire funeral parlor turned into a 3-dimensional model, and in a certain place on the first floor, a marker lit up. It was Mr. Wang, still alive but weak, like a flickering candle in the wind. I know where he is. Wang Chen looked at the firefighters and said, follow me. The next moment, everyone saw Wang Chen, who had just escaped, heading back into the inferno. The firefighters were bewildered. What's going on? He's going back in? Damn, this is a fire scene, and he's not even wearing a gas mask. Is he crazy? The firefighters cursed and hurriedly followed him. As soon as they entered, they witnessed a scene that would stay with them forever. The firefighters stopped in their tracks, seeing a figure casually moving through the flames, seemingly searching for something, completely unfazed by the fire around him. With ease, he passed by them. Am I seeing things, or is there someone walking there? Several firefighters rubbed their goggles. Looking again, they couldn't spot the figure they had seen earlier. Feeling frustrated, but with saving lives as the priority, they disregarded it and ran towards Wang Chen. On the other side, Wang Chen held his breath and used the tracking mark to locate Mr. Su. Before entering, he had taken a firefighter's axe. Faced with falling debris, Wang Chen wielded the axe to clear the way. The The firefighters, familiar with the funeral parlor's layout, followed suit. Witnessing this, they were amazed. "Dude, are you Superman? So strong." "He's in here." Wang Chen split open a cabinet, pointing to a hidden room behind it. A firefighter said, "I remember this place is where the funeral parlor stores ashes. Is there really someone inside?" The firefighters were skeptical, but looking at Wang Chen, they knew he wasn't joking. Moreover, in their line of duty, they couldn't ignore a living person in need. "Alright, you guys, push these things away together, and let's go in and check," the captain ordered. If Wang Chen was risking his life to save someone, they had no reason to back down. "Let's do it together." So, Wang Chen and the firefighters worked together to move the objects blocking the entrance. "Follow us. Get the water hose ready." "Yes." The captain gestured and led the way in. Wang Chen followed. Upon entering, they found 3 figures lying in a corner. "There they are. Why are there 3 people?" Wang Chen took a closer look and explained, "The other 2 are paper figures I made." It turned out that Mr. Su had fainted, holding 2 teachers in his arms. Indeed, men are forever young at heart. Paper figures? The firefighters couldn't believe what was happening that day. A paper person? I thought it was a real person. "Young man, you're quite skilled." "Wang Chen, let's not worry about that now. Get him out quickly." However, as they approached Master Su, a sudden wave of high temperature hit them. It felt like a heat wave crashing down. What was even more terrifying was that the thick smoke here was so intense that even a few professional firefighters couldn't bear it. Thud! One firefighter even collapsed directly on the ground. "Help him out." The fire captain was anxious. "The concentration is highest here, we can't get close, it's impossible." Even the gas masks were ineffective. The captain was anxious. The person was right in front of them, yet they couldn't save him. "Damn it, my gas mask is about to break." Just as the firefighters were getting anxious, suddenly, Wang Chen boldly rushed in. "Be careful, you're risking your life." The firefighters were horrified. "Even with our gas masks, we can't get close. How dare you? It's over. Another life is at stake." Watching Wang Chen walk into the black mist and disappear without a sound, the firefighters knew it was a dangerous situation. "I'll go in, I can't just stand by." A firefighter was about to take a risk. Just then, in the smoke, a figure suddenly rushed out. It was Wang Chen, carrying the unconscious Master Su on his back, with 2 teachers in his hands. The firefighters were dumbfounded. Not only did he come out alive, but he also rescued the victims? What was even more frightening was that this guy wasn't wearing any protective gear. Pure bravery. "Wang Chen, that was close. Are you holding your breath?" "What else?" The firefighters fell silent. 30 minutes. You held your breath the whole time? Incredible. The firefighters now looked at him as if he were a monster. "Let's go." After rescuing Master Su, they didn't linger any longer. They immediately evacuated the terrifying room. However, just as they had left for a short while, Wang Chen stopped, turned around, and looked back at the flames. A figure suddenly ran out from the fire. "Save me! Please save me!" A man ran out crying and shouting. The firefighters heard him and said, "He's a victim, let's save him quickly." The man ran over crying, but the moment he approached Wang Chen, his face darkened instantly. Without waiting for the man to make a move, Wang Chen suddenly rushed forward and punched the man. Bang! The man who was crying was sent flying by his punch, crashing hard into the wall. The man was terrified. "What do you mean?" Wang Chen clenched his fist and said, "Still pretending? This fire, was it you who started it? Playing the victim now?" Wang Chen acted because his skills, killing intent perception and criminal radar, both went off when he was near this man. No way! It was clear he was up to no good. Wait, he's the arsonist? The firefighters were confused. But soon, they saw the man stand up as if nothing had happened. And for some reason, with a flick of his finger, he set himself on fire. The firefighters? He. The man's hand covered in flames hung down. In an instant, the flames were cut off. Then, a whip with flames on his arm came down, leaving a deep black mark on the floor. The force was terrifying. "Originally, I planned to cause an accident, but I didn't expect you to be so extraordinary. I have no choice. I have to take matters into my own hands. Let me introduce myself. The Dragon Country branch of the Assassin Association, ranked 87th on the assassin list. Code name, arsonist. Oh no, coming at me. Brother, we are all adults now, let's not resort to violence, shall we reason instead?" The man sneered. "Funny." Wang Chen furrowed his brows, immediately preparing to use the sunflower acupoint finger technique for a quick battle. However, the man had clearly figured him out. Taking the lead, he swung the whip entwined with flames. Then, he fiercely struck out with the whip. Bang! Wang Chen had to raise his hand to block, but even though he reacted in time, the force of the whip still made him gasp in cold air. "I'll help you." A firefighter wielding an axe rushed over, intending to assist Wang Chen, but he was soon whipped away by the arsonist. Crack! The terrifying force shattered the firefighter's axe, hitting hard on his fireproof suit, tearing a large hole. "Don't come over. Leave this person to me. You guys take Master Su out first." Wang Chen spoke to the firefighters, the captain glanced at him, said nothing more, and carried Master Su and the wounded away. He. As long as I have this whip, you can't get close to me. How will you defeat me?" The man sneered. Once again, he waved the fire whip, intending to repeat his tactics. But the next moment, as the whip came at him, Wang Chen unexpectedly chose to face it head-on. He took a fierce blow from the whip. At the same time, Wang Chen reached out and grabbed the front end of the fire whip, allowing the flames to burn his palm. This scene shocked the assassin. What is this guy up to? Then he felt an unprecedented force pulling him over. Wang Chen raised his fist and ruthlessly beat the man. The man screamed, his teeth flying out of his mouth, not one left. Wang Chen was burning with anger. He immediately followed up with a leg sweep, kicking the man's shin. In an instant, the man's legs broke with a sound of cracking bones. My leg! Wang Chen's masterful combat skills erupted at that moment. Seriously, now he is strong enough to rival the Special Forces team. The assassin, arsonist, looked at the fierce Wang Chen in front of him. He was trembling with fear. The information didn't mention. This guy is so fierce. Is he even human? This is more like a humanoid weapon. If this continues, he might be killed instead. The man's eyes turned cold, no longer holding back. Immediately, he pulled out a torch from his back. The next moment, he aimed it at Wang Chen, took a deep breath, and then blew fiercely, spitting fire. Wang Chen tensed up. At this distance, if he gets hit, it's likely he'll be burned alive. And there's no time to dodge. Go to hell. The man grinned maliciously. In a critical moment, Wang Chen's body moved on its own. He displayed even faster movements than before, pressing one hand firmly on the mouth of the arsonist, about to breathe fire. Without waiting for his reaction, Wang Chen exerted all his strength with his palm, like a pair of iron tongs, holding his mouth tightly shut. The arsonist was dumbfounded. Can he interrupt the spellcasting? Wang Chen, do you just love setting fires? He snatched the torch, looking playfully at the assassin in front of him. At that moment, the arsonist was filled with regret. The screams of burning flesh echoed throughout the entire floor. In the shadows, two national security personnel who had been monitoring Wang Chen all along. The tall and burly man in sunglasses, hearing the agonizing screams of the assassin ranked 87th made his heart race. Why is he so strong? This combat ability. You know, I'd believe he's a boxing champion. It seems we don't need to intervene. The other calm man said softly. He still had the leisure to write in his notebook. File, Wang Chen, note, excellent combat ability, not afraid of fire, physical strength exceeds the standard. Don't come over. I give up. Please don't torture me anymore. The arsonist, whose face was completely disfigured by the fire, never expected that one day he would be burned. Feeling the pain now? Wang Chen sneered. The people you burned to death before suffered 1,000 times more than you. Raising his fist. Bang bang bang, several punches again. The assassin was beaten into a bloody mess, begging for mercy. How about now? Can I reason with you now? Wang Chen asked. Why yes, the assassin nodded repeatedly. Wang Chen, who sent you here? Wasn't the 5 unions already wiped out? Who wants to kill him this time? Day by day. Nobody wants to live properly, huh? I don't know. The arsonist hesitated. The merchants have hidden their information. I was just following orders for money. Are you sure? Yes, I absolutely did not lie. The man trembled in fear. Seeing that he was telling the truth, Wang Chen sighed helplessly. At the moment, he couldn't just let this guy go. He had no choice but to temporarily immobilize him, take him out, and hand him over to Officer Li and the others. Carrying the arsonist and escaping, Wang Chen heard a burst of crying. Wasn't Master Su rescued? Why was Wang Lu still crying? Not only that, the firefighters standing around, at this moment, all wore expressions of sorrow and regret. Obviously, such expressions only appeared when facing the dead. Before long, he learned from the photographer that when Master Wang was rescued, his brain had been deprived of oxygen for too long and he couldn't wake up. Medically speaking, it's called brain death. That's why the firefighters and Wang Lu showed grief. Wang Chen placed the immobile arsonist aside. He walked up to Master Su. Although they had only met once, He knew that this old master was kind and shouldn't have met such a fate. Moreover, strictly speaking, the fire at the funeral home was because the arsonist wanted to burn himself to death. Master Wang and the others were innocent people who were implicated by him. For a university student who had served 9 years of compulsory service, his conscience couldn't get over it. Ding! Host detected the need to save people, automatically activates top-level skill, Divine Doctor. Wang Chen's request was answered. His eyes narrowed. Suddenly, a large amount of medical knowledge flooded his mind. No matter what it was, he could cure it. With this wonderful feeling, Wang Chen knew that he had activated a new skill of the original host. Let me try. He walked up to a Western doctor who was rescuing someone and said, "Are you also a doctor? I know a little." The so-called desperate times call for desperate measures. The Western doctor had no choice but to step aside for Wang Chen. "Do you have silver needles?" The Western doctor was taken aback. "You studied Chinese medicine?" In an instant, disappointment flashed in his eyes. Chinese medicine is just self-deception. Immediately, he stopped Wang Chen and said, "Please don't cause trouble, sir." "Wang Chen? What does that mean? Look down on me, a Chinese medicine practitioner?" As the two argued, Wang Lu saw Wang Chen. Earlier, the firefighters had told her that it was Wang Chen who rescued her father. Coupled with Wang Chen's demonstrated restoration technique, she believed in Wang Chen. She spoke to the Western doctor who was blocking Wang Chen. "Let him try." "Miss, are you crazy? Traditional Chinese medicine is just a way to deceive people. I've said it. Let him try." Wang Lu's attitude was firm. Seeing this, the Western doctor had no choice but to give in. He took out a silver needle and handed it to Wang Chen, his eyes showing a hint of disdain. "Please." Human life was at stake. Wang Chen paid no attention to the guy, took the silver needle, and then took a deep breath. Next, he held the silver needle with his 5 fingers and dropped several needles in succession on the open chest of Master Su. Several silver needles were inserted into various acupuncture points on Master Su's body. In the live broadcast room, viewers were stunned to see Wang Chen, who had just come out, actually trying to save a corpse. Can this work? He's already halfway to death's door, beyond saving. Definitely can't be saved. The Western doctor was speechless. Could these few broken silver needles really save him? Just when everyone thought Wang Chen had gone mad, suddenly, Master Su's arm, which had been motionless, trembled. Shortly after, Master Su opened his mouth wide, coughed up black phlegm, and started coughing violently. Where am I? Master Su sat up, looking around in confusion. The Western doctor? At this moment, as he looked at Master Su sitting up, he was as if he had seen a ghost. His eyes widened in disbelief, finding it all unbelievable. Damn, did he really bring him back to life? Alive? The Western doctor couldn't believe it. He even placed his hand near Master Su's nose to check for breathing. He's really alive. Seeing this, he was flabbergasted. After so many years in the medical field, no one had ever told him that traditional Chinese medicine was so amazing. Wang Lu cried tears of joy. "Dad! Wang Lu, what are you doing here?" After learning what had happened, Master Su didn't know how to thank Wang Chen, almost kneeling down to kowtow. You see, he was already halfway to death's door. Being brought back to life was nothing short of a miracle. Brother Wang Chen, I am so grateful to you. In the future, if you need anything, how many paper figures you want, I will make them for you for free. Wang Chen? He quickly waved his hand to refuse. Wang Lu, I'm really thankful to you. At this moment, she was too overwhelmed to think about anything else. She grabbed Wang Chen's hand, tears streaming down her face. Realizing her actions, she immediately let go, her face blushing with embarrassment. I'm sorry, I got a bit carried away. How about this, leave me your phone number, and I will properly thank you later. Okay. The two exchanged phone numbers. Captain, is he a deity? He wasn't afraid of fire before, and now he can bring people back to life. The firefighters expressed that after working for so many years, today was truly eye-opening for them. In the live broadcast room, the reactions were explosive. Yama? Damn, he's really alive. Damn, wasn't it said that after the founding of the country, one couldn't become a deity? Who said traditional Chinese medicine doesn't work? Damn, let's not say anything else. I'm changing my profession to study traditional Chinese medicine. Is this really traditional Chinese medicine, or is it magic? Western medicine? Haha, not even worth studying. The first country, the Dragon country's traditional Chinese medicine is so powerful. Foreign friends are aware of this? Damn, this contestant has given us face. Wang Chen never expected that the original owner's skills were so extraordinary. Fortunately, he also treated other injured people. No matter where they were injured, just 1 or 2 needles had an immediate effect. The Western doctor who came to rescue was left speechless in front of Wang Chen. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Watching one patient after another recover, he couldn't help but wonder if he should have chosen traditional Chinese medicine in the first place. The Traditional Chinese Medicine Hall. This is the highest sacred place of traditional Chinese medicine in the Dragon Country. Inside, there are many national experts. At this moment, as one of the national experts, Old Hu was happily drinking tea. Unexpectedly, one of his close disciples hurried over, shouting, "Master, Master, wow, there's an immortal." Hu Lao raised his fan and lightly tapped the disciple, saying, "Don't talk nonsense. We believe in science now." The disciple felt wronged. "I'm not lying, there really is an immortal. This anchor, he can even revive a dead body." "What? Revive a dead body?" Hu Lao burst into laughter. "You're so gullible, even fooled by online hype meant to attract young people for views. It's a shame. Is that so?" The disciple scratched his head. "I mean, just a few silver needles can bring someone back to life. How is that possible?" Upon hearing about the silver needles, Hu Lao became interested. "Needle technique? Let me see." The disciple, puzzled, handed his phone to the serious-faced master. Hu Lao watched the video of Wang Chen using silver needles to revive Su, who suffered from brain hypoxia. After a while, the disciple saw Hu Lao stand up abruptly, his face showing extreme shock. He even noticed Hu Lao's beard trembling slightly. This is one of the 10 great needle techniques, the immortal life needle. The disciple was puzzled. Isn't that the most powerful needle technique that has long been lost? Excitedly, Hu Lao explained, this set of needle techniques has long been lost. To use it, one must have a clear mind and the highest level of control over force, continuously stimulating several important acupoints in the human body. This technique is not something an ordinary person can perform. Your ancestors showed it to me once. But your ancestor could only revive someone who was half dead. And this child, he can actually save someone who is almost dead. The disciple was stunned. What? He's more skilled than his ancestor? Hu Lao looked at the video and the name Wang Chen. Wang Chen. How come I've never heard of this person before? This shouldn't be. In the studio, the experts stood up in shock. Professor An exclaimed, "I never expected his medical skills to be this remarkable." It's not just remarkable. It's downright miraculous. At that moment, Officer Lee and his team arrived. They had heard about many injured people, even brought stretchers, but upon arrival, they found that all the injured were already healed. "What's going on?" Officer Lee asked. "I heard there were many injured people." It was Wang Chen. He used a few silver needles to heal them. Gu Yang explained. "That's incredible." Officer Lee found Wang Chen and asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. Just a scratch. If you don't take me to the hospital soon, it'll heal on its own." Wang Chen chuckled. Officer Lee was speechless. No protective gear, went in and out of the fire scene twice, and all he got was a scratch? "You rascal, are you invincible? Who is he?" Officer Lee saw a fierce man lying on the ground unable to move. Ranked 87th professional assassin. Codename arsonist, he set fire to the funeral home, trying to cause an accident to kill me, but failed and I caught him. Although Wang Chen spoke casually, Officer Lee, who had faced life and death situations several times, understood the danger involved. "An assassin? Are you being targeted again?" Another one, making Wang Chen feel wronged. "I didn't provoke anyone, did I?" Officer Lee suddenly realized, could this be related to Wang Chen's destruction of the 5 unions? "Let's talk more back at the station." Officer Lee smiled. "I've got tea waiting for you." Wang Chen, with tears in his eyes, got into the police car, leaving the rest to the authorities. As for the arsonist, he was naturally taken into the police car. Over 10 minutes later, Sanjiang Police Station. Wang Zhangwei walked into the interrogation room. He looked at Officer Lee and asked, "I heard you caught a professional killer? We have identified this person. The criminal's name is Chen Qi. He was behind several arson cases before. He burned dozens of people to death. He's a complete bastard. Captain Wang, a tough character. Wang Chen wasn't injured, right? Him? No problem. But he did leave this killer severely disabled." Captain Wang's eyelid twitched. "Well, this is unexpected. Who sent him to assassinate Wang Chen? We just can't figure that out. It seems like he took the job from the dark web, where buyers keep their information hidden." The dark web. It's not easy for them to investigate. Both of them were troubled. They never expected the situation to develop like this. "So you mean, Wang Chen has a secret bounty on him?" "That's right." Captain Wang worried. "So, the killer, the arsonist, is just the beginning. Next, there will be more assassins targeting Wang Chen." While the two were in distress, a voice suddenly sounded in the dark. Captain Wang and Officer Lee tensed up. they saw two men in suits and sunglasses walking out unnoticed. One tall, one short. Officer Lee was surprised. How did these two men get in? Who are you? He asked nervously, pulling out his gun and aiming at the two suspicious men in suits and sunglasses. But the next moment, his gun was grabbed by the tall man. Then, to Officer Lee's horror, with brute force, the gun barrel was twisted 90 degrees. Officer Lee was shocked. What strength? Officer Lee, don't be nervous, they are from the National Security. At this moment, Captain Wang spoke up. Having worked with National Security before, he naturally recognized their uniforms. Let go. As soon as this was said, the tall man released his grip. We are from a special department of National Security. He belongs to the White Tiger. I belong to the Vermilion Bird, in charge of intelligence. Another man in sunglasses emerged from the shadows. Special department? Officer Lee looked at the tall man. Is this the so-called extraordinary people in the folktales? Why are you here? Surveillance. Wang Chen. Upon hearing their words, Officer Lee and Captain Wang were momentarily puzzled. Why are they monitoring him? The reason cannot be disclosed to you. The thin man spoke. Currently, National Security is implementing an important plan. We hope the police will not interfere. His tone was firm, clearly carrying a commanding tone. Captain Wang and Officer Lee knew they couldn't resist the orders from above. However, Officer Lee still stepped forward and asked, "Can you guarantee Wang Chen's safety? Please trust us." The thin man assured. When necessary, we will intervene. With the assurance, Captain Wang and Officer Lee remained silent. The case ended there. How will you handle that arsonist? The thin man spoke. Leave it to us. Shortly after, in the hall, Officer Lee walked out with heavy steps and found Wang Chen. Officer Lee, how did the interrogation go? The case is somewhat complicated. The criminal has been transferred to another department. You don't need to worry about your safety. Wang Chen, another department? His heart skipped a beat. If Officer Lee could let go, the level must be high. Moreover, considering what National Security's Su Jie said last time about monitoring him, it's someone from the National Security. Wang Chen frowned. He was once again caught up in some major event. Trouble seemed to follow him everywhere. Don't worry, Officer Lee patted his shoulder. Go back and get some good rest. Wang Chen didn't press for more information. He speculated. The National Security personnel must have briefed Officer Lee beforehand. They wouldn't tell him the whole truth. National Security. Are they here to protect me or harm me? At least for now, National Security hadn't made a move. With various doubts in his mind, Wang Chen took the photographer back home. Since he couldn't rely on the police, he had to find other ways. Back home, the photographer suddenly exclaimed, "What's wrong? Is there an assassin?" Wang Chen jolted up in fear. The photographer said, "No. Wang Gu, there's a live streamer using your name for views. Our live stream room has attracted over 100,000 viewers." Views? Wang Chen thought it was nothing serious. He lay back down, deciding to relax. Seeing Wang Chen unfazed, the photographer grew anxious and said, "Wang Gu, aren't you angry? It doesn't matter. To be a good person, one must have a broad mind." The photographer nodded. "Wow, you truly are something, enduring insults from others, impressive." Wang Chen perked up. "What did you say?" "I said he insulted you." Wang Chen, "Oh, is it not good to be alive?" "Nothing, just go to the bathroom. Find some peace." Wang Chen opened his phone, entered Douyin, and searched for his name. Indeed, as the photographer had said, there was a live streamer using his name for views. While the views were one thing, what did the title mean? Wang Chen? Medical scammer, willing to sacrifice his reputation for sensationalism. How did I become a scammer? Clicking on it, Wang Chen discovered it was a foreign live streamer, a skilled Western doctor who had won numerous awards. At that moment, the foreigner was ranting. "Although I know China has traditional medicine, but in this day and age, using these tricks, how can just a few needles bring someone back to life? If that's the case, what do we doctors need to do? Everyone can buy needles and treat themselves, right?" It turned out that this Smith had watched the video of Wang Chen saving Master Su with a few needles online and thought it was all staged. So, seizing the opportunity, he started attacking Wang Chen directly, aiming to divert his fans to his channel. Below, many viewers influenced by the foreigner's words began supporting him. Exactly. That video is obviously fake. I don't understand why people hype it up. Traditional Chinese medicine is outdated. I was scammed by TCM before, they're all frauds. Haha, stop pretending, do they think we're fools? These people, who seem to have a halo effect around foreigners, were completely unreasonable. You say it, and you're wrong. All of them were siding with the foreigner against Wang Chen. Smith, with his blonde hair and blue eyes, nodded with a smile and said, "All this talk about acupuncture, traditional Chinese medicine, it's all just a show. Real treatment depends on Western medicine. Follow me, and I'll provide you with genuinely useful medical knowledge. And, I hope this person called Wang Chen will remove the video immediately to avoid misleading the public." Hearing this, even the photographer couldn't hold back. Something's not right. Exactly, this guy is just trying to ride on your popularity. No. Wang Chen stared at the screen where the foreigner was speaking astonishing words. There's something wrong with his physiognomy. Soon after, Smith was ecstatic. This was his chance. He was determined to surpass Wang Chen and make it big. Who does he think he is, a top anchor? Just a stepping stone for Smith. In this day and age, still practicing traditional Chinese medicine? Just then, his live stream exploded. The number of viewers skyrocketed to 400,000 in an instant. Smith was taken aback. He wondered how the effect kicked in so quickly. To his surprise, Wang Chen himself entered his live stream. WTF? Him? Wang Chen, as a broadcaster, Chinese medicine emphasizes diagnosing illnesses based on facial features. From observing your face, your complexion is dark and your face looks sallow. Your heart is in trouble. Hurry and seek treatment, or you will die today. Dr. Smith saw Wang Chen's barrage of messages. Heart disease? And I'll die today? Ha 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 fuck. These Manhwa people are really something. He couldn't help but laugh. I've never heard of any doctor who can diagnose someone's illness just by looking at their face. His loyal fans mocked him. Laughable, the broadcaster has already scheduled his time of death? Leaving? Does he really think he's a miracle worker? He must have hit a nerve with Smith. He's here to vent his anger. Unethical. No matter what, you shouldn't curse someone to die, right? Chinese Medicine Hall. Has Wang Chen gone too far? This is too exaggerated. The close disciple didn't believe it. Although this foreigner was annoying, he was robust and healthy. But when Master Hu saw it, he felt a chill down his spine. You brat, your level is not enough. Wang Chen is right. This foreign broadcaster. Indeed, he has a serious health issue. What? Wang Chen was telling the truth. Will this foreigner die today? The close disciple was nervous because when Master Hu spoke, it was usually accurate. In the live stream, Smith burst into laughter after hearing Wang Chen's words. He actually said I'll die? He looked at the other foreigners. They also burst into laughter. Impossible. Smith can at least live to 80. We are a professional medical team. We regularly check on him. This Manhwa person really knows how to crack a joke. Smith looked back at the camera and addressed his fans. Did you hear that? Our team consists of medical elites. If anyone needs help, they can message me, guaranteed more reliable than any traditional Chinese medicine. Truly a seasoned player, still taking a dig at Wang Chen while advertising. That's right, the broadcaster is clearly lucky. It's time for men in China to open their eyes and learn from foreign men exactly, unlike some people who are famous but narrow-minded. As the heat in the live stream increased, Smith's eyes gleamed with greed. It was heating up, but not enough. He needed to add fuel to the fire. Suddenly, he had a brilliant idea. He smiled and said, how about this, since this Manhwa guy named Wang Chen said I'll die today. Let's make a bet. If I really kick the bucket today, I will donate all my assets of 6 million to Manhwa's charity organization unconditionally. In no time, in front of tens of thousands of viewers in the live stream, he logged into Manhwa's charity organization and signed the guarantee contract with them. The broadcaster is crazy. 6 million, that's a lot. This is too much. We don't need to do this. Smith's girlfriend was anxious. WTF. Smith, what are you doing? That's the money we were going to use to buy a house. Smith chuckled. Do you believe him? Of course, his girlfriend didn't believe it. How could she? It's just a gimmick. After today, with this heat, these fans, I can earn not just 6 million, but 60 million. This is the influence of Wang Chen. It's a pity to be used by him. Hiss, the photographer took a sharp breath. Don't say anything. This foreigner really knows how to stir up trouble. The program's effect was well understood by him. Damn it. This guy is using you, Brother Wang, as a stepping stone. Black and red. It's also red. Brother Wang, the director just called me and said not to agree. The photographer spoke up. Fortunately, it was just verbal on both sides and wouldn't be taken seriously. However, Wang Chen, eating takeout, directly replied to Smith's barrage. As long as you're happy. But let me remind you, you only have 2 hours left. Go to the hospital now while you still can. Wang Chen looked at Smith's expression. In his heart, the energy described by traditional Chinese medicine was completely gone. This meant his heart was about to stop beating. Smith looked at Wang Chen's barrage. laughing even more arrogantly. He really cooperated with himself. What he wanted was this effect. The more you argue back, the more I'll slap you in the face later. If nothing unexpected happens tomorrow, Smith will undoubtedly be the top trending search. Maybe he can step on Wang Chen and become the top anchor. 2 hours later, he would fall ill? Joking. I'm fine even if I do it 7 times a night now. Baby. I still have 2 hours, come on, let's go have some fun. Smith joked. Just to prove a point, he even took his friends to a nightclub. Drinking, smoking, whatever reckless thing he did it. With his physique. No problem. Ha, see, my anchor doesn't take you seriously at all. Go record your show. Get high. The photographer was speechless. He didn't know what Wang Chen was thinking. Isn't this asking for trouble? Now that it's done, there's no turning back. Wang Chen, however, directly exited the live broadcast room. Things had come to this. He had done all he could, saying more was pointless. Then he dialed a series of phone numbers. The other party answered. Hello? It was Wang Lu, the funeral director. The photographer was puzzled. Why was he calling her? Wang Lu thought Wang Chen wanted her help. What can I do for you? But, the next moment, Wang Chen said, I'm not asking for your help. On the contrary, I'm here to bring you business. Wang Lu? The photographer? Netizens? Did they hear it right? Wang Chen was actually arranging a full funeral service for the other party? Outrageous. Business? Wang Lu was confused. That's right, I'm recommending this person's live stream to you. Wang Chen passed Smith's account to Wang Lu. After Wang Lu followed, she found that the other party was a muscular man, also a doctor. Is this for real? How could this foreigner possibly become their customer? Ding! Funeral home. Wang Lu is following you. Smith, who was having a good time, saw this message, saw it was from the funeral home. He was amused by Wang Chen. He even arranged his funeral. At the same time, Wang Chen's fans also entered the live broadcast room. Anchor, are you afraid or not? Honestly, when it comes to life, you have to listen. Yeah, after all, life is the most important. They all started discussing a full funeral service. Smith sneered. Fools. I'm going to the nightclub. He was annoyed by Wang Chen as well. He simply ignored the barrage. Still doing his own thing. Entering the dance floor, he started having a great time with the Dragon Country's beauties. Clearly a tall and handsome foreigner, the Dragon Country girls' eyes lit up, and they immediately approached him. Smith held 2 Dragon Country girls, swaying their bodies together. So much fun. Being close to several Dragon Country girls. Feeling a bit dizzy in the head. Strange. Seems to be getting more and more faint. Suddenly, Smith slipped under his feet, stumbling and falling. Anchor, don't scare me. Better go rest. I have a bad feeling. Damn, you fell down and still want to dance. Smith staggered to his feet. Are you okay? Fuck. Smith was also startled. He wasn't even drunk. How did he fall? And now he looked at the time on his watch. It was almost 2 hours. Fuck. Smith cursed under his breath. What am I thinking? I'm a Western doctor. How could I be so foolish as to believe a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? It won't happen. Smith braced himself. Soon, 2 hours passed, but Smith was still lively. Seeing this, his old fans breathed a sigh of relief. Then they started shouting. One go? Come out and get beaten. Humph, people like you are tarnishing traditional Chinese medicine. Wasn't the anchor supposed to die? Where is he? Ha ha ha. Smith finally felt at ease. Indeed, traditional Chinese medicine is just a scam. But the next moment, Smith, holding a girl, suddenly froze, his body stiffened as if shocked, his eyes widened. WTF? What's wrong? The girl asked in confusion. Then she saw Smith's sturdy body falling to the ground like a deflated balloon. Bang! He crashed to the ground. His phone flew out of his hand and landed not far away. In the live broadcast room, the last scene the netizens saw was Smith lying on the ground in extreme pain, gradually losing consciousness, his arms hanging down, his pupils dilated. In an instant, Smith's live broadcast room fell into dead silence. He's dead. Screams erupted in the dance floor. The partygoers, who were just having a good time, were stunned. A few seconds later, they saw Smith lying motionless on the ground. Oh no! Damn! What's wrong with this foreigner? Could he be dead? At that moment, Smith's friends were unaware and still playing games. Then a waiter came over and said, Your friend is dead. What? Say that again. The waiter quickly corrected himself. A foreigner had a heart attack and died on the spot. Upon hearing this, Smith's friends were shocked. Smith is dead? Soon someone called the emergency services. The doctor arrived. Smith, Don't scare me. His girlfriend shook Smith. But after examining Smith, the doctor sighed. It's a sudden heart attack, usually hereditary. Smith's girlfriend suddenly remembered. She said, he mentioned before that his grandfather passed away like this, but no one paid attention at the time. Doctor, please save him. The doctor said, it's too late. If he had come to the hospital within 2 hours, he might have been saved. These words stunned Smith's friends and his girlfriend on the spot. It sounded familiar. Wasn't that exactly what the Dragon Kingdom traditional Chinese medicine practitioner Wang Chen said before? It was exactly the same. Boom, like a thunderbolt on a clear day striking the foreigner's heart. The shock was hard to calm down. Thud. In the funeral home being renovated, Wang Lu saw this horrifying scene, so scared that she accidentally threw her phone away. Unbelievable. Just a moment ago they were hugging and cuddling. The next moment, he was lying on the ground. Remembering what Wang Chen had told her before, she felt her scalp tingle. Wang Lu, don't be so jumpy. Administrator Gu Yong came over, smiling. What's up? Having a lively chat with Wang Chen. What are we talking about? Dead people. Dead. Dead people? Are you guys talking about something so twisted? You didn't realize it. Wang Lu shook his head and said, it's a real dead person. Just now, Wang Chen called me and said that a foreigner will become our customer. Hearing this, Gu Yong smiled and said, isn't that a joke? But he's really dead now. What? Gu Yong was stunned, his face filled with fear and murmured, you mean, the foreigner Wang Chen mentioned, he's dead. He took a sharp breath. His heart kept pounding. Damn! He really came. He said there would be performance. Did he really deliver? In the living room, Wang Chen, due to the funeral home and assassin incident yesterday, was really tired and lay down for a peaceful sleep. But when he woke up, sat up, picked up his phone, and was about to check on that Smith. Just as he entered his account, a private message notification sound suddenly burst out. It sounded like an explosion. He looked. 99 plus. Wang Chen was stunned. His backstage was flooded with private messages. And many of them were just one sentence. Bro, your prediction came true. Wang Chen looked at the time. 2 hours had passed. No wonder. It seems that Smith really brought this upon himself. Bang! He got out of bed, and the cameraman rushed in with the camera on his shoulder. Wang, the foreigner you mentioned, had a sudden heart attack and died. Wang Chen nodded. Is that so? Seeing the other's calm expression, the cameraman shuddered all over. He had known it long ago. Otherwise, how could he be so calm? So everything was within his expectations. But, how could you be so precise about the timing? This is unbelievable. However, Wang Chen's expression showed that he clearly didn't want to explain. He yawned and got up to get something to eat. As the saying goes, it's hard to advise the stubborn ghosts. The cameraman agreed that Wang Chen tried to help him out of kindness. But the other party didn't listen and ended up in this situation. Who could be blamed for this? In the production team, the director was worried. Would Wang Chen's fans be drawn away by Smith? As a result, good news, they wouldn't be drawn away. Bad news, the guy was directly gone. Hiss, is this a real-life version of Death Note? It's not until you say it's not. The whole production team, the staff were terrified. Wang Chen's mouth must be blessed. Every word he said was accurate. It feels like it's going to be a hit. Wang Chen's live broadcast room was buzzing. He's really dead. I was on the dance floor, it's true. He just collapsed, had a sudden heart attack, and stopped moving on the spot. Damn! So scary. Anchor, are you the king of hell or what? Guessing is one thing, but predicting the time of death, that's too awesome. Smith, tell a joke, I can live to 80. Haha, good one, even dragging out the corpse. You dare to question the things of our ancestors? Sob, I apologize for doubting traditional Chinese medicine before. I won't say more, I've already started studying traditional Chinese medicine. On the other side, in Smith's live broadcast room, his old fans were feeling complicated at this moment. Smith said he would be a hit, would trend. Indeed, he did. It's just that it was news of his death. This move by Smith to trend with his life. I'm crying. Initially, they were just like Smith. They didn't believe Wang Chen at all. Let alone traditional Chinese medicine, they thought it was all a hoax. But now, watching Smith collapse before their eyes, losing his life, the old fans felt a chill in their hearts. They got goosebumps all over. Traditional Chinese medicine is too powerful. At this moment, suddenly, everyone noticed that Wang Chen went live again. He first expressed regret for Smith, then added a final blow. Thanks to Mr. Smith for his generous donation to charity in Longwa before his death. Go to the funeral home, mention my name, and you'll get a 20% discount. Put. Thin gauze. The old fans couldn't hold back. Everyone, I'm switching my allegiance. He's too awesome, I wanna follow him. Smith, rest in peace. What's Wang Chen's livestream ID? Netizens were at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Smith was truly pitiful, trying to steal a chicken only to lose the rice. In the end, he ended up making wedding clothes for Wang Chen. More than half of the fans switched to Wang Chen's livestream. In the shadows, members of the National Security Special Department were watching their phones. Interesting. Can this Wang Chen really determine life and death? The thin man was astonished. This guy must also be an anomaly. Otherwise, how do you explain it? Immediately, he made a note on Wang Chen's file. Highly skilled in medicine, with the potential of a national expert, able to judge life and death by facial features. Just this. His threat level is enough to reach tank status. Nan Feng murmured. Fortunately, for now, Wang Chen was still under their control, unaware of their presence. Thump, 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 the tall man returned, his voice serious. Nan Feng, the fish took the bait. The assassin took a fake skull to the meeting, and now he's probably meeting the mastermind behind the bounty on Wang Chen. Let's go. The two figures disappeared. In the living room, the cameraman spoke up. Wang Ge, you're about to go viral again. Now, edited videos are starting to surface online. It's hard to imagine. The internet will explode tomorrow morning. Wang Chen yawned. Alright, I'm going downstairs to buy some buns. As he lazily walked out of the house, the moment he closed the door, the once relaxed Wang Chen's face suddenly turned cold as he put on his prepared night gear and masked his face. Deep, a virtual map appeared before him, showing a red, the same arsonist he had caught before. Because of their previous encounter, he could track the arsonist's location. Initially, he had no intention of getting involved. But since last night, the assassin had left the police station. Obviously, this wasn't the work of the police. Wang Chen suspected something was amiss. And now, the marked arsonist on the map had finally stopped moving, located at an abandoned factory in Sanjiang. The bait is taken. Wang Chen smirked. This time, he was going to be the one watching the show. In an instant, his figure also disappeared. Near the abandoned factory, Yin got out of the car. She was still dressed in a tight suit, her face covered. Is this it? Shortly after, a taxi arrived near the abandoned factory, the driver eyeing the suspicious Wang Chen in the back seat. Damn! Coming to a factory like this in the middle of the night. This kid is playing some twisted game. He spoke to Wang Chen behind him. We're here. 50. Here. Remember, uncle, you didn't see me today. With that, Wang Chen got out of the car. The driver grumbled. You wear a mask, I have no idea who you are. God damn. Hey, where's the pleasant goat mask I bought for my son? Putting on the pleasant goat mask, Wang Chen nodded, all set. Now, being a wanted target by the assassin, he naturally couldn't reveal his face. At this moment, the factory was silent, and if it weren't for his tracking mark, no one would believe there was anyone there. This way. Following the mark, Wang Chen ran forward, through a jungle path. Immediately, he found a warehouse entrance. However, in an instant, Wang Chen's hair stood on end. At the entrance lay a corpse, long dead. A corpse? Whoa, starting off with a bang, huh? Wang Chen focused his gaze. He noticed the person was dressed in a security guard uniform, probably the one guarding the factory. It seemed the killer who came here had taken care of him easily. Wang Chen squatted down and opened the security guard's collar, revealing a clean knife wound on his neck. A swift and clean strike. Not the arsonist. This person is more skilled. Wang Chen hid the security guard's body, planning to inform Officer Li later. He continued searching and found an unsealed area, a ventilation duct above. Conveniently, there was a box below for someone to stand on. Wang Chen looked at the mud on the box, indicating someone had stepped on it before, with good agility. Otherwise, an ordinary person would struggle to jump nearly 30 centimeters. After a moment, Wang Chen used the box to climb into the ventilation duct and silently entered the warehouse. Landing softly without a sound, he found it dim inside. Not far away, there was a staircase leading up, where the arsonist was waiting. Wang Chen tensed his body, cautiously moving forward. But as he reached the stairs, he suddenly noticed another figure lurking not far away, just as stealthy as him. This person seemed suspicious. Wang Chen raised an eyebrow, ready to teach this person a lesson. However, as he circled behind the figure to strike, the figure swiftly turned around. Swish, a blade came at him. The two clashed, their blades and the iron rod Wang Chen picked up, creating sparks as they collided, evenly matched. After a moment of confrontation, they both aimed for each other's vital points, intending to end it quickly. But at that moment, Wang Chen hesitated, and so did the other person. They finally saw each other clearly. Shi Yan Yan? Mei Yan Yang? At that moment, both fell silent. The hostility vanished instantly, leaving only awkwardness. After a while, Wang Chen broke the silence, suggesting, well, since we're a pair, why don't we make amends? I think that's a good idea. Why did you come here in the middle of the night? The other person asked. Wang Chen replied confidently, just taking a walk. Can you believe that yourself? Wang Chen retorted, and what about you, hero? I'm also taking a walk. We're both up to something. Shall we walk together then? Sure. They took a step back courteously, sheathing their weapons. But secretly, they both contemplated a sneak attack. To their surprise, they found each other equally matched. Damn, it got even more awkward. Ahem. After you, my friend? Oh, ladies first. Wang Chen grinned mischievously, holding a stick behind his back. Unable to reach a resolution, they had no choice but to walk together, a truly bizarre sight. As they walked, they suddenly realized the path seemed endless. What the hell? After you, my friend. Ladies first. How about we walk side by side? Okay. They ascended the stairs side by side, wary of each other's intentions. Humph. The woman thought, this guy must be planning to ambush me. Humph. Wang Chen thought, she's got quite the backside. Before long, they reached the second floor, where they saw some lights and a few figures, including the arsonist Chen Shi, who seemed to be conversing with someone across from him. Wang Chen muttered, looks like that person over there is the real mastermind behind my assassination. Good kid. I finally caught you. The woman bent down, her eyes fixed firmly on the figures in front of her. Not sure. Not sure about what, Silver Fox? I'm not sure if that person is Fox Face. The Silver Fox jumped in shock. Cold sweat ran down her back as she turned to look at the man behind her, wearing a cheerful expression. Wang Chen? How did you recognize me? She had clearly disguised her voice. Wang Chen patted the Silver Fox's buttocks and said with a smile, this touch can't be wrong. Silver Fox, Omega? I'll kill you. Wait. You haven't answered me, who is Fox Face? Wang Chen interrupted the other person's spellcasting. Silver Fox, I don't know. Enough, what's the point of hiding it from me? Come on, we're enemies, okay? Silver Fox gave in. Why not change your name to Fan Jian? Wang Chen smiled and said, if we were enemies, you wouldn't be hiding with me here, and if I'm not mistaken, you must also harbor hostility towards that Fox Face, right? Silver Fox frowned, realizing that this guy had hit the mark. She sighed, forget it. I'll tell you, I work for Mr. K, and Fox Face is his subordinate. Mr. K? His subordinate Fox Face? So this woman wasn't working for Liu Tianba of the 5 unions. Wang Chen was astonished. Suddenly, he knew a lot more. Aren't you on the same side as him? Silver Fox's eyes turned cold as she said, this guy is my enemy. I hate him. He must die. Coincidentally, I heard some rumors that he seems to be coming here, so I came early to ambush and assassinate him. Wang Chen was amazed. What a tangled web of conflicts. No. It's a tale of revenge. I support you. I'll help you kill him. Silver Fox didn't know him. He just wanted to use her to kill his enemy and reap the benefits. However, at the moment, their goals were aligned. Chen Shi held the fake head given to him by the national security, looking nervously at the figure opposite him. I brought you the head you wanted. In the shadow on the other side, a fat man smiled and said, is this really Wang Chen's head? Yes. I don't believe it. You can come over and verify. Chen Shi's breathing quickened. The fat man remained silent, watching him quietly. Chen Shi felt like his heart was about to explode, praying that the other wouldn't notice anything. The next moment, the fat man smiled and said, of course, it needs to be verified. Chen Shi breathed a sigh of relief. He then stepped out of the shadows. As he approached, suddenly, the Silver Fox rushed out, directly aiming at Fox Face. The fat man saw her mask, first stunned, then terrified, shouting, save me. Bang! The next moment, an ink knife flew out from the corner, directly knocking the blade out of Silver Fox's hand. Wang Chen, who was hiding behind, frowned. So fast. A man wearing a bronze horse mask rushed out. He caught the ink knife, then slashed at Silver Fox. Silver Fox blocked, but the ink knife struck her blade like a giant hammer, shattering her defense with terrifying force. In an instant, Wang Chen seemed to see Silver Fox's body bent by the blow, almost to the point of breaking. It was too terrifying. The plan failed. Run! Wang Chen was ready to escape. He was just here to watch the show. Little did he know. Silver Fox shouted at him, darling, let's go together. Horsepawn turned around and saw Wang Chen wearing a cheerful mask. Another helper? Let's kill together. Wait, I'm not with him, Wang Chen hurriedly explained. Horsepawn. She's all cheerful. You're all cheerful. You're not related? I don't believe it. Do you think I haven't watched cartoons? You two, die together. The ink knife was unstoppable. A slash came down. Horsepawn struck back with a slash. Wang Chen moved flexibly, dodging the attack. However, the blade of the ink knife brought up a gust of wind that instantly tore apart a large piece of the floor, with countless wood chips flying around. Wang Chen staggered, realizing that the iron rod he had picked up was easily broken in half by this gust of wind, causing him great shock. At this moment, not far away, Shun-Chi was dumbfoundedly watching the scene unfold. One was delighted, the other was beautiful. Who were these two? The people from Goan didn't mention this to him. However, what made him tremble with fear even more was the burly man holding the ink knife, with muscles all over his body. In his mind, a name that made all the assassins of Longwa tremble in fear emerged. The strongest assassin group. The 12 Zodiacs. Judging by the opponent's mask, this person should be Wu Ma, ranked 11th on the Longwei assassin list. Wu Ma, the pinnacle of assassins. Shun-Chi was so scared that he panicked and even forgot about the Goan mission, fleeing outside. Kill them! The fat man shouted as if he had seen his savior. Without needing him to say more, Wu Ma moved his wrist, holding the ink knife, and unleashed 13 consecutive strikes. Each strike was deadly. Wang Chen kept retreating, let alone counterattacking. Just avoiding the strikes drained all his strength. Get out of the way! At this moment, the silver fox, who had redirected her focus after Wang Chen, found an opportunity, circled behind Wu Ma, pulled out a pistol, and decisively pulled the trigger. Gunshots rang out, sparks flew from the muzzle, and hot bullets shot towards the man's exposed upper body. Times have changed, my friend. The silver fox sneered. Wu Ma heard the rapidly approaching sound of breaking air, his eyes cold. In an instant, he turned around, raised the ink knife to block his upper body, and then used the ink knife to deflect all the bullets. The silver fox was astonished. Ma Gu tells you that you know nothing about power. Then, he charged towards the still dazed silver fox. At the same moment, Wang Chen seized the opportunity and focused on Wu Ma's ink knife. The reason the opponent was so formidable was because of this special ink knife. Ding! Automatically activate full level skill, Steel God. Swipe, successful theft. Wang Chen took the opponent's ink knife smoothly, feeling secretly delighted. Well done, my dear. The silver fox was overjoyed to see this. Now the opponent was disarmed. But the next moment, she saw Wang Chen, who had taken the ink knife, suddenly stagger and fall to the ground as if pulled down. The heavy ink knife had brought him down. Is this a knife? Wang Chen was dumbfounded. It must weigh dozens of pounds. Wu Ma applauded. Impressive. You dare to steal my knife, you're really bold. However, in an instant, the silver fox made a quick decision and, like a ghost, leaped onto Wu Ma's upper body from behind. She raised the blade in her hand high and stabbed fiercely towards his chest. Death! The blade was about to pierce through, but Wu Ma suddenly reached out his left hand and directly grabbed the descending blade. With force. Snap! The silver fox's double-edged blade instantly shattered. What? Wu Ma, as assassins, you are still too inexperienced. Bang! He kicked the silver fox dozens of meters away. Fortunately, Wang Chen pounced out and caught her. Both of them fell to the ground, in excruciating pain. Silver fox, you've killed me. My dear, you didn't say that when we were in bed. This guy is determined to kill him. Wang Chen gritted his teeth. This masked man was too terrifying. Perhaps, for Wu Ma, this wasn't even considered a battle. Now, it's time to end this. He picked up the ink knife. Carrying an unparalleled sense of terror and pressure, he walked towards the other party. Just when Silver Fox thought they were doomed, the horseman suddenly stopped. Why stop? Kill them! The fat man hoarsely exclaimed. It's time. What? I said the time is up. You only paid for 30 minutes, so I will only work for 30 minutes on your behalf. The horseman sheathed his blade. Seriously said, 30 minutes have passed. I'm on time, boss. Goodbye. The fat man? Goodbye to your damn self. Those two guys who wanted to kill him are still alive. Are you a killer or what? If you leave, what am I supposed to do? The fat man couldn't hold back and hurriedly tried to keep him. The horseman turned around, scratched his head. Oh, this. What's it to me? The fat man? Damn it. Heartless. The horseman looked at Wang Chen and Silver Fox and said, as for you too. Silver Fox tensed, her whole body stiff. She was about to make a desperate move. Wang Chen quickly took out a few $100. Bro, give us a chance. The horseman took the money. I can see that you, little brother, are a rare talent, with a promising future. You two continue. Without looking back, he left. As a bonus, he kindly closed the door for them. Wang Chen clasped his fists. Brother Ma, until we meet again. Silver Fox was wide-eyed. Can this work too? The fat man was thunderstruck. Then he looked at Shi Yangyang and Mei Yangyang. To be honest, I'm also a sheep, we're fellow villagers, how about letting me go? Silver Fox got up, clutching her severed arm, and stared fiercely at the fat man who was retreating step by step. Fox face. You're doomed. Lady, let's talk things over, don't come any closer. Silver Fox pounced. In a few moves, she subdued the opponent, pinning him firmly to the ground. The fat man let out a wail of agony, feeling his arm break. She removed the clothes from his arm. Her pupils constricted. No birthmark. You're not Fox Face. Wang Chen. Damn. Played. Silver Fox, damn it. Speak. Where is Fox Face? The fat man cried and stammered, I don't know, he gave me $50,000 to come here and play a role. I don't even know who Fox Face is. Wang Chen squatted down, pinching his chubby chin. Raising his fist, he said, if you don't want to lose a tooth, I suggest you confess. The fat man trembled. I confess. It was a friend who introduced me, he's the middleman. Wang Chen looked at Silver Fox. Then he asked, give me his information. Okay. Just don't kill me. At the factory gate, the horseman hummed a little song. Suddenly, he stopped. Then he looked around the pitch-black surroundings. He said, everyone. What's up? The next moment, several figures emerged from the darkness, with a tall man in a suit wearing brass knuckles leading the way. The thin man at the front smiled and said, since you're here, don't leave. Wu Ma. The horseman, hee so that's it. Your real target is me. Nanfeng Pai smiled, half-jokingly, and said, after all, you are one of the few Chinese zodiac signs who is close to Mr. K. Is that so? How many of you are there? Let's make it clear first. If it's not the tank, I can't be bothered to fight. The horseman grinned. The next moment, the battle erupted. Today, you haven't seen me, I haven't seen you. Got it? Silver Fox looked at Wang Chen. Wang Chen nodded. But you just framed me, how do we settle that? Annoying still thinking about that. Silver Fox joked, how about I pay with my flesh? That could work, replied Wang Chen. You always bully me, Silver Fox teased. Damn it, who's bullying who? I almost got killed by you. Wang Chen shuddered at the memory of the masked man. Silver Fox rolled her eyes. What do you want? Wang Chen smiled and asked, tell me who Fox Face is. With this question, Silver Fox chuckled. You want me to betray my own kind? Wang Chen suggested, since you want to kill him, why not use our help to get rid of him? But that would leave evidence. Silver Fox fell silent, feeling indebted to Wang Chen for saving her earlier. She reluctantly said, Fox Face is a mole in your police force. What? Wang Chen was shocked. He couldn't believe it. The revelation that Fox Face was a police officer, an undercover one at that, left him terrified. Wow. This is a big deal. Wang Chen recalled the incident with the police butcher and started to suspect internal corruption within the force. Now, not only was there a mole, but they held a significant position. Was it him who helped you escape from Sanjiang police station last time? Wang Chen inquired. Silver Fox nodded, showing no gratitude. She explained, Fox Face initially planned to eliminate me discreetly to avoid leaving any evidence. Mr. K saved my life and helped me escape. Since you've hinted this much, why not just tell me his identity? Wang Chen asked. Silver Fox sneered, you're quite cunning. I see you're more interested in Mr. K behind Fox Face. I've given you enough hints, don't expect me to say more. As the time was up, she stood up to leave but was startled by the sound of a scuffle outside. Following the noise to the window, Silver Fox's expression changed drastically. It was the National Security Bureau. National Security. Wang Chen exclaimed, is it because of Chun Chi? To be precise, Silver Fox explained, National Security used you as bait to catch a bigger fish. I thought their target was Fox Face, but it turned out to be the pawn. Had National Security seen through their plans already? This was bad. Realizing the danger she was in, Silver Fox decided to flee. However, to her surprise, a figure blocked her path. Wang Chen, what are you doing? She asked angrily. Wang Chen grinned, my dear, where are you going? Silver Fox was furious. What are you playing at? Men like you, as soon as you're done, you pretend not to know me. Wang Chen denied, no, I just want to invite you to the police station for a chat, a cup of tea, and a discussion about life. Silver Fox retorted, forget it. Just then, Silver Fox pulled out a black spherical object from her chest, pulled the pin, and threw it at Wang Chen. What? A grenade! Wang Chen reacted quickly, turning and running outside. In that moment, he was faster than Usain Bolt. Boom! An explosion shook the room, pillars collapsed, and one fell on a man nearby. Ah! Why me? Wang Chen got up, coughed a few times, relieved to find himself unharmed. As for Silver Fox, with her skills, she had vanished without a trace. Wang Chen didn't pursue her. After all, he had planned to let Silver Fox escape from the start. Tracking her would have limited her value. So, letting her go might lead him to Mr. K's whereabouts directly. Killing two birds with one stone. Wang Chen dusted off his clothes. After rescuing the fat man, he called Officer Li and asked the police station to come and take over. Before long, Wang Chen had just descended to a lower level when he saw two figures. They had been waiting for a long time. Mr. Wang Chen, you're causing us a lot of trouble, Nan Feng said with a smile. Wang Chen, who are you? I don't know, I'm Xianjiang. Nan Feng. Oh my. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Ring. Wang Chen's phone in his pocket rang. Aren't you going to answer? Nan Feng smiled. Wang Chen broke out in a cold sweat. Damn. Indeed. Even squinting eyes are monsters. Ahem. The weather is really nice today, so I came out for a walk. What a coincidence. Are you two out for a walk too? Wang Chen stopped pretending, took off his mask, and joked. The two remained silent. Damn it. At least come up with a decent excuse. Being so perfunctory will make our national security look stupid. Let's talk in the car. A few minutes later, in a Mercedes-Benz C, Wang Chen looked at Nan Feng and asked, What should I call you? Nan Feng. He assured Jian, We are responsible for monitoring you. Wang Chen nodded. Where is Chen Qi? We sent him to prison. How did you find me here? Wang Chen stammered. Just tracked you here. Nan Feng? Sure Jian? Outrageous. Tracking skills comparable to special forces. Threat level has reached tank. Nan Feng quickly added to Wang Chen's file. He looked at the skills recorded in the file, feeling his scalp tingle. Is this what they mean by too many skills to handle? Hearing this, Wang Chen was curious and asked, What is a threat level? He seemed to have heard Silver Fox mention it before. This is how we classify threats from mutants. It's a universal standard in the underground world. First is soldier. Reaching this level means your abilities are comparable to special forces. Next is tank. At this level, your abilities exceed human limits, capable of causing casualties to no less than 100 people at will. Nan Feng continued, and above that is bishop. A threat at the level of a bishop is enough to pose a threat to a city. For now, I can only tell you about these three, and each level has 10 sublevels. Pointing ahead to Shurjin driving the car, Nan Feng said, like him. His threat level is tank 6, while mine is tank I. Wang Chen felt like he had entered a new world. He asked, What about me? Same as me, tank I. Shurjin said, Nan Feng, you said too much. Nan Feng waved his hand. Only by showing our sincerity can we exchange information, right, Mr. Wang Chen? Thump. Wang Chen's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? If I'm not mistaken, you must have had contact with Mr. K. How did you know? Nan Feng said, I belong to Juke. The only thing we excel at is gathering intelligence. As long as Juke wants to, they can even find out what color underwear the Prime Minister of Sakura Country wears in private. Wang Chen admired them. Truly national security. He had no choice but to tell Nan Feng everything he had learned from Silver Fox. After a moment, Nan Feng digested the information, still finding it unbelievable. The identity behind the fox mask is actually a police officer. Before long, the two of them dropped Wang Chen off at his residential area. Mr. Wang Chen, just maintain the status quo. Wang Chen, okay. After a while, in the car. This Wang Chen is amazing. In just a few days, he has caught 2 big fish, fox mask, and night. Nan Feng was amazed. He somewhat understood the arrangements from above. Why did he reveal it? Shi Jian asked. Nan Feng chuckled. Of course, to make us trust him, and to use our help to expose the fox's tail. Shi Jian listened, stunned. I didn't expect that a few simple words would contain so much thought. Wang Chen seemed lazy and casual on the surface, but his mind was meticulous. Nan Feng looked out the window and spoke. Today's harvest is quite fruitful. The only regret is letting the pawn escape. Faced with a threat level of 10 chariots, he was able to effortlessly kill 3 and escape. Truly terrifying. But that's not the most frightening part. Nan Feng pulled out a note from Wang Chen's file. It only had one sentence written on it, enough to make him break out in a cold sweat. Wang Chen's current strength is less than 5% of his peak period. Wang Chen returned to the residential area. At this moment, it was just getting light outside. He yawned, ready to catch up on some sleep. As he climbed the stairs, he heard a fierce shouting, mixed with the cries of a photographer. What's going on? Who's making the dog bark at my door? Soon, he saw the figure covered in filth. At a glance, he recognized her as Smith's girlfriend, holding a black and white photo of Smith. At this moment, Smith's girlfriend, young Lily, also noticed Wang Chen approaching. She immediately cursed, "You made it hard for me to find him, you scoundrel. It's you! You killed Smith." "What?" Wang Chen frowned slightly upon hearing this. The photographer stepped forward and said, "Brother Wang, where did you go? Let's not talk about that for now. What's going on with her?" This woman showed up early in the morning, claiming that the foreigner was cursed by you and demanding compensation. Wang Chen's frown deepened. "She came here causing trouble unreasonably, and now she wants me to pay?" Young Lily stood her ground, saying, "Yes, you have to pay." Goodness. Jumping to conclusions so quickly? Smith's death had nothing to do with him. He even kindly tried to save him. And now, she's asking him for money? Isn't this just bullying an honest person? The commotion caught the attention of other neighbors, who came out and witnessed the scene. "Isn't that Wang Chen? He's quite famous, right? Who's that woman? Looks like they're arguing." Young Lily didn't care at all. The bigger the scene, the better. "Just say it. My boyfriend suddenly died, isn't that strange?" Wang Chen sighed. "Auntie, if you haven't read any books, don't come out here making a fuss. If you have a problem, go get it fixed." "What did you say, you scoundrel? How dare you curse at me?" Yang Lily's anger flared up instantly. Seeing this, Wang Chen looked at the photographer and whispered, "Call the police." "Got it." The photographer also started a live broadcast. The camera focused on the furious Yan Lily. Netizens were surprised. "Is this woman crazy? What's going on? I heard she's here to extort money." Without a second thought, Yang Lily tried to grab Wang Chen's hair. He easily dodged. "Auntie, if you want trouble, I suggest you leave quickly." "Trouble? I'm here for justice." Young Lily was taken aback. This guy was quick on his feet. She said, "You killed my boyfriend. How did I do that?" Wang Chen couldn't help but laugh, asking coldly. Yang Lily grinned confidently and said, "It was witchcraft. You cursed my boyfriend Smith, that's why he suddenly died." Wang Chen was speechless. This woman just wanted to kill him because Smith lost a bet and squandered his fortune, and now she wanted to blame him for it. But she never expected. This woman was even more audacious than himself. She could even speak of witchcraft? At this moment, Smith's friends arrived in a rage. M3. "Lily, is it him?" A black man pointed at Wang Chen, asking in a broken tone. Young Lily nodded fiercely. "It's him. Hey, Dragon Boy, you killed my friend. You should be grateful. This isn't my hometown. If it were, you would have been shot dead long ago." The black man arrogantly spoke. Wang Chen chuckled. All right, the world is big. All kinds of birds are in it. How much do you want?" Young Lily thought that this guy got scared seeing a few black men and immediately softened. Smiling, she said, "My boyfriend is a social elite, a future star in the medical field. I want 10 million, and that's not even counting my emotional distress." 10 million? The crowd gasped. "This isn't a bank. Is this a robbery?" Wang Chen, furious, laughed back, "Emotional distress? I love my boyfriend Smith very much. Without him, I can't sleep or eat well these days. I'm almost getting depression. But you caused it," Yang Lily said seriously. At this, the netizens were stunned. Unbelievable. Even dogs would shake their heads at this. Ridiculous, unbelievable. So what? Last time, an old man fell, and no one dared to help. Later, the old man died, and his daughter sued those passers-by who didn't help in court. The world is full of wonders. The contestant is really unlucky. If it were me, I'd just take her down. "Hey upstairs, how would you do that?" Wang Chen. "This is more uncomfortable than stepping on dog poop on the road. Casting pearls before swine. No use talking more. Pick one, do as you please, I won't listen." The black man was furious. "Dragon Boy, if you refuse, we'll expose you." Wang Chen, "Go ahead. What's with your attitude?" Seeing Wang Chen looking indifferent, young Lily became even more furious, as if she had thought of something. She said, "George, isn't his car parked downstairs? Smash his car." "Okay." The black man angrily led the group downstairs to smash the car. Anyway, they had green cards. No big deal. They could just be deported back to their country. What a joke. M3. Wang Chen didn't stop them. He was waiting for this. The sound of smashing echoed. Police officer Lee had just finished dealing with trouble at the factory when he received a call from Wang Chen reporting a disturbance. Someone was causing trouble. Originally on the night shift, he had no rest now. At this moment, he was full of anger with nowhere to vent it. At that moment, he suddenly saw not far away, downstairs from Wang Chen's place, where he usually parked his car, several foreigners were wildly smashing a covered car with sticks. The commotion was so great that it scared many passers-by. "Stop! Officer Lee hurriedly got out of the car and spoke to the black man. The black man was smashing vigorously. Hearing this, he picked up a stick, turned around, and cursed, "Fuck, who are you to meddle?" However, the next moment, the gun was pointed at the black man's mouth. The black man and his companions were scared half to death. Damn! A gun! It's the cops. M3? Officer Lee, don't mess around. M3. Arrest them all. You have no right to arrest us. Officer Lee threw a punch directly. Damn it. This is Dragon Country. Who are you to us? In the corridor, young Lily, like a shrew, listened to the commotion downstairs. She thought the black men were smashing vigorously and taunted, "Your car is gone, this is the consequence of provoking us." Wang Chen. Onlookers. In the live broadcast room, netizens were furious. Who will teach her a lesson? I will. Give me the spot, I've already bought a stick. Don't be impulsive. The more you resist, the more you fall into her trap. Exactly, when a scholar encounters a soldier, reason cannot prevail. Just when young Lily thought she could do as she pleased. Clomp clomp clomp, Officer Lee approached with a grim expression. The onlookers saw the police arriving and dispersed immediately. Officer Lee and his team entered, and as young Lily, who was causing a scene, saw the police, her expression turned anxious. However, she quickly burst into tears and ran to Officer Lee to complain, "Officer, you finally came. This man killed my boyfriend. He also swindled all the money from me and my boyfriend. I just wanted him to compensate me. But instead, he not only insulted me but also pushed me." Young Lily lay on the ground, pretending to be sick as she spoke. The netizens couldn't sit still. They exclaimed that version T0 was too domineering. The villain is the first to complain, right? Clearly, she wanted to hit the player, but ended up falling herself. Good punch. Who understands? He didn't let me hit. I fell, and he didn't help me up. So mean, haha, what a talent. Wang Gu is really patient. If it were me, I would have slapped this woman long ago. Such a little fairy should just stay at home and not come out. Officer Lee. It's been a while since he encountered such a woman. Officer, you have to help me. Don't worry. We will find out the truth. After Officer Lee had the scene secured, he approached Wang Chen and whispered, "Just caught a few thugs smashing your car. Are they this woman's accomplices?" Wang Chen nodded. This is the recorded live broadcast footage. He had already anticipated that young Lily would stir up trouble, so he had the cameraman secretly start the live broadcast to record everything that had just happened. Officer Lee took the camera and watched the recent events. After watching, he couldn't help but gasp, "Bro, how did you endure this?" As a police officer, even he felt like giving this woman a slap. She was truly bullying people. Wang Chen sneered, "How can hitting her solve anything?" "This is how." Officer Lee was taken aback. Then he saw Wang Chen take out the proof of purchase for his luxury car and said, "This car of mine costs over 2 million. Just now, Wang Chen didn't stop those thugs, all for this moment. You think you're tough? I'll make you cry now. Then, including miscellaneous expenses and mental damages, just compensate me with a few $100,000. I also know the laws here. Based on my situation, I can have the court issue a compulsory judgment against young Lily and her foreign accomplices. If they don't pay up, then it's a minimum of 10 years. At his words, Officer Lee's eyelids twitched. Damn, ruthless. After all, I'm not a bad person, that's it. Wang Chen showed a kind smile. Awesome. Officer Lee gave a thumbs up. Then, carrying the evidence, he turned and headed towards where Yang Lily was. Behind him, the cameraman gaped in amazement. Wang Gu, everything was under your control. Who knows? I wonder what expression that young Lily will have later. On the other side, young Lily watched Officer Lee and Wang Chen talk for a long time, thinking that Wang Chen was in trouble. She felt secretly pleased. She wanted Wang Chen to suffer. Only then would she feel relieved. This guy caused her and the Smith family to fall apart. Serves him right. At that moment, Officer Lee turned towards her. Young Lily, who was smirking, immediately pretended to cry again, choking out, "My hand. I feel like it's broken." All right, stop pretending. Officer Lee was speechless. This woman was a drama queen. If it weren't for the evidence and witnesses, whoever it was, this woman might end up biting back, extorting some money. Unfortunately, she had picked a fight with the wrong person. Officer, how is it? Young Lily asked. Officer Lee smiled and said, "Of course we'll arrest him." Yang Lily exclaimed joyfully, "Exactly, arrest him. This guy must have done a lot of bad things behind the scenes." At that moment, she didn't forget to throw dirt at Wang Chen. However, the next second, click. Yang Lily's hand was handcuffed with silver bracelets. She stood there dumbfounded. Then, incredulously, she looked at the police officers and asked, "Did you arrest the wrong person? Why are you arresting me?" Seeing that the woman hadn't understood the situation yet, Officer Lee couldn't help but sigh. Sometimes, reading more books can be beneficial. Your boyfriend, Smith, died from a sudden genetic disease, completely unrelated to Wang Chen. As for your claim that Wang Chen hit you, what we saw was you starting the fight, missing your target and falling, then getting angry and having those black guys smash the car. Let me tell you, young Lily, those black guys have already been arrested. They all said you were the one behind it, you are the mastermind and will bear the most responsibility. Officer Lee was afraid the other party might try to play dumb and say there was no evidence. Why are you accusing me without proof? Indeed, young Lily immediately started to say, you haven't. Before she could finish her sentence, Officer Lee played back the footage from the camera in front of her. Young Lily was horrified. When did Wang Chen record this? She never expected Wang Chen to have this trick up his sleeve. In the footage, several black guys were still threatening Wang Chen with iron rods. Young Lily, who had been arrogant, now looked terrified. How could she appear so pitiful now? Do you have anything else to say? Young Lily panicked. Completely panicked. Gone was her previous arrogance, she pleaded. Officer, I was wrong. I was just too heartbroken over Smith's death. I apologized to Wang Chen. Can we let this go? As soon as these words were spoken, Officer Lee couldn't hold back anymore. None of the other police officers present could either. One word. Epic. Wow. You think you can just get away with a few words? What is the law for then? Officer Lee exploded. Who do you think you are? Saying that, he took out the evidence of the luxury car and said with a smile, young Lily, you are suspected of inciting others to damage someone else's property, and threatening the person involved. The person has requested that you compensate him for over $2 million for the luxury car, as well as damages for mental distress, nutrition fees, totaling $3 million. Roughly, in total, $3 million. According to the law, we will freeze your account, then seize your house as collateral. Yang Lily was speechless. Why does the car cost over $2 million? Mental distress fees? Nutrition fees? And you want to take my house? I won't give in. I won't give in even if I die. Yang Lily, why? I refuse. Officer Lee was exasperated. Fine. Then you'll sit in jail until the end. What? Yang Lily felt her head spinning, the world spinning around her, unable to stand still, trembling in body and mind. She hoped this wasn't real. But the evidence Officer Lee held up in front of her was a slap in the face. The next moment, terrified, young Lily turned and ran. Officer Lee? Other police officers? Who is this person? Too stubborn. Don't chase her. Officer Lee signaled. When Yang Lily had run far enough, he directly used a stun gun. Crack! Yang Lily was hit, fell to the ground, shaking like an electric shock, writhing like an eel, emitting a piercing scream. Officer Lee, that felt good. Woo-woo, I was wrong. Wang Chen, I was wrong. Forgive me, I was just confused for a moment. You are a good person. Forgive me this time, young Lily truly cried. Her makeup washed away, looking like a ghost. Wang Chen smiled. So, a perpetrator forgives the victim? A good person has to be threatened at gunpoint? Nonsense. Young Lily, I might as well tell you one more thing. Smith actually has AIDS. Young Lily's pupils gradually dilated at the news, her face drained of color instantly, anger surged within her, and she began to breathe rapidly. She was so furious that she fainted on the spot. Officer Lee. Shortly after, Yang Lily was carried away on a stretcher. Just a few minutes later, she lost Smith, lost her house, her property. Even, she was informed that she had AIDS and only had a few months left to live. Next, she was to endure endless torment and suffering, while Wang Chen could happily live in her house, leading a blissful life. Thinking of this, young Lily's heart died. So satisfying. Evil begets evil, retribution is inevitable, the time has not come. The player is awesome. Watching this has cured my high blood pressure. Comfortable I, Brother Wang, specialize in dealing with scoundrels. Give Brother Wang a chance, he can make version T0 collapse. Wang Chen, is that all? The photographer felt at ease. Brother Wang, it has to be you. Wang Chen spoke, if someone doesn't offend me, I won't offend them. If someone offends me, I'll destroy their whole family. Ruthless. The photographer gave a thumbs up. What's next? Wang Chen pondered. Currently, his main task was to experience different professions, activate the original owner's skills, restore his memory, grow stronger, and seek the truth. As for the fox mask, he didn't need to catch it himself. After some thought, Wang Chen scrolled through job ads on his phone. Finally, his gaze settled on one. Hiring a fisherman, 200 a day, including 3 meals. This is it. Wang Chen's eyes lit up. Decision made. I'm going fishing tomorrow. The photographer? On the other end. The production team. when the director learned that Wang Chen was going fishing. What kind of thought process is this? His intuition told him trouble was brewing. The next day, Wang Chen, back to his life on the show, had a rare good night's sleep. In his memory, the role crucial to the original owner was becoming clearer, but the face remained elusive. More memory fragments needed to be activated. After washing up and having breakfast, Wang Chen, accompanied by the photographer, arrived at a fishing ground near Sanjiang following the address on his phone. At this time, it was the season for harvesting. The water was teeming with fat fish. Several small fishing boats were near the water's surface, with a few masters on board fishing. And this was what Wang Chen was going to do next. In the live broadcast room, netizens were surprised to see Wang Chen going fishing. Some were slow to react. So daring. How are we supposed to enjoy the show like this? Fishing is so boring. Protest. Player, you can't just lie down. I suggest bungee jumping. Or maybe wrestle a bear barehanded? Wang Chen was speechless. So, you want to see me covered in blood? Wang Chen had it all figured out. On one hand, fishing included 3 meals and $200. But more importantly, the chance of an accident while fishing was almost zero. This time, even if the heavens come down, I, Wang, won't go for tea anymore. Saying that, Wang Chen even sent a text to Officer Li. Officer Li, it's a pity you won't see me today. On the other end, at the police station, Officer Li, who was already overwhelmed, saw this. Damn it! I didn't want to see you either. Damn it! I haven't even tasted the chief's Longjing tea, and you've drunk it all. You better not come. If you do, I'm your son. Shortly after, the owner of the fishing ground approached Wang Chen, looking him up and down. Handsome, indeed. Too young, isn't he? You're the one here for the job, Xiao Wang? Yes, boss. Wang Chen smiled. The boss looked at the cameraman and asked, buy one get one free? Ha, the boss has a job for you. Laughing to death, Wang Chen explained, we are filming a show. If it's allowed, let him come with me. Boss, are you a host? Somewhat known, Wang Chen replied. Netizens? You manage 1 million online viewers, and you call yourself somewhat known? Damn, how are other hosts supposed to survive? The boss had never watched a live broadcast, he was busy with business, so he just thought of Wang Chen as a small-time host and said, later, you'll go with Lao Qin, he will teach you. Also, remember, don't cause trouble for me. Wang Chen patted his chest and assured, don't worry, boss, people who know me say I'm reliable. Hearing this, the boss didn't pay much attention. What could possibly go wrong? With that, he led Wang Chen away, instructing Lao Qin to teach him today's work and how to fish. In the live broadcast room, netizens commented, brothers, it seems like we won't be able to drink tea today. What a pity, woo-woo, I came specifically to watch the contestants get caught, now I have to watch this nonsense. Dark-skinned Lao Qin looked at Wang Chen and asked, are you new here? Hello, Uncle Qin. Wang Chen was very polite. Have you fished before? Lao Qin asked. Fish? Does fishing for bodies count? After a moment of thought, Wang Chen said, I have, but not fish. Lao Qin? What is this kid talking about? Besides fish, what else can you fish for? He thought of Wang Chen as a novice, so he said, it's okay, I'll teach you. See this machine? When the time comes, release the net from above, then turn the wheel. After listening, Wang Chen said, understood. There's a trip right now, come with me, just you and me. I'll guide you on the side so you don't end up catching some weird stuff later. Weird stuff? Wang Chen's heart tightened. Is the water not clean down there? Master, what are you thinking? You're overthinking. Some young people like to come here for excitement at night, always throwing some strange things. Last time, I fished up a toy stick. Netizens were shocked. This is more explosive than ghosts. Wang Chen was a bit nervous. Nothing should happen to him, right? No, no, no. As the saying goes, bad luck comes in threes. After being unlucky before, this time he should be lucky. Before long, Lao Qin brought the fishing boat over. Wang Chen put on his uniform, took his tools, and brought the cameraman onto the boat. Ready to fish. Ding. Host detected fishing, automatically activating full-level skill. Master Angler, like an aircraft carrier, I'll catch everything for you. Wang Chen felt that familiar feeling again. Then, he picked up the fishing net. Skillfully manipulating the machine, he sank the net underwater, then waited for the right moment, and he caught a net full of fish in one go. This scene surprised Lao Qin. Good lad. Impressive. Having worked for so long, he could naturally tell that Wang Chen was an expert. The newbies who came before struggled to even release the net, let alone catch so many fish in one go. That's what professionalism is. That's what you call professionalism. In the studio, the experts were surprised to see Wang Chen. They never expected this guy to go fishing? His proficiency is off the charts. I couldn't even see clearly. A fishing expert spoke up. Many seasoned anglers can't flow as smoothly as him. Professor and listened. Looking at Wang Chen, it was evident from his relaxed expression that he was someone who had complete mastery over his work. Could it be? Is he fishing? How is that possible? Of course not. At that moment, Detective Zhao spoke up. He is trying to confuse us. What? The experts were collectively stunned. Well, now they were being confused by him. I see. Phew, I almost fell for it. Guys, show your fear on the public screen. They had to admit, to achieve this, one must have the ability. If you don't, no matter how you pretend, the experts will see through it. But if you're like Wang Chen, what to do, how to act, that's simply a nightmare for the experts. Achoo! Wang Chen sneezed. Zhang Qing must be thinking of him. Speaking of which, it's been a while since he last saw her. When he's free, he should ask her out. Splash! Wang Chen snapped back to reality and continued fishing. Each time was as smooth as silk. It felt like having a sumptuous meal. Eventually, even Lao Qin sought his advice. Although the online viewers found it enjoyable, they felt like something was missing. It was as if a plate of delicious dumplings was served without vinegar. Just as Wang Chen finished this task and was planning to go home for dinner, suddenly, click, 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 the fishing machine made a jamming sound. Wang Chen was puzzled. What's going on? This feeling. Something was off. Anyway, let's fish it up first. Wang Chen continued, lifting what he had caught. However, this time, even Lao Qin and the cameraman beside him felt that something was amiss, because as the fishing net slowly rose, the three of them discovered that it was emitting light. And it was golden. Moreover, it was a strong light, blinding to the eyes. Wang Chen? Lao Qin? Viewers? Wang Chen felt a jolt in his heart and looked at Lao Qin. What kind of fish do you have at home that can glow? Lao Qin was speechless. Even a fool would know. This thing was not simple. The cameraman quickly aimed the lens at the glowing fishing net. At that moment, the live broadcast room exploded. Is it the first time seeing a glowing fish? Could it be a night pearl? This contestant has the best luck. A poem, punishment. Damn, whatever you fear will come to you. Strange, why does something happen only when the contestant is fishing? Wang Chen, thank you so much. Definitely not a fish. This fish pond seems deep, and it's been around for a while, hard to say. I'm already laughing waiting in advance for the show. No way, is the contestant this unlucky? Initially, the viewers felt that today had nothing to do with tea, but there was no choice. The contestant was too dominant, just forcing it. It truly confirmed the saying, wherever Wang goes, trouble follows. It's not that my brother Wang can't afford tea. It's just that the police station's tea offers better value for money. On the other side, the fishermen at the fishing ground were doing well when suddenly a bright light shone upon them. Immediately, all eyes turned to Wang Chen's boat, each expression vivid and intense. What in the world? What the heck is this? Unbelievable, it was strange. Lao Qin's eyelid twitched. He had been here for 3 years. Nothing ever happened. How come this kid managed to fish out something weird as soon as he arrived? Wang Chen. No. This matter. It really wasn't his fault. Before long, as the fishing net was slowly lowered, Lao Qin didn't blame Wang Chen. It might just be some toy stick dropped by those young folks again. What kind of trouble could it cause? However, when the fishing net with light was lowered, the net was opened, and a pile of small fish flowed out, accompanied by a square object. It looks like jade. Wang Chen, you scared me. So it's a piece of jade. Old Qin picked it up. This jade seemed to be stained with mud. He gently wiped it with his clothes, wiping away the mud. In an instant, Master Qin's face changed drastically, incredibly shocked, because under this jade, square and neat, a few large characters were engraved. No, this is not jade, this is a seal. A seal? Wang Chen and the photographer were stunned. In the live broadcast room, viewers looked at this seal. A seal? Wait, it seems to be engraved with a few large characters. It seems to be ancient writing, saying, appointed by heaven, longevity and prosperity? What, appointed by heaven, longevity and prosperity? The next second, the viewers in the live broadcast room exploded. What the heck? It's the imperial seal of the state. What? The imperial seal of the state. Old Qin heard this, trembling all over. Catching a fish. Can you still catch the imperial seal of the state? This is too unbelievable. Studio. An archaeology expert looked flustered, quickly stood up, and said, this is written by Li Si of the Qin dynasty. This seal is probably for the Qin emperor. Hiss, the seal of the ancestral dragon? Everyone present was dumbfounded, unable to help but gasp in shock. The director instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He couldn't believe this fact. All right, get ready to rescue people. In an instant, Wang Chen caught a fish and dug up the imperial seal of the state, soaring to the top of the hot search rankings, exploding all over the internet. Imperial seal? You can fish out this thing? Damn, this guy is lucky. If this were ancient times, he would be emperor. Ha, hilarious, the contestant is really lucky. Police, where? For a moment, netizens were shocked. Dragon Country, Bureau of Cultural Relics. The director looked at the old professor beside him. He asked, "Is this thing real?" The old man stared at the screen. "It may not be real, but it's definitely not fake." "Then it's real." The tone of the Bureau of Cultural Relics director trembled. "Quick, contact the national security. Let them retrieve the imperial seal. This is the genuine imperial seal of the ancestral dragon." A few seconds after the national security learned about it, Wang Chen had no idea, because he was alone. The entire dragon country was in turmoil. Even the military was alarmed. The live broadcast room was boiling. The imperial seal of the state, and it's the ancestral dragons. This is an illusion, right? Contestant, you're really lucky. Oh my goodness, this thing is dangerous. Commonly known as sitting in prison until death. Netizens were going crazy. The imperial seal of the ancestral dragon. It's no exaggeration. It could be considered the treasure of the nation in Dragon Country. A priceless treasure. Knowing it was the imperial seal of the ancestral dragon, Wang Chen felt no joy. He was scared and quickly wrapped the seal in cloth. "Brother Wang, what are you doing? Let me have a few more looks. This is the treasure of our ancestors. It's hard to see it again in this lifetime." The netizens were excited, particularly envious. "This is not the imperial seal. This is just a stone." Netizens? Are we blind? Contestant, stop struggling. Wang Chen, if I say it is, then it is. As soon as this was said, netizens couldn't hold back. "Wow. After digging it up, I am the chosen one and the only one, right? You even used I. And you still say this is not the imperial seal of the state." Netizens were speechless. Unexpectedly, today's show had an explosive effect. "Wang Chen, why are you still broadcasting? This is the imperial seal of the state. You're so bold." The photographer guy realized what was happening. He immediately got scared and shut down the live stream. Swipe, no one expected that. As the show was being recorded, the screen went black. "What's going on? Your Majesty, this is not right of you, not letting us see? So bold. Are you trying to rebel? Quick, let me take a look." "Don't worry, the police are on their way. The contestant won't escape." The netizens were angry. On the other end, after Wang Chen closed the live stream, he said, "I'm not taking the blame for this." Even he was stunned. Damn, did taking the imperial seal change his tone? "Master Qin, I will give you this imperial seal." "Master Qin? Your Majesty, this is unacceptable. You are teasing me." "Young man, don't harm an old man." Wang Chen sighed, "Forget it. I admit it." Saying that, he called Officer Li. Just as he hadn't dialed the number yet, suddenly, a series of intense gunshots rang out in the air. Everyone was stunned. They looked up and saw several armed helicopters flying towards them. The people at the fishing ground were dumbfounded. Before long, the boss came cursing over, got on the boat, and said, "What's going on? Did you just fish out some jade? Is it necessary to deploy armed helicopters?" Wang Chen looked at the fishing ground boss. He said, "Boss, is it possible that this jade is the ancestral dragon's national seal?" The boss was shocked. "What? The national seal? This joke is not funny. It could cost you your head." Wang Chen took out the imperial seal. "Do I look like I'm joking?" The boss was stunned. Then he almost cried. "Boss, will you still pay me today's wages?" Wang Chen asked. "Boss, can't hold it together. At this moment, you still care about this? You damn. Are you sent by the heavens to mess with me?" At this moment, the helicopter landed near the fishing ground on the outskirts. Then, armed soldiers came out one by one. They surrounded the entire fishing ground. Seeing this, the boss fainted directly. "This has nothing to do with me." Wang Chen looked at the approaching soldiers. His scalp tingled. "Oh no. This time, they really are going in." The soldiers quickly surrounded the area. This scene, it scared everyone at the fishing ground. "Boss, is your leg not good?" Wang Chen looked at the boss. The boss's legs were trembling. He didn't dare to move. "Nonsense. This is real, with real weapons. Damn. One wrong move, and it's losing your head. Brother, who are you really?" The boss looked at Wang Chen in despair. After the soldiers surrounded them, a man came out and said, "Don't be afraid, we're just here to retrieve the imperial seal, except for the parties involved. The rest can leave." The boss and the other masters hurriedly left. Wang Chen was about to leave too, but he was stopped. "Young man, where are you going? To have tea with the soldiers, chat about life?" Wang Chen wanted to cry without tears. "Uncle, can I not drink this tea?" In the studio. "Damn, what was that just now? Armed helicopters? What was that? I think this contestant is really going in. We've gone too far, will our show be shut down?" Unexpectedly. Just fishing, and they ended up catching the national seal. "It's all good now," Professor N joked. "Wang Chen won't have to worry about food and drink in his next life." Detective Zhao also joked, "I see a case coming." On the other end. Backstage. The director of the show just called the photographer guy. After hanging up, he fell into contemplation. What did he say? Something is going to happen. But even if you were to retrieve a corpse, it wouldn't cause such a commotion. At most, it's just going to the Sanjiang police station for a chat and a cup of tea. We could still help you out. But now, Wang Chen has really outdone himself, managing to retrieve the Imperial Jade Seal, even the ancestral dragons. It has directly alarmed the military. "Director, shall we go retrieve Wang Chen?" The director looked incredulously at the staff member. Eyes widened. "Are you blind? That's the military. How do you plan to retrieve it? With your life. What should we do then? Could it be that Wang Chen is in trouble this time?" The director took a deep breath. "There's still a chance. After all, Wang Chen hasn't stolen or robbed anything. As long as he explains clearly, everything should be fine. Looks like we need to contact the National Security Bureau." Sanjiang Police Station. Inside the interrogation room, Officer Li trembled, never having seen soldiers requisitioning a police station before, knowing that something big had happened. And then, as soon as he entered, he saw the armed soldiers and the obedient Wang Chen sitting in a chair. "How did you end up here?" Officer Li was speechless. If it were a normal day, he would have joked around a bit. But at this moment, he felt a chill down his spine, constantly taking in cold air. "Wow. No more police station tea for you. You prefer the military's tea now, huh? Haven't seen you in a few days. You're getting bolder. Next time, are you going to drink tea with the National Security Bureau?" "Officer Li, do you know him?" a man asked. Officer Li nodded. "He's a regular here." "The battalion commander? The soldiers? Who in their right mind comes to the police station every day?" Bold. Officer Li realized he misspoke and quickly corrected himself. "I didn't mean that. It's just that Wang Chen has helped us catch many criminals. That's how it is." The battalion commander breathed a sigh of relief. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Ma Rong, the commander of the Border Defense Army's 12th Division. Regardless, since you retrieved the Imperial Jade Seal, you are one of the parties involved and must take responsibility." Wang Chen remained calm. After all, he hadn't stolen or robbed anything, so there shouldn't be any problem. "Commander Ma Rong, this was just an accident." Ma Rong nodded. "We understand that. However, what we are curious about is why such a valuable treasure like the Imperial Jade Seal was found in a small fishing village. Isn't that strange?" "Ha! That's right." With that said, Wang Chen also realized, this thing shouldn't be found anywhere other than in a tomb. How could it possibly appear in a small fishing village? "So, this matter is not simple," Ma Rong said solemnly. While Wang Chen was being secretly interrogated, he had no idea that the internet was exploding. "Can someone explain what's going on? Wasn't that the military just now? I heard he was taken away." "Oh no, Wang Gu, so young, how could he disappear like this?" "Upstairs, he's not dead yet. Don't worry, sister-in-law, I'll take care of him." "Sure, please sit down. This time it's serious, he might end up in big trouble." Bold. "I'll definitely go watch the competition in the future." The netizens had no idea about the follow-up. They could only make random comments. Tianxia Group. Zhang Qing looked worried as she watched the sudden blackout in the live broadcast room, realizing that something had happened to Wang Chen. "What's wrong?" Zhang's mother walked over with a smile. "Wang Chen is in trouble." Zhang's mother looked at her daughter's worried expression and couldn't help but feel jealous of that Wang Chen. She smiled and said, "What's there to be afraid of? Just have your dad make a call, and everything will be sorted out in Sanjiang, right?" "What did he do wrong?" Zhang Qing asked seriously. "He unearthed the Imperial Jade Seal." "What seal?" "The Imperial Jade Seal." "Jade what?" "The Jade Seal." Zhang's mother was so shocked that her jaw dropped. This child, was he lucky or unlucky? Before long, Zhang's mother consulted her lawyer friend and learned that the situation was indeed serious, but as long as it wasn't intentional, there shouldn't be any problem. She reassured Jiang Qing first. Then, she planned to find Jiang Qing's father to figure out a solution. She was deeply concerned about her daughter's lifelong happiness. However, as she arrived at the door, she noticed Jiang's father talking to a guest. Jiang's mother peeked through the crack in the door. She saw a middle-aged man sitting elegantly on the sofa opposite Jiang's father, exuding a sense of profound knowledge. But there was a prominent birthmark on the man's wrist. "What do you think of my proposal?" Jiang's father glanced at the man and said, "Although the price you offer is tempting, I want to know what exactly these goods are." "You don't need to know. This is a secret of our police force," the man said with a smile. Wang Chen furrowed his brows after listening to the words of the battalion commander, Ma Rong. The Imperial Seal. Why would it appear in this small fishing village? Everyone pondered. Police officer Jiang spoke up. Could it be that there is a tomb beneath the fishing village? Impossible. At that moment, a figure walked into the room under the protection of soldiers. "Who is this?" Wang Chen asked in confusion. Battalion Commander Ma Rong said, "This is Professor Ning from the Dragon State Cultural Relics Bureau, an expert in archaeology." "Oh, nice to meet you. You are Wang Chen?" Wang Chen asked, "Do you know me?" Professor Ning laughed heartily. "You are more famous on the internet than those big stars. My granddaughter also likes your live broadcasts." Wang Chen's eyes lit up and he curiously asked, "Really?" "Yes, especially the scenes of you being taken away for tea every time. So vulgar." After teasing, Professor Ning continued, "From our observation, there is no tomb beneath that small fishing village." Excluding this possibility, the group was puzzled. What could it be then? Wang Chen suggested, "Why don't I examine the Imperial Seal?" "Examine? Actually, I have some forensic skills." Everyone was surprised. Police Officer Li said, "I assure you, his forensic skills are top-notch in the country. Maybe we'll find something." Hearing this, Battalion Commander Ma Rong became interested and ordered, "Okay." Soon, a soldier brought the Imperial Seal and carefully placed it on the table. As everyone gazed at the Imperial Seal, they felt a sense of shock. Wang Chen put on gloves and began his forensic examination of the Imperial Seal. Soon, he indeed discovered some unusual things on the Imperial Seal. Although almost invisible, Wang Chen found some unfamiliar fingerprint traces on the Imperial Seal. Moreover, based on his skills, he deduced that someone had touched the Imperial Seal just a day or two ago. Therefore, before he retrieved the Imperial Seal, someone had touched it, and it was very likely that this person had wrapped the Imperial Seal and thrown it into the water. Wang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. At least now he had something to clear his suspicion. "What did you find?" Ma Rong asked. Wang Chen said, "A fingerprint. It hasn't disappeared yet." "A fingerprint," Police Officer Li said. "With a fingerprint, it means someone touched it before Wang Chen did. This meant he was not involved." Wang Chen said, "And I suspect that this guy threw the Imperial Seal into the water." "What?" Police Officer Li was puzzled. Why would he throw such a treasure into the water? This was an Imperial Seal. Even a fool knows not to throw it away. Wang Chen also expressed his confusion. Just then, the usually quiet battalion commander Ma Rong revealed, "It's a Tomb Raider." He gave Wang Chen a thumbs up. His analysis was spot on. This incident probably involved even greater forces behind it. Goodness! Officer Li and Wang Chen never expected that Tomb Raiders would show up. Is this for real? Wang Chen thought it was just made-up nonsense from TV dramas. Professor Ning explained, "Of course it's real. There have been several cases of Tomb Raiders before. None have been solved. Now it seems you've uncovered the truth, ha ha ha." Hearing this, the surrounding soldiers were puzzled. What are they talking about? Why can't I understand? Seems like there are Tomb Raiders. We've actually been tracking a tomb raiding gang, but couldn't find any evidence. It turns out these guys actually sank the treasures into the water, making it like finding a needle in a haystack. No wonder we couldn't find them, explained Ma Rong. With this explanation, everyone understood. So, the National Jade Seal was placed underwater at that fishing ground by the Tomb Raiders. Before long, the people sent to investigate the fishing ground came back. They indeed found a problem. After checking the surveillance footage, they discovered that a group of people sneaked into the fishing ground furtively the night before, carrying things in and out, but coming out empty-handed. It was presumed that these Tomb Raiders had placed everything in the pond. "Captain, we just dived to the location where the National Jade Seal was retrieved and captured this footage." In the footage, huge wooden boxes floated underwater, occasionally revealing some shining treasures. All of them were treasures. "This is the Han King's cauldron, and there are tricolored horses. Damn it, these Tomb Raiders are despicable." Professor Ning was so angry his beard trembled. These were all treasures of great historical significance, part of the Dragon Kingdom's heritage. Yet, these guys had rudely left them at the bottom of the water. Ma Rong put down the photos. Damn it! These bastards! Wang Chen and Officer Li also detested these Tomb Raiders. The identity of the Tomb Raiders? Report! I only found one person, named Hu Yong. On the streets, they call him Water Ghost. Instantly, Wang Chen on the other side was astonished to hear this name. Water Ghost. He remembered. Wasn't this guy the intermediary mentioned by the fat man in the factory incident last time? Afterwards, he felt a bit horrified. Was it fate or coincidence that he had circled back to this person again? Fox Mask. Battalion Commander Ma Rong was troubled about how to quickly capture this Hu Yong. When Wang Chen spoke up, "Commander, to be honest, I have some tracking skills. How about I help you find him?" Ma Rong? You can track people too? Just now he was a forensic doctor, now a reconnaissance soldier. What's going on? Do you already know where he is? Ma Rong asked incredulously. In fact, with the tracking mark, as long as you've seen the person, you can track them. And at this moment, Wang Chen had already locked onto the position of this water ghost. Pretty much. Pretty much means it's a sure thing. Ha ha ha, a hero emerges in troubled times, Professor Ning joked. Ma Rong nodded slightly. Perhaps it's worth a try. Alright, tea break ends here. Wang Chen, take your team to capture this water ghost. Yes. Facing friends, I am compliant. Facing enemies, I strike hard. The production team. The director received a call from the cameraman. The gist of it was, good news. Wang Chen is fine. Bad news. He went with the military to apprehend someone. What the heck? This development. I can't keep up. No, we're filming a show. Not catching criminals. Somewhere in Sanjiang. Inside a hotel. Water Ghost Hu Yong just finished a fight with a prostitute. He then received a phone call. Hello? Hu Yong sounded impatient. It's me. Upon hearing the voice, Hu Yong's expression suddenly changed, and his tone became respectful. Boss. What's the matter? Fatty got caught. What? Hu Yong was surprised, relieved that it was only Fatty who got caught. If the boss had gone himself, it would have been a big problem. That's a relief. They don't know your identity yet. The fox-faced said, better to act now before it's too late. I've arranged for a transport ship from Tianxia Group to take the goods out of the country. Okay. I'll do it right away. Hu Yong put on his clothes, not expecting the police to be so efficient. Things were getting critical. Just as he was about to leave, bang bang bang, suddenly, the door was knocked. Hello. Room service. Hu Yong's tense heart relaxed a bit, he sneered and said, no need, get lost. Sir, it's a hotel requirement. Already in a bad mood, Hu Yong was now furious. Damn it. A little cleaner dares to talk back to me? With that, he pulled out a small knife from behind, intending to teach this guy a lesson. Bang! The door swung open. Hu Yong glared fiercely. I told you to get lost, got it. Careful, I'll report you. However, the next moment, Hu Yong's voice gradually lowered. At the door, Wang Chen and several soldiers behind him smiled with a hint of malice. Whom do you want to kill? Hu Yong was suddenly filled with extreme fear. He was so scared that the knife fell to the ground. The military. They even had guns. Hiss, scarier than the police. Wang Chen, are you the water ghost? Trembling all over, Hu Yong looked at Wang Chen and said, Water ghost? Is that a watch? Don't know, I'm not well educated, sirs. Still pretending? Wang Chen raised his palm. Hu Yong instinctively wanted to block, but the soldiers behind him glared, making his scalp tingle. He lowered his hand again. Before long, Wang Chen delivered more than 20 heavy slaps in a row, stunning the soldiers with his strength. At that moment, Hu Yong couldn't believe he had lost several teeth. Wait, are you Mike Tyson? You hid the national jade seal and other treasures underwater in the fishing ground, right? Wang Chen cut to the chase. Hu Yong's heart sank. He realized the other party was well prepared. Yes, it was all me. Hu Yong touched his swollen face, confessing. Wang Chen sneered, you think you're worthy? At best, you're just a pawn. I bet the person behind you is the real mastermind, right? Wang Chen spoke. Nervous, Hu Yong's heart raced. Sweating profusely, he stuttered, Officer, I'm the mastermind. I and a few other Tomb Raiders stole the treasures, hid them underwater, and were planning to sell them in a few days. Wang Chen's face darkened. He slapped him again. At this point, you still won't confess? Do you think I don't know that the person behind you is the fox-faced? Water Ghost Hu Yong was shocked. It was like a bolt from the blue. How did this guy know the boss's code name? Clearly shaken by Wang Chen's words, Hu Yong was drenched in sweat. In his mind, there was only one thought. This guy knows everything. Seeing his reaction, Wang Chen smirked and said, Hu Yong, think carefully. If you take the blame, you'll face the death penalty. However, if you cooperate with us to capture the fox-faced, maybe we can reduce your sentence. Without a second thought, Hu Yong immediately betrayed the boss. What a joke. Hesitating for even a second is a disrespect to one's own life. Actually, I have never met the boss in person. We usually communicate by phone. He ordered us to steal the cultural relics and then transport them abroad to sell at a high price. Selling Longwa's cultural relics to foreigners? Wang Chen and several soldiers were instantly furious upon hearing this. Damn it! Who gave him the audacity? If this were ancient times, he would be a clear traitor, deserving to be shot 100 times. This also explains why Fox Face had to infiltrate the top levels of the police force to facilitate his actions. Anything else? Hu Yong shook his head. No, the boss is very cautious and rarely contacts me. By observing the other party's expression, Wang Chen knew the other party was not lying. On the other end, national security. Su Jia paced back and forth with a solemn expression. This month, we have lost a lot of cultural relics. Can anyone tell me why? Below, none of the experts answered. A bunch of idiots. Nan Feng's face darkened. The loss of cultural relics was definitely a serious matter. Even more so, if these cultural relics were to be lost overseas, the loss would not only be in cultural heritage but also in Longwa's international reputation. Therefore, Minister Su Jia, who is usually gentle and polite, was also furious today. Just then, Nan Feng's phone rang. He was surprised to see that it was Wang Chen calling. Since their last meeting, he had come to trust Wang Chen, so he had given him his phone number for easy contact. Before long, Nan Feng, who had been feeling down, lit up instantly upon hearing Wang Chen's report. Immediately, when everyone else was at a loss, he stood up, the one in charge of Sanjiang, and said, "Chief, Wang Chen called. He and the military have found the batch of missing cultural relics, captured the criminals, and also found out that this incident is related to Mr. K." Everyone was shocked. This Wang Chen, is he really that amazing? Most people knew a bit about his legend, but solving the case this quickly was beyond belief. Su Jia was momentarily stunned, then immediately beamed with joy and said, "Wang Chen did a great job. Before we even started, he already caught the culprit for us." Nan Feng, you immediately take people to support Sanjiang Police Station. Officer Li and Captain Ma Rong scrutinized the trembling Hu Yong. Just him? Yes, Water Ghost Hu Yong looks exactly like the one in the surveillance. The deputy spoke up. Ma Rong looked at Wang Chen again. Good lad. It's only been half an hour, and you found it? Not even a machine could work this fast. You, kid. You're really talented. Aren't you in the military? Wang Chen didn't notice the intense gaze from Captain Ma Rong. At that moment, he was only concerned about Fox Face. He couldn't let this guy go. I didn't expect. Fox Face is a cop. Officer Li learned everything. His expression was complicated. So, there's a mole. The previous 5 union meeting and the police butcher incident were all related to this Fox Face, Wang Chen said. Officer Li, how do we catch him? Simple. Phishing. In simpler terms, it's using information gaps. While the other party is unaware that Water Ghost has been caught, we lure him out. Ma Rong nodded. Indeed. According to intelligence, Hu Yong is about to organize the cultural relics to be sent abroad. We can seize this opportunity. Officer Li clenched his fist. His heart was boiling. Wang Chen, this is dangerous. Are you sure you want to participate? Wang Chen, I want to do my part. In fact, he felt that since the original owner was involved in darkness, catching Fox Face might help restore some memories. After a while, the military retrieved the boxes of cultural relics hidden beneath the fishing ground, and then they carefully organized all the relics inside. Wang Chen, this time, the fox mask will definitely come in person. After all, this is a deal worth hundreds of millions. Then, Hu Yangyong used the phone designated by Fox Mask to contact them, and they agreed on the location and time. The location is appear in Sanjiang, around 8 o'clock in the evening. This time, there were 3 major forces involved: the police, the military, and national security. Wang Chen's confidence soared. He wouldn't let this fox escape unscathed. Online, viewers saw Wang Chen's livestream go black. The once cheerful netizens instantly grew anxious. No way, he's not really going in, is he? Bro, I was just joking, don't be serious. Tao, let me see you quickly. Oh no, it's all your fault, jinxing it, player, farewell. Organizing an online memorial with heavy funds, brothers chip in? This is outrageous. The production team was in a frenzy, unable to locate where Wang Chen was at the moment. Unnoticed by them, a staff member behind them started to look increasingly eerie. On the other side, Nan Feng met Shi Jian. At this moment, a group of assassins who came to kill Wang Chen knelt before Shi Jian, but they were all amateurs. In just a few moves, Shi Jian defeated them all. Nan Feng, I have something to tell you. I also have something to tell you. Both were taken aback. You go first. Nan Feng smiled and said, that guy Wang Chen unexpectedly captured the water ghost and has a chance to catch the fox mask, Mr. K's left-hand man. Shi Jian was shocked. They had been investigating for a long time. How could this kid casually catch a fish and get involved in so much? Unbelievable. What a disaster-prone guy. However, Shi Jian's expression darkened immediately. He sighed, I have bad news. Bad news? I learned from an assassin that Mr. K's hypnotist arrived in Sanjiang not long ago. Nan Feng suddenly looked up, his expression astonished. The hypnotist, a threat at the level of a bishop, capable of endangering a whole city. But this guy, wasn't he always by Mr. K's side? Are you sure? Of course, the assassin accidentally let it slip. She had a history with the hypnotist. Nan Feng shuddered. If this hypnotist got involved, the situation would become unpredictable. Wang Chen and the others might very well be wiped out. In a luxurious private room in a high-end hotel in Sanjiang, a middle-aged man with a birthmark on his arm looked out the window and sighed. At this moment, a figure walked in from outside, tall and muscular. It was the hired thug of Fox Mask, ranked 27th on the Dragon Nation assassin list, codenamed Meat Grinder. Boss, why did you suddenly call me out? Fox Mask looked at him and said, the hypnotist has come to Sanjiang. As he said this, his lips trembled. It was evident how terrifying the person who was like Mr. K's right-hand man was to him. Mr. K's right-hand man. Meat Grinder showed a hint of surprise, then said, isn't this a good thing? You are currently in a predicament. Having the hypnotist come to help might just help you get through this crisis. However, Fox Mask just shook his head and said, you are too naive. Mr. K may seem polite on the surface, but he is ruthless at heart. Sending the hypnotist at this time. I'm afraid it's not to help but to clean up the mess. You mean, he's here to deal with us? Yes. Fox Mask said coldly, my duty is to provide cover for the organization in the shadows. But now, I've been pushed into the spotlight. When Mr. K feels that a chess piece has lost its own value, then, that chess piece can be discarded at any time. The reality is so cruel. Damn it. Boss, what do you plan to do? Can't just let others take advantage, right? The fox-faced man's expression gradually turned fierce, saying, sell those antiques to foreigners, at least over $1 billion, then we'll pocket the money, leave the country, and escape to a place where no one can find me. Mr. K, you are unjust to me. Don't blame me for being heartless. The meat grinder saw the boss's resolute expression for the first time, a stark contrast to his previous caution. Indeed, even a rabbit will bite when cornered. There's one more thing. When Hu Yong communicated with me, his tone was off. There's definitely something fishy. The meat grinder, Hu Yong has betrayed us too. Very likely, you know, I'm the most suspicious person. The fox-faced man suddenly smirked. Anyway, it's the last time. Shall we play a big game? Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. Let's go. Arrest them. Ma Rong stood up. Officer Li followed suit. Lastly, Wang Chen. Now, it's time to close the net. Hu Yong looked at the police and soldiers, his scalp tingling, unable to imagine. With this lineup, the boss has no chance of escape. Indeed, betraying the boss was a wise choice. I'm truly clever. Before Officer Li set off, he looked at Wang Chen, who had unknowingly begun the hunt for the notorious criminal, Foxface. It seemed like everything was going according to his expectations. Unbelievable. Wang, aren't you going? The young comrades looked at him. You're the leader of our Sanjiang Police Department. Wang Chen was speechless. When did I become the leader of the police department? This time, with the military involved, how could we lose? So, he decided to act as a war correspondent, taking the cameraman with him, planning to live broadcast the capture of Foxface, giving Mr. K a little shock. The cameraman exclaimed, calling him a genius. Soon, all preparations were made, and police cars and military vehicles departed towards the designated location. Inside the vehicle, Officer Li picked up the walkie-talkie and said, remember, this operation is of great importance. Have the doc cease all activities and evacuate the crowd. Yes. Wait. Wang Chen suddenly interrupted, saying, we can't have no civilians around, it will raise suspicions. Officer Li was surprised. That makes sense. Do as Wang Chen says. Yes. After giving the orders, Officer Li smiled and said, you're becoming more and more like a cop, kid. Sanjiang Doc. Before long, they arrived, after evacuating most innocent civilians, under the command of Ma Rong and Officer Lee. Some people stayed behind disguised as workers to confuse the target. Then, they began to deploy manpower in advance, setting up a large-scale encirclement. In no time, looking at the setup, the cameraman gasped, "Oh my, with this setup, not even a fly can escape." Next, they had Hu Yong wait at the designated location for Foxface to show up. Wang Chen and the cameraman positioned themselves on the right side of Officer Lee's ambush, finding a concealed spot to hide. The time struck 8 o'clock. It was precisely the time agreed upon by Foxface. Suddenly, a figure emerged. Everyone tensed up. Foxface? However, another figure appeared, followed by more figures. People were puzzled. What was going on? Wang Chen, something's not right. Officer Lee, didn't you ask to evacuate the crowd? What's with these civilians? Officer Lee was also puzzled. The dock workers had clearly evacuated. How could there still be so many civilians? In no time, the once quiet dock suddenly became lively, with hundreds of people gathered there. Military, police, all were stunned. At that moment, Hu Yong's phone rang in his pocket. He saw it was his boss calling. He answered immediately. "Boss, I'm here, why aren't you?" "Hu Yong, give the phone to those police officers." Hu Yong was dumbfounded by these words, his heart pounding, his face turning pale. He had no choice but to comply, handing the phone to Officer Lee and the others. "It's the boss calling. Said he's looking for you." Officer Lee raised an eyebrow. "What?" He took the phone from Hu Yong's hand. "I am Foxface. There are over 300 people at the dock right now, gathered here by my authority, and among these 300 people, one person is carrying a timed bomb. In the dense crowd, a man had a timed bomb strapped to his back. It was ticking down. In a corner of the dock, Foxface in police uniform was on the phone. "Leader, as instructed, the citizens are gathered here, but what's the purpose?" a young comrade asked. Bang! The next moment, Foxface shot him in the head. Then, as if nothing had happened, he wiped away the bloodstains. Smiling on the other end of the phone, he said, "I'm giving you 5 minutes only. Immediately transfer the real artifacts to the third ship on the right, and have all police and military personnel retreat. Anyone who dares to step forward, I will detonate the bomb directly. Yes. I advise you not to try to evacuate the crowd. This bomb is custom-made and can affect a radius of 10 kilometers. Beep beep beep, the call ended. Officer Lee was at a loss for a long time, then he told Ma Rong and Wang Chen about the situation. Human bomb. Everyone's scalp tingled. Foxface had seen through their plan. Ma Rong, we cannot allow this to happen. The lives of hundreds of people. The consequences would be unimaginable. As long as we prevent the bomb from detonating, we'll agree to any conditions. Officer Lee thought the same. However, in just a few seconds, Foxface completely turned the situation around. Where's Wang Chen? Suddenly, Officer Lee and Ma Rong were shocked to find that Wang Chen had disappeared. On the other side, Wang Chen ran with all his might. Ding! Host's need detected, activating top-level skill, sharp ears, beep beep beep, he heard it. The sound of the bomb. Oh no! Wang Chen has rushed into the crowd. A lieutenant reported. Officer Lee and Captain Ma Rong felt like their heads were about to explode. What is this kid up to? Swish, a blur of movement, Wang Chen was using the original owner's skill, sharp ears, to carefully listen to the ticking of the timed bomb. If it were anyone else, it would be impossible to find the person with the bomb among these 300 people in time. But he could do it. In no time, Wang Chen pushed aside a burly man and then saw a man with a vacant look in his eyes. As this man appeared, the sound of the timed bomb grew louder. Obviously, he was the human bomb. Approaching and grabbing him, Wang Chen found no resistance. The man seemed to be in a strange state. At that moment, Foxface, who thought he was in control of everything, did not notice Wang Chen's actions. This was why he acted alone. Opening the man's clothes, he saw the timed bomb strapped to his back, and Wang Chen's pupils constricted. So complicated. But he bet. The original owner would disarm it. Ding! Host wants to disarm the bomb, activating top-level skill, bomb disposal expert. In an instant, Wang Chen was filled with a wealth of knowledge, and in his field of vision, the intricate circuitry of the timed bomb was being unraveled one by one. The bomb before him. It was a delayed timed bomb. Once the connection to the bomb was severed, it would explode immediately. Powerful. Efficient. A prime choice for murder. TSK. Why do I feel like I'm becoming more and more like a villain? Wang Chen complained. The original host. You know all this. Truly cruel. However, in front of the original host's bomb disposal expert, this was still not enough. Wang Chen immediately pulled out the magical tool, the wire. He began to infiltrate the bomb. Before long, the bomb that was still pulsating gradually came to a stop. Wang Chen expertly cut the connecting device's wires. Drip! With this sound, the bomb stopped at the last minute. Phew! Wang Chen breathed a long sigh of relief. The bomb was defused. It's unbelievable that this fox-faced guy came up with this method, so treacherous. Removing the bomb from this young man. The top priority is the bomb. Wang Chen immediately grabbed a bundle of timed bombs and hurriedly ran out of the crowd. Removing the threat. What should we do? What should we do? Ma Rong was anxious. Could it be that they really had to let this fox face succeed, hand over the cultural relics to him, and let him escape abroad? Once that happened, it would probably be impossible to catch him in this lifetime. But if we don't comply, the lives of over 300 people will be lost, which is something you and I cannot bear. Officer Li spoke up. Unfortunately, even the provincial department would suffer. Moreover, we have less than a minute left. What do you think? This is a dead end. Just as everyone was feeling dejected, the photographer seemed to have seen something, then his face lit up, and he said, "Isn't that Wang Chen?" They saw. He was running towards them holding something. Wang Chen. Officer Li and Captain Ma Rong looked at Wang Chen running towards them. They were extremely anxious. What was this kid up to? Wang Chen, where did you go? And, what's that thing in your hand? Wang Chen took a deep breath first. Then he said, "Oh, this is the timed bomb." As he spoke, he even raised it up for everyone to see. A bomb? Officer Li? Ma Rong? Everyone? Damn! A bomb! Instantly, everyone started to retreat. Wang Chen, don't move. Quick, go call the bomb disposal team. Ma Rong and Officer Li were in a panic. Seeing this, Wang Chen was speechless. He said, "Calm down. Everyone. I have already disarmed it." Officer Li was stunned. Ma Rong was also stunned. Everyone was stunned. What? You disarmed it just like that? Are you saying that you ran into a crowd of over 300 people, found the bomb accurately, and disarmed it in less than a minute? Officer Li couldn't believe what he was saying. But, when they saw the time on the timed bomb had stopped, the fact proved that the bomb had indeed been disarmed. Ma Rong, well done, kid. You've done a great job. Countless police officers and soldiers looked at Wang Chen with admiring eyes. It's amazing. Ha, who would have thought, in the end, we would rely on you. Officer Li was ecstatic. This saved over 300 people. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They never expected that the crisis that had left them in a panic and at a loss would be secretly resolved by Wang Chen alone. Captain Li, Captain Ma, the matter is not over yet. Wang Chen's expression turned serious. The others nodded. That's right. The real mastermind has yet to be caught. The doc. The fox-faced man waited quietly. But for some reason, his eyelid kept twitching. Strange. It's been so long and still not better. Just as he was puzzled, suddenly, a voice rang out, followed by a person slowly walking out and sitting in front of him. It was Wang Chen. We finally meet. Fox Mask. Fox Mask was startled, then looked at Li Dui behind Wang Chen and Ma Rong and others. How did you find us? Aren't you afraid I'll detonate the bomb? Bang! As soon as the words fell, Li Dui threw the disarmed timed bomb like scrap metal at Fox Mask's feet. The sound, like a slap, hitting Fox Mask's face. It stunned hotly. This man in a police uniform, with a calm face and steady gaze, showed panic for the first time. How is this possible? Failed. Fox Mask couldn't believe it. He had done everything seamlessly. How could the military and the police find the bomb, let alone disarm it, in just a few minutes? At that moment, he thought of something and looked up at Wang Chen sitting across from him. Then, sneered, "So it's you. It's you again, Wang Chen, always ruining our plans. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been abandoned by Mr. K." Fox Mask grimaced. Wang Chen remained calm and composed, saying, "In fact, I have some questions for you. Who put a bounty on me in the first place?" Fox Mask, you already have a guess, right? Mr. K. Indeed it was him. Wang Chen nodded, not showing much emotion, just asked, "Why?" "Because you stood in our way." One last question. Wang Chen asked seriously, "Do you regret putting on this police uniform?" As soon as this was said, the whole place fell silent. Even Fox Mask was stunned. He never expected Wang Chen to ask this question. I had no choice. There's no regret medicine in this world. From the moment he went undercover, he was destined to be a villain. This answer made Li Dui and the other police officers sigh. But the next moment, Fox Mask suddenly smiled sinisterly. "Wang Chen, do you know? Your biggest mistake was not staying away from me. Within arm's reach. Fox Mask pulled out a gun, not even needing to aim, and pulled the trigger towards Wang Chen. I'm a killer too! As Fox Mask raised the gun, just a step away from Wang Chen, a hint of fierceness flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. Full alert! The next moment, Wang Chen, at the peak of his speed, made a move. While a bullet takes 0.2 seconds to shoot, he managed to disarm Fox Mask's hand holding the gun in 0.1 seconds. Already beyond ordinary, the onlookers couldn't keep up with their eyes. Bang! After that, everyone heard a series of gunshots. Wang Chen. Officer Li was shocked. I'm fine. Wang Chen waved his hand. The bullet just grazed his abdomen, revealing the thick bulletproof vest underneath. Everyone was shocked. Damn! He dodged that. This scene, probably unforgettable for countless people present. Fox Mask was stunned, looking at Wang Chen as if he had seen a ghost, unable to believe what had just happened. Don't move! Police and soldiers rushed forward, subdued Fox Mask who had lost the ability to resist, pressing his hands down. You're under arrest. Fox Mask. Caught. The operation was a success, but it was not without twists and turns. After confirming there were no other dangers, Officer Li ordered, you can evacuate the civilians now. Yes. After evacuating the civilians who were still in the dark, Ma Rong led the soldiers to escort Fox Mask onto a military vehicle. As for this matter, the military will keep it under wraps. They will only say that Fox Mask was caught, covering up the bomb incident to prevent public panic. But Wang Chen's feet. Ha ha ha. You're our hero today. Ma Rong walked over and looked at Wang Chen. I, Ma Rong, admire only you in my whole life. Admire, he said. The battalion commander saluted Wang Chen solemnly. It was enough to prove his admiration for Wang Chen. Officer Li, yes, we really have to thank you. If it weren't for Wang Chen, the entire Sanjian police station would have been in trouble. The follow-up work was left to the police station. Nothing to worry about without Wang Chen. Do you want to go to the hospital? Wang Chen, it's nothing. But when he raised his palm, he saw a little of his own blood on it. It should have been grazed by a bullet just now. In a moment, Wang Chen's brain shook. Then, under Officer Li's horrified gaze, he fainted. What's going on? He seems to have fainted from blood loss. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. The tough guy who dodged bullets barehanded actually fainted from blood loss? What a contrast! Sanjian Hospital. At this time, the hospital doctors received a notice that a very important person needed treatment. Experts from various departments all came. Before long, a military vehicle was seen stopping at the hospital entrance, and 2 soldiers brought Wang Chen in. The doctors were nervous. This person had quite a background. We have received the notice, all professors have come. Is he shot, or seriously injured? Even if there is only a breath left, rest assured, leave it to us. The deputy dean was extremely serious. Soldier, he fainted from blood loss. Doctors? Ha? Just this? What? Is it very serious? Ma Rong saw the doctor's expressions change drastically. He thought Wang Chen was in serious condition. Indeed, it's very serious. The deputy dean said bitterly, if he had come any later, he would have been fine on his own. Ma Rong? A few minutes later, Wang Chen was taken to the VIP ward. The deputy dean was depressed, but to show the hospital's level, he arranged for 10 beautiful nurses to take care of Wang Chen. Battalion Commander Ma Rong blushed as he watched. A wave of envy washed over him. In the ward, after the nurse changed Wang Chen into clean clothes, she let him rest quietly. At this moment, in Wang Chen's unconscious mind, fragments of memories were emerging. In the scenes, the original host was sitting in an underground secret room. There was an oil lamp on the table. In the light of the lamp, a foreign man was sitting upright, facing Wang Chen's gaze. Teacher, I have a greater ideal now, and I have found like-minded people. We have jointly created an organization, named Heaven. And in the future, I will abandon my original name, Nolan Yate, and change it to Black Spade A. Swish! Suddenly, the originally unconscious Wang Chen on the hospital bed opened his eyes abruptly. His pupils changed from black to a dead gray. His whole demeanor changed. He slowly sat up from the bed, his voice cold. First stage of memory recovery complete. Power, 10%. Wang Chen with gray pupils clenched his fist, his mouth gradually curved up. Just restored 1/10 of his strength. Still unstable. He needed a thrilling battle to stabilize. Ding! Max level skill, Crime Buster upgraded to Sinful Eye. Swish! In an instant, in front of the gray-haired Wang Chen, appeared a series of character panels. Yutao, Sin Value, 320, Threat Level, Soldier I. Hilu, Sin Value, 499, Threat Level, Soldier 4. Manhwa, Sin Value, 10,000, Threat Level, Bishop 9. The next second, A window-breaking sound echoed through the entire hospital corridor. Sanjiang. In a villa's hall. Around the table, there were several figures. They were Manhwa, Chueho, Shanji, and Meat Grinder. The Meat Grinder sat in the corner, not daring to look up. At this moment, 3 Zodiac killers were sitting there, not even daring to breathe loudly. Chueho asked towards Manhwa, "Manhwa, why did you call me in Mountain Chicken over?" "It wasn't me. It's the hypnotist." Manhwa took a sip of wine and spoke. "Hypnotist? He's Mr. K's right-hand man." "No, now he should be called his second in command," Manhwa joked. Mountain Chicken crossed his legs. "So, what does he mean?" "Manhwa, he probably wants us to help him regain control of Sanjiang." The 5 unions were suddenly lifted off the ground. The fox-faced man who was like a left arm was also caught. Mr. K. His position of power in Sanjiang was already shaky. This greatly affected his standing within the organization, forcing him to take certain measures to compensate. Sanjiang. Haha, just a small place, not many can challenge me. Give me a few days, and I'll become the underground emperor here. Chueho sneered. Just then, the 3 zodiac signs suddenly stopped. The Meat Grinder was startled. "What's going on?" Mountain Chicken looked up. "Watch out. I sense a very dangerous intent to kill." Chueho restrained his laughter. "Here it comes. The target is very dangerous." Manhwa pulled out an ink knife and said, "Big guy, get out of here quickly. Next, it's not something you at your level can participate in." With these words, the Meat Grinder couldn't believe it. He was ranked over 20 as a master. He didn't even have the qualification to participate? On top, Manhwa roared. Boom! A loud explosion. All the glass windows above the villa shattered, like snowflakes falling. And, at the same time, accompanied by the faint moonlight, a gray-haired figure descended. Manhwa, Chueho, and Mountain Chicken felt their scalps tingle. This guy fell directly from over 100 meters high? Bang! After the loud noise. In just a moment, this gray-haired figure landed steadily on the table, looking down at the 3. Chueho's face instantly turned red. No one had dared to look down on them before. No manners at all. Let your grandpa teach you some manners. Just as he was about to teach this uninvited guest a lesson, gray-haired Wang Chen was faster, picking up the knife on the table. His arm was like a spring, instantly exerting force. With lightning speed, a knife stabbed towards Chueho's unprotected neck, just as the tip of the knife touched Chueho's neck. Another figure beside him, Manhwa, reacted swiftly, turning to the side, flipping the entire table, interrupting the attack. This allowed Chueho to escape death, falling to the ground, luckily caught by Manhwa. "Chueho, if it weren't for me, you would have died just now," Manhwa said. Chueho was shocked, touching his neck, still feeling the cold blade aura. "Damn it! How dare he make me suffer? Leave this guy to me, no one else interfere, or Grandpa here will be mad." Without a word, Chueho took out his weapon, a burning stick, pushed hard, and charged towards Wang Chen. A strike was made. Gray-haired Wang Chen reacted quickly, dodging to the side. Bang! This strike was as fast as a bullet and as powerful as a bomb. It punched a terrifying hole in the ground. Gray-haired Wang Chen managed to dodge in time. At the same time, he countered with a back kick, hitting Chueho. This kick came fiercely. Chueho hurriedly used the burning stick to block in front of his chest, but was still kicked with terrifying force, crashing into the wall. Bang! Dust rose. Manhwa, who was watching, couldn't sit still. This guy was very dangerous. Immediately raising the ink knife, lifting it high, just like before, swinging down fiercely. This strike, no one could withstand it. But, what shocked the horse pawn was, Wang Chen only used a random kitchen knife he picked up to block his ink knife. Damn, blocked it? The pheasant behind him was horrified. The horse pawn's veins bulged, he roared, and the ink knife pressed down, causing Wang Chen's body to lean slightly forward. But that was it. Gray-haired Wang Chen exerted force with his left hand, punching the horse pawn in the abdomen, sending the horse pawn flying with both man and knife. Next, gray-haired Wang Chen turned around, agile like a snake, and threw the kitchen knife in his hand. In the distance, the pheasant who was about to draw his gun had his left hand instantly pierced. He didn't expect that. This guy was so terrifying. Before he could react, the pheasant found Wang Chen already close by, then a punch aimed at his heart. Bang! Max skill power upgraded to the power of a tyrant. This punch from gray-haired Wang Chen directly caused a large indentation in the pheasant's chest, his eyes bloodshot, with only one thought in his mind. Heart! It exploded. Plop! Gray-haired Wang Chen lowered his fist. The pheasant stared in disbelief, sitting weakly on the ground, his last glance. Only a pair of indifferent gray eyes looking down on him. Then, he breathed his last. Gray-haired Wang Chen relaxed his fist, feeling his body's condition. Almost there. This battle solidified his newly acquired power. He could go back now. At this moment, in another corner, the meat grinder hiding in the shadows watched as one of the zodiac signs, the pheasant, lay in a pool of blood after being suddenly killed. The person couldn't stop trembling. His thick legs, at that moment, felt weak and powerless. But deep inside, he was extremely relieved. Thankfully, he wasn't qualified to participate in this battle. Pheasant? The horse pawn looked at the fallen pheasant, his eyelids twitching. This guy was dead. What to do next? Can he win? In just a few seconds, this Zodiac killer, who had always been unstoppable, had his brain working at full speed for the first time, thinking about how to survive. Just as he hesitated, gray-haired Wang Chen turned around, after finishing everything, as if nothing had happened, and left the hall directly. His steps appeared effortless, as if the intense battle just now was nothing more than a post-dinner exercise. Leaving? The horse pawn stared blankly at the departing figure, tightly gripping the ink knife, but not daring to move forward. The Zodiac group couldn't afford to lose another Zodiac sign. And so, a bizarre scene unfolded. In this mansion, the top Zodiac killer in Manhwa, after losing a companion, could only watch as the enemy left unharmed. I'll remember you. The monkey propped himself up with the iron rod, coughing up blood as he watched the figure gradually disappear. His heart filled with rage. In a secret room somewhere, a man wearing a mask, resembling a magician, became agitated. What's going on? 3 Zodiac signs, 1 killed, 2 seriously injured? The hypnotist was in pain for a long time. He sighed deeply, before putting away the phone. Mr. K looked at him and asked, "Is there a problem?" "Sorry, Mr. K, it seems our plan to dominate the Sanjiang area will have to be postponed." The hypnotist's tone was incredulous. Just now, a mysterious person rushed into the mansion, killed the pheasant, and injured the monkey in the horse pawn. Hearing this, Mr. K's expression revealed surprise. The silver fox beside him also looked puzzled. Facing 3 opponents alone, killing 1 Zodiac sign, and leaving unscathed. In the entire Longwei assassin world, this was quite an explosive event. Let's set this matter aside for now. Mr. K was surprised for a moment, then quickly regained his composure, taking out a file from behind a coffee table. He handed it to the hypnotist. What is this? About Wang Chen. Hypnotist knows this person, it's him, who disrupted the organization's plan. Extremely despicable. Now, he's on the blacklist of heaven. Those who can be on this list are prominent figures from various countries. Hypnotist took the file and casually flipped through it. But as he flipped through, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, beads of sweat the size of soybeans sliding down his face, his complexion changing drastically. Because, on the file, a few words were stamped. Top secret. This is a national security document. How did Mr. K get his hands on it? In no time, after reading the file, Mr. K, once this is released, it will surely be a bombshell that rocks society. Hypnotist sneered. No. Perhaps the whole world will be turned upside down. Don't disappoint me. I guarantee it with my life. This scene. Silver Fox saw it, he was puzzled. What kind of file could make Hypnotist lose his composure like this? Wang Chen. Who are you really? Sanjiang Hospital. On a hospital bed, Wang Chen woke up groggily, feeling like he had a dream. Dreamt of transforming into the ancient warlord Lu Bu, fighting the 3 heroes alone, and even defeating one under his horse. But right now, what I need to focus on is, what does that memory mean? At this moment, a voice sounded. You're awake? Wang Chen looked up to see Nan Feng in a suit smiling at him. Nice abs, and a slim waist, young man. Suddenly, Wang Chen sat up, realizing his upper body was naked. Then, he looked at Nan Feng strangely. Nan Feng? What the hell are you thinking? Nan Feng was speechless. It's because last night the nurse said you jumped out of the window and left the hospital. Captain Ma Rong sent people to find you, and now you've returned half naked. Wang Chen, why does it feel so familiar? This plot seems like it has happened before, but I don't remember anything. Nan Feng nodded, pondering. According to intelligence, you seem to have a stress response to blood. When you see a certain amount of blood, you enter an unconscious state. I see. Nan Feng, at least, for now, your unconscious state hasn't caused any harm. Perhaps in the future, we may find a way to treat it. Wang Chen nodded. After chatting for so long, let's get back to the point. I heard you personally caught the fox mask? Mentioning this, I'm wide awake now. Wang Chen pretended to be calm and said, just like that. Damn it. He saw through it. Nanfeng, this time you've helped our national security a lot, Minister Su Jie said. Due to your recent outstanding performance and the efficient capture of Mr. K's right-hand man Fox Mask, national security will lift the surveillance on you. Now, you're free. Wang Chen was stunned. Aren't you excited? Nanfeng smiled. Wang Chen? Is that it? Damn, just a sentence to dismiss me. What's the difference with or without surveillance? I want substantial rewards. Originally, Wang Chen wanted to show the quality of a Zonite, but in the end, he held back. Ha ha ha. Seeing Wang Chen's aggrieved and submissive expression, Nanfeng laughed and said, I was just teasing you. Fox Mask is ranked 120 on the hit list. Bounty of 60 million. I'll call you later. How much? 60 million. Wang Chen's mouth fell open. How about I go catch another one for you? Nanfeng. Thank you so much. 60 million. It's a deal. Wang Chen was overjoyed in an instant. 60 million. He wouldn't have to worry for the rest of his life. Looking at the guy's happy face, Nanfeng said, happy now, let's talk about some serious matters next. Serious matters? Bang! At that moment, Shi Jian, who was guarding outside the door, closed it, not allowing anyone to approach. Because what was to be said to Wang Chen next was extremely significant, not something an ordinary person could hear. Turning his head and looking at the tightly closed door, Wang Chen asked in surprise, what do you want to tell me? 5 Union. Fox Mask. Hypnotist. Mr. K. Nanfeng listed these enemy code names that had appeared one by one. Then he continued, they all belong to the same organization. Heaven. Wang Chen was stunned. This organization. Wasn't it the same organization mentioned by that crucial foreigner in his memory? Nanfeng handed the information to Wang Chen. Originally, this belonged to top-secret files. Such files, in the National Security Bureau, only have 3 copies, and even among internal personnel, only a few know about it. It wouldn't be possible for you to know, but after our consideration and the opinions of the higher-ups, we made an exception to let you know about this file. With that, Wang Chen took the information, opened it, and glanced at it. Heaven, ranked No. 3 in the World Organization Power. On top was an old photo with 16 blurry figures. Although blurry, Wang Chen recognized one of the 4 figures standing at the top at a glance. It was the foreign man he called teacher in his memory. It's him. Wang Chen was greatly shocked. It matched. Who is this person? Nanfeng looked over and then said, Ace of Spades, one of the 4 founders of Heaven, and Mr. K. Here. Nanfeng pointed to the one standing at the bottom right of the 4. Why is he standing at the bottom like this? Wang Chen was puzzled. Nanfeng explained, the 16 elders of Heaven are divided into 4 levels. Following the suits in a deck of cards, diamonds, clubs, hearts, and the highest level, spades. Each level consists of 4 members, A, J, K, Q. And in the 3 rivers, Mr. K is just the lowest level of Diamond K in Heaven. His, Mr. K is just a minor role in this organization? What shocked Wang Chen even more was that the highest level, Ace of Spades, called himself teacher. In other words, the leader of Heaven is my disciple? Wang Chen felt his brain was not enough. The original owner, are you kidding me? It's getting more and more complicated. So, am I arresting my own people? No. Wang Chen remembered that he was not the original owner now, so catching bad guys was not a problem. Nanfeng saw his surprise and thought he was scared. He said, according to our intelligence, Diamond K is mainly responsible for collecting money for the organization, and his trusted Fox Mask has already been caught by you. Mr. K's financial operations have encountered problems, which gives us the opportunity to capture another elder. Ace of Diamonds, Nanfeng picked up a photo and pointed to a figure. Is it a woman? That's right. Ace of Diamonds is a woman who is in charge of storing the organization's funds. But don't underestimate her, she controls all the casinos in the Dragon Country, and she's known in the industry as the Underground Queen. Damn, she's so awesome. A fierce character. And, she's a woman, you know, when women go crazy, they're scarier than men. Wang Chen's scalp tingled. This, Heaven, is truly unfathomable. Like an abyss. The more you uncover, the more terrifying it becomes. So, we hope you can assist us, Nanfeng spoke. If it were before, Wang Chen would definitely not agree. But now, that crucial figure is right here in this Heaven, and the original owner seems to be vaguely connected to this power. In order to find the truth, perhaps he can seek help from the national security. I promise you, Nanfeng said, currently, we are still interrogating Fox Face. Once we have the latest information, we will inform you. After speaking, Nan Feng didn't linger any longer, got up, and left the hospital with Shi Jian. Wang Chen leaned back on the bed. Wait for it, I will expose each and every one of you, whether it's the square, spade, or anything else. At this moment, in the studio of the program group, they entered the third round of guessing. The host faced the camera. Now, we will have the third professional guess on our show. This is the first time a contestant has made it this far. Inside the studio, even the experts didn't expect. Wang Chen had not been eliminated yet. Unbelievable. The program group handed out boards to the experts one by one, prompting them to start filling out their professional guesses for Wang Chen. Originally, netizens thought that the experts would still mess around this time. But unexpectedly, when the results were out, all the experts had filled them in. This shocked the netizens. What's going on? Are the experts really trying now? Looks like the battle is about to end. Unbelievable. The director was also surprised. Damn. Are these experts finally going to put in some effort? However, when one expert read out their guessed profession, everyone couldn't hold back. This expert's guess for the profession is a chef? The host was also stunned. Damn. How did they come up with that? Wang Chen and a chef are worlds apart. The host was very curious, so he asked the expert, "May I ask, what is your reason?" The expert replied seriously, "My dream is to be a chef." Netizens were dumbfounded. Once again, they couldn't hold back. The barrage of comments flooded in. Damn, your dream, isn't this supposed to be guessing Wang Chen's profession? Do you also want to be a master chef? This move is totally unexpected. Ha, this guy understands the show's effect. My blood pressure is rising. The host was at a loss for words. But this was just the beginning. The following answers were more and more absurd. Hunter, astronaut, bizarre professions. When asked for reasons, don't ask, it's all about letting loose. At this point, everyone understood that the experts were still messing around, just in a different way. Hilarious. They could have chosen to abstain, but they still wrote down their answers. This wasn't guessing professions, it was revenge on the contestant. According to the rules, after guessing the profession, the contestant had to challenge that profession. However, this made Professor N and Detective Zhao unable to hold back, because the two of them were among the few who answered seriously. Due to the multitude of answers this time, according to the program group's rules, only one can be randomly selected, the host announced. Although, no matter which one was chosen, it would be bizarre. Why do I see an expert wrote down bandit? Damn, this expert is a genius. There's even Tomb Raider, this is way out there. Wang Chen, alright, let's play like this. This is the effect of the show. The big screen started spinning. Everyone was anticipating. As the pointer gradually stopped, finally, it settled on one profession. Netizens were wide-eyed. Actor, director, program group, is this stepping into the entertainment industry? What on earth? Who wrote this? Netizens burst into laughter. Awesome, Wang Gu is going to the entertainment industry. Seriously, I think this answer is quite possible. Can't the acting emperor portray anything? Can the acting emperor play the role of a corpse? Just watch and see. At this moment, somewhere backstage, a staff member with a strange expression binds the unconscious director. His eyes are vacant, as if hypnotized. A familiar voice comes through the earphones. When do we have the most online viewers? Staff member, it should be when Wang Chen completes the challenge. Very well, push him into the abyss at that moment. I've never heard of such an outrageous thing in all my life. After leaving the hospital, Wang Chen was picked up by a photographer and heard the results of the third round of professional guesses from the program team. They actually want him to experience being an actor? It is said that the experts are letting loose, all sorts of strange professions are coming out, and netizens say this is a way of getting back at you. The photographer chuckled. Wang Chen. He had no choice but to go. The program team stipulated that he must challenge this profession. Moreover, until the intelligence is extracted from the captured Boss Fox mask by the national security, Wang Chen had nothing to do. So, he immediately accepted this absurd fact, just to pass the time. To be honest, he was quite looking forward to the entertainment industry. Maybe he could even collaborate with a female star? Reba, Mimi. Wang Chen muttered the names of familiar female stars. A smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. With our current popularity and fan base, being a male lead, isn't it too much? 10 minutes later, Wang Chen realized he was being overly optimistic. When he arrived at the set arranged by the program team, the director didn't give him the role of the male lead, not even the second male lead. Just an extra role. This was quite normal. Internet celebrities are not well received here. No matter how talented, they can't compare to stars. You must be Wang Chen. I've heard of you for a long time. I've been watching your live streams. Very funny, huh? A scruffy man with a beard approached. Especially when you drink. Stop. Let's stop there. Saying more will hurt feelings. Alright. Then follow me. The director led Wang Chen in to the live studio. As soon as Wang Chen returned, the online viewers immediately exceeded 500,000, truly attracting a lot of attention. I haven't seen Wanggu before. This time I'm going to have a blast watching him. Don't worry, Wanggu never disappoints us with the show's effects. Officer Lee, I think something's going to happen. Let's set up an ambush first. Ha, you upstairs are so wicked. Really here to act? We're playing with reality. I suggest playing a murderer. My Wanggu will be a sensation. Awesome. Genius. +1. Midway. The director said to Wang Chen, wait, your character will have scenes with the male lead. There are scenes with the male lead? Who? You'll find out soon. The two entered the filming location. As they walked in, Wang Chen saw the male lead. Instantly, his expression turned slightly unpleasant. The male lead turned out to be the flowery young actor who had dissed him online before, Kai Kai. How could it be him? Netizens were shocked. He can also play the male lead? Must be due to connections. Oh no, this is revenge. Kai Kai, I've been waiting for this day. The perennial second meets the perennial first. Oh no, he's here for my Wanggu. I have a bad feeling. At this moment, Kai Kai finally saw the person he had been thinking about day and night. He gritted his teeth in anger. Wang Chen. He thought he could never surpass Wang Chen in this lifetime, but he didn't expect fate to give him this opportunity for revenge today. Kai Kai. We'll see about that later, the assistant spoke up. Rest assured. He's never acted before, and he thinks he can beat me? What a joke. Kai Kai was full of confidence. Wang Chen was speechless. You could hear it from far away. Mocking in front of people. Director, this is your script. Starting in 3 minutes. Wang Chen? Only 3 minutes given. A real challenge. He opened it and stared. The character he was supposed to play was a murderer shot by the police? Seeing this, netizens couldn't believe it. Damn, that guy just now, are you a freaking prophet, man, sharp? He really is a murderer. Wow, this is so professionally matched. Professionally matched, is that okay? On the other hand, the role Kai Kai got was the police officer who shot Wang Chen. Wang Chen looked at the script, feeling a splitting headache. It said, improvise. Wasn't this too much for him? A heart was completely dead. Treating me like an award-winning actor. On the other hand, Kai Kai's script was very detailed, even marking when and how to say everything for him. Not too simple. Honestly speaking, Wang Chen once doubted that this scene was added by Kai Kai on the spot, just to torture him. Damn, coming here to be played like a fool? In the live broadcast room, netizens couldn't hold back. If he didn't act well, Wang Chen would probably be criticized to death. Even if he acted well, at best, he would be a minor character, just complimenting a popular star like Kai Kai. The only way was to crush the opponent in acting skills, like rubbing them on the ground. But that was too difficult, even for a seasoned actor. It would take a long time to digest the role of a murderer. After all, who has really been a murderer? Who knows that feeling? Wang Chen, what the hell am I acting? Tell the director. I give up. The cameraman, the director said Tao, I trust you? I trust your grandma's leg. This old guy. So wicked. Well, we'll start in a few minutes. After the director finished speaking, he left. Wang Chen fell silent. It was simply not enough. He only had this much time to prepare. Forget it. Tired. Let it be destroyed. Without even looking, Wang Chen lay down directly, choosing to be a lazy fish. Seeing this, Kai Kai revealed a smug smile. This is in the bag. National Security. Special Department. Interrogation room. Haha, you crack me up. What are you looking at? Su Jia asked Nan Feng beside him. Nan Feng closed Wang Chen's live broadcast. Nothing. Be serious. The fox face is not easy to deal with. This guy. The most scheming. Walking into the interrogation room, the two sat down. The fox face across from them took off the police uniform, wearing a prisoner's outfit, looking less spirited than before. A bit more tired. Fox face, no, I should call you Zhaozhen, the leader of the Public Security Bureau in Nanhai City. Zhaozhen raised his eyes. His face was calm. I'm a cop too. Stop pretending. What do you want to ask? Su Jia spoke. Mr. K. Is he hiding in the Platinum Casino in Block A? Before long, it was time to act. The director came over and asked, how's the practice going? How's the practice going? You didn't give me anything. What am I supposed to practice? The director felt awkward and comforted. There's nothing we can do. That Kai is the sponsor of this crew. We're just workers. Just go through the motions and make some money, it's not embarrassing. Wang Chen. Well said. Don't say it next time. Take your positions. Begin. In the live broadcast room, viewers weren't optimistic. On the other hand, in the studio, the experts were watching with great interest. Hee Wang Chen, now you understand our pain, right? Professor N adjusted his glasses. To be honest, he felt that the director's actions seemed to be putting Wang Chen, the contestant, in a difficult position. In reality, he was testing him. The best way to determine whether he was an excellent actor was about to be revealed. On the other side, besides Wang Chen and Kai, several senior actors also came to audition and watched from the sidelines. Kai held the script and read word by word, "Surrender now, you murderer. In the face of justice, you have no escape." The senior actors. The awkward tone. The unyielding expression. Damn. Even if I give you the answer, you wouldn't know how to use it. It's hard to put into words. The veteran actors chose to evade one after another. Out of sight, out of mind. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded in Wang Chen's mind. Ding! Detecting that the host needs to act, automatically activating the full-level skill, Super Actor, ding! Detecting that the host's memory has recovered by 10%. Super Actor promoted to Movie Emperor. Wang Chen shivered. He felt it coming. Oh. In an instant, Wang Chen felt like he entered a state within a second, his killing intent rising. He wished to slaughter everyone present. Wang Chen's breathing quickened, his heart pounding. What's wrong? Wang, are you okay? The cameraman looked at him with concern. Wang Chen, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Go lie down for a while. Okay. The viewers in the live broadcast room started to criticize. Is the contestant scared? It shouldn't be. Wang has never backed down before, I can understand. After all, the contestant has never studied acting. Watching on, Wang Chen suddenly left the scene. Everyone was puzzled. Kai sat down, smiling, clearly a newbie, can't handle it before even starting. At this moment, in another corner, Wang Chen took a deep breath. It turned out that he had activated the skills related to acting from the original host. It allowed him to enter the state of a murderer in advance. Although this skill was just for show, it was also quite abnormal. He could hardly recognize himself in the mirror. Wang, are you ready? The cameraman urged. Wang Chen, I'm ready. When the cameraman saw Wang Chen again, he was suddenly stunned. The look in his eyes almost scared him half to death. He thought a just-released convict was walking out. Wang Chen? As he entered the audition location, everyone, like the cameraman, was visibly stunned for a few seconds before coming to their senses. His eyes. Why are they so bloodshot? Seeing the other party return, the director said, let's continue. Soon it was Kai and Wang Chen's turn for their scene. He was dressed in a police uniform, specially tailored. Coupled with his handsome face, he captivated many female fans who exclaimed how handsome he was. However, the role of this police officer required him to be very serious and focused. Kai, on the other hand, couldn't bring out that essence at all. Despite his best efforts to appear fierce, in front of the seasoned actors, it was like a poor imitation. There was no emotion at all. Sighs were heard all around. Even a passerby could tell that this police officer was just pretending. It lacked authenticity. Just as Kai, playing the police officer, encountered Wang Chen, who played the murderer. The next moment, Wang Chen, in plain clothes and a hood, slightly lowered his head, walked into the alley with heavy steps. His tone was chilling. Where's the merchandise I asked for? The moment he looked up, through the screen, everyone saw a pair of bloodshot eyes filled with a fierce gaze. The intimidation factor was off the charts. Hiss! All the veteran actors felt a chill down their spines. The director was stunned. The viewers were excited. Damn! It's so realistic. Dude, are you for real? Damn, the immersion is real. The contestant isn't a murderer? Now that's what I call professionalism. Gulup Kai, the police officer, showed a hint of fear when glanced at by Wang Chen. Something's not right. This is the merchandise. Kai delivered the lines, but for some reason, her voice trembled. Everyone was speechless. You're a damn cop, why are you scared? Wang Chen, can you come closer? Come. A bit closer, damn. The veteran actors felt their scalps tingling. The others present were also stunned. Unanimously, a thought emerged in their minds. This guy doesn't seem to be acting. The cameraman behind captured this scene. The live broadcast exploded. We said, this doesn't look like acting. Wang Chen, we're focusing on authenticity. This show is awesome, no faking, just real action. Can acting reach this level? Oscar-worthy. The production team. Inside the studio, the experts gasped in shock. Could it be that Wang Chen is really planning something sinister? Originally, Kai, who had the upper hand relying on her character, couldn't help but shiver. Her once straight back, unconsciously, bent down. The director, watching this scene, cursed inwardly. The police aura was completely gone, only fear remained. Speaking into the walkie-talkie, he said, "Remember, you're a damn cop. If you're scared, it should be Wang Chen scared of you. What are you afraid of?" Hearing the director's complaint, Kai couldn't hold back her embarrassment. Suddenly, her face turned bright red, overwhelmingly ashamed. Moreover, didn't they agree to surpass Wang Chen today? Thinking of this, Kai encouraged herself, mustering a bit of courage. Step by step, she walked over. Looking at Wang Chen's terrifying face, she stammered, "The merchandise can't be handed to you, because I'm a police officer." Saying this, Kai pulled out a prop gun from her back. Instantly, Wang Chen's face turned extremely fierce, but there was no trace of panic. He laughed and said, "Threatening me? So what if you're a cop? Come on, aim at me, shoot me with one shot, come on, fire." "Coward, shoot me," Wang Chen roared. Veins bulged on his neck. This scared Kai senseless. Her body uncontrollably kept retreating. Feeling drained of strength by Wang Chen's roar, she slumped on the ground. She couldn't even hold on to the gun in her hand. It fell to the ground with a clatter. The scene fell silent instantly. Wang Chen? Director? Veteran actors? Kai's assistant was in tears. What the heck? Losing the police gun, is that acceptable? Brother, given the chance, you're useless. This scene quickly caused a sensation on set. Everyone rushed over to watch. Incredible. This is the composure of a seasoned artist. Especially that line "you shoot, so handsome." What's going on? I feel like he's the male lead. Kai wanted to take advantage, but ended up being taken advantage of. Hilarious. The veteran actors were covered in goosebumps. Hard to imagine how this young man portrayed a murderer so vividly. They even wished to seek advice from him. Truly godlike. The director covered his face. Kai, you need more practice. You, a police officer, scared by a criminal, speechless. But, unfortunately, the other party is the investor, so he couldn't expose it openly. He could only let everyone take a break first, then continue. At this moment, Wang Chen seemed still immersed in the role of the murderer, to the point where he felt that the murderer's character had a few inconsistencies. He walked over, found the director. Seeing Wang Chen, the director's expression changed. He immediately stood up respectfully and asked, "Teacher Wang Chen, is there something you need?" "Wang Chen, if it's improvisation, I think the role of the murderer can be enriched a bit. It's best to use a small knife, hidden in the sleeve for easy access. Also, the location of the murder is not reasonable. Murderers usually choose deserted alleys to act, not easily visible places like this. Lastly, I don't think a murderer would just stand there waiting to be shot. They would definitely resist. I suggest using a stabbing motion here. If you slash, it will splatter a lot of blood, which would make it inconvenient for the murderer to clean up." Wang Chen spoke incessantly. He even personally demonstrated to the director, grabbing the director's arm with one hand and thrusting towards his chest with the other. Yes, like this. At this moment, the atmosphere on set gradually turned strange. Faces showed fear one by one. After Wang Chen finished speaking, he noticed everyone looking at him with a strange gaze. Some were puzzled. "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" People shook their heads repeatedly. It was too accurate. It felt more like narrating a real murder memory than acting. Damn. Even the director now felt like a real one had slipped in. Otherwise, how do you explain your familiarity? If you say it's real, I believe it. The online viewers couldn't stop laughing. Oh no, a real one has slipped in. 666 bro, if you're not playing the murderer in the future, I won't watch. Kai, I'm quitting now. Is it too late? What's with the top trending search? Beating Wang Chen. Is he not good enough to live? But once water is spilled, it cannot be recovered. Kai, tears in her eyes, took the stage again. "Director, can I shoot a scene of execution directly?" Kai asked tremblingly. "Director, damn it." "I can," Wang Chen said with a smile. Since the other party agreed, the director couldn't say much. Kai smirked. If I execute him directly, it shouldn't scare anyone, right? But, the next moment, Wang Chen suddenly went mad and pounced on him. Kai? Wang Chen grabbed his neck directly, swiftly playing the role of the murderer, and coldly said, "Go die." Kai was about to faint. He hurriedly clapped, "Help, murder." Everyone was shocked. They quickly rushed to restrain Wang Chen. Goodness, even 3 or 4 staff members couldn't move him. This kid is strong as an ox. Bro, stop it now. Shortly after, Wang Chen let go. A young assistant ran over and saw Kai unconscious. His mouth was harder to suppress than an AK. He was so scared that he wet his pants. The assistant looked at Wang Chen. Is he trying to retaliate against Kai? Wang Chen waved his hand. I said, would a real murderer wait to be caught? Damn. They couldn't refute that. It made sense. The assistant sympathetically carried Kai away. Bro Kai, why did you provoke him when you were doing fine? Soon, Kai was dragged away. Before leaving, he didn't forget to leave something behind. The live broadcast room erupted in laughter. Wang Chen, practice more. National security. After interrogating Fox Face, Nan Feng and Su Jia looked serious. Square K is hiding in the Platinum Casino of Square A, located at the border. It's not easy for us to act directly. Mr. K is not simple. However, this also gives us a chance to kill two birds with one stone. Su Jia paused. Since it's not feasible to act openly, let's change our approach. Nan Feng continued, you mean, undercover? Then the question is, who will go undercover? This person must have exceptional acting skills. Su Jia said. To act to the extent that even the enemy believes it's true. Sanjiang Police Station. Officer Li looked at Kai, who was crying and sniffling. Then, he turned to Wang Chen, who was sipping tea. It was said that this guy was supposed to play a murderer, but ended up scaring a popular star into the ICU. However, where did this Kai, who usually played a police officer, come from? Officer Li showed disdain. Moreover, this incident was causing a stir online. As expected, Kai once again became the scapegoat for Wang Chen. Wang Chen dominated the hot search list once more. Hashtag live performance. Wang Chen's astonishing acting scared veteran actors. Hashtag did Kai wet himself out of fear? Hashtag Wang Chen mercilessly exposes the entertainment industry's fig leaf. Especially with Wang Chen's terrifying acting skills, he gave the entertainment industry a slight shock. Many big stars specifically wanted to collaborate with Wang Chen. Before long, the tests were completed. Officer Li, the urine test came back clean. Of course, what did you expect? Wang Chen was speechless. Goodness, he acted in a play and ended up having to take a urine test. I am an upright citizen. This is defamation. Officer Li said, if there's nothing else, you can go. Kai was not satisfied and protested, is that it? Are you not compensating me for anything? Do you know that because of him, online trolls are saying I need more practice? My young heart has been deeply wounded. Wang Chen. Officer Li. Buddy, did you forget to take your medication today? Seeing Kai being humiliated to the extreme, about to make a scene in public, his assistant accompanied him with a smile, pulling him away. Officer Li looked at Wang Chen. You too. I see you're addicted, coming to me every day. If you want to stay, just say so. Bold fellow. Wang Chen was also frustrated. Did they think he wanted to be there? That was not the case. Fate was playing tricks on him. No matter what he did, he always ended up back here. It was absurd, like an irresistible force. But, tell me honestly, how did you hone your acting skills? These police officers, one after another, said he was just like him. They almost wanted to arrest him on the spot. Are you praising me? Wang Chen was at a loss. I'm leaving. Go on, but don't let me catch you here next time. As he was leaving, Wang Chen suddenly stopped. Turning back, he said, oh, by the way, the Longjing tea tasted off this time. Remember to use better tea leaves next time. Officer Li? Police station? Damn it. Did he just? Kai returned to the set. Kai. Oh no, brother Kai, don't be sad. Think positively, at least we are the male lead, right? The assistant said with a smile. That Wang Chen might be impressive, but he's just a few seconds of screen time. How could he compare to the male lead? Kai took a deep breath. He decided to reassure his fans and also encourage them to leave negative comments under Wang Chen's posts to vent their frustrations. However, when he opened his social media account, he was surprised to find that he had gained an additional 100,000 followers. What the heck, did I just gain followers? Kai couldn't believe it. Could it be that finally, after all his hard work, heaven had seen him and was rewarding him? Just as Kai was feeling happy, backstage, messages from new fans started pouring in. Is this the star who wet himself out of fear? Bro, you look cool when you pee. I took a screenshot, gonna watch it every day. You need more practice. Can you give the male lead role to my brother Wang? Congratulations, you went viral with a pee hahaha. Brother, don't listen to the haters, your acting is good. Especially the peeing in pants, even veteran actors have to praise your professionalism. Put. Kai spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, He was furious. So it was all because of those haters. It was all mocking him. Ding! Another 10,000 followers gained, still increasing. Kai? I don't want haters. Don't come near me. Wah. On the side, the assistant looked at the comments of the haters. He tried hard to lower his head, constantly lowering it. No, I am a professional. Can't laugh. The assistant held back his laughter. Ding-a-ling at that moment. His phone rang, the assistant picked up, and to his surprise, it was an advertiser seeking collaboration, offering 10 million directly. However, it was for a diaper advertisement. Kai, I want to die. Don't. Bro, haters or fans, they are still fans. Not long after, Kai endorsed a famous diaper advertisement. Comments from netizens below. Unbelievable. This is a path never imagined before. Incredible. The photographer teased, Brother Wang, with this move, you have opened up a whole new path for yourself. This path. Kai is invincible. After all, no one dares to compete with him. By the way, that director asked me if you have any thoughts of becoming an actor in the future? Wang Chen, oh, a director wants me to act? Yes, quite a few, there are over 20 scripts. All say they are tailor-made for you. Wang Chen felt a bit proud, and asked, what roles? Let me see. There are murderers, thieves, scammers, ruffians. Wang Chen. Outrageous. Not even one good character. It's somewhat insulting. Next, the two decided to go eat noodles to fill their stomachs. The production team. The director was at his wit's end. Wang Chen is simply a born star of the show. At that moment, over 2 million people were watching online. It can be said, Wang Chen is now at the peak of his fame. Director. You can start cutting the shots, and also run an ad. The director instructed. However, there was no response from the other side. The director was puzzled. What's going on? Did this person go lazy again? Seeing that, the other crew members were all busy. The director got up personally, left the backstage, and went to find the broadcast director. As he walked, the director noticed that the broadcast area was pitch black, the lights were off, and the equipment was not set up yet. Somewhat suspicious. Why was no one there? Broadcast director? Where is everyone? He took out his phone to illuminate the area and started calling out for someone. Suddenly, bang! The director's shin hit something. He accidentally stumbled and fell. Damn! Who's there? But the next moment, the director was stunned. In his eyes, incredulity gradually appeared. Then, his face turned pale. It turned out, what he stepped on was the unconscious broadcast director, who was tied up, unable to move, with bruises all over his face, obviously tortured for a while. The sudden accident caught the director off guard. What followed was a series of hurried footsteps. Approaching suddenly, the director was startled. Soon, all the missing crew members who were not seen before gathered around him. Expressionless, vacant eyes. Yet, on each face, there was a strange smile. What are you going to do? The director looked at the people closing in on him, his expression filled with fear. And then, he screamed. A few minutes later, the scene quieted down again. At that moment, a hypnotized staff member walked to the control panel, and as planned, pressed a button. Ding! In the studio, the live broadcast room, even on screens in major shopping malls, people noticed. The ongoing advertisements suddenly stopped, and then appeared a man wearing a white painted mask, dressed like a magician. Roadside stall. The photographer eating noodles was stunned. Who is this? What's going on with the production team? Wang Chen put down his chopsticks, his brows furrowed. Confusion among the online viewers in the live broadcast room. Who is he talking about? Such a strange outfit. Cosplay? Is this a program accident? I don't know. +1. In the scene, the hypnotist spoke towards the screen. To all of you in front of the screen. What if one day, you find out that the idol you admire is actually a bloodstained murderer in secret? The hypnotist's words swept through the internet like a tsunami. Viewers were curious. Who is the murderer he mentioned? Murderer? Has the production team been hacked? Seems like a revelation. Watching the scene, Wang Chen had a bad premonition. This is bad. The next second, in the scene, just when the tension was building up, the hypnotist made a shocking statement. The murderer I mentioned is actually a contestant on this show. Wang Chen. His real identity is the #1 assassin on the hit list. Codename, Yan Luo. As this was said, in front of the screen, everyone showed expressions of shock. An assassin? And ranked first on the list. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments erupted like a tidal wave. Impossible, what nonsense are you talking about? How could my brother Wang be a murderer? An assassin? Are you kidding me? It must be slander. Do you think we're fools, that we'll believe anything you say? This person doesn't look like a good person. Haha, an assassin. The photographer took a deep breath. Damn, it must be Kai's hired internet trolls. Right, Wang. Wang Chen froze. His expression was off. The photographer was surprised. Wang, you. Don't scare me. Oh my goodness. Could what he said be true? Faced with the doubts of the online viewers, the hypnotist had already anticipated this situation, immediately handing over the information Mr. K had given him earlier. Through the puppet of hypnosis. In the backstage of the production team, it was uploaded to the big screen for countless viewers to see. Just as the netizens were angrily rebuking, the figure disappeared. Instead, a video clip was played. A video? It's blurry. Looks a bit old. Before the netizens could react, suddenly, in the scene, a figure appeared, then stabbed a man smoking on the spot. A murder video. Can this be shown? What shocked the netizens even more was, just a few seconds later, the killer inadvertently lifted his head, and was captured on camera. Upon closer inspection, that person looked exactly like Wang Chen. Isn't he a contestant? This is insane. As a professional video editor, I can tell you for sure, this is real. I'd rather you say it's fake. Then, one after another, clips of Wang Chen committing murder were shown. The expressions of the netizens gradually shifted from disdain at the beginning to stupefaction at this moment. Complete silence, and public opinion began to turn against him. So, he really is a murderer. I never liked him before. Disgusting, how dare he appear on a show? If you commit murder, you should go to jail. The production team was also caught in the storm. A torrent of curses. Most of Wang Chen's fans could not defend him and could only remain silent. Inside the studio, the experts were speechless. An assassin? Who could have imagined this? Professor and Detective Zhao, what do you think? Detective Zhao, how should I put it? I believe that Wang Chen is not that kind of person, but he did kill someone in the video, and the law will not let him off. No matter how Wang Chen tries to defend himself, when the enemy presents this murder video, it's already a dead end. Sanjiang Police Station. Bang! Officer Li stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the video on the screen. He really wanted to tell himself that this is not the real Wang Chen. But in the video, Wang Chen's face leaves no room for doubt. Wang Chen, this isn't real. He scratched his head, feeling uneasy. The police station was in chaos, completely chaotic. For a moment, everyone didn't know what to do. National Security. Special Department. Nanfeng looked at the screen showing the hypnotist and the files he released. It felt like an electric shock to his heart, almost stopping. Hypnotist. How does he have Wang Chen's file? If he's not mistaken, this file should be one of Wang Chen's identities. The first killer, Yan Luo. Su Jie stared at the screen, sighing. It should be heaven. What? I didn't tell you before, but we suspect that before losing his memory, Wang Chen had contact with heaven. Nanfeng, you didn't tell me such a big thing earlier. I didn't expect the other party to pull such a stunt. Su Jia frowned. Using someone else to do the dirty work. This is to make sure Wang Chen has no chance of recovery. Assassin? Kai, who had just finished endorsing an advertisement, looked at the exposure. Damn, so I was acting with an assassin before? In an instant, he fainted in shock. His assistant ran over. Damn, Pete again? Addicted, ha. Street stall. Wang Chen noticed. People around him took a look at him, then backed away in fear, all avoiding him. Murderer! It's him! Damn, what bad luck! I used to like him so much, never thought he was this kind of person. The boss didn't hesitate and called the police directly. Holding a rolling pin, he kept an eye on Wang Chen. Wang Chen was puzzled. He didn't expect the enemy to play this move. In Manhwa, murder is punishable by death. As he pondered, Wang Chen suddenly heard the sound he least wanted to hear. Sirens approaching from afar. It came, not from a police car, but from several prosecutors' office vehicles. After stopping, a group of people got out of the cars, all from the prosecutor's office. The cameraman turned pale with fear. They came too fast. Mr. Wang Chen. The leading man spoke. Wang Chen smiled bitterly, let out a sigh. You are Deputy Director of the Provincial Prosecutor's Office. We have received reports from the public. You are now under arrest on suspicion of murder. Please cooperate with our investigation. Don't make it difficult for us. The man's eyes were fierce, wishing he could skin and flog this criminal Wang Chen. As he spoke, two people from the prosecutor's office immediately stepped forward, taking out handcuffs, ready to handcuff Wang Chen. Stop right there. Just as they were about to handcuff him, a rebuke came. The deputy director of the prosecutor's office turned around, only to see Li Dui getting out of the police car. He said, "Damn it, Huang Zhengnan. If you dare take him away, I'll take you first. Do you think you're innocent? Threatening me?" Deputy Director Huang sneered. "Li Dui. We have evidence." "Bullshit. That masked man looks like a villain, and you believe his stuff. Are you brainless?" Director Huang was intimidated by Li Dui. This guy, he's good at protecting his own. But he couldn't understand why Wang Chen was just a passerby, and Li Dui went to such lengths to protect him. Wang Chen nodded. Li Dui is tough. Indeed, he didn't misjudge the person. Li Dui, don't make me look bad. Huang Zhengnan's face darkened. This was getting serious. He had long been unhappy with the Sanjiang police station. Officer Li said, "We need to interrogate him, but it has to be at our police station." Vice Director Huang didn't want things to fall apart, so he complied with Officer Li's request and took Wang Chen to the Sanjiang police station. As soon as they entered, Wang Chen saw Officer Li waiting at the door, his face not showing fear or disgust, only deep concern for the younger generation. "Officer Li, I'm sorry," Wang Chen spoke. Officer Li waved it off. "Don't say that. I trust your character. You're not a ruthless killer who murders innocents. Rest assured, with me and Uncle Li by your side, no one can bully you." Other police officers nodded in agreement. These days, Wang Chen's actions were clear to all, not something that could be fabricated with just a video. Damn it, Huang Zhengnan was shocked. Officer Li protecting him was one thing, but even the chief was protecting this Wang Chen. What kind of power did he possess? In the interrogation room, while Vice Director Huang was out, Officer Li dismissed the others and was left alone with Wang Chen. He asked, "What's the deal with that video?" Wang Chen replied, "It's a setup." Officer Li rubbed his stubble. "So, they're using the prosecutor's office to get rid of you? Using the prosecutor's knife to deal with Wang Chen, without getting their hands dirty. Is the video fake?" Wang Chen shook his head. "No, the video might be real." Officer Li's heart skipped a beat. "So, are you really a killer?" "Yes." Officer Li took a deep breath, calming his shaken soul, but then he remembered how Wang Chen single-handedly took on the 5 unions, and it all made sense. "But no matter what, they've exposed your identity as a killer. Along with a murder video, your fate will only be a death sentence by the court. Even I, along with Officer Li, are powerless." Wang Chen knew he was in a very dangerous situation. This is a tricky situation. To break through, we can only seek help from that person. That person? You want to see that person? Officer Li was astonished. Generally, at this stage, Wang Chen was prohibited from contacting anyone outside, and if discovered, Officer Li himself would be implicated. Moreover, Vice Director Huang would not allow it. Wang Chen nodded. "Yes, Officer Li, I might need your help with something." Officer Li fell silent for a moment. Then he slammed the table. "Don't worry, Vice Director Huang is in my hands. I promise to let you meet that person." In a few minutes, there was a commotion outside. "Damn it, Huang Zhengnan, dare you take my cigarette?" Huang Zhengnan went out to smoke, and seeing a pack on Officer Li's table, he casually picked it up and lit one. Suddenly, Officer Li delivered a heavy elbow, sending him sprawling. This elbow was for Wang Chen. Ah! Vice Director Huang fell to the ground, accidentally swallowing the cigarette, which burned him, causing him to howl in pain. "Are you crazy? It's just a pack of cigarettes." Officer Li looked at Vice Director Huang, who was gasping in pain, struggling to contain his amusement. Then he roared in anger, "This pack of cigarettes was left to me by my grandfather. I can't bear to smoke it. I'll make you regret this." "Vice Director Huang? What nonsense is he talking about? Do you even believe it yourself?" Immediately, he realized this kid was looking for trouble. "Quick, someone come and beat him for me." Seeing this, Officer Li's subordinates had been itching to let off some steam, and they weren't going to stand by and watch. They joined in the scuffle with the prosecutor's office personnel. The situation became chaotic for a moment. A member of the prosecutor's office urged, "Officer Li, please control your team." "Oh well, young people having a temper is normal," Officer Li said leisurely, smiling. Bang! Li Dui's skills are still sharp, taking on 3 opponents alone, focusing on Vice Director Huang's face. He beat Vice Director Huang until he couldn't recognize himself, his nose bleeding profusely. "Damn, isn't anyone going to stop this? He's killing him. The police are killing someone." Vice Director Huang fled in panic. "Damn it! Wasn't I just offering you a cigarette?" I could have just given you a pack. Is it necessary to escalate it like this over a pack of cigarettes? Seeing this brutal scene, the young comrades from the procuratorate turned pale with fear, trembling as they said, "Director, isn't this more than just a matter of temper? This is a fight to the death." Director Lee. Cough. It's just a friendly match. You're bound to get a few scratches. You call this a friendly match? What nonsense are you talking about? The reasoning is so strong. Unable to refute, despite their numbers, the procuratorate staff were no match for Lee DUI's frontline police officers and were soon begging for mercy on their knees. Tao, I can only help you this far. Lee DUI gasped wearily. He then gave Vice Director Huang a final blow, saying, "Forget it, I'm a big-hearted person. Remember to give me a pack of cigarettes later, and we'll consider this matter settled." Vice Director Huang and his companions, with swollen faces and bruised noses, were left speechless. We are the innocent ones. During the time Vice Director Huang was detained, in the interrogation room, a tall figure entered. It was Shi Jian, who stayed in Sanjiang for certain reasons and could help Wang Chen contact the National Security Department. I'm surprised. You found me. Shi Jian sat down, looking at Wang Chen. Although he had heard from Nan Feng that Wang Chen's identity was not simple, he hadn't expected him to be the number one on the assassin list. No wonder his file was marked as top secret. Who is the masked man? Wang Chen asked. Shi Jian, hypnotist. He is currently Mr. K's right-hand man. I see. It's Mr. K again. Wang Chen gritted his teeth, constantly causing trouble for him. Now, plotting against him. He would remember this grudge. What do you need me to do? Shi Jian asked. Go find Nan Feng. You want the national security to intervene? Shi Jian hesitated. In this situation, national security might not necessarily get involved. All right, I promise you. With that, he didn't linger any longer, getting up and leaving. Wang Chen pondered. Their only hope now rested on national security. Only they understood everything about the former owner. Perhaps infuriated by Li Dui and the others, Huang Zhengnan wasted no time and sent Wang Chen straight to court. The news spread like wildfire. Going to court. Wang Chen is doomed. Ha, he's getting what he deserves. Many who held grudges against Wang Chen rejoiced. What's worse is that the court ruling was to be broadcast live online. This move was undoubtedly meant to humiliate Wang Chen in front of the entire nation. A few days later, the Sanjiang court held the trial for Wang Chen. The scene was packed, overflowing even outside. In the audience seats, Li Dui, the cameraman, Wang Lu, Zhang Cheng, all those familiar with Wang Chen were present, hoping for a turnaround. However, to their despair, no one knew that the judge in this court had long been hypnotized by the hypnotist and had become his puppet. Defendant Wang Chen, you have killed multiple people, and the court sentences you for murder. The judge spoke. Then, he had a thick stack of documents brought in. Moreover, according to our information, the evidence of your crimes goes beyond what we have here. The crowd erupted in shock. The live broadcast exploded. The judge opened the files. He began, it is written here that you once went abroad for a period of time, during which you incited a rebellion in a small country in Asia and Africa. There were more than 20 wars of all sizes. Wang Chen, now, I sentence you for another war crime. The crowd? Live broadcast room? Wang Chen? Just one sentence. It made everyone present feel a jolt in their brains. Inciting war? Inciting a national rebellion? If it were a prominent figure, perhaps it could be explained. But these words, coming from an ordinary person, it's simply mind-blowing. Even Wang Chen himself was shocked and exclaimed, the original owner must have been extraordinary. One word, guilty. Originally, he was like an ant on a hot pan, but now, he was being scalded to death. But it didn't end there. Furthermore, you have commanded several terrorist actions, destroying multiple villages and killing many survivors. What? Terrorist actions? Below, Captain Lee's mouth twitched fiercely. His heart was shaken. Last year, you were also involved in a bombing incident at the American building. The damage area exceeded 80%. The judge recited a list of deeds that left the audience stunned. This is unbelievable. All done by one person? Wow, how many side jobs does he have? Outrageous. Guilty. Oh my, no wonder we couldn't guess his identity. How could we? Captain Lee's scalp tingled. Wang Chen's situation had escalated to a terrifying level. Forget about the death penalty. It wouldn't be enough to execute him 100 times. On stage, Wang Chen's face turned ugly as he addressed the judge. You said so much, but where is the evidence? There is no evidence. I refuse to acknowledge it. In the audience, a disguised hypnotist sneered, waiting for this moment. Standing up, he stirred the emotions of the crowd, saying, everyone, this guy is unrepentant even facing death. Think about all those people he killed. We must absolutely punish this scum. The next moment, the hypnotized crowd stood up one by one, calling for severe punishment. The bewildered citizens, seeing so many people standing up, eventually followed suit, condemning Wang Chen. This scene chilled Captain Li and others to the bone. Had they forgotten the contributions Wang Chen had made to the people of Sanjiang during that time? Without him, Sanjiang today would probably still be a haven for criminals, and the people would be suffering even more. It can be said that without Wang Chen, these people would continue to endure the torment of evil forces. But now, these same people were condemning Wang Chen. Captain Li was puzzled, but he knew that if he joined in now, he would never be able to face Wang Chen again in his life. Judge, pass judgment on him. Send him to prison. We can't let this demon live in this world. Some of the more extreme citizens shouted angrily. Sometimes, human nature is like this. When you help them, they take it for granted, but when they realize you're not a good person, they stand on the highest moral ground and condemn you. Wang Chen sighed. His fists clenched. Although he hadn't done any of these things, receiving so much criticism was painful for him too. After all, he was just a college student. How could he not feel heartbroken? Online, some keyboard warriors were particularly arrogant in their words. Damn it, the production team is blind. They actually invited such a person to the show. Disgusting. Ha, those who used to praise Wang Chen, where are they now? I've always said, this person doesn't look like a good person. Get out of Manhwa. Scum. The judge's gavel silenced the crowd. But the atmosphere stirred up by the hypnotist had filled everyone with hostility towards Wang Chen. Clearly, Mr. K's plan had succeeded. Wang Chen. This is human nature. The hypnotist sat down, enjoying the sight of those ugly faces. On the other side, the production team. Backstage. Bang! Detective Zhao kicked open the door. Professor N followed beside him. They entered and found the room pitch black. What are we doing here? Professor N asked. Wang Chen is already in deep trouble. There's no hope. Detective Zhao shook his head, smiling as he spoke. There's always a solution. With that, he pointed not far away, where the director and several others were lying unconscious. Director! And other missing staff, Professor N exclaimed. It turned out they weren't missing, they had been kidnapped. Detective Zhao smiled. Just as I suspected. My intuition is quite sharp. These people must know something. Perhaps they could be the key to turning the tables for Wang Chen. The two of them approached, untied the director and the others, helping them regain consciousness and breathe. Before long, the director woke up groggily. Then he screamed, "Ah! Calm down, director, it's us." Detective Zhao gestured for him to be quiet. The director then looked at him and Professor N, visibly relieved. It's you. What exactly happened? Detective Zhao inquired. The director then recounted the attack on himself to him and Professor N. After organizing his thoughts, Detective Zhao spoke. What about that employee? Over there. The three found the culprit, the employee with a strange expression, standing blankly in front of the control panel, the aftereffects of the hypnosis lingering after the hypnosis time had passed. What's wrong with him? Professor N took a few glances, immediately realizing he's been hypnotized. The director and Detective Zhao were stunned. This thing. It's real. Moreover, it's a very powerful form of deep hypnosis. It's hard to imagine how skilled the person who hypnotized him must be, Professor N said fearfully. He couldn't achieve this level. It's a pity, I thought we could get some information out of him, Detective Zhao lamented. Since he was hypnotized, he had no consciousness of his own and didn't remember what had happened. Just as the group felt helpless, Professor N suddenly spoke. Actually, I have a way to make him repeat what the hypnotist said to him. Is that possible? It is. Great, if that's the case, his statement could be strong evidence to exonerate Wang Chen. Exonerate? What happened to Wang Chen? The director was completely puzzled. The two almost forgot that this guy was still unaware of the chaos outside. Amidst the cursing and scolding, everyone wanted to tear Wang Chen apart. The situation was overwhelmingly against him. The hypnotist smirked, seeing the perfect opportunity. He looked at Wang Chen, who remained silent on stage. Thinking he had reached a dead end, with nothing to say. Immediately, he signaled the judge to begin the final verdict. Bang bang! The judge struck the gavel and declared, Wang Chen, guilty of indiscriminate killing. The court sentences the defendant Wang Chen to death. Death! Li's team felt their hearts tremble. The judge's tone was stern, leaving no room for doubt. Clearly, it was a done deal. Online trolls went completely wild. Death penalty is good, then he can't harm anyone anymore. Ha, I say wipe out his entire family. Can he not die on my phone? It's too ominous. Trolls didn't care about right or wrong, they just wanted to vent their anger. In the live stream room, Wang Chen's loyal fans were heartbroken. I thought it was all fake at first, how did it come to this? Is there no chance left? It's over for sure. The evidence is there, killing someone is a crime, there's no way to turn it around. Brothers, are we really going to hold an online funeral for the contestant? Sob, I still can't believe the contestant is a murderer. No way, that's just how the world works. After Wang Chen was convicted, 2 members of the prosecutor's office and Deputy Director Huang approached Wang Chen. They intended to detain him, with the death penalty looming. The hypnotist, seeing the dust settle, effortlessly bowed to Wang Chen. He had to admit that this was a worthy opponent. But unfortunately, this was where Wang Chen would meet his end. Wang Chen, I want to see how you'll handle this dead end. Wang Chen stood alone on the stage, feeling a sense of desolation. Just then, familiar voices pulled him back from his thoughts. He turned to see Li Dui, Zhang Chang, and Wan Lu shouting their belief in him amidst the crowd's insults. Especially Wan Lu. She refused to believe that Wang Chen was a bad person, knowing he had risked his life twice to save her father from a fire. Zhang Qing, though having spent little time with him, learned from Li Dui that Wang Chen had left to protect her, grateful for his solitary battle against the killer. As for Li Dui, he and Wang Chen were like brothers in times of adversity. He knew Wang Chen best. Tao, don't give up, Li Dui shouted. If all else fails, damn it, let's storm the court. Encouraged by everyone's words, Wang Chen felt warmth in his heart. Yes, he was not alone. Even in the depths, my heart still leans towards the light. Hey, you don't know when to give up. Deputy Director Huang and his men noticed Wang Chen standing still, hesitant to approach, and urged him. If you kneel down and beg me now, I might give you a quick death penalty. Huang Zhangnan sneered. Torturing criminals was his pleasure. However, the next moment, Wang Chen's eyes filled with a murderous intent as he glared at him. His voice coldly uttered a single word. Get out! Instantly, an invisible killing intent spread out. Huang Zhangnan trembled uncontrollably, stepping back repeatedly, causing the others behind him to fall to the ground. Although his voice was not loud, it echoed throughout the courtroom. Suddenly, the crowd that had been hurling insults fell eerily silent. The hypnotist was also stunned, feeling a tremor in his heart, overwhelmed by fear. Murderous intent. In Sanjiang, inside the villa, the injured Chui Ho stared in disbelief at the scene on the screen. The ability to exude killing intent was a talent of top-notch assassins, a gift that perhaps only 1 in a million possessed. Even their zodiac, only the Commander Dragon had the killing intent. But what was happening now? Could it be he is truly the legendary Yen Luo? The horseman was also shocked. It seems we need to contact the commander. Wang Chen's unintentional release of killing intent had the entire room in awe. Even the judges on the stand felt their hearts racing, sweat dripping down their backs. Criminal Wang Chen, do you have anything else to say? The judge frowned. Wang Chen took a deep breath and then spoke. May I ask, Your Honor, what crime have I committed? What crime? This statement caused the onlookers and the hypnotist to burst into laughter. It's obviously murder. The judge was speechless. He wanted to see how long this guy would struggle before his imminent death. Little did he know, the silent Wang Chen suddenly started to smile. Ding! Host detected preparing to defend, activating top-level skill. Ace lawyer, he's smiling? However, Wang Chen continued, according to the laws of Manhwa, one of the provisions is self-defense. Acting to prevent unlawful infringement that harms the country from occurring, resulting in harm to the infringing party, constitutes self-defense. The person I killed in the video was actually a spy sent by an enemy country to steal Longwa's secrets. The trolls laughed. All the spies are out, I bet you're just afraid of death. This guy is hilarious, making up stories. I might as well claim I'm Qin Shi Huang. If you're so capable, show us some evidence instead of blabbering here. Yeah, no evidence, who would believe you? Ridiculous, you think spies are flying around everywhere, so easy to catch. The judge roared, enough. Stop causing trouble, take him away. But at that moment, bang, a figure stood up from the crowd, and Li Dui, looking at this figure, his eyes narrowed in shock. National Security. Indeed, the newcomer was from the National Securities Department of Nanfeng. He stepped forward. Addressing the judge, he said, Your Honor, we request to submit evidence. He immediately took out a USB drive. The judge was stunned, but he could only nod, allowing the other party to submit the evidence. Nanfeng passed by Wang Chen. He whispered, You owe me one. I stayed up all night yesterday for you. Wang Chen replied, I'll treat you to a meal next time. Nanfeng approached and handed the USB drive to the judge's assistant. The assistant, not under hypnosis, upheld fairness and justice, connecting the USB drive to the screen in front of everyone. Click to play. In the video, a man in a trench coat appeared. Upon closer inspection, it was the man killed by Wang Chen. It was half an hour before the murder. He was on a call with someone, his voice clear, saying, "Don't worry, I've already stolen the highest secret of Longwa. As long as we, the United States, have this secret, by then, we can at least kill tens of thousands of Longwa people." The content was brief, but when the people on the scene heard it, they were shocked. Wang Chen pointed at the man and said, "He is a senior American spy planted in Longwa, stealing information to harm the people of Longwa. And my mission was to stop him. To prevent leaks, I had to kill him." In the live broadcast, netizens exploded. "He's a spy. Damn, this twist, this is a huge reversal. Damn it, this guy deserves to die. Oh my god, tens of thousands of lives, even if he shot 10,000 times, it's not enough. Player, I knew you weren't a bad person." Below, the hypnotist watched the video, gritting his teeth. National security. Damn it. They can even dig up a video from 10 years ago. However, fortunately, they can still convict Wang Chen of other crimes. But just as he was relieved for a few seconds, Wang Chen continued, "As for the war crime, in fact, I was helping this country resist foreign invasion, the evidence is." As he spoke, the judge's assistant tremblingly released the next photo. In the photo, the flag of the so-called rebellious country was none other than the flag of Longwa. Boom, like a bolt from the blue sky. It hit the judge. A huge shock. It even instantly woke up the hypnotized judge. Damn! So it was the hand of the state. And the terrorists? Wang Chen shook his head and said, "Those bastards are the biggest drug producers for Moses, engaging in illegal activities. I eradicated them. You call me a terrorist? Let me tell you one last fact." Nan Feng intervened, showing his credentials. He said, "Wang Chen. All his actions were orders from national security." Wang Chen looked at the judge, sweating profusely. "Huh? Bro?" At this moment, the awakened judge kept wiping his sweat. "Is this really a criminal? This is a national hero." He mistakenly sentenced a national hero to death. Damn. Punishment. He's punishing himself too much. Wow. The judge is going to be sentenced to death. Each sentence left the trolls and fans supporting Wang Chen stunned. "It's outrageous, bro. You're catching spies, busting drug dealers, and you still say you're not a cop. Wow, this pressure even got to the judge, sentencing a national hero. You're in trouble, kid. Watch out, haters. Every word you just said is evidence of defaming a national hero. The offense and defense are different. The player is invincible. Brother Wang is still performing steadily." In the crowd, the hypnotist gritted his teeth, his arm trembling with anger. He never expected Wang Chen to find such crucial evidence. He turned the tables on him. The situation was not right. "Slip away." The hypnotist immediately commanded his puppets to create chaos. Then, taking advantage of the confusion, he slipped out through the back door. But, before he could take a few steps, a familiar voice came from behind. "Where are you going?" The hypnotist stopped, turned around, and saw a chilling scene. Behind him, at some point, Wang Chen was standing there, staring at him intently. "Do you need something?" The hypnotist was surprised for a few seconds, then quickly composed himself, realizing the other party didn't know his identity. However, what he didn't know was that Wang Chen's sinful eye had already been activated. He found that this skill seemed to have been upgraded, able to see more information about criminals. Criminal, the hypnotist threat level, Bishop I note, hypnosis ability is extremely dangerous, but once guarded against hypnosis, his combat power is very weak sin value. 13566 Wang Chen coldly said, "You're behind all this." "Right. Hypnotist." The hypnotist's face changed. Obviously, the other party had seen through his disguise. Although he didn't know how the other party did it, there was no point in saying more. "Hypnosis." The hypnotist's voice became eerie. It spread like sound waves. Nearby, several passers-by coming out of the restroom heard this sound and immediately stopped, their eyes becoming vacant. Instantly hypnotized, they became puppets. However, what shocked the hypnotist was that Wang Chen, who was closest to him, was not hypnotized and was already rushing towards him. "Damn it! You're a freak! This didn't work. Die! Just die!" The hypnotist panicked, even with a sense of despair, commanding the puppets to attack Wang Chen. Bang! 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 Wang Chen easily broke free from the restraints, causing the puppets to fall asleep. Why? Why did I run into this guy? He clearly hasn't even seen me. How did he find me? Despair filled the hypnotist's mind. He couldn't help but think of the fox mask, also ruined by this guy. This guy was simply the jinx of their organization. If it weren't for Wang Chen, Sanjiang would have long been under their control. Puff! The roar suddenly disappeared, and the hypnotist let out a scream. He had no combat power himself, his ability grew more powerful the more people there were. But whether it was a coincidence or not, in order to escape, or perhaps convinced he hadn't been discovered, he happened to walk into an empty corridor, inadvertently restricting his own abilities. Cough. The hypnotist lowered his head, looking in astonishment at the fist that hit his chest, as if he heard his heart skip a beat for a second. Wang Chen. You bastard. Before he could finish his sentence, he passed out, and Wang Chen let him fall to the ground without bothering to help. Later, like dragging a dead dog, Wang Chen dragged the hypnotist back to the courtroom. At this moment, inside the courtroom, everyone was puzzled by Wang Chen's sudden departure. Suddenly, he returned to the court dragging someone along. Who is he? The judge was bewildered. Why bring someone back? Wang Chen threw the hypnotist onto the stage and said, he is the mastermind behind all this, the wanted criminal codenamed Hypnotist. He stole national security secrets and then leaked them to frame me. Your Honor, even you were hypnotized by him. At that moment, Detective Zhao and Professor N rushed to the scene. Seeing what was happening, they were first stunned, then delighted. It seemed like a turning point. Detective Zhao presented the transcript from the staff member hypnotized by the hypnotist to the court. The judge's assistant played it immediately. If we don't get rid of Wang Chen, we won't be able to fight crime in Sanzheng. I'll give you this video. When the program is cut off, play this video to frame him for murder. That way, we can use this opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. The laughter of the hypnotist echoed throughout the courtroom, leaving everyone stunned. It was explosive. Damn, so that's what happened. I knew something was off with the program being blacked out, and it was this guy's doing. The hypnotist, an internationally wanted criminal? Damn, this guy is something else. Damn it, he almost framed my brother Wang. Luckily, my brother is sharp-witted. The contestant did great. This is a true comeback against all odds. Are you scared or not? Hey, little punks, scared out of your wits, huh? Witnesses of the twilight, true believers still have to watch us. In the audience seats, Jiang Qing's heart stirred. Her beautiful eyes locked onto the scene. Her heart raced. It was amazing. Just a moment ago, even she thought Wang Chen was doomed. But the result turned out to be such a spectacular scene. On the other side, the judge looked at the unconscious hypnotist on the ground, feeling dumbfounded. First, a misjudgment, and now, an internationally wanted criminal. The judge breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that he was being manipulated. Otherwise, just sheltering a criminal would have been enough trouble. This so-called hypnotist was really despicable. With the truth now revealed, there was nothing more to say. Ahem. This ruling is invalid. The defendant Wang Chen is innocent. The judge struck the gavel. The verdict was final. Immediately, Li's team and others cheered with joy. In the live broadcast room, longtime fans shed tears. Justice might be absent at times, but it will never be late. That's great. Wang Chen. Nanfeng looked at Wang Chen and gave him a thumbs up. Wang Chen finally felt relieved. This storm had finally passed. Mr. K. Next, it's your turn. Before long, Nanfeng led people out of the court, taking the hypnotist away. He never expected Wang Chen to catch such a big fish. The two found a quiet place to be alone. How did you discover him when even our national security didn't uncover his disguise? Nanfeng was puzzled. Wang Chen, instinct. I think it's better to just shoot you directly. I saved you this time because I need your help with something. Remember our agreement from last time? Wang Chen certainly remembered. To assist national security in capturing heaven. What do you need? We need you to go undercover at the Platinum Casino in Myanmar. A 2-5 gang member? Why? I need a reason. Nanfeng smiled and said, based on your previous acting challenge, we all agree that you are capable. Wow! Wang Chen exclaimed. So that's the reason. However, considering how helpful national security had been this time, Wang Chen was willing to help. Xing, leave this to me. As for the program, it would probably be suspended for a while. He could act freely. Nanfeng, but before that, there is one condition. Not everyone is qualified to enter the Platinum Casino. Only those with an invitation can enter. Wang Chen, you don't have it? It involves national borders, our national security can't easily get hold of it. Nanfeng immediately smiled. But, coincidentally, you know someone with an invitation. Tianxia Group? Wang Chen didn't know many people, and the most likely one to have an invitation would be the Tianxia Group with assets of over 100 billion. Nanfeng nodded. We found out that Jiang Qing's father is also a VIP client of the Platinum Casino, so, in order to proceed with our operation, we need to rely on the Tianxia Group. Saying this, he patted Wang Chen's shoulder with a sense of responsibility and a long road ahead, saying, for the greater cause, sacrifice your charm. The two chatted for another hour, and after understanding the national security plan, Nanfong left with the captured hypnotist, not daring to stay longer. When the national security personnel left, Wang Chen followed Li Dui and the others to a roadside stall to eat. Li Dui poured a glass of wine for Wang Chen and said with a smile, "Kid, you did well today, it was truly a brilliant turnaround. Did you see Deputy Director Huan leaving with a mournful face? I heard he might be suspended, it's really satisfying. I never liked him, clearly lacking in skills but always seeking the limelight." He then looked at Wang Chen and said with a smile, "And you, kid, I never expected you to be under national security. I knew you had the makings of a cop." Wang Chen felt helpless, having to join national security to shake off suspicion. But in fact, just the few things the original owner did before were worthy of several medals. Who would dare to judge him? Li Dui. I'll toast to you. Thanks a lot this time. Wang Chen respectfully raised his glass to Li Dui. This time, Li Dui had put in a lot of effort. "It's nothing. We're family." Li Dui showed a warm smile. Wang Chen drank in one gulp. Setting down the glass, after much contemplation, he said, "Li Dui, Three Rivers will rely on you in the future." With these words, Li Dui, who had been smiling, was instantly stunned. "What did you say? Is this guy planning to leave Three Rivers? What about the police station? Everyone would hate to see you go." "Wang Chen, I'm going to leave Three Rivers for a while. Is it because of national security?" Li Dui vaguely guessed something. He sighed. Then he smiled and said, "You rascal, go ahead and do your thing. Leave Three Rivers to me and the folks at the police station. We'll make sure no bad guys get involved. Who knows, when you come back, I might even be the chief." Li Dui half jokingly, half seriously said. "Then in the future, can I come to you for tea, maybe have some da hong pao?" The two burst into laughter and continued drinking. At this moment, online, Wang Chen's incident also came to an end. However, under the handling of national security, it was only revealed that Wang Chen was framed and the mastermind behind it was caught. But at the same time, the country issued a statement prohibiting online trolls from freely insulting others. This led to a crackdown on online behavior, with many trolls being caught and the rest scared into leaving the internet. Many netizens speculated that this was to show support for Wang Chen. Well, Wang Chen's fans were thrilled. The anger had been vented. But the bad news was that the fans learned Wang Chen would temporarily withdraw from the show. "Tao, what do you mean? Don't go, what will I watch in the future?" I can understand, after all, being a contestant is no longer a secret. To be honest, lasting this long has already broken records. Experts, finally liberated. Don't be too sad, maybe we'll see the contestant again in the future. Wang Ge, you will always be my youth although reluctant. Netizens expressed understanding. After all, the courtroom scandal was a bloody lesson. At this moment, far outside the Dragon Kingdom, in Myanmar, in a villa comparable to a palace, guarded by numerous armed militants, Mr. K was watching the news about Wang Chen. When he saw the murderer being captured, he was greatly shocked. Normally calm and composed, he was now losing control. He stood up abruptly, grabbed a bottle of expensive liquor worth 50,000 on the table, and smashed it on the floor. Bang! The bottle shattered, glass shards scattered all over, reflecting Mr. K's fierce expression. "Losing your temper like this. It seems that the hypnotist failed." At that moment, a seductive woman in sexy lingerie and black silk suspenders pushed the door open. Her lips curved up, but her eyes were icy cold, exuding a charm reminiscent of a viper. "Such a pity. Mr. Diamond, playing a good hand like this," the woman mocked. Mr. K remained indifferent. "Diamond Ace. Watch your words." Diamond Ace neither confirmed nor denied, picked up the broken bottle, stuck out her tongue, licked the remaining liquor clean, and said with a smile, "What qualifications does a rat seeking refuge with me have to speak to me?" Mr. K fell silent, restraining his outburst. This was her territory. His inner fury burned. Later on, he attributed all this anger to one person. Wang Chen. It's all because of him. Mr. K gritted his teeth, wondering why this guy just wouldn't die. As if making a decision, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Soon, the call was answered. "Mr. Diamond, what's up?" "Jay, I need you to kill someone for me, Mr. K said coldly. "Compensation? Half of my assets." Mr. K burned his bridges. The other person chuckled. "Seems like a big deal. No problem." Hearing Mr. K's conversation with that person, the woman was shocked. In the Heaven organization, A, K, J, Q corresponded to different positions. Diamond K was in contact with J, who specialized in combat and assassination within the organization. Unlike the other three, J was not an individual but a term for a legion. Among them, 3 legions were the most terrifying. The one Mr. K had just commissioned was one of them. At a border somewhere, a man in a raincoat hung up the phone. He turned to look at the military base ablaze, where the soldiers were strung up in the flames like a barbecue grill, echoing with cries of agony. What a beautiful masterpiece. On that day, a military base of a certain country was mysteriously captured by an organization in just half an hour. The death toll approached 10,000, shocking the international community and causing a sensation. However, this commotion did not affect the small town of Sanjiang. On that day, Wang Chen tidied up his attire and arrived at a coffee shop he had agreed to meet at. He found a quiet corner to sit down. He had arranged to meet Jiang Cheng here today after agreeing last night. Creak. At that moment, the coffee shop's door was pushed open, and a figure entered. As soon as this figure walked in, all eyes in the room were involuntarily drawn to her. Wang Chen knew. It was Jiang Cheng. This time, Jiang Cheng was dressed very simply in a white dress, but she still looked stunning in the eyes of ordinary people, giving off a moonlit feeling. Jiang Cheng saw Wang Chen, quickened her small steps, and smiled sweetly. You're here early. Since their brief meeting last time, the two had not seen each other again. There was a hint of awkwardness. But fortunately, Wang Chen's romantic skills kicked in automatically, and soon he broke the tension, livening up the atmosphere. Jiang Qing's expression gradually relaxed, her smile brightening. To be honest, I can't quite figure you out now, Jiang Qing said, breaking the silence since the courtroom incident. Although she admired Wang Chen more, she also felt a sense of distance between them. It wasn't something money could bridge, but a fundamental gap. It was the first time she felt unworthy of someone. I'm just me, a different kind of firework, Wang Chen joked. Annoying, Jiang Qing teased back. Seeing that things were getting serious, Wang Chen spoke up. Jiang Qing, the reason I asked you to come today. It's something important. A few minutes later, Jiang Qing was surprised. She hadn't expected it to be such a big matter. After some thought, Wang Chen said, Jiang Qing, if you think this is dangerous, you can refuse. To his surprise, Jiang Qing agreed without hesitation. As long as I can help you, I'm willing to do it. Perhaps this matter could bring her closer to Wang Chen. Maybe this was what it felt like to be blinded by love. But Jiang Cheng wouldn't regret it. After discussing with Jiang Qing, Wang Chen received a call from Nan Feng. He was invited to attend an important meeting at Goan the day after tomorrow. It was said that all 4 special departments of Goan would be present at this meeting. It was a gathering of the big shots. After having a farewell dinner with the photographer and the crew, they parted ways reluctantly. Finally, the photographer said, Wang Gu, from now on, you'll be in charge of editing videos for me. Okay. It's settled then. Wang Chen bid farewell to the photographer. Then, he took a high-speed train and arrived at the location of Goan after a day's journey. The capital. Yanjing. Get in the car. Soon, Nan Feng arrived in a Mercedes. Wang Chen got in, and Nan Feng took him to the location of Goan. It was a tall building. Tie-in insurance? That's just a cover-up. On the surface, we're buying insurance, but in reality, this is a secret base of Goan. Any meetings are held here. Nan Feng explained with a smile. The two got out of the car and entered the company without any resistance. Wang Chen looked around and saw normal office workers coming and going. But through his eye of sin, he could see that these seemingly ordinary employees were all highly skilled. Special departments. Exactly. Nan Feng pressed the elevator button and said, the employees are all disguised members of the special departments. In the words of the higher-ups, we need to blend in with the masses. Ding! The elevator reached the top floor, and Wang Chen and Nan Feng stepped out. Nan Feng said, this meeting is about heaven, and members of the 4 special departments will be present. As Wang Chen entered the meeting room, his expression changed instantly. His body tensed involuntarily. For the first time, he felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. The room was roughly divided into 4 areas. The White Tiger Department was led by a sturdy man named Lin Xiong, the deputy minister of the White Tiger Department. He exuded a dangerous aura. Upon closer inspection, Wang Chen saw that Lin Xiong's threat level was actually General 4, higher than a bishop. This guy is even more powerful than a knight. And those around him are all experts too. Even the formidable Shi Jian could only stand aside in his presence, truly living up to their combat responsibilities. The Black Tortoise Department was occupied by military bigwigs. The leader was a stern man named Su Ling, the deputy commander of the Southern Dragon Nation military region. He was surrounded by a group of brigadier generals. It was an intimidating sight. The Vermilion Bird Department had the most members, all dressed in black suits and sunglasses like Nan Feng. The leader was a red-haired man named Nan Qixing, who bore a resemblance to Nan Feng with a smile in his eyes. But what made Wang Chen break out in a cold sweat was the abundance of talented individuals from each department filling the room. Only the last department, Qinglong. There was only a young Taoist disciple, dozing off with his head nodding like a pecking chicken. Dragon Country, the highest combat power of the 4 special departments. Today, gathered together. Apart from the 4 major departments, there were also 3 leaders sitting at the top. They were the Yanjing Political Commissar, the head of public security, and a senior official from the Ministry of National Defense. Wang Chen took a sharp breath. The white shirts in the room before probably had to stand even when coming here. Too terrifying. Don't just stand there, come over, Nanfeng spoke cautiously, not daring to speak loudly. Wang Chen nodded, then followed Nanfeng to the area of Zhuke. As for a seat? Funny. Standing was good enough. Wang Chen stood behind Nan Qixing with Nanfeng, the deputy head of the Zhuke department, who looked at himself with disdain. Then he looked at Wang Chen, closer than real brothers. Wang Chen, why are you hiding behind? Come in front of me. Wang Chen, I dare not. Nan Qixing laughed, without saying a word, directly had someone bring a chair and placed it next to him, letting Wang Chen sit down. Xiao Wang, come. Don't be polite. Your current position is almost equivalent to a police superintendent. We are not much different, just call me Brother Nan. Wang Chen's position in the national security had also changed since joining. Now he could sit on an equal footing with Director Li. Wang Chen smiled and said, okay, Brother Nan. Nanfeng felt jealous. Damn it. You've never called me that. This scene made others in the Zhuke department envy. At the same time, this action made the people from the other 3 major departments all look at Wang Chen curiously. After everyone had arrived, the head of the National Security Department spoke, since everyone is here, let's start today's meeting. First, report on the recent achievements. The Zhuke department captured Mr. K's right-hand man, deserving praise. Then, on the big screen, photos of the fox-faced and hypnotist brothers in prison uniforms were shown. The whole room was in an uproar. Lin Xiong raised his eyebrows. Damn it, our Baihu department also contributed. Mainly thanks to the Zhuke leadership, corrected Shijian beside him. It's amazing, to be able to catch these 2 figures, is it because of that Wang Chen? The deputy commander of the Xuanwu department couldn't help but look at Wang Chen a few more times. He remembered that Commander Rong had mentioned to him before about finding a pillar of the country and pulling him into the military at all costs. It seemed that this Wang Chen was the one. At this moment, the young Taoist disciple of the Qinglong department was still dozing off. After reporting the situation, the minister continued, we have learned from these 2 individuals the whereabouts of Mr. K. The next moment, the screen switched to a photo of a luxurious casino in Myanmar, attracting many celebrities. It's this Platinum Casino. And the boss behind this casino is another member of the Tianhua department. Square A. Codenamed Queen. Square A. Everyone was amazed. They never expected that K and A would be in the same place. No wonder they couldn't find Mr. K's whereabouts. Since we have found the other party, why not just let Xuanwu bomb them? Lin Xiong spoke. It would be over in minutes. However, the Minister of National Security shook his head. It involves national borders, and we have not yet located Square A, so we cannot rashly send out Xuanwu. The deputy commander of the military district also agreed. A little carelessness would startle the snake and undo all previous efforts. Therefore, if we want to take action, we can only do it secretly. Nan Qixing stood up and took control of the screen, addressing the people from other departments. Based on our intelligence, Queen A holds significant power in Myanmar. She relies on drug trafficking, apricot trading, and has been aggressively expanding her territory in the Delta. She is an extremely ruthless woman. At the same time, she is very secretive. Even we, the Vermilion Bird, know very little, only that Queen A has had contact with her 4 confidants. Nan Qixing placed a picture on the screen. 4 people appeared. These 4 are Queen A's trusted subordinates, as well as the confidants of various regions, led by Sage, also known as Skin Peeler. Each one of them was ruthless. Wang Chen furrowed his brows as he watched. The people from other departments also had solemn expressions. Meanwhile, the young disciple from the Azure Dragon was still dozing off. Wang Chen was alarmed. Compared to the fox-faced and the hypnotist, Queen A's 4 subordinates were even more audacious. He felt nervous. Could he stand his ground in such a place? After introducing the 4 confidants, Nan Qixing began to get to the point. Recently, we received intelligence that during the casino's anniversary celebration, these confidants will all be present. This is our best opportunity to infiltrate the enemy. We have decided to select a few candidates to gain the confidants' approval once inside the casino. blend in with them, take their place, and ultimately track down Queen A. The specific plan is. A few minutes later, Nan Shixing began assigning tasks to each department. Wang Chen was chosen as one of the undercover operatives. It was only natural. Wang Chen. At that moment, the Minister of State Security looked at him and asked, "Considering your special circumstances, I want to confirm one last time. Are you really willing to participate in this operation, even if it means sacrificing yourself at any moment?" Everyone turned to look at him. Wang Chen hesitated for a moment. But after the hesitation, he remembered his mission. It was as if his body was urging him on. With a resolute voice, he declared, "I will participate." After Wang Chen spoke, applause filled the room. Then, the superiors began to lay out the specific operational plans. It wasn't until several hours later that the meeting finally ended, and people from various departments began to leave. However, Wang Chen noticed the young disciple from the Azure Dragon department who was still dozing off. But no one went to wake him up. Nan Feng approached quietly and said, "Don't stare, the Azure Dragon is the only department not directly under our control. You will have the chance to interact with them in the future." Wang Chen nodded. He didn't dare ask further questions. He ignored the young disciple and followed the Nan brothers out of the room. Along the way, Lin Xiong and the deputy commander were eager to meet Wang Chen, but Nan Shixing flatly refused. "What a joke! Can a duck that's almost in your mouth fly away?" Lin Xiong and the deputy commander could only curse under their breath and leave. After shutting out the white tiger and the black tortoise, Nan Shixing led Wang Chen to the vermilion birds area. "These are the things you will need later," Nan Feng said. 3 items were placed on the table. Wang Chen examined them closely. The first one was familiar to him. A miniature pinhole camera. So small it was almost imperceptible. "Wear this, and we can monitor the situation at any time." Wang Chen nodded and picked up the miniature camera, concealing it in a discreet location on his person. Then, he curiously looked at the second item, a lifelike human skin mask. If you didn't know beforehand, it would definitely startle you, making you think someone's face had been cut off. "This is a face-changing mask developed by our Vermilion Bird Department. Due to your unique identity, we need to alter your appearance to prevent the enemy from recognizing you," Nan Feng explained. Wang Chen nodded slightly. Despite his withdrawal from the show and disappearance, after the courtroom exposure incident, his presence was all over the internet. The enemy should also be clear about his appearance. Go straight. How can that still be called undercover? Lastly, we hope you won't need to use. Nan Feng spoke. The third item is a potion. A potion we developed that, when injected, will put you in a brief state of false death. Is this even legal? Nan Shixing walked over, jokingly said, "No choice, in the Jianghu, you have to be cautious. Sometimes, if you can't escape, you can also die a bit. What a way to die." Wang Chen carefully accepted it and said, "This is what I need." Nan Shixing, you look like one of our vermilion bird people. Nan Feng, play around, joke around. After Nan Shixing joked, he became serious again. "Although the mission is important, I hope you come back alive." "I'll do my best." Wang Chen nodded. Unconsciously, his eyes were a bit red. Damn it. Good times come to an end. When he gets there, it will probably be full of deceit, intrigue, and life and death situations. At a certain international airport in Yanjing, Wang Chen met Zhang Qing, and then the two entered a secret passage arranged by the national security. An employee from the Vermilion Bird Department spoke up. "Mr. Wang Chen, your identity information and documents have been changed for you. From now on, you are a fugitive of Manhwa named Wang Taizhu." Taizhu? Wang Chen was speechless. Zhang Qing burst out laughing. The employee was extremely embarrassed and quickly explained. "Brother Nanfeng said he thought of this name for you after a day and night of careful consideration. Please tell him that when I come back, it will be his Memorial Day." Wang Chen said. Employee, understood. Also, Mr. K has been watching me closely. You better create some false impressions of me for him to relax his guard. The employee nodded. Leave it to us. This is our Vermilion Bird's specialty. However, Mr. Wang Chen, are you sure you don't need any funds? Money? Wang Chen shook his head and said, which fugitive carries a bunch of cash with them? After a moment of thought, the employee let them in. After entering the passage, Zhang Qing finally asked, that person is national security? Yes. Don't get too involved in these matters. Once you take me to the Platinum Casino in Myanmar, you can leave. Wang Chen said, to protect her. By the way, why aren't there any other passengers here? Wang Chen wondered. Zhang Qing, I booked all the tickets for today. Damn. Bold. Shortly after, only the two of them boarded the plane and left Longwa. Mr. Taizhu, please take your seat. Mr. Taiju, we're about to take off Taiju. The flight attendant stifled a laugh. Wang Chen. This name. I can't stand it for another day. Nan Fong. Just wait for me. Heading to Myanmar. At the same time, Myanmar. In a quaint temple, a young man in black clothes and a blindfold sat cross-legged on a cushion, with a sheathed long knife on his knees. Suddenly, he raised his head. The next moment, a host entered the room, clasping his hands together and murmuring, Amatba. Knight donor. The time has come, your destined one is about to appear. The young man named Yerawa nervously asked, this destined one mentioned by the host can remove the sins from my body? Of course. Yerawa, how can I find him? Destiny will guide you. The host said mysteriously, then clasped his hands together facing the Buddha statue. Good. At night, Knight suddenly stood up, carrying a long knife on his back, bowed to the giant Buddha, then strode out of the temple. His mind was confused. But the abbot was profound and unpredictable, he wouldn't speak casually. After Knight left, the abbot breathed a sigh of relief and looked towards a middle-aged man emerging from the shadows on the side of the main hall. Donor Long. I have done as you instructed, Venerable. Long glanced at the abbot, then casually threw a thick stack of money to him. Well done. 3 days later, Wang Chen and Jiang Cheng landed at the airport in Myanmar. Arranged by the Tianxia group, they directly checked into a local 5-star hotel. For some reason, there was only one room left. No choice. We'll just have to squeeze in, Jiang Cheng said, picking up the luggage and heading inside. Wang Chen, this doesn't seem right. He followed behind. After a quick tidy up, Wang Chen ordered takeout, while Jiang Cheng, feeling sweaty, went in for a shower. Wang Chen's mind was in turmoil. If he didn't listen, the bathroom was right next door, and it was a damn glass wall. But if he listened, he feared he wouldn't be able to control himself. So, the best solution was to shift his focus. He immediately started doing push-ups. Jiang Cheng walked out wrapped in a towel, but she froze in place. Her eyes fixed on Wang Chen's broad back, the bulging muscles, and involuntarily swallowed. Especially with that handsome face, coupled with his physique. It was simply irresistible. Ahem. Why aren't you wearing clothes? Jiang Cheng finally reacted after staring for a while, and reminded him. I thought you wouldn't be back so soon. Wang Chen felt a bit embarrassed, got up and put on his clothes. It's for exercise, to stay active. Is that so? Jiang Cheng was absent-minded, not really listening, her attention entirely on Wang Chen's abs. Her eyes were practically glued to them. I mean, if we're going to the Platinum Casino, you definitely can't go like this. Jiang Cheng spoke up. A few minutes later, after finishing the takeout, the two arrived at a bustling shopping mall. This place must be expensive. Not really. Jiang Cheng entered calmly and said, this mall belongs to my family. Wang Chen. Before long, Jiang Cheng bought a suit for Wang Chen. Not expensive, just over 100,000. When Wang Chen held the clothes, his hands were trembling. If it weren't for the mission, he would have said, sis, I don't want to try anymore. As they left, the male salesperson in the store was grinding his teeth in frustration. The anniversary celebration at the Platinum Casino is tomorrow night at 7. Jiang Cheng explained. Tomorrow night at 7? Wang Chen took a deep breath. Tomorrow night would be crucial. Outside the mall, on the street, passers-by came and went, but many eyes were drawn to one place. Knight was aimlessly walking down the street with a long knife. Although the abbot said fate was unpredictable, how long would it take to find it this way? Forget it. A sinner like me could never find redemption, I'd rather seek death. Knight nodded. It was decided. As long as he died, he would be free. Then, he calmly walked into the street, crossing it. The street was crowded with cars at this time, very dangerous. Onlookers were shocked. This guy, is he crazy? It's a green light, not even red yet. Knight, who suddenly appeared, caught the drivers off guard. The next moment, a car couldn't stop in time and was about to hit Knight in the middle of the road. Knight turned his head. He had already spotted the car. A smirk formed on his lips. Come on, run me over. Thud. Knight dropped the long knife and spread his arms wide open, embracing his own death. Wang Chen and Jiang Cheng walked out of the shopping mall chatting and laughing, as they still had a night of free time before their next mission. They decided to go to the nearby snack street. However, at that moment, Wang Chen and Jiang Cheng suddenly heard a commotion. Following the sound, Wang Chen's face changed. With his excellent vision, he saw a figure standing in the middle of the road. A truck that couldn't brake in time was about to collide. On the roadside, the Burmese onlookers were shouting, "Get out of the way! This guy is reckless. Who will save him? I can't bear to watch." Knight Ruwashu turned a blind eye. He even took a step forward. Wang Chen was shocked. Judging by the speed at which the truck was out of control, this guy was definitely going to have an accident. Maybe even die on the spot. Why isn't he moving? Jiang Qing wondered. A normal person would run away immediately. Wang Chen said seriously, no, he must be scared. Poor guy. And blind. Night Ruwashu. Hey! You! I can hear you. The truck was almost within reach. The driver, helpless, finally chose to raise his hands, covering his eyes, unable to watch what was about to happen next. Oh God! Forgive me, I'm about to hit someone. Night Ruwashu smiled. Is it happening? I'm going to die. But at that critical moment, Wang Chen took action. Just in time. Before anyone could react, Wang Chen snatched a cane from an elderly Burmese man and then threw it forcefully. Boom! It was as if the crowd heard the explosive sound of an arrow being shot. At that moment, the cane seemed to transform into a sharp spear, shooting towards the out-of-control train. The next second, the cane directly pierced the tire, forcefully bursting it. At the same time, the burst tire caused the out-of-control truck to sway, changing its original trajectory. It slid past Night Ruwashu, a long distance away, before slowly coming to a stop. For a long time, there was silence at the scene. Then, the onlookers slowly turned their heads to look back at Wang Chen. What just happened? The elderly Burmese man who saw his cane burst the tire was trembling in shock. That young man, he burst the truck's tire with his broken cane? Unbelievable. Jiang Qing, who had witnessed everything beside Wang Chen, looked at him in astonishment. Wang Chen, you better give me a reasonable explanation. Wang Chen, oops, I was a bit too strong by accident. Originally, he just wanted to obstruct, but he didn't expect to burst the tire directly. Wasn't his strength less exaggerated before? Could it be because of that time at the hospital? After that time, Wang Chen found that all aspects of his physical abilities had been enhanced. Moreover, it seemed that the skills the original owner knew had subtly changed. Until this moment, he was certain that he had become stronger. Amazing, so amazing, you are from the Dragon Kingdom. Is this the legendary little flying dagger of the Dragon Kingdom? No. Flying weapon? The Burmese onlookers were shocked. They gathered around, curious to observe Wang Chen. Seeing this, Wang Chen thought to himself, this situation seems very familiar. According to the plot, what should come next is by Bo. At this moment, a Burmese police officer noticed Wang Taiju, this young man. Damn, run! Jiang Qing was stunned for a moment, then was immediately picked up by Wang Chen and slipped away from the crowd. The onlookers were puzzled. Why did the young man run? At this moment, Night Ruwashu, looking unharmed, was bewildered. He was saved? Night Ruwashu felt heartbroken. Failed again. His initial reaction was not relief from a narrow escape, but rather regret. At the same time, he realized that the person who saved him was Wang Chen, and he saw the cane that punctured the tire, saying, this guy is extraordinary. Soon after, he started to laugh. Fate has arrived. Why are you running? What a silly question. The police are coming. You didn't do anything wrong, did you? Jiang Qing spoke up. Suddenly, Wang Chen paused. Yeah, what am I afraid of? I was clearly acting bravely. Sorry, I haven't fully processed it since leaving Longwa. Wang Chen apologized and set Jiang Qing down. Jiang Qing couldn't help but burst into laughter. She had watched the live broadcast before and knew about the things Wang Chen had to do with tea. However, she was curious, how did you do that just now? A cane could actually puncture a tire. It was simply unbelievable. Wang Chen scratched his head and said, I was lucky, believe it? Lucky? Jiang Qing was speechless. Do you believe that yourself? Actually, this world is not as simple as you think, Wang Chen said. Swish, while the two were talking, someone approached. Jiang Qing was surprised and said, it's the person you saved. Wang Chen turned around and saw a young man about his age, eyes wrapped in ribbons, holding a knife in one hand, walking calmly. Wang Chen thought the person was coming to thank him. So he said, no need to be polite, it was just a small effort. Why should I thank you? Yi Ruo spoke. Wang Chen? Didn't I save you? But I wanted to die. Wang Chen rolled his eyes. Damn it, there are all sorts of people in this world. Punishment, then let me apologize to you. Go ahead and die now. I promise not to stop you. Yi Ruo. Wang Chen left with Jiang Qing, not wanting to stay a moment longer. Meanwhile, Yi Ruo smiled and said, fate, truly marvelous. Watching Wang Chen leave, Yi Ruo pondered. Soon after, he made up his mind and turned to look at a middle-aged man who had appeared behind him at some point. Have you made up your mind? Long spoke. Yi Ruo glanced in the direction Wang Chen had left, silently noted it, and then slowly drew the long knife in his hand. His eyes instantly turned fierce. Before following him, I have to settle things with you first. The next moment, Long released his killing intent. It spread instantly. On the street, the passers-by who were still discussing suddenly fell unconscious, one by one. You can use all your strength. Yi Ruo drew his sword. Good. Yi Ruo drew his sword, and as he pulled out the sinful blade, a chilling aura surged out, causing Long, not far away, to show a hint of surprise in his eyes. In his eyes, the young man in front of him seemed to have transformed from a Buddha to a demon, becoming extremely terrifying. The strength of the evil tiger was probably second only to his. In an instant, like a madman, Yi Ruo roared, gripping the gradually darkening blade, aiming at Long's head. A slash came down. 10 minutes later, on the chaotic street that was cut to pieces, Yi Ruo, covered in blood, his flesh and blood blurred, trembling and barely holding on with his long knife. The sinful blade also lost its black color, returning to its original state. Long put away the mantis blade in his sleeve, then looked at his left arm, which was bloody, even bones protruding, frowned and said, "This time I underestimated you. It seems that during your time away from the group, your chi cultivation has improved a lot. The one who can injure me. Within the group, you are the first. The threat level of the evil tiger has probably reached that of a Bishop 9, just one step away from the general. Once reaching the level of a general, one can basically command a region. Any faction would strive to seize this power." Dragon sighed, hesitated for a long time, and finally convinced himself. "You go." Knight was shocked, looking at him in disbelief, and said, "Uncle Dragon, get out quickly." "Before I change my mind," Dragon said sternly. "From now on, there will be no more Zodiac evil tigers, only you, Knight." Knight's eyes turned red, he knelt down laboriously, knocked his head to the person who adopted and raised him, and then left without looking back. Watching the child leave, Dragon's eyes showed both sorrow and anger. The fight between the two Zodiac signs was impossible to hide. So, soon after, a group of people appeared behind Dragon, led by a man with a fierce face, one of the 4 spokespersons of Queen and also the local boss in charge of this area, nicknamed Tufo. He looked at Dragon and said, "Hey, who gave you the guts to cause trouble on my turf? Do you know the rules here?" "Rules?" The man in a suit turned his head slowly, looking at the spokesperson with indifference. He casually waved his arm. In the next moment, Tufo and his henchmen's heads flew in unison, blood splattering. Only one little brother was left, watching his boss die violently, falling to the ground in fear, unable to believe what he saw. He was intentionally spared. Dragon retracted his mantis-like bladed limb. "Tell that woman. Assassin Group Zodiac's leader Dragon sends his regards to her." Immediately, Dragon stepped over the shattered body of Tufo. He looked down at Tufo's lifeless eyes and said, "My rule is the rule." At the Grand Hotel, after Jiang Qing bought an expensive suit for Wang Chen, she had it sent for cleaning as it would be used the next day. Half an hour later, ding dong, Wang Chen got up, thinking it was the suit being delivered, and walked to the door. But when he opened the door, he was stunned. He saw Knight, swaying like a bloodied man, collapsing in front of him. "What kind of new extortion is this? Extorting me, huh?" Wang Chen looked at the terrifying scars all over Knight's body, raised an eyebrow. These knife wounds seemed special. This guy seemed to have been through a battle. Gang fight? Whatever it was, this person was clearly trouble. At this moment, it was most taboo to invite trouble, but leaving him unattended was not an option, especially when he collapsed at his doorstep, in case it attracted the police. Forget it. Save him first. Wang Chen cursed himself for being too kind-hearted and dragged the severely injured Knight into the room. He placed him on the table, tore open Knight's clothes, revealing his robust body, which made Wang Chen take a few more glances. "Damn. Well built. You've been working out well, this muscle hardness." Wang Chen pinched and nodded slightly. However, this scene was seen by Jiang Qing, who was coming out of the bedroom preparing to drink water. Jiang Qing, LLL Omega. She remained calm, retreated to her room. "I didn't see anything." She comforted herself this way. Wang Chen had the hotel staff bring some basic medical equipment and began to use the skills of the original owner. Medical god. Several silver needles pierced Knight's acupoints, and the next moment, the bruises on Knight's body were mobilized by Wang Chen, forced out along the silver needles. In no time, Knight's complexion improved significantly. Wang Chen then performed physiognomy, but he saw something he hadn't seen before, which surprised him. There was a strange energy inside Yi Ruo's body. Moreover, this energy seemed extraordinary. Wang Chen became interested. He had long realized that this guy was not an ordinary person, perhaps one of the extraordinary individuals mentioned by Nan Feng. Previously, after the meeting, Nan Feng had told him that in this world, there were people who were born with some extraordinary abilities. This group was collectively referred to as extraordinary individuals. Could this energy be the difference in extraordinary individuals? Wang Chen pondered. After all, he had not seen this energy when treating others before, only this guy had it. What is this exactly? Half an hour later, Yi-Ruo woke up groggily, opened his eyes, and saw Wang Chen standing next to him, smiling with his hands behind his back, saying, "Hey, buddy, awake? The surgery was very successful, congratulations." Yi-Ruo. This joke was not funny at all. He sat up, looked at his robust body that was exposed, and was amazed. It wasn't because he was stripped naked. It was because the wound had healed. Not only that, the blade energy injected by the captain into his body was all neutralized by these silver needles, one by one. There was no residue left. Cleaned up thoroughly. Yi-Ruo was speechless. If Grandpa Huiyang were here, he would probably be amazed. Thinking like this, Yi-Ruo immediately spoke to Wang Chen. "You can ask anything you want. What is your purpose? Why are you following me?" "Yi-Ruo, a host said that we have a connection." "Who would believe such a thing? Next, how did you find me?" It was too absurd for a blind man. "Yi-Ruo, by Qi." "Qi?" Wang Chen heard this for the first time. "Is it the energy in your body?" "Yes." Yi-Ruo began to explain. "The essence of Qi is exchange. People use Qi by paying a certain price, and Qi will give corresponding power to the other party. However, not everyone can activate Qi, only a few people can, and these people are called extraordinary individuals." Wang Chen was greatly shocked. So, those legendary heroes recorded in ancient times were also considered extraordinary individuals? Like the classic hero Xiang Yu. It seemed that he was also an extraordinary individual. It was like opening up a new world. As for its uses, Yi-Ruo said, taking out the sin barrier. Then, in front of Wang Chen, a stream of qi turned into malevolent energy, surged out, attached to the blade, turning it black. Then, with a gentle wave towards the air, instantly, a wooden table behind Wang Chen. With a crack, it suddenly split in half. Wang Chen's mouth twitched. "Are you surprised?" Yi-Ruo spoke. "Brother, that table cost 50,000. Yi-Ruo? 50,000? Yi-Ruo almost fainted on the spot. Scared, he quickly clasped his hands together, muttering, "Forgive me. Forgive me." Wang Chen walked over, glanced at the broken table. The blade marks on the table were obviously different from a normal slash. This kind of strike reminded him of the horseman. At that time, his ink blade was quite unreasonable, and now it seemed that the opponent's blade was also infused with qi. Then, he turned to Yi-Ruo and asked, "Are there any other uses?" Yi-Ruo, the uses of qi are roughly divided into 3 categories. The first kind, enhancement, like this black blade of mine. The second kind, transformation. Qi is not a gas, but a mysterious energy stored in the human body, which can be transformed into other forms of energy under certain conditions, such as flames, ice. The first 2, with continuous effort and practice, can be achieved. But the third kind is innate, called intention. This is an advanced version of qi, like killing intent, dominance. With just a thought, one can defeat 1,000 troops. Wang Chen, isn't that godlike? You could say that. But those who possess such a talent, looking at the whole world, do not exceed 10. Yi-Ruo spoke. His former team leader, Lon, was one of those monsters with top-tier talent. After listening to Yi-Ruo's words, Wang Chen gained a lot. He spoke, "If these foreigners are so powerful, why didn't I know anything about them before?" Yi-Ruo explained, "No matter how powerful these foreigners are, they are no match for the country. Unless your power is strong enough to rival the country, every foreigner lives under the control of the country without freedom." Wang Chen finally understood. No wonder the national security is so concerned about heaven. It is estimated that heaven is a huge force of foreigners. If left unchecked, who knows what these foreigners will do? Yi-Ruo, is there anything else you want to ask? Wang Chen shook his head. Nothing. Yi-Ruo, well then, it's my turn to ask. Please allow me to accompany you. Yi-Ruo was very sincere. Wang Chen looked at him and thought, this guy is powerful and proficient in qi. Keeping him around can protect himself and learn how to use qi proficiently. Alright, Wang Chen, now it seems that we are destined to meet. Since we've met, why not take a picture as a memento? Yi-Ruo naturally agreed. He's a good person. Wang Chen took out his phone, raised it high, and took a picture of himself and Yi-Ruo. After finishing, he let Yi-Ruo sleep on the sofa for the night. Then, he walked back to his room. Wang Chen took out his phone, pulled up the photo he just took, which mostly showed Yi-Ruo, not himself. Click. Send. National Security Special Department. Juke Cafeteria. Southwind was having lunch when his phone suddenly rang. He put down his chopsticks, took out his phone, and saw that Wang Chen had sent him a photo. Help me investigate this person. Southwind was speechless. It's lunchtime now, but he had to get up and go to the office to investigate Yi-Ruo for Wang Chen. By the way, I feel like I've seen this young man somewhere. South Wind stared at Yi Ruo's appearance. The next day, early in the morning, Wang Chen introduced Yi Ruo to Jiang Qing. Yi Ruo, hello. Jiang Qing looked at Yi Ruo, then at Wang Chen, feeling suspicious. Unable to hold back, she pulled Wang Chen aside. In a low voice, she said, "You aren't that person, are you?" Wang Chen, it seems like you've misunderstood something. Jiang Qing was stunned. Isn't he? Then why did you keep a stranger around? Wang Chen was speechless. He couldn't say it directly, so he tactfully hinted to Jiang Qing that Yi Ruo is very powerful. He invited him to protect Jiang Qing, especially since they were going to the Platinum Casino, the enemy's stronghold. And Yi Ruo said, as long as he's provided food and lodging, he doesn't need anything else. This is definitely talent. What about last night? Last night, I was helping him heal. Jiang Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. She looked at the cold, long-haired man holding a long knife. He indeed seemed very powerful. Why is the table broken? Jiang Qing noticed the shattered table in the corner. Night. Wang Chen. Both of them spoke simultaneously. I don't know. Maybe it's shattered on its own. Platinum Casino. The most dazzling place in the capital of Myanmar. Just one casino occupies over 60% of Myanmar's capital. Many big shots from around the world like to come here for entertainment, which in turn boosts other entertainment industries. At night, the streets are filled with colorful lights, exuding a decadent and extravagant atmosphere. Gradually, Queen A controls other industries in Myanmar, turning them into her playground where she reigns supreme. Even the Myanmar government is secretly one of her pawns. Near the casino, a luxurious Rolls-Royce slowly comes to a stop, and Knight, dressed in a suit, awkwardly opens the car doors for Jiang Qing and Wang Chen. Miss. Jiang Qing, in a luxurious gown, steps out of the car, instantly becoming the center of attention. She's the young lady of Tianxia Group, shining like a precious gem. She's here too. The celebrities whisper in surprise. Following closely behind, Wang Chen scans the surroundings, frowning. With his eye of sin, he spots several wanted criminals, drug dealers, pimps, you name it. It's like a gathering of trash. Of course, now he has to pretend to be one of them. Let's go in, Jiang Qing speaks up. Okay. The three enter the casino. However, they are quickly stopped by armed guards at the entrance. Show the invitation. Here. Jiang Qing hands over the invitation. After a quick check, the guard signals to let Wang Chen and the others enter the casino. Successfully infiltrated the casino. The moment they step in, Wang Chen feels dazzled, as if blinded by the extravagance. Everything is made of gold, the floors, tables, chairs. Even the potted plants are made of gold. The casino is lively with gambling, drug use, and people dancing half-naked with multiple partners on stage. Scanning the area, Wang Chen notices a few guys on the second floor, keeping an eye on everything below. Lan Yao, threat level, Soldier V, Sin, 256, Leah, threat level, Soldier 4, Sin value, 766. A Chow, threat level, Soldier 7, Sin value, 1029. Wang Chen remains composed as he checks the information on these individuals. According to intelligence, the 4 key figures will be present at the casino's anniversary celebration this year. These men are their henchmen. His task is to attract their attention. Knight, take Miss Jiang around casually, remember to protect her, Wang Chen instructs. From now on, Jiang Qing is not his concern. Jiang Qing looks worriedly at Wang Chen and says, you take care of yourself. See you later. Okay. After bidding farewell, under Knight's protection, she heads towards the VIP lounge prepared at the casino. After completing these arrangements, Wang Chen strolls around casually and eventually finds a seat. He sits down. At this moment, people here are playing baccarat. On the other end, in the National Security Special Operations Room, Nan Shixing and others are watching everything through Wang Chen's mini-camera. What's this? A member of Zhu Ke asks. Baccarat. It's a game of guessing big or small with 3 dice. 1 to 10 is small, 11 to 18 is big. If you guess correctly, you win double, but if you get a baccarat, where all 3 numbers are the same, you win 18 times. Everyone understands, watching Wang Chen as he sits down. The sexy dealer behind the golden table smiled at him and then said, please place your bets. Hey handsome. Sir, may I ask how much you would like to bet? Wang Chen, 100. Sir, the minimum here is 10,000. Is that so? Then give me 100. What the hell? Just then, a man approached and said something to the staff. The staff glanced at Wang Chen sneakily. Their eyes widened in shock. Before long, when he returned, he said, all right, sir, I will exchange it for you immediately. Seeing this, the other players smirked. $100 to play here? Is this guy here to joke around? If it doesn't work out, please, I can still spare you some money. Berg, you're really bad. Wang Chen looked at these foreigners. They all came from different factions. Moonlight Club, Bone Collectors. This casino is mixed with many underground forces. How long do you think he'll last at the table? He won't last a minute. The henchman on the second floor noticed Wang Chen. This was the first time since the casino opened that someone bet $100, making them chuckle. Looking at Wang Chen, who had only $100 as his entire stack of chips, even the dealer couldn't hold back. She shuffled the cards. Then she said, "Let the betting begin." The other players immediately started betting. Before long, there were big bets and small bets. However, what puzzled the dealer was that Wang Chen remained motionless. After waiting for a while and seeing that he still hadn't placed a bet, the other players grew impatient. "Fuck! Hurry up and bet, you idiot. $100. What the hell are you hesitating for? What a waste of time. Just $100, and he's thinking so much, what a joke. Berg, rookies are always like this." Ding! Host detected the desire to see through the dice numbers, automatically activating the full level skill, Eagle Eye. Wang Chen's eyes lit up. He looked at the dice in the dealer's hand. They showed 3, 3, 2. Small. In the next moment, Wang Chen's mouth curled up, and he placed all his $100 chips on small. "I bet on small." The dealer revealed the dice. Roll. 3, 3, 2, small. Wang Chen, I won. The players who bet on small cheered. Then, according to the casino's odds, the corresponding rewards were given to the 3 players who had bet correctly, including Wang Chen. As the results unfolded just as he had seen, Wang Chen was amazed. He had unintentionally activated a powerful skill of the original owner. This skill seemed to allow him to see through things. So, in this casino, wouldn't he be invincible? However, even though he won, earning only a small amount from $100, he ended up with just a few hundred more. Seeing this, the other foreigners mocked, "Look how happy he is, it's just a few $100. This rookie sure has good luck." Before long, the second round of betting began. It was time for everyone to bet again. The foreigner who had mocked Wang Chen as a rookie before placed 20,000 and bet big. Others followed suit. However, this time Wang Chen didn't rush to bet, his gaze fell on the dice. Hee little brother, stop looking, even if you look, you can't see the dice inside." Wang Chen ignored him. He pondered. After activating Eagle Eye, at this moment, the points inside the dice were 3, 3, 3. Triple. Wang Chen smiled. Then, in front of everyone, he pushed all his chips into the triple area. He shouted, "All in. Bet on triple." Is he crazy? On the second floor, the people watching Wang Chen were all shocked and pale. Those who knew how to gamble. Those who didn't. Everyone was dumbfounded. This is only the second round, and you're betting on a leopard? You know, the probability of getting a leopard within 10 rounds is even lower than winning the lottery. But this guy actually bet on a leopard. It seems like just a rookie, one person sneered. "Are you sure?" The dealer girl asked nervously. "This just can't be possible. My eyes won't deceive me." Wang Chen pointed to his own eyes, very confident. At this, the other foreigners burst into laughter. "This is hilarious. Making it seem like you can see the dice inside." The dealer girl fell silent. She made the deal. She reached out her hand, and then slowly revealed it. At that moment, everyone's gaze turned to see the curious result of the dice. But soon, the laughing faces of those foreigners froze in shock. The dealer girl couldn't believe it. Looking at the dice. 3 threes in the dice, all the same number. A leopard. 3 threes, a leopard, the dealer said in amazement, looking at Wang Chen, trembling as she spoke. WTF? The foreigner's eyes nearly popped out. Some even leaned over the table to carefully check if they were mistaken. On the second floor, the organization members were also shocked. A leopard came out. What the heck, is it really a leopard? A leopard, almost as difficult as winning the lottery, appeared just like that. That rookie. Got it right. Wow, quick, keep an eye on this guy. On the other side, after Wang Chen hit the leopard, the dealer collected all the chips and then paid Wang Chen 18 times. She glanced at him a few more times. Not bad. Quite handsome. Good-looking guy, this is yours. Wang Chen took it back, now having thousands in his hands including the principal. Small bets, big wins, that's all. Of course, he also didn't forget to smile at the foreigners who lost and said, "I'm really lucky." The foreigners' faces turned red with frustration. They say things come in threes. This kid is definitely going to lose everything next round. But, in the following rounds, Wang Chen hit every single one without exception. A terrifying winning streak. It even made the dealer girl doubt her life choices, and left the people on the second floor dumbfounded. At the same time, they were sure that this kid was no rookie at all, but a gambling master. Before long, behind Wang Chen, a crowd of onlookers gathered. Watching him hit every time, they were all stunned, looking at him as if he were a monster. 3 times hitting a leopard. God, is he an incarnation of God? So scary, let's have a drink to calm down this guy from Longwa. Too amazing. Watching Wang Chen's chips pile up like a small mountain, the dealer girl raised an eyebrow, smiling, good-looking guy, you're really amazing. Wang Chen casually picked up a chip and gave it to the dealer, saying, I love to hear that. The dealer girl was overjoyed. If possible, as long as Wang Chen was willing, she wouldn't mind spending the night with him. Of course, seeing through the other's intentions, Wang Chen just smiled and passed by, his thoughts only on those few people on the second floor. Thanks to his clairvoyance, he was like a god in this game, sailing smoothly, successfully attracting the attention of those people. Next, what he had to do was to make a big fuss and let the people from the casino come to him on their own. Thinking of this, an idea popped into his head. At this moment, the faces of the other foreigners were red with frustration, filled with anger but nowhere to vent. They had lost several rounds. Their chips were almost gone. On the other hand, Wang Chen, who had only 100 at first, now had chips piled up like a small mountain, totaling around 100,000. The gap between the two sides had suddenly reversed. Now, they didn't dare to meet Wang Chen's eyes. Just then, Wang Chen took the initiative to approach them. Other players were puzzled. What was this guy up to? Wang Chen smiled and said, I see that you all seem to have lost several rounds, must be feeling really bad. So, if you are willing to trust me, why not place a bet with me? Everyone is welcome. Wang Chen faced these big shots, smiling. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole room fell silent. The dealer girl? Casino staff? Is he trying to play as the banker? Who wouldn't want to make money, especially since Wang Chen's skills were well known to everyone? Immediately, everyone joined in and followed Wang Chen. The foreigner's eyes lit up, nodding repeatedly. Boss, I've long seen your extraordinary talent. Come on, boss, try my cigar. The foreigners tried to please Wang Chen in every possible way. For money, they didn't care about losing face. The dealer girl was amazed, thinking she had never seen anyone so good at flattering. In an instant, Wang Chen became the center of attention. He turned around, looked at the dealer girl, and said, let's begin. Okay. The dealer girl shook the dice cup, and soon settled it on the table. Please place your bets. At that moment, instead of placing bets, everyone looked at Wang Chen in unison. Wang Chen crossed his legs casually, glanced around, then pushed all his chips into the leopard area in front of him. I'm all in. Betting on the leopard. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Wow, betting on the leopard? When did leopards become so cheap? 3 leopards had already been drawn before. Was it possible for a 4th one to come out? At least in the history of the casino, it had never happened. Bro, you're not playing us, are you? If they lost, they would be left with nothing. Wang Chen casually said, you only get one chance. Immediately, after much hesitation and suspicion, everyone actually bet on the leopard. Let's roll. Everyone was focused, not daring to relax for a moment. Slowly, the dice were revealed. Inside, 3 dice were neatly arranged. Triple sevens. A leopard. What? This is impossible. On the second floor, a few people were so excited they almost fell down from upstairs. Oh my goodness. In the history of the casino, 4 leopards were drawn in a row. The house would have to pay tens of millions. Tens of millions. Something big is happening. Tell the boss, someone is causing trouble. Not long after, on the 3rd floor of the casino, in a luxurious reception room, there were 4 sofas with 3 figures sitting on them. When they heard the news from their men, the 3 of them remained calm. They had seen many people like this before. Occasionally, 1 or 2 would appear, relying on their talents to act recklessly and disregarding the rules of the casino. The 3 decision-makers didn't pay much attention to this matter. It wasn't worth their personal intervention. One of them spoke, Lao Lu, go teach that arrogant guy a lesson. Yes. In the corner, a male dealer walked out. He was the top dealer at the Platinum Casino. With him in charge, no one could make a penny. He did it again. The dealer girl was at a loss for words. In all her years at the casino, it was the first time she encountered a player who played as the banker. And he succeeded. Now the casino was probably going to lose tens of millions. According to the odds, if everyone bet on the leopard and won, it pays 18 to 1. Those guests who followed Wang Chen were stunned after hearing this. In other words, they all won, and at 18 to 1. I won over 5 million. I won 10 million. Oh no, I should have bet more. Young man, you are our savior. Suddenly, there was an uproar of joy and excitement. People elsewhere were also stunned, watching this scene. At that moment, inside the VIP room, Jiang Qing paced back and forth, feeling anxious about whether Wang Chen could complete the mission assigned by the national security. Yi Ruo squatted at the door, contemplating what to eat tonight. At that moment, someone from Tianxia Group pushed open the door and rushed in. Miss, something happened. Jiang Qing's expression changed, and she asked, did Wang Chen lose everything? Quick, have the group provide him with tens of millions in emergency funds. Before even entering the room, he was already elbowing his way out. The man was speechless, then chuckled and said, Mr. Wang hit 4 jackpots in a row and brought down the house with other guests. Right now, he has already made over 3 million. Instantly, Jiang Chang and Yi Ruo were stunned in the room. Just a few minutes. Made millions? So shocking. Right now, the whole casino is going crazy because of Mr. Wang. National Security. Special Department. Everyone stared at the screen, taking a sharp breath. Especially the personnel in charge of criminal matters, giving a thumbs up. Criminal. This guy is so good at gambling? Nanfeng was amazed. Wow. The files will need to be updated again. Betting 100 and making millions in 10 minutes, hitting 4 jackpots in a row. As soon as the news spread, the entire casino was in an uproar, and many underground forces came running. Before long, most people had gathered around Wang Chen. Watching the commotion grow, Wang Chen revealed a triumphant smile. It was estimated that soon, people from the casino would come looking for him. Sure enough, as Wang Chen expected, after a while, the crowd dispersed, and then a male dealer slowly walked out. It seemed to be one of the executives of the Platinum Casino. Mr. Han. The female dealer looked at the man and immediately bowed respectfully. This man. He was a celebrity in the casino, known for his undefeated record. Whether it was a casino expert or a cheat, they would end up losing everything under his hands. Hello. Nice to meet you. I am the casino's top dealer. Congratulations on winning so much money. Mr. Han smiled. Wang Chen raised an eyebrow. This tone. Was he from the stick country? Not bad. Mr. Han smirked and said, but it seems like you are not stopping here, sir. I can accompany you for a big game. Clap. He raised his hand. Immediately, under the gaze of the onlookers, the casino staff brought in a cart full of golden chips. This is a total of 70 million. Consider it my bet. The onlookers were shocked. 70 million. This is a high-stakes game. But I heard this Mr. Han is very skilled. Young man, I think we should quit while we're ahead. Some experienced players quickly stepped forward, advising Wang Chen not to fall for the opponent's trap, to avoid being cheated out of everything. This Mr. Han was not just any skilled player, he was the top dealer in the casino. Could it be? Is this gentleman from the Dragon Country scared? I heard the people from the Dragon Country are very skilled. Mr. Han smiled slyly. The tension escalated to a national level. Wang Chen sneered. He said, all right, let's gamble. In an instant, the whole place exploded. Damn. A high-stakes game of over 70 million. Intense. Mr. Han felt secretly delighted. This guy had taken the bait. Immediately, he asked the female dealer to step back, then took the dice cup and shook it. Seeing this, everyone was excited. They hadn't expected such a big show to happen today. For a moment, everyone stopped gambling and gathered around to watch. Who is this guy from the Dragon Country, so fierce? 70 million in one round, terrifying. I admire his courage, but unfortunately, he ran into Han, so all I can say is cool. It's hard to say, this guy has hit 4 leopards in a row. At this moment, the other players withdrew, leaving only Wang Chen confronting Han beside the gambling table. Heard your gambling skills are impressive? Wang Chen, I say this is my first time gambling, do you believe it? Haha, you are really humorous. Han was uncertain. No matter how skilled you are, here, there's only room for losing. Because he can manipulate the dice. No matter what you guess, at the last moment, he can change it at will. Flying Dragon rides the face. How to lose. Bang! Just when everyone thought Han would show off his skills, he directly slammed the dice onto the table, staring sharply at the opposite side. Place your bets. Everyone was surprised. Is it so casual? You know nothing. This is his most terrifying aspect. No one can guess Han's dice. Wang Chen's gaze shifted downward, staring at the dice cup. Eagle eye, activated. A hint of halo flashed in his eyes, imperceptible. The next moment, everything inside the dice cup was under his control. Wang Chen looked. The dice inside the cup showed. Suddenly, Wang Chen's expression froze. Obviously stunned for a moment, not reacting. Only seen. At this moment, inside the dice cup, 3 dice were stacked like a tower, with only A 3 on the top. What? Watching this scene, Wang Chen frowned, looked up at Han smiling on the opposite side. How is this possible? Does this guy know I can see through the dice? On purpose. Why not bet yet? By now, he has already placed his bet. Young man, are you scared? Impossible. Maybe nervous. Behind him, noticing Wang Chen's abnormality, the crowd became nervous. Han's voice was superior. Mister. Still not betting? Are you afraid? Or do you not know what the remaining 2 dice of mine are? As soon as he said this, Wang Chen's heart throbbed. However, he quickly regained his composure and said, I bet small. Immediately, he went all in with all his chips. Bet small. Han smiled. Fool. The actual numbers were 3, 5, 5. Big. This round. You lose. Saying that, he prepared to reveal the dice cup. At this moment, the people on the second floor sneered. This guy was doomed in Han's hands. As long as he lost to this guy, the other following guests would also disperse. But, just as Han was about to uncover the dice cup, the dice cup opened a third, revealing the 3 dice stacked together. Wang Chen held his breath, recalling the night before, the distance slash displayed by Yi Ru, mobilizing the hint of chi within himself, gathering into his fist, swiftly punched towards the dice cup. Although he didn't touch the dice cup, the next moment, the 2 dice covered inside the cup suddenly exploded. Then, Han, still smiling, suddenly froze, his movements stopped abruptly. Han, why stop? Hurry up and reveal. Wang Chen's casually spoken words made Han's scalp tingle, leaving cold sweat on his forehead. His hands trembled. This scene, seen by everyone present, made them wonder why this guy's hands were shaking. It was the first time they had seen Han like this. Shortly after, the dice cup was uncovered. Only seen. Inside the dice cup, there was only 1 die showing 3 points, while the other 2 dice were all shattered. 3. Small? In an instant, the crowd at the scene was boiling with excitement. The people on the second floor all had their mouths wide open, staring in disbelief at the dice cup, their faces expressing incredulity. How could the 2 dice be shattered? 3 points. Small. Han, the official, stared blankly at the dice, his expression vacant. In the National Security Operations Room, everyone gasped. Watching the dice cup on the screen, their hearts shook, not expecting this outcome. At the same time, Southern 7 Stars exclaimed, It's Chi. Chi? Is there really such a thing? I told you, he's extraordinary, South Wind said in amazement. However, no one taught him how to use Chi. How did he do it? Is this talent terrifying? The guests at the scene were equally stunned. They were dumbfounded. Could there be such a result? How did this person from Longwood do it? He defeated Han, the official. Oh my. The first person to defeat Han, the official, in the casino in years. Applause rang out. Enduring. At this moment, Han, who considered himself unbeatable, couldn't believe the result. His face was as dark as water, his molars clenched. What? What have you done? Wang Chen smiled and said, I didn't touch the dice bug, don't accuse me falsely. Han, the official, had nothing to say. He was filled with fear. 70 million. Lost? Never thought that he would also have a day of losing. Damn it. Wang Chen gestured with his finger, indicating to the stunned dealer to bring his chips over. 70 million. All here. Handsome, do you need me to do anything else for you? The dealer girl straightened her plump chest, her eyes suggestive. Wang Chen tossed her a tip of 10,000. Please stay away from me, thank you. Wang Chen now had 70 million in chips, almost close to over 800 million. At this moment, the people in the casino realized, this person from Longway in front of them, with just 100 yuan in capital, earned over 800 million in half an hour. Simply put, it was astonishing. It was even faster than robbing a bank. God of gamblers! God of gamblers! The crowd cheered, and Wang Chen became the center of attention. Boss, take me with you. I just love Longwam, and the beautiful woman smiled and tried to please Wang Chen. Everyone wanted to follow him to profit. However, Wang Chen, who was in the limelight, stood up and said, I'm done playing. What? The crowd was puzzled. What kind of joke are you playing? However, they soon understood. After Han, the official, lost, he immediately ran back, and when he returned, the people on the second floor came down. They found Wang Chen. Several big and tall henchmen immediately intimidated the guests. How should we address you? Wang Chen put his hands in his pockets, calmly saying, Wang Taizhu, iron. Pillar? The corners of the mouths of the few men twitched. You, such a high-profile person. You chose this name? The henchman stifled a laugh. Mr. Taizhu, our boss has a request. At this, the guests were instantly shocked. In the gambling world, only 4 people could be addressed in this manner. And these 4 people were the spokespersons of the entire Myanmar, the undisputed tycoons of existence. Wow, the spokesperson personally summoned him? Could this young man be favored? Oh my, if one could join one of the spokespersons, success would be just around the corner. In their eyes, the influence of these 4 spokespersons was even more authoritative than the Myanmar government, so most young people in Myanmar took pride in joining the influence of the 4 spokespersons. Countless people fought fiercely to enter their ranks. Please. The men waved to him. Wang Chen, it's hard to refuse such a warm invitation. Since you've invited me, I have no reason to decline. Well done, praised Nan Fong. Unexpectedly, Wang Chen quickly caught the attention of the key person. Infiltrating the enemy's ranks was imminent. Guided by a few individuals, Wang Chen followed them to the 2nd floor and entered a private room at the deepest part of the 2nd floor. At that moment, several figures were seated inside. Boss, the person you wanted is here. The few subordinates immediately became respectful, bowing their heads. Han, the official. Is he the one who defeated you? At that moment, a figure on the innermost genuine leather sofa slowly stood up. The man was not tall, just over 1.7 meters, but what was terrifying was the countless bullet holes covering his arms. His eyes revealed a fierce gaze. I'm sorry. I promise not to fail next time. Han, the official, looked nervous, watching the man approaching him. Sag glared at him. Suddenly, he patted his shoulder, smiling, and said, Relax. People. There are times of failure. Success cannot be guaranteed every time. Hearing this, Han, the official, breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled. Thank you, boss. Suddenly, before the other party could finish speaking, a loud bang was heard. In the room, a sharp gunshot rang out. Without warning, Sag drew his gun and shot Han, the official, in the head. The body fell. Sag wiped his Desert Eagle indifferently, saying, But in our casino, we don't need losers. This scene sent a shiver down Wang Chen's spine. They kill their own without hesitation. Ruthless. Soon after dealing with Han, the official, Sag turned to Wang Chen. Swiftly, he aimed his gun at his forehead. His lips curled up, and his eyes revealed a murderous intent. Click. At that moment, the people inside the room heard a strange noise. Following the sound, they saw the closed iron door suddenly pierced by a blade, slowly cutting down diagonally, directly severing the lock. Who? The few subordinates were startled. They turned around and saw a young man with black eyes and a special long knife standing behind them. The tip of the knife pointed at Sag's throat. It seemed that at any moment, if Sag dared to shoot, Knight would not hesitate to stab him, cutting him down with one blow. Sag glanced at Knight. The killing intent was evident. He then turned to Wang Chen, even more curious, and who might this be? Wang Chen was somewhat surprised at how Knight had found his way here, but he calmly replied, He's my little brother. He has a bad temper. Please forgive him. With that, he gave Knight a look, and Knight put away his Nyezheng, quietly stepping aside. Hoof. Consider your little brother lucky, or else I would have shot him dead. Sag sneered. Then, he holstered his Desert Eagle aimed at Wang Chen and said, In half an hour, with $100, you earn nearly $1 billion at the Platinum Casino. It's truly admirable. Such talent, it would be a waste to kill you casually. Sag chuckled, revealing a large gold tooth. Moreover, having just killed Han, the official, he needed a replacement. Even if Sag was unreasonable, he dared not kill Wang Chen in front of the other 2 key figures. At that moment, Wang Chen finally saw clearly the other 2 key figures, including Sag. One was draped in a cloak, their face obscured. Hunched over, only a long, bruised pale arm was visible, resembling a dead person's hand. It was quite frightening. Funan, identity, one of the 4 key figures, threat level, Bishop 3, note, stay away. Managing the Eastern Vein Mines. Responsible for smuggling. The previous smuggling case of the Fox Mask relics is inseparable from this guy. Then, he looked towards Funan's side, an old man with a venerable age but still walking with a vigorous stride, draped in a coat. Quite the demeanor of a mafia godfather. Old Master G, identity, one of the 4 major decision-makers, threat level, Tank 4, note, a man of chivalry, with extremely strong personal charm. Seeing the note of sin in his eyes, Wang Chen was amazed. Under Empress A's command, there was still a man of great loyalty and righteousness? Unbelievable. Suddenly, as if noticing Wang Chen's gaze, old Master G, holding a cane, shot him a glance. Something wrong? Wang Chen avoided the gaze, scanning around. But he noticed a discrepancy. There were 4 sofas here, so why? Only 3 people were seated? Where did Tufo, responsible for organ trafficking, go? Dead? Inside the villa room, Empress A lazily lay on the sofa, hearing the report from her subordinate. Just a few hours ago, the decision-maker Tufo was brutally killed on the street, in a gruesome manner. He was right in front of me, and that man in a suit cut him down with a knife. The henchman still shuddered with fear. Empress A, did he say anything? He said he was the leader of the Zodiac, the dragon. What? Empress A sat up, exerted force in her hand, crushing the wine glass. It was him. Why would this guy appear in her territory? Once involved, it might provoke the retaliation of the Zodiac, an organization she dared not provoke. Empress, you must avenge our leader, the henchman cried. Empress A showed impatience, waved her hand, and had her men take this guy away. Shortly after, Mr. K walked out from the side, saying, "Dragons are not easy to deal with." Who said I want to deal with him? Empress A picked up another wineglass, smiling, when a dog dies, it's just a bit uncomfortable, then find a new one. Mr. K's heart sank. It was because he feared this woman himself. Everyone was just a pawn to her, such people often had no weaknesses. However, it had nothing to do with him, he just wanted to kill Wang Chen now. According to intelligence, this Wang Chen was indulging in pleasure in Sanjiang all day. Clueless that danger was looming over him, J had secretly infiltrated the Dragon Kingdom to kill him. Wang Chen, I want you to pay with your blood. As you can see, this platinum casino may look like a casino, but it's actually just a front. Sag laughed. We work in the shadows for the Empress, handling businesses including but not limited to murder, arson, usury, smuggling, and robbery. Although it's not visible, at least we can make a living, not starving. So, you won $1 billion here, and even brought players to smash our house, aren't you ruining our livelihood? Sag chuckled. Implicitly. Money. You can't take it away. If he's not satisfied, his life will end here. I know. Wang Chen, so this money, I can give it to the casino, consider it my pledge. I came here today to join the Red Spider. From the bottom of my heart. As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell silent. Several henchmen exchanged glances. Although they didn't understand, they were greatly impressed. What's your reason? Old Master G spoke. Sag, that's right, not just anyone can join our Red Spider. First, I am a fugitive with nowhere to go. Second, I am capable and ambitious, so I need an organization like this to climb up. Wang Chen replied with sound reasoning. Giving the black forces who hadn't read much a moment of confusion, Sag looked at one of his men, a hacker who could easily dig up someone's background. How is it? The man leaned in, whispering, Boss, I checked. This guy named Wang Taiju is indeed a Class A fugitive, being hunted by the police. Hearing this, Sag's resentment dissipated, his eyes changing as he looked at Wang Chen, as if he were gazing at his most beloved treasure. Excellent. It's clear you truly want to join us. Xing, from now on, you'll follow me. Hold on. At that moment, the cloaked man, Fu Nan, interrupted with a hoarse voice. This person belongs to me. What? Say that again if you dare. Sag flared up. He couldn't afford to miss out on such a talent. Moreover, Yi Ruo should be formidable too. Where else could you find a buy one get one free deal like this? Seeing the two leaders about to clash, Old Master G tapped his cane. We're short of people in our group recently, so this person will be mine. Sag. Fu Nan. No objections, right? Old Master G looked at the two. Both remained silent. Sag took a couple of puffs on his cigarette. When the old man speaks, I have nothing to say. Old Master G, at least you're a man. What about Fu Nan? A mute? As you wish. It's settled then. Old Master G turned to Wang Chen and Yi Ruo, saying, From today, you're with me. Wang Chen was delighted. Excellent. Infiltrating the enemy's ranks. At that moment, a person walked in and addressed the three leaders. Gentlemen, the anniversary celebration is about to begin. Shortly after, Wang Chen left the VIP room with Old Master G and the others, arriving at the bustling hall of the casino. The place was packed with people, and the event was in full swing, very lively. He noticed at the highest point of the casino, in an open box, a seductive figure holding a glass of red wine, looking down on everything below with interest. Queen A. Wang Chen hid in the crowd, gazing up at the graceful figure in the top-tier box. Information about Queen A was all there. Codename, Queen, Identity, one of the officials of Heaven, Threat Level, General V, Note, Calculating, Sin Value, 120,334, damn. Over 100,000 sin value. This startled Wang Chen. What on earth had this woman done to have such a heavy sin value? On the other side, in the National Security Operations Room, everyone was excited at the sight of Queen A. Why not just take her out right here? At this distance, with Wang Chen and the other ambushers working together, it might not be impossible to successfully assassinate her. Moreover, for Wang Chen, wouldn't this be right up his alley professionally? Everyone turned to the decision-maker, Nan Qixing. Nan Qixing glanced at the group and then spoke. Nan Feng, what do you think? Nan Feng. Damn it. Passing the buck, huh? Nanfeng was speechless, then said, see those spots? Those are all sniper positions set up by the queen. Don't even think about assassination, show your head, and you'll be taken out in a second. It was only then that everyone saw on the screen, hidden in the east, west, south, and north, were sniper rifles set up. Even among the guests, there were people arranged by the queen, lurking. My brother is right. Nan Shishing waved his hand decisively. Holding position. After receiving the order, Wang Chen wandered around aimlessly. At the same time, Mr. K was also wandering around. The two of them, unaware, missed each other. Wang Chen stopped, turned back, feeling like he had just missed something. On the other side, Mr. K stopped, turned back, feeling a sense of discomfort. The anniversary celebration ended shortly, and Wang Chen explained the situation to Yirua and Jiangqing, immediately asking her to book a plane ticket back to China. Then, after settling things here, Wang Chen followed Grandpa Ji to the area under his jurisdiction. Delta. It has to be said that when Wang Chen first set foot in this area, he thought he had gone to the wrong place. Why are we at the garbage dump? Grandpa Ji. This is the Delta. Wang Chen. What if a younger brother says the wrong thing in front of the boss on the first day? What else can he do? Commit seppuku. Wang Chen, Yirua, lend me a knife. I'll perform seppuku in front of the boss. One dares to say. One actually dares to give. Yirua really handed the knife to Wang Chen and said, my knife is sharp, I don't feel a thing. Wang Chen was stunned. I was just talking. You actually gave it to me. You're too sincere. You're not giving me any way out. Wang Chen broke out in a cold sweat. Grandpa Ji chuckled and looked at the two young men, saying, you've successfully made me laugh. Forget what was said just now. Hearing this, Wang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, narrowly escaping a disaster. It's not easy being a younger brother these days. Grandpa. Before long, Grandpa Ji led them to a relatively large villa, where his subordinates were already gathered. Each one looked fierce and menacing. Wang Chen noticed that these people all had tattoos of a naked old monk carrying an old bell on their backs. Quite cool. Take a seat. I have an announcement to make. Grandpa Ji sat down. The others followed suit. He said, these two are our new members. Immediately, Wang Chen and Yi Ruo stepped forward. Wang Taizhu, an ambitious pragmatist. This is Yi, a formidable blind swordsman. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at the two of them. Suddenly, near Grandpa Ji, a burly man with a bare back like a bear took a few sips of strong liquor, slammed the cup down, stood up, and disdainfully said, if you want to join us, it's not just about brains. You have to pass my test first. It's Chong Run. The others were taken aback, then started clamoring, saying, that's right, newcomer, in our group, being able to fight is what makes a man. This guy is the weakest among us. If you can't beat him, you better leave now. Grandpa Ji smiled faintly. The weakest? Changren was one of the top 3 fighters in their organization, and this guy seemed to want to show off in front of the newcomers. However, Grandpa Ji didn't intervene. In their line of work, if you can't even defend yourself, you might as well find a place to hang yourself. It saves time for everyone. Changren sneered inwardly. He had seen too many young people who thought they could make a name for themselves with just a bit of skill. In the end, they only dragged the organization down. It was better to deal with them early on. Come on, Taizhu. Let me see your determination. Hearing this, Yi Ruo was about to step forward and kill the man with his sword, but Wang Chen stopped him. I'll do it. Yi Ruo, be gentle. Don't worry. I won't kill him. Yi Ruo, no, I mean, be gentle with him. Chang Run? With his small arms and legs? Suddenly, Chang Run burst into laughter, beckoned with his finger, and said, it's okay, give it your all, hit me with all your might. Hit me here. Wang Chen, this is the first time I've heard such a twisted request. All right. I'll indulge you. With that, he took off his shirt, revealing his muscular body. But, compared to Chang Ren's big frame, Wang Chen suddenly seemed like a delicate young girl. Sensing this, Chang Ren took a deep breath. Immediately, the onlooker Yi Ruo saw a faint energy rising slowly from the big man's body, gradually covering him. It formed a suit of armor. Enhanced type. Yi Ruo looked at Wang Chen, who was also an enhanced type. In this showdown, it was all about whose fist was tougher. As expected, Wang Chen also noticed the opponent's energy. He knew that to stand his ground here, he not only had to win but also win decisively. In the next moment, Wang Chen took a deep breath and, like a gambler in a casino, once again mobilized his energy. However, unlike Chang Run, his energy gathered not to cover his whole body but concentrated in front of his fist. Instantly, this change made the old man Ji on the platform's expression change, but before he could react, everyone saw Wang Chen take a step forward. Boom! A loud noise. It felt like the entire martial arts arena trembled at that moment. Dust rose. In that instant, Wang Chen raised his right fist, accompanied by a breaking sound, and struck forward, then punched out repeatedly, like a fierce wave crashing. Bang! 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 Before Chang Ren could even see clearly, the fist wind hit his face in a blink of an eye, followed by a storm of punches. In just a few moments, his energy armor was shattered directly. Damn! Enough, enough, enough! Chang Ren was beaten without any ability to fight back, his huge body kneeling on the ground, legs trembling, his robust body covered in red fist marks. It was beyond painful. He kept gasping for air, then looked at Wang Chen as if facing a fierce beast. Wang Chen stopped and said with a smile, "I yield." Chang Ren's eyelids twitched as he looked at Wang Taiju not far away, incredulously asking, "You are also a supernatural being? Damn it! Why didn't you say so earlier?" Wang Chen replied, "You didn't ask either." After being scolded by the old man Ji for a while, Chang Ren walked back to his seat in frustration. At this moment, everyone's gaze towards Wang Chen changed. It was as if the lamb in front of them had transformed into a hidden wolf. Wang Chen said, "Brother Chang Ren, do you want to test my little brother's skills?" Chang Ren? Damn. So arrogant. If I can't handle you, can I handle your little brother? A few minutes later, Chang Ren was carried away. The onlookers stared in astonishment at Yirua, who hadn't even drawn his knife, all gasping in shock. Old man. Where did these two monsters come from? Unbelievable. The old man laughed heartily, extremely pleased, and said, "Very good, everyone saw it, that's how it is. Youngha, arrange a place for them to stay. Remember, these two are talents, treat them well." Yes. Wang Chen thought to himself, with his and Yirua's strength, wouldn't it be reasonable to arrange a small villa for them to stay in? Before long. Are they kidding me? Wang Chen and Yirua looked at the rundown hotel in front of them. The rooms inside were also a mess. Is this considered good treatment? Youngha, yes. In the Delta, this is already considered a 5-star hotel. Better than sleeping on the streets, right? That's true. After providing some bedding and blankets, Youngha drove away to attend to other matters, leaving Iron Pillar to wait for further arrangements. Once the other party left, Wang Chen took out a hidden camera and activated the communication function. I have successfully infiltrated the leader's men. Progress is smooth. South Wind's voice came from the other end. Very good. Next, I will find ways to get close to Queen A. To contact the Queen, one must climb up the ladder. Wang Chen nodded. I understand. Just one more thing, don't make me wait too long. Nan Feng, don't worry, I definitely won't keep you waiting too long. After ending the call, Yirua, who was meditating in the corner, stood up, walked over, and asked, "Why did we come here to be errand boys?" Good question. Why indeed? Wang Chen lit a cigarette, took a puff, and said, "Obviously, it's for the money." Money. Yirua, but doesn't Miss Jiang have money? Do you see me as the kind of guy who only relies on women? Wang Chen grumbled, secretly hiding the expensive suit Jiang Qing bought for him. Yirua. Bullying a blind man, huh? Anyway, no one cares about the law of the jungle here, so I don't feel burdened. Wang Chen explained casually. He couldn't fully trust Yirua until Nan Feng uncovered Yirua's true identity. He also dared not reveal the plan of the National Security Bureau to him. So, he had to tell a well-intentioned lie. Wow, no burden in the law of the jungle? How can one say such a thing? Yirua was speechless. If you were born a few years earlier and joined the Zodiac, what would the captain have to do with it? Let's not talk about that for now. I have a feeling lately, can you teach me more about the use of qi? The casino incident, and the collapse of the dojo's Chang Ren qi armor. Wang Chen felt that proficiency in qi might also trigger memories of the original owner. Yirua began to teach him. After a while, the man who went to Yamha to drive back came back covered in blood. He entered the room and happened to see Taiju and Yi sitting on the bed, holding hands. Sorry for coming back early. Damn car, why drive so fast? I'll change it tomorrow, you guys continue. Don't worry, our organization emphasizes inclusivity. Yamha closed the door and was about to leave. Wang Chen. Yi Ruo. After explaining, Yamha breathed a sigh of relief and said, so it's about using qi. You scared me. Okay. Next, we have a task for you too. Oh, task equals promotion. Inequality. Done in seconds. Youngha took out a photo from his pocket, showing a blonde man, and said, see this blonde guy, take him out. Who is he? He's from a hostile force, don't worry about it, it's your task. Take out the blonde guy. Is this blonde guy a bad person? Wang Chen asked. Youngha laughed, who among us in this line of work isn't a bad person? Alright, leave this to me, Youngha, I promise to handle it properly for you. Then, Wang Chen changed into an expensive suit, looking very stylish. He took the blind Yirua and they went downstairs, took a taxi to the address. Yonha rolled his eyes. Just killing a little brother, is it necessary? Delta. Yellow Mountain Inn, under the huge neon sign, illuminated the colorful lights inside. This is it. Wang Chen took out the photo and compared it. The inn in the photo looked exactly like this one. Ah, just finished eating, and now we have to go kill someone. Damn it. We, the Erwuzi, are also human beings, not machines. Oh right, I'm an Erwuzi, and I have the nerve to say that? Wang Chen cursed. Let's go. Take out the blonde guy. Actor, skill activated. Bang! Wang Chen kicked open the door like a mafia boss. Who's the blonde guy? Step forward. Swipe. In an instant, everyone in the inn stood up. Each and every one of them had dyed their hair blonde. What's up? Wang Chen. Damn it. Why are they all blonde? Which one is the target? At night, he picked up the karma obstacle and, like a blind person, waved it and walked towards the door. Come back. Wang Chen pulled him back. Damn it. Good brothers should die together. Don't you know that? Friend. From the tone of your voice, it seems like you're not a local from our delta, right? At this moment, a sharp-mouthed, monkey-cheeked man with yellow hair walked out, playing with a butterfly knife in his hand. Look closely. There were strands of chi entwined on his butterfly knife. He's a stranger. However, the threat level is only Soldier IIV. In Wang Chen's words, he's just a small fry. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is, you won't live past today. Wang Chen spoke up. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Chen raised his fist high, just as Yi had learned a move in the room. Putting learning into practice, chi surged into his entire arm, turning it pitch black. Strengthened. Like a heavy blow from a horse's ink knife, mimicking his move. A punch came down. The hardened arm was like a huge hammer, instantly smashing the yellow-haired man in front of him into a mist of blood, staining the surrounding walls red and splattering onto the mahjong table. The room fell into a dead silence instantly. Then, the body slowly fell, silent. Since they were all yellow-haired, might as well take care of them all. In no time, a bizarre fight broke out in the gambling hall, Wang Chen and Yi cutting through them like cutting vegetables, killing their way up to the second floor from the entrance, where yellow-haired men lay everywhere. The boss of the Yellow Mountain Group, who had just woken up, watched Wang Chen knock down 3 henchmen with a punch, about to run, but was caught by Wang Chen. Big brother, spare my life, the boss cried. Wang Chen put on the air of a gang boss, picked up the task assigned to him, and pointed. Who is this person? I have no idea. Our group is all yellow-haired. Wang Chen. He looked at Yi. Yi. The two fell silent. What should we do? Yi spoke up. If they didn't take out the person in the photo, it might not be good to go back empty-handed. However, right now, since Wang Chen had come, how could they return empty-handed? Are you the boss here? Yes. From now on, you guys follow me. Yellow Mountain was not pleased. Damn it, he had worked hard for over 10 years to build his group, and you're taking it away with just one word? Not happy? Swish, he immediately drew his knife and aimed for his neck. In an instant, Yellow Mountain felt a terrifying aura and quickly waved his hand, saying, no problem, from now on, you are my big brother. Okay. I like sincere people. Wang Chen nodded, signaling Yi to sheath his blade. Yellow Mountain felt fear. Who is this guy, new to the Delta, with that look, that aura? Damn, a proper gang boss. And his sidekick. Extremely powerful. Rather than being killed by him, Yellow Mountain thought it might be better to follow this guy. Maybe he could rise to the top in the future. What is the main business here? Wang Chen asked. Yellow Mountain, mainly gambling, playing cards. Wang Chen sneered. We're going to do big things in the future. How can we be limited to this? Burn down this hall for me, and have all the henchmen shave their heads. I don't like yellow hair. If we don't run a gambling hall, how will the henchmen make a living in the future? Yellow Mountain spoke up. Wang Chen, in the future. The whole Delta is under my control. Are you worried about not having enough to eat? Damn it! Yellow Mountain gasped in shock, looking at Wang Chen in disbelief. Rule the Delta? Is he dreaming? But for some reason, looking at Wang Chen, he felt it might not be impossible after all. This is a hero. Domineering. Yellow Mountain, big brother, how should I address you? Wang Taizhu. Wow, big brother, even your name is so unique. Yonha, who had been waiting for Wang Chen and the others at the hotel for a long time, couldn't sit still as time passed. He drove over to find them, muttering to himself, damn, it's so hard to kill a little brother. What are these two guys up to? In order to make the two of them adapt, he specifically chose the weakest little brother from the Huangshan group. Equivalent to a nobody, easy to take down. Unexpectedly, they still hadn't returned after so long. Wait until I find them. See if I don't teach them a lesson. Young-ha said angrily. However, when he drove near the Huangshan group's hideout, from a distance, he saw a blaze ahead. Young-ha got out of the car, walked over dazedly, and looked at the burning Huangshan Inn. What's going on? Weren't we supposed to strike yet? How come the Huangshan group is gone? Soon after, he saw a restaurant opposite the inn, filled with bald men. And among them, Wang Chen and the others were eating. Young-ha's hands were trembling. Isn't this Yang Gu? Wang Chen saw him and immediately stood up with a smile, waving for him to come over. Young-ha walked shakily. Under the fierce gazes of the Huangshan group's little brothers, he made his way to Wang Chen. Huangshan. Yes, big brother. Huangshan was respectful, pulled out a chair for Young-ha, and stood himself. Huangshan. Damn. Young-ha was dumbfounded. How did this guy become Wang Tieju's little brother? Young-ha was sweating profusely, looking at Wang Taiju, and asked, Taiju, didn't I ask you to take down a little brother? Yes. But since I couldn't find him, I just took them all down. Yang Gu. As a newcomer, I haven't completed the task, I hope you won't look down on me. Wang Chen apologized. But upon hearing this, Young-ha couldn't hold back. Zhu. There's something I don't know if I should say. Yang Gu, please go ahead. Are you still accepting little brothers? Wang Chen? I did it. You mean, the one I casually took down was from our rival group? In the dojo, Wang Chen half knelt on the ground, listening to the words of Master Ji. His face was full of shock. Yes, the Huangshan group has been gaining momentum recently, posing a threat to our group. We were still carefully planning how to deal with it, but you, this kid, solved it. Master Ji smiled. Anyway, that's how it is. From now on, the people from the Huangshan group belong to you, and you are promoted to group leader. With one sentence, the old man caused a stir. Everyone was wide-eyed and stunned, jaws dropped. Just joined the group for a day, and already promoted to leader? Isn't he the fastest to be promoted in our group? So impressive. The youngest group leader. He's indeed the one favored by the old man. Everyone admired. After giving instructions, Wang Chen followed a few other group leaders out. Still not fully grasping the situation, one of the leaders smiled and said, Take care from now on, Leader Taiju. Want to grab a drink? Wang Chen didn't refuse. As a qualified gang member, he needed to constantly build connections and improve his influence. However, as they passed a corner, Wang Chen suddenly stopped and looked at a few children playing in the yard. These children had smiles on their faces, but their faces were unnaturally pale, and their bodies were extremely thin, covered in strange bruises, looking very frightening. At that moment, a memory fragment flashed in Wang Chen's mind. In the scene, he was in a huge laboratory, with giant petri dishes in front of him, containing figures floating in viscous liquid. These figures were extremely twisted and terrifying. At this moment, Captain Hu Run pulled him back to reality. Wang Chen regained his senses and asked, These children? He looked at those few children and inquired, These children have contracted a strange illness. They were diagnosed with it, and this illness will bring about bad things, so their parents abandoned them. It was old Ji who took them in and is looking for a way to cure them. In the Delta, there are many children like them. Those lucky enough are taken in by old Ji, but those unlucky ones would have died on the streets before this. They are all called disasters. No one cares about them. Wang Chen said, There will always be someone who cares about them. With that, he walked down the steps, approaching the children with a smile. At first, they were a bit afraid, but soon, under Wang Chen's smile, they started playing with him. Captain Hu was astonished. At that moment, old Ji walked out from behind and came to the steps, watching Wang Chen and the children playing. Old master. Captain Hu bowed. Old Ji waved his hand, his eyes cloudy, and said, Hu Run, my time is running out. Upon hearing this, Hu Run looked up at the old master in disbelief. After Wang Chen established rapport with the other captains, he returned to his residence. Immediately, he reported everything in detail. Nan Feng. I dismantled an enemy force last night, got promoted to deputy leader, and now I have around 100 brothers under me. On the other end, in the command room, Nan Feng almost stumbled and fell. It's only been a day, and you're already a deputy leader? In a few days, will you become the leader? Wang Chen, do you still remember you are an undercover agent? Wang Chen replied, Of course, I remember. Don't worry, I know my limits. That's good then. Nan Feng breathed a sigh of relief. However, he felt inexplicably uncomfortable. After hanging up, Wang Chen walked downstairs to the hall, which temporarily served as the gathering place for their Iron Pillar group. Huang Shan. A bald man walked out and asked, Big brother, what are your orders? Are there any illegal hostile forces nearby? Huang Shan was surprised. You just recruited them into the Huang Shan group, and now you want to eliminate them? In the criminal underworld, no one is as dedicated as you. You truly are the leader, such ambition. On the verge of bursting out, Huang Shan felt more convinced that he had chosen the right person. He smiled and said, I am most familiar with the Delta. There are two hostile groups that are at odds with Old G's forces, and they are involved in significant deals. These two forces are probably planning how to deal with us. Wang Chen asked, they deserve to die, right? Absolutely. They deserve to die. Huang Shan agreed. Find out their locations, we will act tonight. Huang Shan replied, yes, big brother. Amazing. I never expected the big brother to confront two forces directly. If he really takes down these two forces, in the Delta, besides Old G, they will be the ones calling the shots. Shortly after, Huang Shan's efficiency proved to be high as he quickly identified the bases of the two hostile forces. A high-end club. A shady restaurant. Let's move. Wang Chen didn't waste any time and led over 100 men straight out. Yang He was his driver now. Soon, the group arrived at the high-end club. Many people were coming and going. At that moment, a waiter from the club casually threw away the uneaten food of the guests, while across the street, hungry children were left with nothing but skin and bones. Seeing this, Wang Chen grew increasingly furious. You Ruo, Huang Shan, come with me. The rest of you stay outside. What? Aren't we going in? The younger brothers were shocked. There were many people on the other side. Wang Chen said, if you go in, will it make a difference? It seemed like it wouldn't. The Huang Shan group was just Wang Chen and Yu Ruo taking on the challenge. They entered the club. Several waiters noticed the situation and stepped forward to intervene. Sir, this is a VIP area. Before the words were finished, Yu Ruo used the sheath of his knife to send these waiters flying several meters away. If you can fight, then don't just talk. And so, he ruthlessly fought his way from the first floor to the third floor. When Wang Chen finally arrived, he burst into the room of the enemy leader. At that moment, they were engaged in unspeakable acts, and the beautiful woman let out a scream in shock. Damn it! Who dares to court death? A heavily tattooed fat man stood up, cursing angrily at Wang Chen and his companions. Wang Chen looked at the man. His sins were grave, having insulted many women, especially young girls. Damn it! Beast! Wang Chen, what can you do to me? He stepped forward and sent the fat man flying from the bed to the window, his obese body smashing two chairs and causing him to howl in pain. A large piece of his chest caved in. He's gotten stronger again. Yu Ruo looked at Wang Chen, whose threat level now seemed to be that of a bishop. At that moment, the thugs outside noticed the commotion and rushed in with their machetes. But Yu Ruo swiftly cut them down with a few strikes. In an instant, several bodies fell to the ground. The fat man was dumbfounded. Then, he pulled out a handgun from his back. Damn it! Being good at fighting is useless. Can you outmatch a handgun? Wang Chen, a handgun? Before he could react, he swiftly moved in front of the fat man, grabbed the handgun, and in front of the fat man, he forcefully bent the gun barrel. With one hand, he grabbed the fat man by the neck, lifting him up entirely. The fat man struggled to breathe, unable to break free, his neck veins bulging, eyes filled with fear. What did you just say? The fat man cried. This guy was no ordinary person. He didn't even have a chance to fire the gun. What do you want? Wang Chen, I want you dead. In the next moment, he exerted force with his palm. With a crack, the fat man's eyes widened, then his head tilted, his entire neck crushed, blood flowing from his mouth. In the corner, the woman covered her mouth, too terrified to make a sound. Huang Shan watched, his scalp tingling. So ruthless. If he hadn't agreed to Wang Chen in the first place, he might have met the same fate. After dealing with one enemy, Wang Chen immediately called the organization, then without stopping, he and his men went to crush another opposing force. It took the lives of over 50 people before the enemy finally surrendered. While looting the spoils of war, Huang Shan suddenly shouted and walked out, saying, Big brother, take a look at this. Wang Chen followed him to a secret room, where they found a group of emaciated children trapped inside. I never expected that the Flying Eagle group, on the surface selling drugs, was also trafficking in human beings behind the scenes. Wang Chen, investigate this. Where should these children be taken? Yes. Shortly after, Huang Shan returned, having found the buyers of these children. However, he looked nervous and whispered, I found out. Where? At the Platinum Casino. What? Wang Chen's expression turned fierce upon hearing this. The Platinum Casino was the territory of Queen A. What did she want with a group of children? Huang Shan hesitated. Spit it out. Huang Shan, big brother, I've heard that Queen A is conducting some kind of experiment in secret. These children might be part of that experiment. How can you be sure? Wang Chen sneered, were you involved before? No. At that time, I was only responsible for handling the bodies. I stumbled upon it by chance. Big brother, I have now turned over a new leaf, cough, no, I mean I have become an outstanding member of the underworld. Wang Chen had a terrible thought. Just then, a younger brother rushed in anxiously and said, Big brother, something bad has happened. Mr. G is critically ill. Summon all the team leaders, there's an important announcement to make. Mr. G is critically ill? It means he's on the verge of passing away, Huang Shan spoke up. Wang Chen replied, I know. But, I've only been in our group for a few days, and the leader is about to pass away? Damn! How did he catch up to this? After entrusting matters here to Huang Shan, Wang Chen drove with Yirua to the hospital where Mr. G was. Upon arriving at the hospital, Wang Chen saw several other team leaders, all looking grim and having smoked who knows how many cigarettes. Leader who explained the reason to him. Essentially, Mr. G had been adopting children with strange illnesses for years, which led to him getting infected as well, but for the greater good, he had kept it from everyone. Over time, it had reached an irreversible point. The doctor says Mr. G won't make it through tonight. Who knows what our group will become after today, leader who said. Just then, a doctor came out and was almost scared back by the fierce-looking group of people. After calming down, he said, Mr. G wants to see you all. The team leaders instantly tensed up. The big shot was about to pass away. Mr. G had no heirs. Therefore, without a doubt, the position of the next leader would emerge among these team leaders. Before long, inside the ward, everyone looked at Mr. G lying on the bed, shedding tears. After Mr. G opened his clothes, revealing his emaciated body, he looked like a skeleton. He was livid. It's all because of you troublemakers. Changren glared at the children hiding by the bed, venting his anger on them. The children shrank back. At that moment, a stern voice scolded him, and Mr. G, using his last strength, scolded, Changren, if you were a man, you wouldn't embarrass yourself here. I'm sorry, Mr. G, Changren wept. After following Mr. G for so long, he found it hard to accept this ending. Leader Hu. Mr. G looked at Leader Hu stepped forward, holding his withered arm and said, I'm here, Mr. G. Within the group, you are the one I trust the most and have high hopes for. When I'm gone, the group will still need you to take on more responsibilities. As soon as he said this, the other team leaders reacted instantly, shocked and pale. It seemed that Leader Hu was the next in line to lead. Rest assured, Mr. G. I will. Leader Hu wept, his gaze firm. Mr. G nodded slightly and then said, I believe in you. So, the next leader will be. Then, Mr. G pointed to Wang Chen, who was picking his nose in the corner. Tai Zhu. Wang Chen? Leader Hu? Other team leaders? What? The team leaders were dumbfounded. It was like arguing with someone for a long time, only to be told in the end that they had the wrong person. Screwed up. Mr. G, you must be mistaken, you even pronounced whose name wrong. Changren couldn't believe it. He only joined us a few days ago? Mr. G, are you questioning me? At that moment, the old man, who was at the end of his rope, suddenly exuded a sense of oppression. And no, we're not. The team leaders were terrified. It seems there are no objections. At that moment, Wang Chen, chosen as the next leader, raised his hand. I object. Mr. G ignored him directly. Very well, no one opposes, so it's settled. Wang Chen was speechless. Damn it. I'm an undercover agent, I came to infiltrate, not to become a big shot. Old man, don't mess with me. I still need to go home. Zhu Zi. The old man's words are already very clear. Captain Hu stood up and spoke. Right now, Wang Chen is the next spokesperson. At this moment, on the sickbed, Grandpa G has closed his eyes, his children weeping as they hold his large hand. The old man smiles, leaving this world without regrets. The captains weep bitterly. Seeing off the old man. Do you know why Grandpa G chose you? Captain Hu looked at Wang Chen. Wang Chen, because I can fight? No, because you are different from us. Captain Hu said meaningfully and left. Wang Chen was puzzled. What does this mean? Soon, the news of spokesperson Grandpa G's passing spread, causing grief among the members. But there was no time for grief. The next spokesperson has been chosen. Not the most experienced Captain Hu, nor the fierce Captain Changren, but a newcomer who had just joined a few days ago. Wang Taizhu, a Long Kingdom man. Regardless of unwillingness or discontent, everyone had to accept Grandpa G's choice. This was Grandpa G's charismatic personality. In the corridor, Yirua learned of this news. He came over and said to Wang Chen, congratulations. Wang Chen almost spat out blood. The reason he explained to Yi Ruo was to make money here. Being the boss naturally was a good thing. The current pain, only I know. Yi Ruo, with such a huge influence, can you handle it? Wang Chen, I'll do just fine. The younger brothers see me, the new boss, as useless. Maybe I can smoothly hand over the boss's position. Ding. Host intends to operate a society, activating full-level skill, full-level operations management? Suddenly, Wang Chen had a thought that with an organization given to him, he could bring it to its peak. No matter what, things couldn't be changed. Except what comes. And thinking positively. Being a spokesperson, wouldn't it give him a chance to get close to Empress A? What about those children? What do you plan to do? Yi Ruo asked. Wang Chen was stunned. Looking at the children taken in by Grandpa Ji, he remembered what Huang Shan had told him. In the Delta, such children were everywhere. Wang Chen, to truly cure, we have to start from this place. Later on, the people held a funeral for the old man. The other two spokespersons also attended. Sag and Fu Nan were present. Didn't expect it to be this scene. The old man was a respectable person in his lifetime. Sag looked at Fu Nan. I heard the new spokesperson is a newcomer named Wang Taizhu. Fu Nan, a newcomer surely can't win everyone's approval. The Delta's flying eagles and poisonous snakes, those two ruthless individuals will surely stir up trouble. By then, the whole organization will be in chaos, starting a dog-eat-dog situation. Yes. Sag took a few puffs of his cigar and said, people without the ability suddenly wearing the crown will only be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. What do you mean? I don't know, saw it online. But as they walked in, they suddenly froze. In the courtyard, everyone stood on both sides, their eyes filled with fear, not daring to move. And in the center, two bloody heads were placed. It was the heads of the leaders of the Flying Eagles and Poisonous Snakes groups. Sag and Fu Nan were stunned. Looking at the young man, a newcomer? This guy is called a newcomer? Damn. Just said it. This Wang Taizhu guy got rid of people. This speed is too outrageous. Sag and Fu Nan were instantly drenched in sweat. Intimidating the younger brothers, Wang Chen personally buried the old man. Last night, he politely contacted Sergeant Funan, the two negotiators. Undercover work. Connections are crucial. Tufo is dead? Wang Chen was surprised. Yes. I heard he was killed by the leader of an assassin group. That guy was unlucky too. Sarge chuckled. Little brother, you are truly a hero. Last time we met, you wanted to join our organization, and now you've become a negotiator. You see, Sarge took 10 full years to become a negotiator. So, in the underworld, talent matters. In a few days, the Empress will summon us personally. Be prepared, Sarge spoke. I look forward to it. Wang Chen saw off the two negotiators. Captain who approached. Boss, what do you need? After becoming the leader, everyone called him Boss Zhu. Wang Chen, next, I will announce the first order as the leader. However, to Captain Hu's surprise, Wang Chen's command was very simple, almost too simple. To have everyone in Delta enjoy a good meal. That's simple. Also, call this number and mention my name, have them deliver food and enough drinks. Wang Chen handed over the Tianxia Group's phone number. Yes. On that day, Delta experienced an unusual calmness, no conflicts, no hunger, no children dying. Everyone had food to eat, drinks to sip, and joy filled the air. This incident reached the Platinum Casino. Empress A, upon hearing her subordinate's report, couldn't help but sneer, just ensuring no one goes hungry? He. How naive, how could old G choose such a guy? Beside her, Mr. K looked up from a book, took off his glasses, and said, but I must say, with just one meal, he has won over the hearts of the entire Delta, no one will question him again. Hearing this, Empress A was stunned, then quickly composed herself, revealing a captivating smile. Is that so? I look forward to seeing him. A few days later, a negotiators' meeting was held at the Platinum Casino. Amidst the noisy scene, another undercover agent, Lu Qing, was now serving as a runner by Sarge's side. It must be said, his speed was already impressive to be able to attend such a grand meeting. However, at that moment, he bumped into someone and was about to get angry, but upon seeing it was Captain Hu, he was startled and quickly stepped back. Don't block the way. Changren pushed him aside and made way for a figure to enter. It was Wang Chen in a suit, exuding a powerful aesthetic. On his neck, a tattoo of a demon. Even though he was not as burly as Changren, in everyone's eyes, this man's aura was undoubtedly the most imposing. Amidst the bewildered gazes, Wang Chen calmly led his team into the private room. Like a night parade of 100 ghosts, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Lu Qing stared blankly at the scene, deeply shaken. Damn, Wang Chen became a negotiator? Even as an undercover, he's this impressive. On the other side, the beautiful female dealer who had seen Wang Chen before couldn't believe that in just a few days, he had become such a prominent figure. "This way, please. Wang Chen, wait for me outside." He entered alone. Sergeant Funan had been waiting for a while, and upon seeing him, Sarge stood up with a smile, saying, "Long time no see. It's only been 3 days. Sarge, I like your bold and fearless attitude." Immediately, a seat was arranged for him. Wang Chen sat down, surveyed the surroundings, and in the center, several musicians were playing. 4 seats, corresponding to the 4 negotiators. And the top one corresponds to the ruler, Queen A. She is his target this time. "Have you heard of the legend of the Queen?" "Oh, tell me about it." Wang Chen spoke. "Sag, she started by selling ice, came to Myanmar alone, first killed a group of people, then negotiated with the local boss at the time with tons of ice drugs. How impressive is that? Of course. If you die now, you will be more legendary than her." "Wang Chen, what is the purpose of summoning the leaders this time?" "Oh, my dear pillar, you finally get to the point, not in vain for me to talk so much with you." Sag smiled and said, "I heard. It is to divide the territory of Tufu, that is to say, whoever can get a piece of this big cake will have the largest territory. Very tempting. Pillar, brother guarantees not to mistreat you." Sag revealed his true colors. "Funan, that guy, a sick seedling, might kick the bucket one day. You are young, the water is deep, you can't handle it, let uncle take care of it." Wang Chen was speechless. "You have quite the imagination." At this moment, the door was pushed open, and a figure walked in slowly. It was a beautiful woman, but with a smile that made men shudder. Queen A walked in, wearing only a tight nightgown, as if she had just sweated a lot, the clothes clinging tightly to her round buttocks, outlining a devilish figure. Under the gaze of the 3 men, she was unapologetic. "Everyone, I miss you all very much." Queen A smiled lightly. Sag, Queen. Wang Chen, so edgy, but still called out. Sag grinned and said, "Queen, the territory of Tufu cannot be left empty, don't you think?" He. "You are in a hurry." The Queen smiled charmingly. However, this smile, in the eyes of Sag and Funan, it instantly grabbed their hearts, sending shivers down their spines. Because, for many years, every time they were about to kill someone, the Queen would show this smile. "Chow!" Sag suddenly roared. Before they could struggle, the room was sealed, then a violent green smoke burst out, and Sag, who was in the smoke, turned pale in an instant, and in a few seconds, several people fell to the ground. It wasn't over yet. Wang Chen and Funan saw that after inhaling the poison, Sag's body gradually became emaciated, showing horrifying symptoms, just like those children they had seen before. Damn! Why? Funan, being a master of poison, naturally did not fall victim, but he had no intention of resisting, only wanting to escape. But the Queen wouldn't give him a chance. Bang! A sniper bullet pierced Funan's chest, then several figures wearing gas masks jumped down from the eaves. With their daggers, they cleanly beheaded Funan. Each one of them was a threat level of a bishop. On their skull masks, there was a J drawn. Wang Chen covered his mouth and nose, stepping back repeatedly. Everything happened too suddenly. The Queen walked down, looked at Wang Chen and said, "Someone told me that there are several moles infiltrated in my organization, and this banquet is the best opportunity for the moles. Am I right, Mr. Mole?" Wang Chen was astonished. How did this woman figure out his identity? How did she know? Unbelievable, right? "You did disguise yourself well, but unfortunately, I can sit in this position, relying on means." A figure walked out beside the Queen. It was Huangshan. Wang Chen said how could they have found out about him? It turned out it was because of Huangshan, or rather, Huangshan was actually the secret force that Empress A had planted in the territory of Old Master Ji. A mercenary with a skull mask knocked Wang Chen unconscious with a single blow. "What should we do with him?" "Take him back." Inside Empress A's villa, Mr. K looked suspiciously at the men bound by the skull mercenaries. He looked at the woman with a snake-like demeanor. "Who is this?" "Empress A, the person you are supposed to kill." With that, she lifted Wang Chen's human skin mask, a little trick that she had seen through long ago. She just chose to ignore it deliberately until now to set the trap. Mr. K looked at Wang Chen's face, his heart pounding suddenly. He was in the Dragon Kingdom, how did he end up here? Nonsense. Of course, he came to capture us. The woman smiled faintly, as if she didn't care about the matter at all. Soon after, Empress A gestured to the skull mercenaries of Legion J to bring Wang Chen in front of Mr. K. "I'll leave this person to you to deal with, I have more important matters to attend to." She smiled and then walked away with the Legion of Skull soldiers. "Mr. K, what are you going to do?" The woman turned back, smiling. War. Mr. K was horrified. War? Could it be? The Ace of Hearts. Codename, War Specialist. He's here. Mr. K was well aware that this person, registered above him an Empress A, would inevitably spark a war in the area upon his appearance. Countless people would die. The Ace of Hearts is a monster within the organization, crazier than any other cadre. And recently, he heard a terrifying rumor that the Ace of Hearts was secretly developing a biological weapon that, once successful, could destroy a city in an instant. So, he was receiving special attention from the organization. Perhaps, right now, Empress A and the War Specialist were planning to use Myanmar for experiments. All right, you go, I'll take care of this man. I promise to make him wish he were dead. This time I owe you a favor. He. So, you can speak human language too. Empress A sneered coldly. She left with the troops. After Empress A left, Mr. K's sinister eyes stared straight at Wang Chen, who was now unconscious from inhaling some poison. Silver Fox. In the shadows, Silver Fox slowly emerged from the darkness. Her eyes were icy, but when she saw Wang Chen, she trembled slightly. Mr. K. Take him to my torture chamber. Yes. Before long, Wang Chen was taken to a secret room specially built by Mr. K, filled with various torture devices. Blood was everywhere, and the floor was covered with pieces of flesh that had not been cleaned up. It was hard to imagine how cruel things had happened here. At this moment, a bald, ugly, short man was gleefully torturing a man with an iron clamp. The clamp directly snapped the man's Achilles tendon. No, I confess, I admit to everything. Please don't torture me anymore. Mr. K looked at him. You knew what the consequences would be when you crossed me. I was wrong, Mr. K, spare me. The man cried, begging for mercy incessantly. At this moment, thanks to the terrifying body of the original owner, Wang Chen, who had quickly regained consciousness, heard the screams. He didn't open his eyes but continued to pretend to be unconscious. Where is this? It seems like that person is being tortured. Poor guy. Mr. K, why did he bring me here? What does he want to do? And, how are they doing now? Various doubts creased Wang Chen's brow slightly. Pluff. At that moment, Mr. K, with a knife at his throat, the man stood dumbfounded, his pupils trembling, then shaking, and finally falling to the ground, bloodied and dead. At that moment, Wang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, his body rushing forward at an incredible speed towards Mr. K, who had his back turned, standing at the open door. Silver Fox was surprised, reacted quickly, drew out a dagger, and lunged forward to stab. But what shocked her was that she couldn't catch up. He has become stronger. Mr. K was astonished, but as he turned his head, a pair of eyes were already fixed on him, with a smirk on the lips. Hello, old K. Swish, Wang Chen grabbed his neck, lifting Mr. K up as his hostage. You! An ugly man nearby was about to rush forward. Wang Chen scared him off. He said, Don't move, I promise Mr. K will die first. Mr. K, so you were pretending to be unconscious? Not exactly, I woke up quickly, then, because of the danger, I went along with your plan. Mr. K's face turned ugly. Could this guy be immune to all poisons? That poison gas. Even if an elephant breathed a bit of it, it would die within a second, let alone a person. It was simply unbelievable. You inhaled the poison gas, there's no way you're unharmed. Ding! Host detected poisoning, automatically activating top-level skill, Master Detoxification. Wang Chen smiled. Sorry, I really am immune to all poisons. Thanks to the original owner for granting me this body. No matter what poison it is, to him, it's like drinking water. Wang Chen, even if you catch me, it's useless. Everyone here is under the Empress's command, they won't spare me. Once they rush in, you're as good as dead. Wang Chen, is that so? But I don't think so. Why? The reason? It's simple. Wang Chen then looked at Silver Fox across from him. How could a woman who deeply loves a man stand by and watch the man she loves die? Right, Silver Fox? You're a smart woman, you should understand what I mean. Wang Chen exerted a bit of force. Silver Fox immediately showed hostility. Stop. Despicable. Thanks for the compliment, Wang Chen said with a smile. The more the enemy acted this way, the more excited he became. Mr. K was shocked and said, Silver Fox, don't mind me, kill him. At this moment, Silver Fox could easily shoot and kill Wang Chen at such a close range. Silver Fox, considering our past acquaintance, I'll give you two choices. 1, let me go. 2, just let me go for heaven's sake. Wang Chen was gambling. He was betting on Silver Fox's deep feelings for Mr. K, a sentiment he had sensed since the last assassination attempt on the Fox mask. Moreover, when he held Mr. K hostage, Silver Fox's killing intent towards him suddenly vanished. This made him even more certain. Silver Fox, Mr. K has spoken, hurry up and kill Wang Chen, the short man shouted. Bang! Then, Silver Fox did as told and fired the gun. However, she ended up shooting the short man instead. Wang Chen smiled. It seems you've made your choice. Silver Fox, Mr. K's face changed, his eyes revealing a mix of emotions. I'm sorry, Mr. K, I can't do it, I can't. Silver Fox choked up. It was Mr. K who had rescued her from the Fox mask's clutches, and since that moment, Mr. K had become the only light in her life. TSK. Truly a tear-jerking love story. Alright, hurry and take me out of here, Wang Chen said coldly. Silver Fox gritted her teeth, but she complied, handing the gun to Wang Chen and leading him towards a secret passage. Once they were out of this passage, they could leave unscathed right under the noses of countless armed men. Just as planned. This was her emergency evacuation plan for Mr. K's unexpected situation. Unexpectedly, it benefited Wang Chen. Before long, the three entered the secret passage and quickly arrived outside the palace, where a group of the Empress's subordinates were patrolling. Seeing this scene, they were about to open fire. Silver Fox, Wang Chen shielded Mr. K in front of himself as a human shield and shouted at Silver Fox. Silver Fox, shameless. With that, she suddenly rushed out and headed towards the group, then ruthlessly killed them with a dagger. After the killings, Silver Fox roared hysterically. With red eyes, she looked at Wang Chen. Don't look at me like that, or I'll make him die right here. Helplessly, Silver Fox lowered her head. I've done as you said, now release Mr. K. Wang Chen, what's the rush? You turn around first. With a cold gaze, Silver Fox obeyed and turned around. The next moment, Wang Chen directly immobilized her with acupressure, then did the same to Mr. K, binding the two together. Silver Fox's eyes widened, as if saying, you're not keeping your word. Wang Chen chuckled, you tell me, are you two together now? After completing all this, Wang Chen took out a communicator and connected to the other end. Soon, the call was answered, and the voice of Nan Feng came through. Wang Chen, many of our undercover agents have been captured, how are you? Wang Chen, I've escaped. The others on the line breathed a sigh of relief, then Nan Feng continued, there's been a change in plans. The operation is temporarily suspended, your mission is over. Leave Myanmar quickly. What? The mission is terminated? Wang Chen frowned, feeling increasingly uneasy. He asked, why? Nan Feng hesitated, sighed, and said, this is not for you to know. Wang Chen insisted, let me guess. Empress A is ostensibly overseeing the organization's money laundering operations, but why choose a backward place like Myanmar? She should have better options. To rule Myanmar? No, she's not that kind of person. At least, since the deaths of Sage and Funan, he understood that territories and emissaries were worthless in the eyes of the Empress. So, she was willing to sacrifice her subordinates involved in money laundering for a reason. There was only one explanation. She was really developing biochemical weapons. You found out she's developing biochemical weapons in Myanmar but can't disclose it, right? As this was said, in the command room, Nan Feng and the others felt a chill. It seems I was right. The Empress rules Myanmar not for profit, but for a better testing ground. Convenient for testing the power of toxic gas in the Heaven experiment. Because of this, even if many people in Myanmar die, outsiders won't care, thinking it's just a war between warlords. Thinking of this, Wang Chen shuddered. Fear showed in his eyes. Not good. Delta will face a massacre. Previously, at the banquet, Wang Chen was puzzled. Since the Empress had discovered his identity, why kill Sage and Funan? After all, they were her trusted aides. Now, he understood. She needed a reason to unleash the toxic gas. Probably, no reason was more stimulating than revenge between emissaries. What a ruthless woman. Wang Chen took a sharp breath. Wang Chen. This has nothing to do with us, we don't need to sacrifice so many people for Myanmar, Nan Feng said heavily. Wang Chen, nothing to do with us? He thought of Yi Ruo. He thought of the team. He thought of the old man Ji and the way he used to look at him. Then all these complex emotions merged together, giving birth to a flame-like idea. Wang Chen took a deep breath and simply said, Nan Feng. That's tens of thousands of lives at stake. You say it's none of my business? I am very angry right now. On the other end, Nan Feng seemed to understand something. When his brother Nan Qixing tried to dissuade him, he stopped him, shook his head, and said, he's just that kind of person. Soon after, the communication was cut off. Wang Chen's eyes lit up with anger. Delta. As night fell, the displaced people gathered around the bonfire, chatting and laughing. The new commander-in-chief is truly a good person. Thanks to him, my child no longer has to go hungry. The day before yesterday, he led his men to repair houses in the south, saying that we can live there in the future, no more wandering. I plan to join too. You're quite old. For the next generation. Yes. They laughed together. Delta will definitely get better. We will also have better days ahead. At this moment, the people in hell, because of Wang Chen's appearance, ignited a glimmer of hope. However, not far away, the sound of tank treads crushing the ground approached. Under the lights, tanks slowly rolled in, followed by fully armed soldiers who cocked their guns. When a few wanderers from Delta looked up and saw the scene, they were surprised. One of them stood up and said, "Aren't those Sarge's men?" And from Funan. These two had always had a good relationship with Old Man Ji, so the people from all sides were kind to each other. What are they doing here so late at night? A wanderer saw a familiar face and walked over to greet him with a smile. But then he froze in place. His face gradually lost color. A henchman of Sarge slowly raised an AK, aiming at the wanderer's head. Coldly he said, "I'm going to avenge Big Brother Sarge." The next moment, gunshots rang out in the night. She's gone mad, that woman has gone mad. This is too bizarre. Where's the boss? I don't know. Yirua and the others rushed back to Delta from the casino without stopping. Captain Hu received a message. Queen A spread the news. Wang Chen killed Sarge and Funan and exposed their bodies to the public. With her prestige and status, Sarge's and Funan's men naturally wouldn't question it. Currently, Sarge's and Funan's men were all heading to Delta to carry out a massacre. I hope we didn't arrive too late, Changren spoke up. But when they arrived at their doorstep, they saw a raging fire destroying everything, turning the entire Delta into chaos. No, Captain Hu trembled as he watched the scene. The massacre had already begun. The rising poisonous gas turned Delta into a living hell. Captain Hu and the others couldn't believe it. They had only been away for less than half a day. Gunshots, artillery fire, the heart-wrenching screams of innocent people tortured to death by the gas. At this moment, on the battlefield, Queen A was overlooking the poisonous gas advancing towards the depths of Delta. Under the gas, no living being could survive for a second. Sarge's and Funan's men were driven mad with bloodlust. The woman couldn't help but think back to the only man who had never submitted to her during her rule in Myanmar, the man who was willing to do anything for Delta. But now, his homeland was still being ravaged by her. Boom! Suddenly, a tremor rang out. In one corner, a group of SAG's thugs were blown away by a shell, the intense explosion rising like a raging fire in the poisonous gas. Queen A was stunned. There, a heavy tank rushed out, followed by a large group of thugs wearing gas masks. In their hands, all brand new firearms. And this scene was playing out in various places. Queen A was dumbfounded, shocked to the core. Then, her veins bulged, her voice tinged with anger. Ji Yao. Clearly, the old man Ji's arms trade power had been cut off. But what was happening now? Not only powerful arms, but gas masks too? Is this what you meant by being disheartened? The old man really gave me a big gift. Queen sneered, her chest heaving. At this moment, Wang Chen, who had rushed back to Delta, happened to witness the scene. Watching, fully armed, even resistance fighters wearing gas masks, fighting against the Queen's lackeys. Very surprised. Our people? Someone noticed Wang Chen and walked over. When he took a look, he inexplicably felt that this person looked familiar, until he saw the demon tattoo on Wang Chen's neck, which only the leader had. He was suddenly startled. Leader! But, why does his face look different? In his confusion, Wang Chen also learned the truth from this person. It turned out, Old Man Ji had long discovered the Queen's gas experiments, anticipating that she would use Delta as a testing ground, so he pretended to submit to her on the surface. But behind the scenes, the old man had been secretly collecting arms and even smuggling gas masks from abroad. For this day, the old man, this move, was legendary. Distribute all the arms. A few henchmen were stunned. What? Wang Chen, whether they support us or not, as long as they are Delta people, give it to them, let this fire burn bigger. Before long, under Wang Chen's instructions, the arms began to spread. The territory of the Flying Eagles. Without their leader, they were like scattered sand. At this moment, they were hiding in their territory, facing off against the invaders outside. In a moment of danger, a heavy armored vehicle crashed into the territory. People from the G's group. Are you guys crazy? The Flying Eagles cursed. They had already been complaining endlessly about the new leader, but before they could react, Wang Chen's henchman got off the vehicle and opened the trunk. In an instant, handguns, submachine guns, shotguns, all kinds of arms fell to the ground. In an instant, piled up like a mountain. Suddenly, the members of the Flying Eagles were speechless, unable to say a word. In the silence, following Wang Chen's instructions, the henchmen shouted loudly at the Flying Eagles. The leader said, "If you are still men of Delta, pick up your guns and follow me." The representative of the Flying Eagles picked up an AK from the ground, felt it, his eyes lit up. He smiled. This is the leader. At the same time, in various places, they all received arms from Wang Chen. The people were boiling with enthusiasm. With guns in hand, they broke out of the encirclement, converging towards Wang Chen from all directions, like clusters of flames converging into a sea of stars. Damn it! What's going on? Bang! Wang Chen pulled the trigger, blowing up a crazed Sag soldier. The headless body fell. He smiled and said, "The thing is just this." Then, Wang Chen led his men, cutting a bloody path. Bastard! A tank turned its gun barrel, aiming at these resistance fighters, attempting to destroy them with violence. But, the next moment, a figure appeared above the muzzle, and Wang Chen exerted all his strength to forcefully tear off the cover, revealing a hand grenade. Smiling at the dumbfounded individuals inside the tank, he said, "Here's a gift for you." Boom! In an instant, the explosion engulfed the tank, scattering its parts as they were buried under the smoke and dust. Following this, there were no more cries or weeping, only the brutal fight for survival. Under the cover of night, with flames reaching the sky, Wang Chen lost count of how many people he had killed. They had all lost their sanity, turning into beasts. What troubled him was the seemingly endless stream of Sagar's and Funan's men, increasing in numbers. The gap in numbers was too vast. Just then, amidst the corpses, a Funan poisoner suddenly sprang up, blood flowing from his 7 orifices, a look of madness in his eyes as he laughed. Die! Wang Chen was about to dodge when a gunshot rang out, hitting the poisoner right between the eyes, blowing his head off. 100 meters away, a figure slowly stood up, the representative of the poison snake group, Potter. His eyes filled with energy, like a sniper scope, enabling him to accurately shoot enemies from 100 meters away. He bowed to Wang Chen. "Isn't this the newly appointed commander-in-chief highly regarded by Sir Ji? Why do you look so disheveled? Or should I take over?" Amidst hearty laughter, a thug carrying a machine gun emerged with his henchman. Nanti, the local kingpin south of Delta, left with his men as Wang Chen took over as commander-in-chief. He was a battle maniac. Watch your mouth. On the other side, a man with bandages walked out, Kusa, the agent of the Myanmar assassin group, the #1 assassin in Delta. He held great respect for Sir Ji, hence he also respected Wang Chen, the one chosen by him. At this moment, the numbers were even. Everyone stood behind him, united like never before in Delta. All grudges and vendettas were set aside. The only thing to do now was to drive out the damn invaders. Wang Chen smiled contentedly. "Now, let's counterattack," he shouted. The army charged into battle. In the blaze, a figure casually walked on the road littered with corpses, black hair, dark skin, and red eyes. Stepping forward, behind him, Sagar's and Funan's men, as if controlled, all turned bloodthirsty, craving for battle. Not far away, Captain Hu, leading the resistance, noticed the man. He was about to shoot, but the next moment, a sudden change occurred. His few subordinates behind him suddenly went crazy, like hunting dogs, pouncing on him. "What are you doing?" At this moment, the man also noticed the commotion behind him but just smiled and continued walking forward, hearing the voice of Queen A on his communicator. "Sir, the plan is hindered. We have encountered some resistance." "Resistance?" The Red Ace's expression turned strange, his lips gradually curling up, his eyes filled with excitement. Resistance was good. Such a war was interesting. "Leave it to me." Snap. He casually snapped his fingers. A few minutes later, the night in Delta was suddenly illuminated by a dazzling light, the people of Delta looking up, not at a light of redemption but a light of destruction. Missile after missile tore through the night sky, heading towards them. A few minutes earlier, in Myanmar, in a military base nearby, a brigadier general, his body stiffened, then went mad. Like a man possessed, ignoring the pleas of others, he pressed the launch button of a missile, targeting Delta. "Is that a meteor?" Nan squinted, unable to see clearly. Wang Chen's back went cold. "Those are missiles." "What?" The terrifying missiles, like a bucket of cold water, dashed towards the just ignited flames. In the next moment, the entire Delta trembled. The light of destruction, swallowing up patches of land. National security. Inside the command room, everyone fell into a dead silence. Just now, the military base in Myanmar launched several missiles towards the Delta, hitting the land. It was hard to imagine how many people would perish. "Enough!" Nan Fong roared. We can't stand by any longer. Brother! Deputy Minister Zhuke, Nan Qixing, his face darkened. He also wanted to send reinforcements immediately. But the problem was, this incident happened within Myanmar's borders, involving national interests. They couldn't act recklessly. Approval from higher-ups was necessary. Besides waiting, there was no other way. At this moment, an order was issued. Everyone looked surprised. Nanfeng was ecstatic. Here it comes. The delta after the bombing, a scorched earth. The sound of weeping once again filled the entire battlefield. In the drizzling rain, Yirua, carrying Nie Zhang from the ruins, looked around blankly. At this moment, a voice sounded. Evil tiger. Yirua turned back upon hearing this voice, catching sight of a figure in a suit standing above the ruins. Captain. Yirua, what are you doing here? Long, come back with me. Heavenly Kingdom is serious. Other officers will also arrive here. Everyone in the Delta will die. If you stay here, it's a dead end for you too. Yi Rual looked pained. But what about the people here? Long fell silent. Then, he said coldly, destroy them, what's it to me? Yi Rual, this is wrong. Innocent people are crying. Can't you hear it? I can't stand by and watch. Long, when did you become so naive? I don't know. Maybe, I was influenced by someone. Yi Rual smiled bitterly. I'm sorry, Captain, I have disappointed you. After Yi Rual finished speaking, he turned and headed towards the battlefield. However, this time his sword was not for killing but for saving. At this moment, his eyes shone like never before. It was the gaze of a person who had found meaning. The aura that had been troubling him also disappeared. Long watched that figure's back. It was as if he had broken free from some kind of restraint, so free. Captain, this heartless person, let him die. In the shadows, the other Zodiac assassins grumbled. Yeah, Evil Tiger is the worst among the children I adopted. But when Long heard Yirua's choice, even he, as cold as he was, showed a smile of relief. However, at least, he didn't disappoint me. Saying that, Long, the leader of the top Zodiac group, turned to the other Zodiac members. With our abilities, how long can we hold back the J Legion? The assassins were stunned. The Inhuman Legion of Heavenly Kingdom? That was deadly. It could destroy a military base in minutes. Our 10 against their 5,000, at most. 10 minutes. Mazwa spoke up. Click. Long erupted with an intense killing intent. His clothes tore open at the arms, revealing mantis-like curved blade limbs. Tell the people in the Delta. They only have 10 minutes. This is as far as I can help you. Hold on. Wang Chen exerted all his strength to push away a huge rock. Then he saw a woman, covered in blood, her body already a blur of flesh and blood. Only her hands clung tightly to a baby in swaddling clothes. She looked at Wang Chen. The mother showed a tragic smile, trembling as she handed the baby in swaddling clothes to Wang Chen. She whispered, "Thank you," then fell silent. Holding the crying infant, Wang Chen spoke, "I'm sorry, you shouldn't have died here. You all should have had a bright future. The Delta should have had a bright future. But why is it like this? These people, clearly striving to live. Why? Why do they still have no choice? Must the people here accept this?" Memory surfaced in his mind, a woman smiling, speaking to Wang Chen. Wang Chen, this world shouldn't be like this. In an instant, as if some shackles were broken, a gray-haired Wang Chen appeared behind him, gazing at him. Then, it was him dressed as an assassin, a mercenary, a cleaner, a military expert. Different identities of him stood behind him. These identities were all in the dark, doing unspeakable things. But now, they overlapped with Wang Chen's figure. In a moment, light intertwined with darkness, creating a miraculous brightness. Light was born from the darkness. In this moment, the past was no more. Now, there was only one identity he had carved out. Hero, if no one will lend a hand to the people here, then I will empower them to live. Now, the Delta needs a hero. Meanwhile, through the camera, in the command room, a device detecting threat levels sounded. Wang Chen's threat level suddenly skyrocketed. Threat level, General I, threat level, General 4, threat level, Pope 3, threat level, Pope 4. Threat level, King 9. Inside the room, Nanfeng and the others were stunned. Because at this moment, the world witnessed the birth of the 5th king-level threat. Wang Chen opened his eyes, and at that moment, his companions felt as if a deity had opened his eyes, looking down at the people with compassion. Instantly, she surged from Wang Chen like the sea, spreading towards the distance, enveloping the entire delta. The covered land saw the irrational and frenzied underworld figures lose control, as if a pure light erased their pain, regaining their senses. What happened? What have I done? No, those who regained their senses looked at the ones who had been used as executioners to kill their own, unable to bear it, filled with deep self-blame. They dropped their weapons. In this scene, War, one of the four knights of heaven, the Ace of Hearts, looked surprised. Feeling the immeasurable chi, his body involuntarily trembled. No, this can't be. Knight Ruo, who rescued the victims, was covered in wounds, but now, his killing intent was gone, replaced by his own power. The power of redemption. This is. Suddenly, he felt an unprecedented chi, more terrifying than the captain's, but warm and familiar. Good. Knight Ruo turned back and rushed towards the ruins to save more people. Changren, you can't die. Changren coughed up blood. Sadly, he said, after I die, remember to delete the 400G folder on my computer. Delete it all. Big brother. After a while, Changren felt strangely relieved, without the pain of death. His wounds were healed? This chi is. Sergeant Hu, who had lost an arm and an eye, took off his gas mask, smiling. It's the commander. This is the commander's chi. He seemed to hear Wang Chen's voice. Stand up. At the Delta's port, endless pirate ships were pressing into the sea. 10,000 people were engaged in the battle. On the largest pirate ship, a man known as the King of Somalia, filled with evil deeds, sat at the bow, his other identity. One of the four knights of the heaven. The Plague, codenamed King of Hearts. Next, he would lead a large army into the Delta to assist Queen A in completing the experiment. Just then, a voice came, and a figure appeared out of nowhere. The King of Somalia, Veer, turned to look at the newcomer and said, Vermilion. Hanli, dressed in a black windbreaker, stood smiling in place. Hello, King of Somalia. Veer glanced back and, as expected, one by one, the pirates on the ship fell to the ground. Playing cards were stuck in their chests. These eerie playing cards drew fresh blood from their bodies, gradually staining the cards red, incredibly eerie. Hanli, in a black windbreaker, with a gentle expression, collected the playing cards. He went up to the bow. Sitting side by side with the King of Somalia, Veer, he took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Want one? Veer's eyelid twitched, then, under the other's cunning fox-like gaze, he reluctantly took one. I must say, the coastline of the Delta is really nice, such a beautiful view. Hanli sighed. Wouldn't it be a pity if such a beautiful view were destroyed? He looked at Veer. Veer took one, finding the cigarette not bad. He took a few more puffs and exhaled, saying, I once had a beautiful view too, but unfortunately, some bastards taught me a lesson. The victor takes all, the loser is a bandit, a hero? That's just the victor's self-glorification, because only then will no one pity the losers. Veer, so, since then, I swore to only be a victor myself. For this, I will stop at nothing. Hanli looked towards the direction of the Delta engulfed in flames, fell silent for a moment, and said, if this is your answer, then, I can only say sorry to you. As Han Li's words fell, boom, suddenly, Veer heard a loud roar, like a giant stepping into the sea area, causing the entire ocean to tremble. Before long, in front of countless pirate ships, a huge, iceberg-like behemoth slowly emerged from the mist. Dazzling lights, like swords, enveloped over 5,000 pirate ships. It was a giant ship. The pirates were horrified, looking up at the sky-shrouding behemoth, never feeling such fear in their lives. Veer was stunned. Hanli extinguished his cigarette, stood up, and smiled at him. Respected King of Pirates. The Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Defense reminds you. No entry ahead. 1. The Black Tortoise raised terrifying cannons, like thunder, between the giant ship and the pirate ships, firing a red line. Silence. Veer clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, staring fiercely at the man beside him, who was smiling more and more chillingly. The terrifying energy turned into a wild beast. Hanli's expression turned cold. Veer, you should know, at least I can reason with you. But, the one above, he has a bad temper, and I heard that your Somalia has been boasting about invincibility at sea recently. Those people are bursting with pent-up anger. On the giant ship, a stalwart man as steady as Mount Tai, in military uniform, gazed straight down at Veer at the bow of the largest pirate ship, the sword-bearer of the Black Tortoise, Zhao Beihai. As long as he gives the order, the entire sea area would soon become a sea of fire. Delta border. A blind old man in a suit holding a samurai sword sat at a wayside station, waiting for the train to the Delta. However, the train did not arrive. Instead, a figure appeared. Heaven, one of the four horsemen, Death. One of the 3 legions of Department J. The captain of Death. Sanchuan Longdao frowned and turned to look at the newcomer. Is this the number 1 cherry blossom killer? A sturdy man approached slowly. It's a pity he's an old man. I'm afraid it won't be satisfying. In an instant, Longdao felt the entire station trembling slightly, the air filled with an incredibly heavy pressure. As if, at that moment, the whole world changed color. The heavy energy was like pythons entwined around the man, tearing his clothes and revealing a perfect physique. His eyes sparkled like thunder. Long Dao seemed to remember something. His lips trembled as he said, I remember you, you're the man who single-handedly killed his way from the Dragon Kingdom border to the Eagle Kingdom. Nantian Gate, Gatekeeper. White Tiger, Wang Han. Long Dao frowned again. Wang Han nodded. The next moment, he rushed forward, throwing a punch, the air crackling. Burmese government. Everyone was in a panic. Because, just a few minutes ago, the Dragon Kingdom made a major move near the Delta. Dragon Kingdom. This is our private matter, you have no right to interfere. An official, with an unpleasant expression, said to another. At this moment, the foreign minister of the Dragon Kingdom smiled and said, Reason? Very simple. Our people have gone missing in your territory. Damn it, no solution. Strange. Captain Hu looked at Chang Ren and asked, What's wrong? Chang Ren glanced at the poison gas surrounding him. He murmured, I feel like my energy is off. We're wearing gas masks, we haven't inhaled this gas at all. You must be overthinking it, Captain Hu said. At this moment, Delta battlefield. The Ace of Hearts watched time pass, looking around at the emptiness. Where are the people? The Skeleton Legion? Pirates? And the Cherry Blossom Killer? Where are they? What happened to the crushing victory we planned? Damn! Where did they all go? Just then, War heard footsteps behind him. He turned around, but he froze in place. His eyes showed an incredulous look, as if he was looking at a living dead person. No! This can't be. The sudden shock made him forget his mission, duties, tasks, leaving only the indelible belief deep in his heart. Then, he slowly knelt down, bowing to the passing figure. Wang Chen glanced at him, ignored him, then turned and walked forward step by step. And not far away, on top of a tall tower, the source of the poison gas, a beautiful figure stood there, waiting for his arrival. On top of the tower, Lilith watched as Wang Chen walked up step by step, like a god descending before her. Unexpectedly, this man was so tenacious. Just then, Wang Chen reached out his hand. In the next moment, an infinite energy gathered, outlining a blade made of energy. Lilith smiled. I never expected that you would be the last trump card of Mr. G. Now, you have become the hero of the Delta. Wang Chen smiled coldly, thanks to you. He struck casually. In an instant, across from him, more than 10 meters away, Queen Alice suddenly trembled, a strange slash appearing on her chest, blood splattering from the wound. Thud! An arm was directly cut off and flew several meters before landing on the ground. Alice gasped. This cut is for Delta, Wang Chen said coldly. Slowly raising the broken blade, he looked down at the woman like a judge. Alice kept backing away, holding her severed arm, her face contorted. Aren't you curious why I led this massacre instead of the higher-ranked Ace of Hearts? Suddenly, Wang Chen frowned, sensing a strange change in the woman before him. His hand paused. Ha! Realized it, didn't you? Alice sneered. As she spoke, she tore open her chest clothing, revealing her skin to Wang Chen. However, after looking, Wang Chen's eyes showed only deep shock and horror. The body of Queen Alice was completely decayed, covered in countless small holes oozing a green gas, making her appearance unbearable to look at. She was no longer human. Previously, Heaven conducted an experiment, selecting a large group of girls to create bioweapon bodies through inhuman experiments. Now, only one girl survived. Her name was Lily. She was now Queen Alice. Lily smiled bitterly, saying, See my broken body. I am the poison itself. You should have noticed that this poison is not truly toxic but formed from Qi, which is my incarnation. It invades the bodies of those with Qi, replacing theirs, killing ordinary people but not those with Qi. Do you understand? Lily revealed an unprecedented chilling smile. In other words, now, over 10,000 Qi owners in Delta were connected to her. Wang Chen suddenly realized something, breaking out in a cold sweat. Now, if you kill me, those connected Qi owners will die with me. But if you don't kill me, over 200,000 ordinary people will die slowly from the poison gas. Lily looked at the dazzling hero before her. Wang Chen, you have the power to let the people of Delta live. But now, you are about to take away their right to live. A hero? How ironic. Had the inhumane woman laughed maniacally. Wang Chen, will you save your team members or the innocent people? Meanwhile, in another command room, Nanfeng and others heard the queen's choice. Silence fell. This is disgusting, someone exclaimed. Nanfeng clenched his teeth, knowing that whatever choice he made would involve sacrifices. If it were him, he would minimize the sacrifices, using the lives of 10,000 to save the future of 200,000 ordinary people. But in doing so, all of Wang Chen's efforts would be in vain. At the same time, the top officials of Heaven were also watching Wang Chen's choice. How will he choose? In the room, an old man resembling a pope, with a spade K on his clothes, smirked as he watched Wang Chen on the screen. Q, how do you think he will choose? A silent masked man with a hoarse voice from a device around his neck replied, no matter his choice, he will go from a savior to a sinner. We will welcome his return. Yes. You must think the same, right? On the third chair, a man remained silent, not uttering a word, but in his eyes, there was contempt for Wang Chen. A hero? The brave warrior who slayed dragons, only to become a dragon himself in the end. How ridiculous. Delta. Atop the tall tower, Wang Chen confirmed what Queen Lilith had said, that Captain Hu and Captain Changren, along with other members of the underworld, had been silently infused with the Queen's aura on the battlefield. This aura, like cells corroding their bodies, if Queen Lilith were to die, the aura left inside them would detonate, killing them all. Lilith coldly spoke, choose, to kill those 10,000 people, or to kill 200,000 ordinary folks. After a long pause, Wang Chen took a deep breath and then chuckled, I refuse. As soon as these words were spoken, Lilith's expression stiffened as she looked at that figure and the unwavering brilliance on his face. This scene, countless pairs of eyes were filled with astonishment. Refuse? Lilith, are you trying to escape? Indeed, people are selfish. But in the next moment, Wang Chen's figure appeared before her, not giving Lilith a chance to resist. He suddenly made a move. He embraced her tightly. Lilith was puzzled. Wang Chen spoke, there is another choice, one that doesn't require the death of those 10,000 or the sacrifice of over 200,000 ordinary people. Lilith, you are too naive, there is no such choice. No, there is. Wang Chen pointed at himself and said, I am that choice. In an instant, inside the room, the three highest elders of heaven stood up abruptly, feeling a chill down their spines, their eyes vacant. It seems we have lost. Spade aside. On the other end, inside the command room, many were puzzled. What does this mean? Nanfeng, he intends to transfer the poison from the queen's body into his own, and then bear all the poison himself. Wang Chen, you bastard, did you plan this from the beginning? Nanfeng's eyes were red with tears. Lilith was stunned, she had never imagined that someone would willingly sacrifice themselves. Why? Isn't this the charm of a hero? Wang Chen spoke. Immediately, to Lilith's incredulous gaze, the poison in her body was continuously drawn out and flowed into Wang Chen's body. Not only that, what was even more astonishing, even the people she was connected to, as well as the poison pervading the battlefield, all gathered towards Wang Chen at that moment. Why go to such lengths? Lilith looked at him. Wang Chen's face began to decay, his body's functions deteriorating rapidly at that moment, like a candle in the wind. But he still smiled. I said, I want to bring a better future to this place, to these people. In his words, Lilith's body miraculously recovered, she was no longer plagued by the poison, and her mind became much clearer. However, the endless poison, like a malicious flame, engulfed Wang Chen, covering his entire body, like a prisoner being roasted by flames. Lilith could no longer see his figure clearly, but at that moment, in her eyes, in the eyes of those on the battlefield, in the eyes of those watching everything through screens, his figure, like a towering giant, single-handedly challenging the heavens, and then gradually falling in the blaze. The savior of Delta fell at that moment. On the coast, tens of thousands of lives, only requiring the sacrifice of one person. Don't you think this ending is perfect? Han Li turned his head. Looking at Veer, who was nailed to the bow of the ship with playing cards, his face was extremely grim. Even he didn't expect it. One person could achieve this level. Heaven was completely defeated. Now, after a night had passed, on the coastline, light burst out from the darkness, like a rising sun of hope, wiping away the darkness. It's dawn, Han Li smiled. It's all over. On the battlefield, the Ace of Hearts representing war disappeared. Following that, the remaining forces of heaven also retreated from the battlefield. Captain Hu and the others watched the scene. It took a while before a burst of cheers erupted. We won! Damn it, get out of our territory. Ha, run away with your tail between your legs. The members of the underworld were all delighted. No one had expected it. Delta won this battle. Right, where's the boss? Everyone was stunned. In the heat of the moment, they forgot about the commander. Lilies fell to the ground. Tears welled up. It's my fault that she died. But at this moment, amidst the flames formed by the poison gas, a voice rang out. Just you? Lilies were startled, then lifted her head to see the figure that had fallen down rise again, a man completely naked, flames on his head. He was looking down, picking his nose. Lilies? You? How is this guy alive again? He was supposed to be dead. Wang Chen revealed a sly smile. Surprised, huh? Didn't expect that, did you? I'm a tough one. Ding. Host detected to be critically ill, activating ultimate skill, Phoenix Resurrection. Wang Chen also didn't expect it. He was alive again. Lily stood dumbfounded for a moment. Then she couldn't help but burst into laughter. She was truly defeated by this guy. Several days later, Hanli walked on the streets being repaired. Delta was in a mess after the war. However, everyone's faces were filled with hope for a better future. It was thriving. Before long, he arrived at the only hospital in Delta. Entering, he saw Nan Feng and others coming out. Nan Feng saw Hanli and immediately saluted respectfully, "Minister." "Oh my goodness. How come this big shot is here?" Hanli waved his hand, smiling. "I just came as an ordinary person to visit someone." "Is he inside?" "Yes. Just, don't be too surprised when you go in," Nan Feng muttered. Hanli tilted his head. "What does that mean?" Pushing the door open, Hanli saw a man engulfed in flames, especially his head, where his hair had been burned off, emitting a dazzling light. So that's what they meant. Wang Chen also noticed the man entering. The two locked eyes. Suddenly, a strange feeling arose. Both sides felt a familiar sensation from each other. Hanli teased in his mind. "Indeed. Are you one too?" Wang Chen looked up and down at the man in front of him, dressed in a black trench coat, with a friendly smile on his face. Just from his posture, this guy was incredibly strong. Hanli found a chair, sat down, placed the fruit basket aside, and said, "Let me introduce myself, I'm Hanli, currently in charge of the Dragon Country's Vermilion Bird." "Damn! Vermilion Bird!" Wang Chen was shocked and trembling. "Damn, a big shot." He was about to reach out. "No need to shake hands," Hanli chuckled. Wang Chen glanced at the flames engulfing him and couldn't help but feel embarrassed. After absorbing the poison gas from the Empress's body, I don't know why, I didn't die, but the flames didn't go out all at once, they stayed on me, needing to be digested bit by bit. Hanli was speechless. He didn't die after all. Indeed. Was it because, like himself, he possessed a system? No. Hanli glanced at Wang Chen, who was also puzzled. He thought to himself that this guy was different from him and Wang Han. They both grew stronger step by step. But this guy started at max level from the beginning, just gradually finding his way back. In fact, he and Wang Han had been searching for people with systems for years. Finally, they discovered that the ultimate target of the system pointed directly to one person. The leader of heaven, the boss they had to defeat. And he suspected that the man in front of him was the boss they had to defeat. Speaking, Hanli's finger moved slightly, revealing a playing card sneakily. At this moment, Wang Chen picked up a pot of water next to him and poured it over his head to cool off. He laughed. "Feels good." Hanli twitched his eyelids as he watched. No. This guy couldn't possibly be the boss. "Wang Chen, when can I go back to my country? Since the crisis in Delta is over, can I go back to my country now?" Hanli heard this and said with a smile, "This is the good news I want to tell you. Because of your outstanding performance, the title of General of Delta is now yours. Happy, right?" "Wang Chen, what army?" "General," Hanli explained, "the ruler of Delta." WTF. Wang Chen was speechless, scratching his head and cheeks. "Damn it. When did I ever say I wanted to be a general?" Hanli smiled and said, "It's what the people want. To hell with what the people want. I'm an undercover agent." Hanli patted him and said, "Don't worry, it's just a title. You are free to leave here at any time." "Oh, you are truly talented. From a little brother to a regional ruler, I envy you." Wang Chen's mouth twitched fiercely. "Damn it. This is different from what was agreed upon before." But thinking about it the other way around, by becoming the ruler of Delta, he would have a legitimate reason to help the people of Dragon Country. By then, everyone would have a bright future. Thinking about it this way, it seemed like a good thing. "There's one more thing. The Empress you saved wants to see you," Hanli said. "Lilith?" She mentioned something about the Ace of Spades. Wang Chen was stunned, realizing that she was the key figure who knew his true identity. In a detention room not long after, Lilith was wearing prisoner's clothes, handcuffed with special handcuffs, sitting on a chair, waiting for that person. Soon, she noticed that the surroundings were lit up. She knew the person had arrived. With flames in his eyes, Wang Chen walked into the room and said, "I heard you were looking for me?" "Yes. About the Ace of Spades." "That is, her immediate superior." Wang Chen sat down and said, "Ace of Spades." This was his initial purpose for coming to Delta, for this man. The revenge of Mr. K was just a side matter. "I'm sure you've guessed it too," Lilith said. "Wang Chen, he's the mastermind?" "Yes. The leader of heaven is behind the toxic gas experiments." Lilith recalled some unpleasant memories. Since one day, that man seemed to have changed, becoming inhumane, wielding a heavy hand within the organization of heaven, conducting a series of inhumane experiments. Lilith looked at Wang Chen. He made me target you. Wang Chen's heart trembled. This guy had been watching him all along? Where is he? On an island. Lilith said, this island is very special, only those with a specific ticket can enter. There is no other way. In other words, to see the ace of spades, a special ticket is required. Wang Chen was puzzled about how to find him. At that moment, a phone rang. He took it out of his pocket and was surprised to see that the caller was none other than the long unseen Officer Han. Answering the call, hey, Tao, it's me, your Uncle Han. Uncle Han, what's up? On the other end, in Longwa, at the Sanjiang police station, Officer Han held a strange gold-trimmed ticket and said, remember that mysterious envelope you received last time, with a phone and a key inside? You asked us to check that key, and after a lot of effort, we finally found something for you. Wang Chen, what is it? That key is for an international bank. We used it to open a safe inside, but it didn't contain money or gold. It was a ticket. A ticket. Wang Chen looked incredulous, glancing at Lily, recalling her earlier words about needing a ticket to see the ace of spades. It all matched up. For a moment, Wang Chen felt goosebumps, because the key to this envelope was sent to him a long time ago, so the person who sent him the envelope had already anticipated that he would reach this point? It was terrifying to think about. What's wrong? Lily asked. Wang Chen, I seem to have a ticket. What? Lily was stunned. A few more days passed. On an island, Wang Chen, holding the unique ticket sent to him by Officer Han from Sanjiang, boarded a mysterious ship. After wandering around, he arrived at this island, surrounded by the sea on all sides, like a forbidden place spoken of by fishermen. Thanks. Wang Chen greeted the captain, asking him to stay there while he went onto the island. Before long, he saw an old house on the island that seemed out of place. At that moment, lights were faintly visible inside the house, and footprints at the door hinted at someone's presence. Vaguely, he saw 3 figures inside. Through the window, they looked at him. Locking eyes, Wang Chen realized that these 3 figures harbored no ill intentions towards him. Gathering courage, he approached the house step by step. Creak! Wang Chen pushed open the door and entered, seeing the 3 figures. A pope, a masked man, and a man sitting on the sofa. This man, he was more familiar than anyone. He had seen him countless times. You finally came. The King of Spades showed a kind smile, bowing deeply to Wang Chen. Q beside him also bowed. Wang Chen looked at the masked man, feeling a strange familiarity. Q noticed and removed his mask. Wang Chen. Looking at that familiar face, a chill ran down his spine. Q put on glasses and said with a smile, we met at the hospital. It was the neurologist from the Sanjiang hospital who treated him after he woke up. Why are you here? Wang Chen was bewildered. The doctor turned out to be an elder of heaven? All of this. The doctor smiled and then turned to the man on the sofa. All the confusion pointed towards the man on the sofa. Only he knew the truth behind all this. To see you is truly wonderful. Teacher. The ace of spades stood up slowly, facing Wang Chen calmly in the flames of the fireplace behind him. I believe you have questions for me. Wang Chen, yes. First, who am I really? After a moment of silence, the ace of spades asked, are you sure you want to know? It's my mission. It had long become an obsession in his heart. The ace of spades nodded slightly. And then, he turned around and carefully picked up a portrait. No words were spoken. Just reaching out, he handed the portrait to Wang Chen. Wang Chen took it. At first, he was puzzled why he was given a portrait. But when he saw the image, his eyes trembled fiercely. In the portrait, there were several figures. From left to right, there were the ace of spades, the king of spades, the queen of spades, and a beautiful woman. The man in the center of these people. He was exactly like Wang Chen. No, it was more accurate to say that it was him. Heaven. It's yours. It means the last utopia in the world, the ace of spades spoke. Hearing this, Wang Chen, holding the portrait, was unable to come to his senses for a long time. So, going round and round, stirring up a commotion. Am I the ultimate big boss? For a moment, he found it hard to accept this fact. Then, what was all he had done before for? So, that letter too. The ace of spades nodded. It was also sent by me. Mr. K. The Queen. Delta. Everything. Was arranged by me. At that moment, Wang Chen felt as if fate was playing a joke on him. He sighed deeply, feeling incredibly complex. Why? In the end, he could only weakly utter these 3 words. Why? Did it have to come to this? The ace of spades pondered, saying, 10 years ago, you came to me. At that time, you were a top assassin, and then you took me as your disciple. I was the one you saved when you were a mercenary." The masked man trembled. "Respected sir, I followed your spirit of resistance against foreign invasions and joined you," Pope K said devoutly. "The Ace of Spades, we are all your followers. And then, one day, you suddenly said you wanted to establish a utopia, to change this world. After that, you established heaven, attempting to use force and other means to make various countries submit. In fact, we were fully capable of doing so, under your leadership." However, the conversation took a serious turn. The Ace of Spades looked grave and continued, "Jasmine, the silver-haired woman in the portrait, died in front of you. From that moment, you were overwhelmed with grief, and began to doubt, heaven, whether what we were doing was right. Then, you disappeared. For a whole 10 years. The Ace of Spades originally thought that Wang Chen had left this world due to too much disappointment, but just when he thought everything was in vain, going round and round, he found Wang Chen's trace in the Dragon Kingdom. However, he had turned into an amnesiac, not even remembering his own identity. This made him unable to bear it, so he orchestrated everything to help him regain his memory and return to heaven. Delta. It was the crucial point that led to his downfall. Unfortunately, it failed. Wang Chen carved out a whole new path, achieving what he had never done during his time as the leader of heaven. After speaking, the room fell silent. The Ace of Spades, you already know the truth. Go, or stay, it's up to you. The three elders of heaven watched him. Wang Chen recalled everything that had happened, remembering how he had caused waves throughout the world as the leader of heaven. Unexpectedly, in the end, he was the dragon to be slain. Thinking of this, Wang Chen remained expressionless, then turned around and walked step by step towards the door. No words, no farewells. Just like that, he left the island. Not going to stop him? No need. The Ace of Spades, he is reborn. Heaven is no more. Delta. Wang Chen returned from the island to the gathering place, where there was noise as Captain Hu and Yi Ruo came out from inside. The crowd saw him, smiling as if waiting for him to say something. Looking at these people, Wang Chen's companions who were following him couldn't help but cry out, "I'm back, everyone." The crowd was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Welcome back, King of the Delta." The crowd surged forward, surrounding Wang Chen as before, each face filled with joy. Just like that night, everyone spoke freely without reservation, drinking heartily. Captain Hu held Wang Chen's hand high, facing everyone, and proclaimed, "Our leader has returned. Hero, he's back." That day, the Delta erupted in unprecedented cheers. People rejoiced and shouted a name, welcoming their hero. In the crowd, Han Li and Wang Han smiled at each other. It seemed the dragon no longer needed warriors to slay it. Watching this scene, Wang Chen smiled. Who am I? It doesn't matter anymore. What matters is seizing the moment. End.